The burialist. That's a spiritual realm. The beast's thunder has entered its body. It seems that it has transformed into the power of thunder, and it is extremely powerful. It may be that these balls are behind it. You must be careful. Wang Mu's expression was calm, and he reminded him that he did not trust Fang Yi, but was worried. If the buried person is defeated in the throne, then he is really a sinner in Xia dynasty. Front. Standing on the edge of the building, Fang Yi did not turn around, but said lightly, "Retreat, I will cover you up." The words fell. A thunder exploded and exploded straight towards the shadow of the thunder snake in the distance. That's Fang Yi. He moved. He can move one step faster than the giant snake in the spirit creation. Rumble. The surface of Fang Yi's skin is bright and golden, as if the blood under the epidermis is flowing sunlight, and the whole person is exploding its terrifying temperature. Instantly, in the golden light, the giant stepped on the dome, and the yang attribute waves swept out, and the sky collapsed. Rush. The strong and powerful yang nature breathes, like dragon dancing, causing shock on the surface. The golden giant's conjunction is certainly derived from the buried person. Have the nature of the sun developed to this point? This is a simplicity and striking. At this moment, too many people in the crowd under their feet were raising their heads, gazing at the transformed golden body, their eyes shaking. The thunder giant snake also raised its head slowly. In the cold pupils, there's a flowing light in thought. The axe realm. Do you dare to act in front of me? This moment, facing the rays of light on the top, it flew across the sky. It was still streaked. Rush. The air is boiling. The tyrannical thunder is indestructible, spreading like a red tide. The sky is filled with an evil nature spread out from the giant snake's pupils. It is a terrifying creature. It has been quenched in the thunder attribute countless times, and its body and strength have reached an extremely strong level. The thunder attribute is the extremely powerful attribute. What's more, the world changes greatly, and the spirit revives, awakening a strong blood force in its body. It is a spiritual realm since it arises. It is often under its minions and can only be eaten by blood. Since the moment it woke up from its deep sleep, it is determined to enter the human city. With thunder, smash everything. The thunder giant snake has been quenched by thunder to the extreme. Even if it is a guide, it cannot be blown through it. This is just that it just reborn in the realm. If he lets him continue to cultivate, he may not be able to fight it with any human power. The giant snake's pupils flashed slightly, facing the giant and flying to Fang Yi. It just lifts the snake's tail and pushes forward lightly. Rise! The thunder broke the golden light in the front, and the next second, the flames came from the sky, like a huge wave after a wave, endlessly endless. The giant snake stood in the golden light. The tablet was burned by the burning fire. The skin was sizzling, and the body had already burst into white smoke. However, it is not indifferent to this. His eyes suddenly emitted bright lightning. Buzz! At this moment, the earth was shaking, and a terrifying power burst out. The giant snake raised its head and looked at the giant in the air. In a moment, Wang Mui's body was so painful that he was thundered. But at this moment, there was only that figure in his eyes. His heartbeat stopped. The buried person, to protect the market. Is my life even endless? At this moment, everyone's face changed drastically. The leader of the Taishu city, the leader of the pioneer, leads the thunder into the body and uses his life as a substitute. He wants to drag this spiritual giant snake into the ground. Fang Yi shone blue lights all over his body, and his terrifying thunder attribute was thrusting, pushing the giant snake back a few steps. The powerful thunder power kept pouring into Fang Yi's body, steaming the surface of the body, turning the flesh into ash power, scorching Fang Yi's body. In the air, the blue waves and the black waves intersect, bursting out smoke dust covering the sky and the sun. It's crazy. Why do you need to lead such a dangerous thunder into your body? Even if he is the burialist, he can't stand it. Is it hard to tell the burial is going to fall into this? It's all that we are too weak. At this moment, everyone's hearts were chilling. This is an extremely terrifying move. If you introduce the thunder in the sky into your body, you won't hurt others. They don't understand that the buried person is so powerful and talented that he can get too much, but why can he give up easily? And now, among the blue thunder and the black thunder, Fang Yi opened her eyes quietly, and the thunder flashed in her eyes. Divine thunder hundreds to guide the sky thunder and temper one's body. This giant snake, the black thunder from the sky, is taken from the sky, so why can't it be used to temper one? What a surprise. The thunder and electricity were ripped apart, and the terrifying power was introduced into Fang Yi's body. The nature of this black thunder is like thunder, and the energy is extremely terrifying. Buzzing. It was extremely pure and powerful, and it rushed towards Fang Yi, surging its power, and it wanted to turn Fang Yi into a thunderball. The divine thunder and hundreds of gangs are crazy. These powers temper my flesh, blood, muscles, and bones. If there is no divine thunder, even if I am thunder, I will be exploded by these powers. Fang Yi's body was swept wildly, and his blood and bones were absorbing the power of thunder. The powerful power came, and Fang Yi could feel that his whole body was undergoing crazy changes. The sky was filled with black thunder, and he was coming towards him without hesitation. The cultivation itself was absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth. The absorption method of ordinary pioneers was too slow. If you said that the cultivation was drinking water normally, then Fang Yi was absorbing a whole river now. The thunder entered his body, and Fang Yi's breathing festival climbed. Rise! Just when everyone was moved and sad, Wang Mu realized that one piece of silk was not in opposition. As the thunders entered the body, the funeral of the buried person was released, and it became even more terrifying. Is that horror a little familiar? How do I feel that the funeral of the burial team is just like that spirit-creating beast, even more terrifying? That's when Wang Mu's pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw an incomparable, terrifying scene. Above the sky, the smoke storm was swept. The figure they thought had been blown up by thunder were walking out. At this moment, the young man walked out, looked at the giant snake opposite, and actually showed a faint smile. Let me have a good meal. This time, the market incident was huge. The discussion on the forum has been in chaos. What happened? I'm 3G network speed. Sorry, I don't know what happened to me. Do you know, this time, everyone uses villains to judge a gentleman's heart. I am a burial master who does not make concessions, and I am broad-minded and straightforward, and I am a role model for my straightforwardness. I love you so much. Mr. Burial. So what happened? Did you hear it yet? It is unusual for the spiritual realm to appear in the sky of Luching City. Thunder enters the body. It's so scary. Creating a spiritual realm? A strange star appeared on our coastline. 3 teams were sent out, but they didn't have a lifetime, so they were all first. In the spiritual realm, isn't a waste of half of the market in every move? Does the market still exist now? It's not just that. The market has no hair this time. The spiritual world was abnormally resolved halfway through the journey to reach Mushui District, Huasher. The city has now begun to be rebuilt, and all this will be burialized. Burn? Haven't you offended the burial before the city? Has he lived in the same place? The forum was stunned. When an unusual incident occurred in the city, many people begged him to come forward under the burial account. Julian is really seeking? Offend? Oh, that's because you thought it was broken, so you didn't ask you to pray on the forum, because they just went straight to the market early in the morning. He also adjusted other cities to help, and took over the city's spirit association directly. The burial is awesome. There are a lot of burials, so why would a little team leader offend the matter? The facts have proved that I have a clear vision. It is really a blessing for them to have this team leader in Taisher. Speaking of this, some people couldn't help but wonder. But that abnormality is not a spiritual realm. The pictures of the burial of the few days before the burial are the 9 stars, but that is a whole great realm. Absolutely, No matter how strong the burial leader is, he should not be able to solve the spiritual realm. It is probably because the army is off the field. Can't solve it. You underestimate the burial process too much. Look at my IP. I'm the first to go to the market. At that time, I was on the scene. The beast who created the spirit realm controlled the black thunder and created the thunder forbidden area, which almost exploded the Mishue area. If it weren't for the burial, our whole family wouldn't have survived. Real fake. But can the 9 stars of the burial team leader really fight against the spirit creation realm? This is so incredible. How'd he do it? The magic axe realm and the spirit realm can be said to be very different. The spirit creation realm is abnormal and can easily crush a piece of magical realm. So when the abnormal hatched in a market the day before yesterday, the Tiantra Spirit Association was so nervous that the army went off the field directly. No matter which city it is, there is no chance to retreat even if it encounters a spiritual realm. This is the first time I have seen the power to fight against the spirit creation realm. At that time, we were all desperate. The beast not only created a spirit realm, but also used black thunder. The black thunder contained a terrifying force. I was suspicious that the giant snake had a lot of blood. Under that dark thunder, the burial directly led thunder into the body and introduced all the thunder into its body. A way to break a life for us. Bermont, he is really. I cry to death, Hal. The eyes of countless people are moist. Every time the burial appears, it is to save and protect. In the ultimate state, he is the light in everyone's heart. Every time such incident occurs, the status of the burial will be 1 point higher. Wait, don't rush to cry. The burial was not dead. We thought that he was going to die for the market, but we didn't expect that he came out of the thunder without any loss. After that, he directly fucked the beast in the spirit creation realm. That's how we were saved. The market led the way and made a statement directly to the highest level of popularity. At this moment, all the actions were shocked. So shocked. Without making a grudge, we went to the city to save people and led thunder into our bodies under the absolute realm to protect the safety of a city. At the most critical point, we even crossed the border with the miracle realm, killing the beasts in the spirit realm directly to protect countless people in the city. If this is not a hero, then no one deserves the word hero. Even if they were worried about it, they would probably retreat in the first time. As for saving people, you can't understand it at all. So self-protection is the king. The city rescue trip gave us many shocks. They are both appreciative and touched. Taishu, in front of the villa. Fang Yulan has already prepared her mental preparations, but looking at the luxury villa in the city center in front of her is also dazzling. After a while, you came to support your mother, and your feet were a little soft. Lin Yi held Fang Yulan and opened the door skillfully. Shout, he was familiar with the road and took a slew of smoke from them. This is also your brother? Not forget it. It's the Ling's Association. Oh, the Ling's Association is just begging my brother to go to the department of the Taishu city commander. A villa of 30,000, if you say it, give it away? Your brother won't be doing anything illegal to sell their lives to them, right? Fang Yulan exclaimed, looking incredible. She also retired from the country. Now she only has a few thousand yuan a month of retirement income, and among her sisters, she could be considered as having no worries about food and clothing. But Fang Yi is so miserable, so he will give this big room directly. Mom, what are you thinking about? Lin Yi felt funny and helped Fang Yulan come in. But there is nothing wrong with her mother. My brother's position is indeed a life-saving person. As a team leader, he should protect the safety of a city and directly focus on the first line of fighting against abnormalities. It is impossible to say that it is not dangerous, even if it is as powerful as my cousin. But you can't tell me about this. She is old and will worry about it after hearing it. Fang Yulan paced back in the villa, looking at the exquisite decoration and the small garden with the pond. Her eyes gradually faded away. Does your brother have a girlfriend? Lin Yi shook her head and said no. Fang Yulan immediately came to her spirits. I know a few. She didn't finish her sentence. The person has been pushed into the guest room. I'm really convinced. I've just experienced such a big thing, but my mother's marriage is coming as soon as I turn around. My matchmaker's personality still can't be changed. E, why are you dry at the door? Is it okay for Aunt to rest? Fang Yi walked in and looked at the closed door. Lin Yi clicked the head. I've been cleaning up her room before, and just stay in it. But you, brother, are you okay? She looked at Fang Yi's body and carried a worry. Fang Yi smiled slightly. It's okay. I'm going to close it up next. The family matters will be troubled. Lin Yi replied in a full voice. No problem. Looking at Fang Yi's back on the floor, Lin Yi's smile disappeared and she sighed lightly. Oh, my cousin's identity seems to be the leader of the pioneers, so why isn't it a shackle? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. When the sky falls, there must be a tall man to go upstairs. We can hide under the powerful man, but my cousin, it's Xiaogua. It's not an unusual thing, but the whole era. So, my cousin seems to be the strongest. In fact, other situations are the most dangerous. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a complex look. For her cousin, she also has to work hard. On the other side, Fang Yi went upstairs and returned to his room. He took a shower first, even if he sat on the terrace with his knees, creating a spirit, using the soul as the seal to transform the world. If the magical realm is to strengthen the body, then the spiritual realm is to strengthen the spiritual power. The strength of mental power is closely related to the use of spirit. This is a quality change and strength improvement. I let out a breath. Fang Yi clenched his fist a little, and even felt that he could not explode in his palm with his imagination, and the air exploded, and the walls and floors were shocked. That was his body's surging spirit. At this time, Fang Yi could feel it flowing through his limbs and bones, and could be adjusted more easily. This feeling seemed like an ordinary person and a professional sportsman to control the sports equipment, and the latter would definitely be more relaxed. In this way, I will be more careful when using the power of nature. In fact, the root cause of the property is to control the spirit. Using the power of spiritual creation to use the power of nature will make the power even more terrifying. I guess I only need one knife to hit the thunder snake now. Fang Yi felt moved. After entering the realm of creation, he felt like he had experienced a terrible change in his body, and sweat soaked his whole body, as if he had won a new life again. When the spirit creation state goes up, every breakthrough of one star costs a huge amount of energy. At this moment, he could feel that his spirit flowed freely in his body. Now he could absorb his spirit continuously at any time. Fang Yi moved the golden sung breathing method again. After leaving the door, he found that Lin Yi was still repairing her and did not punish her. Fang Yi took the lead and went to Xiaobai to put on a dog. Don't he take you out for a walk? Since I took Xiaobai, walking the dog has become a daily routine for two siblings, basically one day for one person. This little thing looks like a small one. In fact, the amount of exercise is very large. It is not enough for the villa or the park to run. You have to go to the park for 2 walks every day without any movement, otherwise you'll be dancing in bed in the middle of the night. Deserve a beating. With a puppy on his back, Fang Yi left the villa. Maybe it is because the entire city is penetrated by the river. The weather is always bright. When you walk up the bridge across the river wind will send you a light fragrance. The pedestrians come to interact with the wind, making people forget that they get up to work. But under this warm river, there's a hidden undercurrent hidden inside the world. At this moment, several figures were stepping into the inside of Tai. They were wearing white robes. Each of them had a tattoo engraved on their body, and the black oil-colored thorns into the leather layer, forming a unique gaze pattern. After staring at them for a long time, they would feel a little dazzled, like something like a cult. What's more, they each carried a huge netball bag behind their bodies, which was bulging inside, looking like a weapon. These people drove a light car to avoid a monitoring camera head and walked to the ground. Is this the city where Xiaogua lives? The city he manages is very safe. The man said calmly. His voice is very gentle and suitable for praying in church. This is a gentle and elegant man with a sparse look, and it looks close to people's hearts. His tattoo is engraved on his neck, which looked a bit crazy for him. He is the leader of this group of people. If he appeared in Sichuan, at this moment, someone would bow down and shout, "God is so happy, and there is no boundary." These people all came from the same organization, named Tianqing Church. When pioneers first appeared, they thought they were the choice of heaven, the competition for things, and the evolution, so they established many organizations. The Tianqing Church is one of them. Fang Yi's eyes were cold, and he looked at a certain point in the forest. His palm raised, and his palms were filled with dazzling lightning, as if he was holding a round of thunder in his hand and smashing it down. Rush! The lightning was soaring that it was only a scattered arc, which burned the big tree beside the man into coke, and the weeds even scattered into dust. It's so supermodel. The man's pupils were tight, and lightning reflected in his pupils, which made him feel uncontrollable. No, this is not the same as what they think. He could feel the horror of this shock. If it falls on him, I will be seriously injured even if I don't die. That's when several figures of robe landed beside him. A real barrier covers them, and the watch is holding a block watch in his hand. The watch is shining with a glittering light, which is the source of the barrier. Rush dash! At this moment, the huge turtle was scattered. The stone penetrates the sky, and the earth cracks a thread. Among the smoke and dust, the robe swayed. Several people had their eyebrows tightly, and their hearts were already bulging. It seems that the rumors outside are true. This guy and the team leaders we met before are not together. This is a real strong man. Do you really need to continue to take action? Someone retreated. Are you scared? Huh. As long as you defeat the Thai City leader and the real magazine character plan by this team leader, then we can truly become famous in Xiagua. At that time, believers will come from all over the world, and the Thai City will usher in the real glory. The man had a crazy smile on his lips, and his eyes were always staring at Fang Yi. His words were like a thriller. The companions were injected with the power of faith, and in an instant, their faces were glowing and the atmosphere was fully opened. Everything is chosen for God's church. This scene is full of gratitude. The gang fell into Fang Yi's eyes. These people dressed strangely and had crazy smiles. Their eyes looked at him as if they were looking at the king of seafood. Could it be that the mental hospital escaped? Fang Yi's eyes were subtle. At this moment, his ears came to the contactor of the Spirit Association, anxiously and worried voice. "Captain of the burialist, what happened to you?" "I don't know, I'll just go out." The group of people shouted in their mouths about the heavenly church, and some crazy believers came to me to scatter blood. I don't know if there's a virus in the blood, so I just got on people. Very good, no quality. God's chosen church. The voice of the contact member suddenly became shocked and immediately became solemn. Through the contact staff's explanation, Fang Yi probably understood what the so-called Tianqing Church was doing. In short, it is a cult. Only those who have passed their approval can be counted as human beings, and those who do not accept it can count as half a human being. As for ordinary people who have not awakened, they will be removed from the genitals and pure slaves. As for the Tianqing Church, bullying men and women are always the norm. What they call the susceptibility of believers is the object of pyramid structure that squeezes downwards and is so jealous that they are so brave. The city of Sichuan, which is completely controlled by the Tianqing Church, has absorbed all the pioneers in the city and has not been abnormally compromised. From a certain meaning, it can also be considered as protecting Sichuan. Sichuan City is a city where several team leaders failed to promote. Because all the strong men in Kawashima joined the Tianqing Church, the president sent by the Spirit Association could not stay in the Tianqing Church. I understand it's strange. Fang Yi finished listening and turned around, his eyes flashing. When talking, he paid attention to the bags behind the other party. The bags actually emitted a dark and natural atmosphere. We chose the church to save the people. At present, Sichuan City has experienced 3 unusual problems, 2 of which were A+, and they were solved by our chosen church. In short, the Spirit Association is the opposite. The elegant and middle-aged man in the head smiled. His smile is gentle as spring wind. Is that? Fang Yi's face turned cold. If you want to coax the children, don't be fooled by yourself. Sichuan City is also a city in the center. There are no vicious internal disasters, and there are forbidden areas in the military area. How come 3 abnormalities are there? As for what you said, a plus abnormality. Oh, if there is really an A plus abnormality, will you just want to solve these wine bags? It is the purpose of your creation of this set of leverage, right? It's quite despicable, Fang Yi said without any rudeness. In an instant, several cultists in front of him were aroused, and their faces grew red. Your nonsense. The God-Qing Church allows you to defile. Sichuan City. The faint sound of the clock was heard. It was the sound of the church in heaven. At this moment, it was the time for the heaven to choose the church to worship. The top of the church was flying. Under the huge, starry sky pattern, the devout believers folded their hands together and recited the teachings. Suddenly, open the door. The middle-aged man wearing a robe turned his face and walked in. The broken pastor did not react at all, as if he had not noticed that he had come in, and continued to pray with the believers. The believers just raised their heads numbly and chanted in a low voice, "The heaven is so happy, and it is boundless." The middle-aged man walked over the crowd of people who were praying with no eyes to the believers, and walked into the depths of the church. Through the dark, long corridor, there is a large door which leads to the underground palace. The middle-aged man lightly knocks on the door. Kansas. The door is open. Inside the door, 2 men in robes looked at him, and when they saw his face clearly, they were both low-headed, showing their respect and opening a path. You are back. Show. The identity of a middle-aged man is not low on his church this day. The door opened slowly, revealing a path made of jade. It was originally an underground forum, but now it has been converted into an underground palace. The middle-aged man walked in with his face. When he entered, the guardian discovered that he was not in a match. His face was too hard and his steps were powerless, as if he had suffered a major blow, and those strong actors who came with him did not come back. The middle-aged man grabbed the guardian's arm, and his fingertips were blue due to excessive force. Where is the god? Wait for you in the palace. He said, you are back and see him in the first time. The middle-aged man almost stumbled through the path and ran into the palace. Almost as he fell to the ground, a gentle sound came from the front of him. Why are the gods so fucked? It was an old man with a spirit. His hair was woven into a long one, sitting on a mat with stone embedded in it, robe on the ground, and his temperament was incomparable to elegance. While speaking, God, holding a black wooden stick in his right hand, clicked lightly on the floor in front of him. God, the founder of the Tianqing Church, the leader in Kawashima's secret leadership, actually grew such a face that deceived the world. Sir God, we failed. They are all dead. The middle-aged man's voice was trembling. If this is heard by others, it will be awesome to have goosebumps. The they, mentioned by middle-aged men, are a group of powerful actors of the Tianqian Church and a cornerstone of the Tianqian Church's control of Sichuan City. The reason why they were sent out was to attract more believers and to stop the so-called team leader plan. When I first sent you out, I was to kill those so-called team leaders. How could so many people not be able to accomplish such a small thing? As a choice from heaven, you disappoint me. God's single hand held the black wooden stick, and his cold eyes swept over the middle-aged man. The Church of Tianqian, Fuchuan City, has been secretly located for a long time, and now he has finally controlled the city of Sichuan City. Shun Yu has become the local emperor here, and he is unwilling to hand over his rights to the so-called spiritual association. The middle-aged man suddenly beat him up. He was a first-class believer beside God. He followed some dark and extremely dark contact from God. He knew very well how terrifying God's methods were. Seeing that he was about to get angry, the middle-aged man immediately knelt on the ground and gave out all the previous incident. It's the commander of Tai City. It's the burial of Yi Qian. We were about to succeed, but he was killed by all. God looked at his extremely frightened image and moved his hand with a stick. Let's first discuss the forum. Suddenly, a post broke out and quietly occupied the hottest posts in front without any noise, with only the official and the burial. The title is very explosive. The burial is not worthy of being the first to be 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 the first to be. This title containing the burial formula is simply a hot password which directly attracts everyone's attention. Everyone glanced at it and wanted to click in and see what was going on. The conciseness just entered, and the eyebrows were straight. A series of oversized fonts are all slandered and burialed. They are all slandered on the whole, but they cannot say that they are, but there is some suspicion of incitement. Everyone in front of the screen looked at the black question. Strange. At present, the predecessor of Xia is almost a passionate worship for the burial. Where did you beat a bunch of anti-bone boys? Most people just shut up at a glance, and the pressure is not back. What's strange is that the number of posts is increasing, and it has directly dominated the first 3 pages of the forum first, and even has a trend of becoming more and more popular. This is something that people can realize, but it is not simple. The storm gradually became more severe. The IPs of these people are all from Sichuan City. Could it be that they chosen karma? At this moment, someone found that the IPs of these people are from Sichuan City, and the time of posting is similar. It seems that they have already expected to come and bury them. It's not good. See the situation. The Amond in Taisher was ready to turn into a keyboard. Almost countless people posted a post, and 99 are listed below. The small team of the burial guards went on a battle, and no grass grew. The city of Kawashi was completely unfair, and the festival retreated, just when the crowd is inspiring. Suddenly, a prompt popped up on everyone's screen. The post you're browsing does not exist or delete it. See this scene. At the time, the members of the burial guards showed tacit smiles. Official post. This is the Spirit Association will go off the stage directly. In other words, as the leader of the captain, the Spiritual Association will never allow anyone to slander him like this. If they were a little late to browse the forum, this post probably won't appear in their eyes. The movement of the Tianxian Church has made the Spirit Alliance even bigger. Originally, as long as you deal with abnormal love, you still have to take time to fight against the evil. Mom, these evil people are so serious about external troubles. This evil people keep doing these things. It's not because there are too many cities in Xiamen and Sichuan are safe and sound. Before they can move them, how can they be so arrogant? After all the posts were sealed, Tianxia IP is directly prohibited from speaking. You do not have permission to speak at the moment now. The news came out on the mobile phones of the Tianxian Church, and their faces were blue. Mom, the forum is under the control of the Spirit. They can easily delete our posts. The online inciting to argue that this road is blocked. Day 3. The tour activities in Kawashima have reached the top. Ordinary people in Kawashima are crazy about advocating the Tianxing Church. In their hearts, the Tianxing Church is the savior who resisted the abnormal attacks for them, and it is their heaven. The funeralists in Yatai City are the devils who want to pierce the sky. This inadvertently aroused their resistance and regarded the funerals as enemies. Underground Palace. On the main seat, God wiped the stick of power and listened to the man in white robes report. He sneered in his heart. It's really a foolish man to help ignorant and ignorant. Has Sichuan been animal? When it's easy to get some silence and create some confusion, these people think that the end of the world is coming, and they cry and shout. At this time, they just need to take a little action to easily buy people's hearts. Now, everyone in Sichuan is my puppet. Isn't the funeralist coming? I want to see how he stepped on the bodies of these people. Groups of white dung swept over Sichuan. Outside the church, the burialist wants to kill us all. Yes, so what if he is the strongest? He has not protected us, Kawashima City, but the Tianxing Church has recreated the city of Kawashima. The burialist wants to let the Tianxing Church take out of Kawashima City. This is the guardian god who refuses to enter Kawashima City. The Tianqing Church is gone. Who will protect us? Several hundred people traveled in various cities, including members of the Tianqing Church. See the slandered and entangled the burialists and incite the emotions. This scene was photographed by people from the Kawashima Spirit Association and posted on the forum. The people of Sichuan City were like being possessed by evil spirits, and they kept protesting against the burial of the burial came to Sichuan City. Defend the heavenly chosen church to the death. Please stay in Taisher City. Chuan City will not welcome you. The heavenly chosen will last forever. In the video, everyone was excited, and they were determined to live and die with the heavenly chosen church. It hurts people's head. Now, Lin Yi looked at the video, and her eyebrows frowned. These ordinary people's cults are already a little crazy. The most difficult thing to change is the success in people's hearts. These people are like newcomers who choose the church in heaven. Just like disciples who believe that they will win, the elderly believe that healthcare products can make them live 100 years longer, and netizens believe that I am Qin Shiwan. Leave and absurd. But they themselves don't think so, and they can't even recognize it by reminding others. It's a kind of instinct. I guess I don't know what to do about it. And I still told him that it was more inconsistent. Lin Yi thought about this and knocked on Fang Yi's door on the upper floor. Dong 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 dong. Fang Yi just finished repairing and was about to remove Xiaobai's newly arrived beef can. After watching the video of Lin Yi coming, he didn't say anything. He slowly dismantled the expressway and took out the can and knocked it lightly. Xiaobai, I've eaten. A breeze swept over, and Xiaobai walked in front of the two of them in a posture of facing the ground. In the second time Fang Yi put the can, the dog had already diamonded into the can, and the game machine started working. Brother, don't you think these people in Sichuan are too ignorant? The Tianqing Church is a chaotic man. They're still attacking you here. It's really unfaithful. Lin Yi pouted her mouth, saying that she was just holding back for Fang Yi. But when she looked at Fang Yi, she did not have the anger she had imagined. He smiled and looked at Xiaobai eating the can, feeling that the dog could change the varieties and become a pig after raising it for a while. The dog grows into a pig and feels full of accomplishment. Rumble. At this moment, the earth shook and the glass shattered. The sky above the Sichuan is covered by the golden sea, and the golden waves are boiling, like huge waves surging, and a powerful airplane descends to the Sichuan, surprising the earth. Numerous people shook their knees softly, and they wanted to kneel to the ground. The terrifying breath pressed them all over. At the same time, the Church of the Heaven, the underground palace. The palace drama shook violently, and a huge force fell from the sky, like an invisible giant hand holding the palace and pressing it down. It is obvious. The smooth yarn floor, the cracks are cracked, and the sky boards are shattering in chippings, and the yarn at the top of the church makes a terrifying sound. The believers who chose the church in Bingtian are all faces and shocked at this moment. What a terrifying threat. Is this awkward? It's definitely not a magic axe. This is not a breath that can be burst out by a magic axe. The spirit was killed by Fang Yi. Most of them were miraculous low stars, and only a few of them had slightly higher star-level stars, with tight eyebrows and hard to see. The power of the burial process is much more than they expected. I said that if you don't take off Sichuan in 3 days, you will be in a bad position. In the sky, the burial was opened lightly, and the voice was wrapped in spirit, shaking the sky and affecting the world. The chief of the burial corps, has he really come forward? The specialist of the Sichuan Spirit Association was surprised. He had heard many of the rumors about the burial corps, and his brother was not as good as today. His aura of the world was so simple. This is normal. This is to establish authority. There are several organizations like the Heavenly Chosen Church. We are all in the Xia Kingdom. They are all gentle strategies of the Spirit Association, which give them a sense of their kindness. See how the leader of the Fengzhan team intends to shake things up directly. These people are just scattered. It's better to discipline now, otherwise it's a bad guy. But Master Fengzhan has broken through again, This time he directly broke through the ghost realm and entered the spirit realm. That's the spirit realm. Take a big realm. Aha! Burial, you are really here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Don't want to step into Sichuan today. Suddenly, the powerful airplane surged, and directly below Fang Yi, several men in robe appeared. They were all pioneers of the heavenly chosen church, and came to stop the priest from burial. They looked crazy and stared at Fang Yi, as if they wanted to eat people. It's so crazy. Fang Yi smiled indifferently. He was so crazy that he didn't even want his life. Facing the believers of the Tianxuan church on the road, Fang Yi didn't even give them the eyes. He held a tang sword and slammed lightly. Rush. Next second, red fire fell from the sky. The fire ignited the air and turned the bodies of the three of them into a flame prisoner. The Mars that were flying in the sky and the hot fire snakes swallowed the three of them in an instant. Sizzling. At this moment, the bodies of the three people were instantly burned into dust, and even a single bone could not be left behind. They seemed to know each other and had appeared in the first-class believer who came back to report. It is unbearable and destroyed. The fire swayed the sky and surrounded Fang Yi. Wherever he was, it became the brilliance of flames. There is no one in the Tianpian church. These are just these. Fang Yi's eyes were calm. His lips were slightly loud. His voice was not loud. His face was astonishing as thunder, and his mist was foggy. Reply over the heavenly chosen church. Burial is like the peak of Mount Wu, standing on the top of the Tianxing church. This moment, in everyone's visual field, the only figure exists, which is so strong that it is as if you raise your hand and you can choose the church to cover it up. Spiritual Association Headquarters. The enthroned person surrendered to Sichuan City, which was very quiet and was directly amazed at the high level of the Spirit Association. Now, high-level meeting room. The chief of the burialist has taken action. It seems that the cancer of the Tianxian Church is really going to be removed. It's so satisfying. Everyone laughed. No one will doubt the ability of the funeral enclosure. After all, the leader of the city was selected, but he was killed directly. At this time, a man hurriedly went to the meeting room, full of anxiety. The priest from the Tianxian Church has a problem. He revealed his identity in tablet. Dawn time. The conference room was silent, and the crowd was filled with sensation. What? Spiritual realm. The dark sun's nature awakens the spiritual wisdom, grafts it. This. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of coldness, which was too unexpected. The data of the field has been further transmitted. When I saw the priest admitting the grafting and summoning the dark sun's nature, it revealed the true nature of the body. Everyone felt a tummy in their hearts, and their throats were subconsciously nauseous, and some even vomited out. So disgusting. This is not something that normal people can keep watching. That grafted flesh is embedded in the viscera like a sarcoma, and it looks like a tumor growing from blood vessels and organs. It is said that even disgusting is raised, and this has risen to the point of mental pollution. They think they are unusual and have seen a lot of disgusting. This is the first time they have seen it. The priest grafted the pioneer, and now he is dead. Someone couldn't help but speak. After combining the priest's known information, everyone was sweating profusely and couldn't help but sweat. Grafting, saying that is easy to hear, actually killing the pioneer and then occupying the pioneer. Father was not its first grafting. Before this, weren't there many pioneers who were killed? You should die. When everyone thought of this thing, they had been taking the lead under their noses, and everyone had goosebumps. Can the dark sun's attributes actually develop spiritual intelligence? The invaders and manipulate them. The spiritual alliance will have a tight brow. To be spiritual, this is unprecedented information from previous reports. The dark nature has always been a headache for the existence of the head, and now, the ability to develop the spiritual nature. Although this kind of thing has not been chaotic at a time, it is like a mouse that has been constantly thrusting and developing in the dark. When it really gets out of control, it will become extremely disaster in the Xia dynasty. Even this thing has created the Tianxuan Church, which has almost been discussed, and has dominated ordinary people in Sichuan City. Simply leave the scoop. If he had discovered it later, wouldn't he have quietly penetrated the town, or even the entire Xia dynasty? At this moment, everyone was soaking in cold sweat, and they felt deeply scared. Fortunately, these things didn't know how to die. They went to find the chief of the burial list. Otherwise, we wouldn't know anything about it. Everyone was lucky. If the Tianxin Church continues to fall, they may not have a way to deal with it, but it is actually seeking death. Although the teammates are strong and complacent, their opponents are stupid and even more pleasant. The chief of the burial list will go to deal with it, and the grafting property is also considered to be the way to Huangquan. The chief of the burial list is more than the chief of the burial list. However, it is the Dark Sun's property and has developed into the spiritual realm. Can the chief of the burial list solve it? Someone said with great concern. His voice fell. Almost as soon as he entered, a rooster was thrown over, and everyone next to him stared at him with a look of rooster eyes. It is even more natural to say it. Have you ever seen the burial team leader fail? What is this? The priest's lips were filled with blood, and a terrifying sound came out. The fire is overwhelming, eclipsing everything. Thunder roared, and the town pressed the dome. The move was ready to strike. In front of this person, it was like a family swing, and the fingers were easily dispelled. The man's expression was even powerless, and he looked at his eyes as if he was looking down at a car, creating a spiritual realm. The same is a spiritual realm. Why can he be so strong? I've figured out my mind and grafted so many people, but I've only figured out this point. In the sky, Fang Yi's robe and trouser. He held the knife in his left hand and naturally hanged down his right hand, leaving a long arc of silk, crackling, and slamming. Just a moment of fighting. Together, he grafted many priests, trapped in thunder and burned in a fire, and had already reached the end. Just as Fang Yi was about to end this single blow, suddenly his eyebrows were slightly slight, as if he had sensed something, and he raised his eyes and looked at the priest's scepter in his hand. Call out! The dark black light burst out, and the terrifying power burst into devour. The priest actually hid a killing trick in his hand. Become my feeding material. Xiagua pillar burial. The priest was crazy, and his eyes were filled with red blood. It prepared this last move to graft it onto this perfect body. Talk to fall. A huge black hole appeared in the sky, and there were countless sounds in the black hole roaring and shouting, and a powerful suction force appeared, strong and domineering. In a moment, Fang Yi raised his eyes and looked at the sky. He lightened his body and was directly absorbed by the strong black fog. Rush dash. The black ecstasy shook midair, and debris rose into the sky. In a mess. Everyone saw that scene. The tall figure standing in the air was swallowed by the black hole, and even disappeared. Looking at the black hole in the air, countless people were shocked. The chief of the burial team has not been swallowed up? The chief of the burial team also encountered this kind of love before. No, he is incompetent. But it was a magic axe before. This magic axe is a real creation of the spirit realm. Yes, everyone's face changed at the same time. As the pillar of the team, the burial will be invincible, crushing and squeezing the gods. It almost forgot that he faced this priest, who was also a spiritual creationist, and was comparable to his strength. What's more, this is the priest's trick, and it is also its best grafting technique. It has just felt that it had grafted so many things when it woke up. Is it hard to have never had a decisive rebellion? At the same level, it is no longer normal to kill the enemy. Believe in the burial leader. He has never let us down, and it is the case before, and so in the future. The Ling Song looked at the screen with high-level attention, and Zheng opened his mouth again. Despite this, their eyes were fixed on the screen, refusing to miss the situation, and kept praying in their hearts. The chief of the burial team must come back alive. Around Chuan City, no one is going to follow this static. When they saw the burial being dragged into the black hole, their hearts were tightened, which was a serious feeling of weightlessness. It seems that the sky has been falling over the top of the head, and it is now falling. Before, The information of the city was completely blocked, and only a few people knew about it. At this moment, countless people in the country were paying attention to the direction of Sichuan City. This scene was undoubtedly heartbreaking for the Xia people. Will the chief of the burial team be there, be? He is so strong, so he will never come out. Father Yu, he should die. The priest Yutian Selection Church. He should die. If I were on the scene, I must hold this blow for the chief of the burial team be there. He fought alone, and we could not do anything, so we could only watch him being swallowed. We really don't use it. Everything needs the chief of the burial team. This kind of wise nature is not available. Even abroad, the chief of the burial team will face it alone. If something goes wrong, we will die. The live broadcast of Kawashima City is shaking the heartstrings of countless people. And in the black hole. Now, the last black light was swallowed by the little flower. The black mouth in the center of the flower made a satisfying sound, and you could still hear a satisfying burp. The tip of the flower petals of Jingyan swayed lightly, as if the girl stretched out her arms and touched Fang Yi's fingers. Master! The sweet girl started to speak, and her mouth was a little bit reckless. Fang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a little surprise, "Is your Julian a female, Stamen?" For a while, he couldn't find a suitable word to describe it. I didn't know much about plants, so Fang Yi started to pick it up and didn't want to distinguish the gender of a flower. After saying hello to Fang Yi, Linghua fell asleep again and began to digest the power absorbed this time. The faint green light gradually dissipated. This is the power of absurdity. After devouring the grafting attribute, there is a little black purple in this green color, which looks even more mysterious and profound. The spirit flower itself has absurd properties. After swallowing the graft properties, its breath has become much stronger than before. It and Xiao Bai, two inhuman geniuses, are almost all bugs, and their power is flying fast. Suddenly, after the little flower slept, she turned back into Fang Yi's inner bag. The flames in the sky gradually dissipated. The blue sky reveals its original appearance a little. A black figure stepped out from the waves of flames and gradually fell from the sky to the ground. I'll leave the rest to you. Fang Yi looked at the responsible person of the Sichuan Spirit Association. Thank you for the burial leader. The most exciting part of the death of God was the Sichuan Spirit Association. After being blocked by the chosen church for so long, the other city leaders' plans have begun to take shape, and they're only now. All of this is more than the burial leader. The chief of the burial team is their benefactor. There's a saying in the forum that is right. The burial was the pillar of their true meaning in their hearts. And at this time, the golden light gradually disappeared, and the pioneers of the broadcasts on the internet have not yet returned to God. It's over. Quick. Good. Simplicity is a violent aesthetic that is very enthusiastic. Have you seen it? The burial was hit by the ghost thing in the early stage, and finally one after another, and it exploded. I will also go online to order a tang of the same style as the burial leader. Tian Wu, I'm scared to death. Although I know that the burial leader is to restrain the yang attribute of the darkness, my heartbeat stopped when he was swallowed. It's not that I was worried that he couldn't beat him. Even if he was strong, I would be afraid. This sentence expresses the voice of countless people. Nowadays, the burial has a very absolute status, and every movement has moved the hearts of countless people, and they have relaxed their voices. What happened to Sichuan? Can the leader of the burial team come forward? It's too late for a group of people who don't know the truth. As soon as I was about to ask, someone in the forum issued a document about God and burial to defeat God and slam the church to come to the forum. Everyone learned the rigor of this incident. Is there any ability to be spiritual? I have goosebumps all over my head. Grafting first, and a church that controls a city. Even humans are hard to do these things, right? And all this comes from a spiritual property. It's hard to imagine what would be cheated if I encountered it. The chief of the burial team leader, Julian, could tell a glance. Is this the ultimate yang property first? The chief of the burial team, and he did not forget to fight the cult after saving the... It's so strong. The chief of the burial team was killed by the dark sun. The chief of the burial team is so courageous. If he keeps the simple army, he will be in danger. The chief of the burial team is awesome. Breaking the sound version. The burial team added another quick news, and Xiagua was in a precedent. They spread the matter 10 or hundreds of times on their own and fermented it online. Sichuan / Before the church. After Fang Yi left, the Sichuan Association began to clean up those ordinary people who were deceived. Those people's eyes were killed by Fang Yi, and their flesh and blood exploded, and their faces turned pale, and their eyes were destroyed. The Spirit Association specialists stepped forward and subdued the leader easily. It started to rain lightly in Sichuan, and the haze covered the sky. Hearing the drizzle of rain, Fang Yi stepped into the damp mud, and the mud and water were slightly lit by stars. An unnamed, deserted mountain. In the internal information of the Sichuan Spirit Association, there is no secret of this mountain, because Sichuan Spirit is actually too many mountains. Such a distinctive hill cannot attract tourists as a tourist attraction. When you get up, you feel it is too short and not challenging, just like a visible fog. Behind him, Lin Yi grabbed the tail that was dampened by the rain, tied up the single tail behind her brain, and then opened the light rain in her bag, slamming it on the top of the head. "Brother, is there any problem with this mountain?" "Yes." Fang Yi raised his eyes slightly and looked at the top of the mountain. It was pitch black, as if he was staring at the deep and purplish, and could not see anything. Suddenly, dong! The huge sound was shocked, and the birds in the mountains were shocked, and they flew out in their own way. Fang Yi and Lin Yi met each other. Just now, something seemed to have fallen down on the other side of the mountain. That breath became stronger. "Go and take a look," Fang Yi said in a low voice. His muscles were tight, and the spirit flower was awakened by him. "Unfortunately, I didn't bring the messenger on my body this time because I was afraid that the little thing would be full of shit, so I missed a card." Linny didn't see her cousin being so cautious, even when he died on the spot, and she couldn't help but start to get nervous. In her invisible corner, Fang Yi looked down at his right hand. At this moment, the slightly drooping palm was twitching slightly, and the blue arc light appeared unconsciously, jumping in the flash. The breath of thunder. On the entire mountain, the breath of thunder is constantly surging. His right hand planted the property of thunder, which is very sensitive to this. Is it because of the magical thunder and hundreds of horns? Fang Yi's mind is redirecting. The lightning attribute he controls actually has only one panel, violent damage to the dark attribute. Although his body was particularly powerful by the lightning attribute, it did not have the core breathing method related to the lightning attribute, such as the yang attribute of the metal yang breathing method. So his main attribute is yang and thunder attribute. He rarely uses it unless it is in a specific situation, when they step on a certain place. Rush. In that moment, the terrifying thunder power covered the bottom of the foot. Linny lowered her waist, and the rain fell down in her hand. Her face changed. Thunder power? What's going on? There was no feeling under the foot of the mountain, but when I stepped in, I felt the powerful thunder power. Although it was only a moment, I felt that my body was almost blown up. Linny's face was turbulent, and she was stagnant. Only see the land in front of you. The sizzling sounds, the arc surging like a small fish slut that is as thick as a finger, which seems inconspicuous, but if you touch it lightly, even the pioneers can't stand it. The thunder slams, no match for it. The surging sign of thunder turned into a terrifying pressure. Even Fang Yi felt extremely dangerous. The divine thunder is a clear judgment. Among the myths of Northern Europe, the weapon of the ass gods, the lord of the gods, is a thunder gun. This gun will always hit the target. Thunder has always been a disaster. Linny's voice trembled. Suddenly, Fang Yi beside her moved, lowered her waist, and directly pressed her hand on the earth where the dust was flowing. The next moment, the thunder watch is like a silver soup, swelling and boiling, and a magnificent airplane that was before was exposed and hit Fang Yi. The terrible airplane was surging, and the brilliance of light covered Fang Yi. At this moment, his body seemed to be reflected by the light of the stars in the universe, transforming into a silver wheel, beautiful wheel, and extremely powerful. The ultimate computing power is being activated, edited dash. You have obtained Thunder God Limit, Thunder God Limit, Thunder God Limit, breaking the extreme limit. It can be used when you have a bottle head, such as martial arts, and various abilities can be used when they're fully cultivated and then break through the limit and complete the Thunder evolution. The mechanical and electronic sounds are heard in my ears. Fang Yi's eyes swayed slightly. Break the limit? Every ability in the world has an upper limit. For example, when the spirit reaches a certain level, the pioneer will sense the gate of the rising star. And at this moment, it can easily break through and rise from one star to a star. But at present, this Thunder Divine Limit technique has broken this knowledge of his knowledge. If the realm reaches full momentum, the Thunder body will be driven, break through the limits of oneself, and complete the Thunder evolution. Isn't the battle force once again increasing? Fang Yi was a little shocked at this moment. In the process of repairing, there is no difference between building high buildings on the flat ground. The higher the building, the stronger the combat power. This is what everyone knows, but few people notice that high-rise buildings are not just in height, but also in foundations. After he had passed the Golden Sun breathing method and thunder tempering, his foundation had reached a very terrifying level, so no one in the same realm could win him. Now, with this skill, he has another choice than others. He can first thunder and break through the limit, surpass himself, and then rise to the star. In this way, his strength will reach an incomparable, terrifying level. For others, this is an insurmountable peak. No, Fang Yi said lightly. Even though he had written such a multi-practice technique, he could still feel the strength of this practice and had another trump card. I want to go in and take a look. Just wait for me outside. Fang Yi stood up and said, with Lin Yi's real power, she is already her limit here. If you go deeper, the thunder power will directly tear her body to pieces. Brother, be careful. Yeah. Fang Yi went deeper into the mountain. The storm was quite quiet before, and Fang Yi was now very curious about what it was to be able to produce such abundant thunder power. After walking for a few steps, Fang Yi suddenly stopped walking. He stood there, his eyes far away at the top of the dark mountain, and his pupils were shrinking. That's the throne, far away. Thunderbolt cover, silver gray scattered. It turned out to be a throne that descended from heaven. The ancient taboo breath is ripped off above. Nothing powerful. Thunder throne, falling on a deserted hill. This terrifying power of thunder. Fang Yi murmured. He looked down at his right hand. His palm was shining brightly, trembling unconsciously, and responding to the majestic thunderous breath. The change of thunder he had suffered before was a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, with a huge voice and amazement. At present, the thunderous aura that was rippling above this throne is no weaker than what he had endured at the time. It was as if it had condensed the thunder itself into a throne without roaring. Huh? Forbid me to get close? Fang Yi walked for a while, and he could feel a deep repulsive force coming from the thunder throne. It was the threat of thunder, warning him to stop there. Fang Yi's eyes froze. The next moment, he rolled his palm and stretched out his right hand with the green thunder ringing forward. Rush. Lightning burst. Only see where his palm touched. A dazzling ball of light burst out, brighter than sunlight, and human eyes could not withstand such light. In just a moment, Fang Yi felt his eyes sting. He withdrew his right hand, and the light disappeared in the air. Not to go. Fang Yi's eyebrows were tightly locked. Thunder Town guarded. He couldn't get closer. He had a premonition. If he continues to go deeper, the next time he will be killed by thousands of thunder. This is just a chance to open the sky and the earth. After waking up, he was still rejected by the power of his nature, and he was still under the thunder. At this moment, the thunder in Fang Yi's palm dissipated, and he looked at the thunder throne, unable to understand. It's hard. Is it that I am not suitable for the thunder nature? Suddenly, Fang Yi was stunned. His eyes fell on the shadow of the throne, and an incredible thought burst into his heart. I saw a piece of winding, delicate, and long vines hanging on the back of the silver-colored thunder-ringed throne seat, and a small white-green gourd was hanging on it. The gourd vines interact with thunder and lightning. The huge silver-gray slugs flashed on the vines. The breath that was radiant was the same as the one on the thunder throne, and it was cruel and violent. When Fang Yi looked at the past, the gourd vines moved without wind and shook slightly. Silver thunder, its surface flows. The light is dazzling. Is their master? Fang Yi's pupils shrank slightly. Witnessing this scene, he finally understood why he was rejected. The thunder throne fell from the sky. It was originally a nonsense, but there was a piece of gourd vine climbing on it. Ordinary plants were approached and had long been killed by the thunder vine. The gourd vine grew on it, and the thunder breath also proved his guess. This throne has a master, and that gourd vine is the owner it chose. There's an extremely terrible turbulence on this throne, ancient and taboo, and the gourd fungus should have been just ordinary things that have not yet opened their minds, and may have been rendered by some attributes. As a result, the energy was overwhelming and was recognized directly. Who can think about it? Such things from heaven will actually choose a small piece of gourd vine as the owner. Fang Yi couldn't help but feel moved. Volvo followed the highway all the way back to Tai. The strange thing of the Tianxian church was eliminated by thunder. Without the priest, the remaining believers are of the same attitude. Please let go. The Sichuan Association immediately took over Sichuan and began to search for the throne from the sky, based on the information sent by Fang Yishuan. Villa Garden. The clear wind is coming slowly, and the water waves are rippling slightly. 3 figures sat on a rattan chair, holding beer and clinking glasses together. I wish Xiao no stool and cheers. Bang! 3 cans of beer collided together, and a few drops of clear yellow wine came out. Fang Yi held a glass and drank a drink. On the opposite side of him, there is no double scenery of the 2 scenery. Lin Yi's waist is long, and her delicate face is pretty and charming. She has a more charming face after drinking beer. The other side, my aunt's face was well-behaved, and she gave out a few smiles, which not only did not lose her beauty, but also added a lot of vitality. At this time, she was drinking beer and smiling at Fang Yi. Obviously, she was in a bad mood. Children, seeing that you're taking care of yourself very badly and you are so angry, my aunt is relieved, your father, and the others. Halfway through, she suddenly realized that she was not right. So she stopped talking and moved to another topic. My little E is so elegant. I don't know what kind of girl I like. Mom. Lin Yi immediately jumped up, covered her mother's mouth, and said, "Don't make trouble." "Thank you. Auntie, I don't have the idea of loving you at the moment." Fang Yi smiled faintly. He knew very well that his aunt was out of indifference and did not want to be alone, so she always wanted to be a mediator. However, he does not have the idea of loving him at the moment. "Brother, you've heard the phone." Fang Yi's mobile phone on the wooden table next to him shook a few times. There should be something to worry about. Fang Yi picked up his cell phone and looked at it. He was so excited that he called him. His eyes slightly moved, and he clicked the 2 of them and then connected the phone to the other side. "Captain Fang, I'm sorry for trying to defeat you this late. We have a good reputation for the throne you mentioned before. There are about 50 thrones all over the world. Currently, there are 7 in the Xia territory." After receiving Fang Yi's message, the Linghui Association immediately conducted an investigation around the world. It is true that the throne's descending was not accidental. In their eyes, it was more like a certain omen, but the specific one was not clear about the Spear Association. "We want to call a meeting to discuss this matter. The meeting location is Taiji. Invite the team leader from all over the Ling Association to come. Do you have any time to come to join?" The Spirit Conference was very polite. The meeting location was set at Taiji, which obviously centered on Fang Yi. The team leader has been planning to open for a while. For example, the team leader of each city has matured. It is not easy to maintain a city and move so much first. There are all the team leaders in each city who are qualified to participate in the meeting. Most of them are amazing, and there are even magical 8 stars. If you want to say there is any problem, it is probably because there are too many comments and they're dissatisfied with each other. Taijili Association. Meeting room. For this meeting of the leaders of all parties, Taiyu packed out a brand new conference room that had never been used. All the chairs were newly bought, and at first glance, they were very charming. The leaders of each city went in one after another. These people represented the strongest standards of each city. At this moment, they all surpassed the 7 stars of the axe and were very stable and had extremely strong combat capabilities. Even in the battle, they were still at the upper and middle level. Excellent has awesome stars. At this moment, the team leaders just sat down in their respective positions. Suddenly, they realized that there was nothing in opposition. The 2 people who came in at the back looked at each other, and their faces suddenly fell down. Fang Yi stepped into the meeting room. When I walked into the only empty space in the conference room, it was also the main seat, the highest point of the round table. As he walked past the leaders, the storm of raging flames suddenly ceased, as if a tyrant king's hand had strongly pressed them down. The shaking table returned to normal, and the overflowing tea was wiped and replaced. The 2 breaths were quietly smoothed out without a sound. The team, who was affected by the wetness, changed the trousers again. When he came back, he found that the conference room was unexpectedly harmonious, and the harmony was a bit different. He looked at the purity-faced team leader, unable to touch his head. The team leader, who had just 2 fighting methods, was sitting obediently on a block, as peaceful as a chicken. Didn't you almost lift the roof of the room? What did you suddenly figure out? Reconcile? After sitting down in a daze, the captain suddenly realized there was a figure in black on the main seat that had been empty. The black-haired man sat there, expressionless and extremely strong air. In front of him, all the arrogant team leaders were extremely well-behaved. Of course, without the leader of the team, this family will be dispersed long ago. At this moment, the Lingsong Association's specialists were filled with tears in their hearts. These arrogant and domineering team leaders, one of whom is powerful and has no one in sight, is almost overwhelming the roof of the house. Without the team leader's court, he really doesn't know what to do. This world still has to be a practical word. The current situation of the Spirit Association, it is really not a simple matter to control these team leaders. As our advances become stronger and stronger, the spiritual alliance will become weaker and weaker in these places. The team leader planned to delay progress and return to the spiritual association. But the personalities of some team leaders are really difficult to say. Alas, thinking of this, the Ling Association's specialist couldn't help but sigh again. It is true that many team leaders are dedicated to the country and be loyal to the world, and cannot be killed with one stone. But those who do not accept discipline are actually very important. Fortunately, we have team leader. For these thrust team leaders, teammate only needs a slight move to cure them. If you get this team leader, what will you ask for? Ahem, everyone is here, so let's start the meeting, right? The Lingsong specialist looked at Fang Yi. After Fang Yi pointed his head and agreed, he continued. This time the land fell on the throne of Xia. There are 7 in one piece. According to our first investigation, these thrones may have mastered ancient power, and the targets selected by the throne will have a sudden and violent force. At present, based on the information we have obtained, a throne representing the Thunder Core appeared near the Taichuan Expressway, and now sitting on it is a piece of gourd vine. Gourd vine? Gourd vine, gourd baby, 7 of them on one vine. Is that gourd vine? When the team leader heard this, a familiar song appeared in the sea of mind and couldn't help but hum. He hummed it. He found that the big guys were very serious, and their voices were getting smaller and smaller. All the team leaders didn't say anything, but browed. This information is incredible. Ancient power? Giving to Hulu Vine? Isn't this a waste of resources? The team leader who opened his mouth slightly disdained. Indeed, if the throne really saves such a powerful change in the world, it should allow those with ability to take over. I also think that since I have discovered it, I should take over that throne directly and use it to enhance our own strength. Most people have the same idea. The ancient power, although the spirit association is just a pen, all of us here have enjoyed the great improvement of the world and have a deep understanding of the powerful power of spiritual recovery. Since the throne is so harmful, there are naturally other better ways to deal with it. If it is poured into an ordinary gourd vine, if this is transmitted to other countries, it will probably be laughing out loud. In general, a gourd vine is not worthy of the throne, nor is it worthy of enjoying any ancient power. This is what the team leader thinks. Dear team leaders, don't underestimate this gourd vine. The members of the Spirit Association knew their thoughts well, and their eyebrows were slightly snaked. Because the Spirit Association is thinking this way. But if they can do it, how could they announce this news here? The throne landed. Our people had approached there. Now, that mountain area has turned into a turmoil. As the specialist explained, he pressed the remote control, and a photo was projected on the large screen. It was the mountain marked by E in front of him, but looked unrest. When he went ahead, the throne had just subsided. If he hadn't been very sensitive to the thunder, ordinary people would not have been able to detect the power there. But now, the entire gourd vine turned into a thunder forbidden zone. The thunder power was dispersed, and only when it was approached, it would shock the members of the Spirit Association. That is the ancient thunder power with great might and supreme power, just a single length, and can easily kill and die first. The place where the gourd vine is located is the center of the throne. Even if it is in, it will be instantly obscured. How powerful the ancient thunder is. At present, the Western countries have called them lords to the throne. They call them lords, which means the masters who control a certain power. If they say this gourd vine is the Thunder Lord. The voice of the Ling Association's specialist was very light, which caused a sensation in the hearts of the people. Thunder Lord? Everyone was shocked. So what about their power? At least on the spirit creation. The person who spoke was not a specialist, but on the independent seat. Fang Yi opened his mouth lightly. His words are more convincing than those of the Spirit Association. Suddenly, Fang Yi's eyes flashed, and something came to his mind at that moment. If it were on the throne, the ancient and pure power of the natural powers, the real power of these lords should not be underestimated. Come on, they have the power to govern everything. At that time, everyone's faces changed. Host, rule, everything? What a powerful force that would be. Just hearing it makes people feel hot and bloody. Instantly, a touch of hot color ignited the eyes of all team leaders. Too intimidating. No one can resist this confusion. On the screen, the gourd vine was as bright as it was. Standing on the throne, the radiant light covers the entire bare mountain. This is the manifestation of powerful power, surging and invisible. Ancient power, the forbidden power of thunder. No one is not moved by this power. That is a treasure that descended from heaven. If it hits the head, who can immediately ascend to the realm of spirit? A huge machine will hit the face. I can really get on it. Such an order is hard to come by. Even if it is as strong as a burial, it is probably impossible to see it. It's a pity, the leader said lightly. Such a magical power has chosen an ordinary gourd vine. Should I say absurdity, or is it unpredictable? The young man was also a little taller, and his eyes showed a passionate desire. The throne is now a big killer. The ancient taboo power and high attributes it comes with are something that ordinary people dare not even think of. You can get a single gourd vine, so why can't they? Ahem. Suddenly, the Ling Association specialist coughed slightly. This sound was like a basin of cold water, which briefly extinguished the heat in their eyes. The Ling Association's specialist continued. Now, those thrones fell outside the country, and I'm afraid that a group of terrifying squads will be born. At that time, the situation in the entire quartet will be moving. However, there's another point that I must tell the throne. At present, there are 7 thrones falling in Xia, but we only found the throne of thunder, and the 6 thrones are all silent. Maybe in the throne, it is not certain that someone knows it or not. As the vocals fell, his eyes flashed. The captains looked at each other and saw the same suspicion in each other's eyes. The throne, containing some ancient power, comes to see. If it is like the thunder throne, and the people are settled at the moment of landing, then what if it is not there? A throne of nobility. Who saw it? Don't want to sacrifice it for yourself. To take a step back, even if you can't afford it for yourself at the moment, it may not be necessary in the future. If you can one day yourself, then wouldn't you reach the sky in one step? Maybe among the people on the scene, there are many people who have such ideas. I don't mean it, I just made a little joke. The specialist smiled. After getting the place where the throne fell, I secretly kept not reporting. I can make a profit every day, and I can make a profit from it. This kind of thing is very consistent with human nature and is considered a dilemma. After the spirit association, specialist picked it up and said it. This turned into a shock. If you dare to be jealous of not hiding your own privacy, you must be prepared to be investigated. The specialist swept the expressions of all the team leaders and did not find out why it was strange. So he smiled and skipped the topic, leaving only one sentence. The spiritual association will pay close attention to the movements of the Hulu vine. Dear team leaders, please also help us pay attention to whether there are thrones in the city. If there is a throne falling, please notify the spiritual association as soon as possible. The meeting ends here. After leaving the headquarters of the Taisher Spirit Association, Fang Yi refused the invitation from the Spirit Association to drive him to leave and walk back to his villa alone. The magic of the divine sun swallowing the sky. After obtaining this technique, Fang Yi had already realized the difference between Shun Yang swallows the heaven and Golden Yang. That is, the difference between absorption speed and devouring and digestion. As Yin Shi said before, he had just transformed into Jin Yang and breathed with the rules of Jin Yang. And now he transformed into Shun Yang and swallowed the spirit that violently swallowed the heaven and earth. Rush. Fang Yi seemed to transform into a Yang god, and bright golden light emitted from his body, which looked like a pool of boiling golden water. In the water, it absorbed the energy transmitted from the thunder, and the energy gathered at Fang Yi's head without any loss. In that moment, the mountains, rivers, green forests, and winds, and the heavy rainstorm was in full bloom. After the exercises evolved, I felt unusual and unpredictable. For example, when I said that I used a straw to wash the spirit before, and it took a lot of time to wash the dust, then now, after changing to a higher level of exercises, the energy absorption level is like a pure spirit brushing the body under the head of a waterfall. It's so cool. So cool. Fang Yi raised his head, and the golden light burst into flames. In the heavy rain, the spirits gathered to me. At that moment, Fang Yi even felt that he had touched the next level door. Spirit creation /star. This speed is terrifying. You should know that every breakthrough in the spiritual realm requires extremely powerful spiritual energy. It takes a long time for ordinary people to prepare this spirit. Just a few months and a few years. The essence of heaven and earth is abundant, but not everyone can absorb it into the human body, and even most of the spirits cannot be used by people and can only pass away in vain. Even the exercises that absorb human bodies require complex movements and crocodiles to have the chance to be absorbed by human bodies. The higher the exercises, the higher the conversion rate. The golden breathing method has been achieved by 99%. The method of swallowing the sky on the god sun was even more effective in this foundation. The thunder god limit can actually improve the magical skills and break through the extreme limit. From a certain meaning, this kind of exercise is simply inferior to the divine exercises. With the help of the divine swallowing heaven and the help of this thunderous power, Fang Yi murmured in a low voice. He has only broken through the spirit creation realm. But the one star who breaks through the spirit creation realm is more than 10 times more than the spirit realm of the magic axe realm. In short, it means constantly breaking through from the magic star to the realm of spiritual creation. Even if the spirit of heaven and earth is a sea, it must be sucked dry and moved. No vampires can suck them. Of course, the spiritual recovery has not yet subsided, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is limited. But even if it is limited, it is inseparable from the many pioneers and is inexhaustible. Fang Yi's absorption is nothing. So, Fang Yi sat in the thunderstorm and began to crazily absorb the spirit. I don't know how long it has been. The magnificent spirit-shaped thundering force, blending into the golden light without any effort, instantly turning Fang Yi into a terrifying sun god. The golden light penetrated the sky, the thunder stormed, and looked incomparable. Fang Yi took a deep breath. The spirit-creating star is here. Above the top, the magic axe with rock tiles had changed, turning into a divine flap released with golden light. The extreme properties and thunder in the sky surged in the divine air, like a brilliant river of spirit. Rise, the third realm. At present, the pioneers in the Xia realm are only in the first realm. There are only the big men in the military area in the existence of the second realm. That's it. Fang Yi has not seen those big shots in the military yet. In the past few city crises, the military was unable to see it. It's not that they don't want to, they really can't. Very simple, two are original. First, we will join forces with the army to manage the army, explore the mysterious, forbidden area, and be in charge of the city crisis. If something happens in the city, we will ask the army for help. It is not as simple as calling. Among them, a series of complicated procedures have to be followed. If it is truly implemented, the crisis may have been resolved by the military. This kind of process is complicated and has to be dealt with. Regular programs can avoid various worse results as much as possible. Behind each program, there is its story. This is also the fundamental reason for the pioneers of the Spirit Association and the implementation of the team leader's plan. As for the second point, it is even simpler. The change of heaven and earth is not as simple as humans see it. It is abnormal, and the tide of the beast is also fierce. These are just a crisis for the city. In the places where humans cannot see, the mountains and fields are everywhere. Under the sea, in the deep impurity, it is pitch black in front of you, and you cannot see the future. There must always be someone who becomes the pioneer, lights the torch, and comes out to explore. For ordinary people, it is the first step to step into the martial arts practice, and feel the changes in the world. For most people who are protected behind them, it is even more a step ahead to take the safe zone first. A living life and bloodless life will turn the unknown danger into known safety. This is the mission undertaken by the military region. If the military stops expanding outside, the world changes, and the spirit phylums and phylaxis grow. These things have power and will only be able to gain human roots step by step. In the end, they will become like in many science fiction novels. Human beings lose the sky and hide in the underground. This is not what they want to see. Therefore, the important task of suppressing the shoulders of the military has always been to explore those mysterious areas that have emerged after the great changes in the world, and to make it a safe place suitable for most people to survive. More importantly, those mysterious areas are not all safe, and there may be even more terrifying existences in it. The military region still has to be responsible for the town to press these things. Only when the front is strong can you have the qualifications to live a stable life later. 3 days later, there was a thunderstorm. It seems that I still have to work hard to become stronger. Fang Yi showed the accurate information collected by the Spirit Association and said on his own. 3 days pass quickly. The night is dark, and dark clouds are everywhere. All the sounds are gone. Only the explosion of the group of thunder was left. Rush! The rough thunder hit, and everything turned into ashes. This is a thunderous change in a forbidden area. At this moment, everyone has been cleared, with only Yifang below. What a majestic thunder! Fang Yi looked at the sky. His eyes were fierce, and the rough thunder reflected in his eyes. His eyes were even hotter than the person he looked like. Fortunately, there is no one around at this moment. If someone sees it, I guess the words will be spread all the next day. The chief of the funeral captor has a thunderbolt. He looked at Lei, just like his wife. Lu Sun once said that if you don't lead a team, you can only die. Regardless of whether it was Lu Sun or not, it was quite right. Fang Yi didn't plan to take on all his responsibilities alone. What a joke. Time is tight, tasks are heavy and repair is not enough. So, it is naturally who can do it. At present, he only has one trusted member of the capital. It's the little spirit. The large-scale abnormality of bats before can be used to allow Ling Hua to handle it by himself and to clean up the store, saving time and effort. What's more, Fang Yi can feel that this little spirit flower is for him. Although it is a flower, it may be better to have a bird-like feeling. Once upon a time, it was just an ordinary country wildflower. Fang Yixian discovered it, cultivated it into an evolutionary spirit plant-like. For example, Fang Yi is its father. What Fang Yineng is sure of is that if he lets it go east, it will never go west. If loyalty has a numerical value, then the numerical value of the spirit flower is already a black blood bar shape. Of course, there's not only one loyal person, but also a novice. Why is Xiaobai not considered a big shot in Yuan Dynasty? Because its intelligence seems to be a little flawed. To be honest, it's too stupid. When Xiaobai was still a little stray dog, his daily life was to urinate a few drops of urine under each wire pole, and then he left with satisfaction. Now it has become a messenger of death. The thing he loves most is to sneak into Fang Yi's room and pee a few times, and then be chased by Lin Yi and beaten up the house. Pure animal behavior. Always the same, but it is undeniable to be loyal. Fang Yi never doubted it. If darkness really comes to arise in the future, these two little things are the trump cards that he can rest assured. If Xiaobai doesn't urinate in his room from now on, he will be even more relieved. In the villa, the soprano that shook the sky and the earth. Xiaobai, you roll me out. Pee on my newly bought blanket. This time I will definitely send you to cut the eggs. You can't even lift your head in the dog's back. The familiar pursuit. One person, one dog, one beautiful woman who watches the scene. Fang Yulan was eating melon seeds with relish, smiling at Lin Yi, chasing Xiaobai and beating him, and she still made a show of the show. Why is a black dog? Do you name it Xiaobai? I don't understand the humor of young people. And I'm here. Fang Yi walked in from outside. His clothes were already wet. Seeing this, Fang Yulan's melon seeds stopped eating. She stepped forward and grabbed his clothes with distress and pulled out a handful of water. It's raining so hard, and your leader will let you come out and have fun. It's really unkind. What's your leader's name? My aunt will report him. This is too bad. The nagging words contained a few long warmth. Fang Yi's temperament couldn't help but feel a little gentle. It's okay with the leader. I'll go to take a shower first. Yes, where is he? My aunt's temperament was relaxed. Oh, killing the dog. Fang, Aunt, you'll be playing tricks, too. I'll let Yi come to the building to find me, and I have something to tell her. Okay. Fang Yulan is a very intimate parent. She never asks something that she should ask, just past the ordinary life of her. The stinger is still injuring people continuously. These wounds will not die, but will continue to bleed. It's just in by Chio's real hesitation. Suddenly, a cluster of fire lights up in the sky. Rush. Then, the fire shone like a knife entering the grass, towards the changing snails, and only heard a crackling sound. Soon, a piece of burnt aroma of roasted protein came from the clouds. In an instant, the sky turned black, which was the burnt color of the skull's body. The next second, the black sluts in the sky fell to the ground, arousing the ordinary people. Bai Chili looked far away in the direction of the flames. I only saw a black back that was leaving, and a tang sword was slapped on my waist. The man should have happened to pass by. He didn't even look back, and he was confident that his sword would definitely solve all the slaughter. Who is he? The questioning thought only appeared for a moment, and Bai Chili immediately had an answer. Tang sword. Cremation. The terrifying power is not to come back. Taisher team leader. The funeral holder. Captain, it seems that he is not asking for help. I just don't know where a fire light came out, which directly cleared the abnormality in the area around me. I am. So much. We are so much. Bai Chuli looked at the back and left, murmured in a complicated manner. It's the chief of the burial list. I said, the chief of the burial list happened to pass by, so he solved it for us. We won't consider asking for help. Just do it. The ears became quiet for a moment, and I could hear a few thick breathing sounds of panting like a cow. Depend on the funeralist. The news of the Pacific commander. He just passed by and took action at will to solve the trouble. They wanted to ask for help. This is really a hot pussy. The burialist is awesome. In an instant, the sudden silence came immediately, and the burst of hot calls came. The team members were so excited. At this moment, Bai Qiuzhen heard the excited voice of the team members coming from the ears, and watched Fang Yi's back gradually disappear at the junction of heaven and earth. Really? Fang Yi's daily good deeds today, square root originally. It was just a journey, and he just heard a buzzing selves. Fang Yi, who has always been stinging mosquitoes, took action. Unexpectedly, the members of the destroyer team saw it in their eyes and remembered it in their hearts. Impression score plus 10,086. It only took 20 hours to let Lin Yi hear the news. Lin Yi came to fight back. Cousin, I have news here. So fast. Fang Yi was a little disgusted. Although Xiao Dao is fast to spread news, you're too fast, right? City. Rumble. The aircraft swept across the sky, glided on the grass for a period of time, and finally landed in the ground. When they got off the plane, everyone's eyes silently looked at a young man and woman. The man was wearing a black shirt and his back was upright, looking extremely mysterious. The woman was wearing a cotton and linen dress, and her black hair was loosely tied up with a green hairpin. Her pretty face was plain and beautiful without applying makeup, making her look unobstructed. Well, the golden boy and the jade girl. Love must be a little love. It's so eye-catching. The gossip of the people is burning. After talking, I saw the girl talking. Lin Yi was calling, and the person on the phone was not sure what she said. She covered the tube and said to the man in a fashionable clothes beside her, "Brother, let's go directly." "Yes." Fang, he pointed his head slightly. Click. A heartbreaking sound came. It turns out that it is not love, it is brother and sister. It's good for brothers and sisters. The kind of intimacy that comes from family members is better than love. After the meeting, the two of them got on the tent car with everyone's hot sight. I told them that I came here as a personal identity and only brought a friend. They could take us to find the throne and see what happened to that genus. However, the romance was also alert and refused to tell me the position of the throne, saying that we would have to wait until we were over before we had a detailed chat. Lin Yi talked with the person who told me all the way. The other party refused to reveal the position of the throne to her at all. It was normal for the partner to be accustomed. After all, the current information on the throne was like a gold mine, which was absolutely private. Such a treasure. It would be difficult for you to have any evil intentions after you know it. Go and have a look first. Fang Yi sat in the back seat and closed his eyes to rest. The city's scheduled vehicle efficiency is very high. In less than 10 minutes, we came to the meeting address provided by the other party. This place is far away from a city. There are not many stores that are open along the way, and all of them are closed. It is obvious that it is only afternoon, and there are no pedestrians on the street. Even after they got off the car, the driver stepped on the gas door and ran away with smoke. He didn't dare to keep it for too long, as if he was afraid of getting into trouble. Lin Yi glanced at the only store open on the video. Time Beverage, an open sign is hanging at the door, indicating that you are working. In addition, there is no customer in the restaurant, and there is no difference between not opening the door. Cruff. The two of them walked in, and the old door made a harsh sound. Not only were there no guests, but there were no people at the front desk. At this moment, a slight click came from behind, and the sound was light, and the ears that could not escape from the first move. The door was locked. Then, several men in black walked out of the dark place and looked at the two of them with a bad expression. Is it her? I can't imagine that she looks pretty. Lin Yi frowned slightly, and the feeling these three people gave her was very poor. In the middle of the light, a thought flashed through her brain. Are you the ones you contacted with me? Are you deliberately cheating us here? Among the three, the young man in charge was a little disgusting. He looked at Lin Yi and said frivolously, "You are quite sensitive. So, you have already controlled the advancement here. Those who learned about the throne have been imprisoned by you, right? Judging from the way, We have been walking by your nose. Lin Yi's pretty face sank with naked eyes. Although she has a good temper, her husband only looks at her family. The kind of person in front of her is obviously not good. Was it a trap from the beginning? No. They didn't have to spread fake news to come in on their own. This would increase the risk of exposure. So at first someone should have really reported it and they took over it after they found out. So, there's only one problem now. This group of people who have cheated themselves here can't be just to surprise her, right? In the sky, a cloud flew over, blocking the sunlight and shading the shadows like ink. But this yin is not as dark as Lin Yi's face. Now, Lin Yi's pretty face completely sank. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she was filled with an irritability that could blow up the earth at any time. If you dare to cheat me again, I will cut off your tongue at a little bit. She finished speaking. The man in black and his hand shook hard. So terrible. You might as well kill me directly. I will take you there. The place where he hides is very concealed. Without our faces, you can't get in even if you know how to rest. Lin Yi glanced at Fang Yi and Tingyan. Fang Yi was slightly contemplating. This person should be just a little guy under the hands of Genshin. He was beaten like this, so there's no need to expose any ruthlessness. After all, my cousin looks like a female demon now. He sold the genus roots, and it is hard to say whether the genus roots will kill him. But after being cheated once and again, Lin Yi might really cut off his tongue. Between Zhongye and the tongue, he finally chose the tongue. Take the way. Fang Yi's voice fell. A thud. Lin Yi opened her hands relaxed, and the young man in black smashed to the ground. His face was twisted in pain, but he didn't dare to give up a single fart. He reached out and rubbed his, but that was almost broken into 2 petals. He climbed up freely from the ground, covered his folded arms, and limped out. Come with me is a city made of alleys. The streets may not necessarily be connected to Romans, but the streets can be connected to the mountains. The deserted streets were filled with people, and they turned and broke through several alleys, and they even arrived on the streets of the district as soon as they left. From the village to the city, you only need to pass through a few alleys. Baqiao Street. This is a very famous street. It is said that 80% of the bars are all bars, from clear bars to nightclubs, and there are even beautiful underground bars that became popular during the period of the country's ban. Fang Yi and the others followed the man in black to step onto the street, and Lin Yi raised her eyebrows and grabbed the man in black's arm. The head of an underground organization is born. Will it appear at this time? You shouldn't want to fool me again, right? Lin Yi shrunk her white fist. If you cheat me again, you will also make your other eye look blue. Auntie, you're gonna cut my tongue. How dare I cheat you? I don't want to die. The man in black was crying. Lin Yi looked suspicious. You'd better be, otherwise. That's when the bar door next to it suddenly opened, and a small figure ran out from inside. She saw the man in black, who was beaten to the point of being beaten blue. There was a flash of light in her eyes, and she ran towards Lin Yi. Hello, are you the one who is too hot? She lowered her voice. Who are you? Lin Yi browed. She was just cheated, and now she has a little PTSD. There will be another trick, right? My online name is really cute. We contacted online. Are you going to find Kang and Sheng now? Wang Yuanyuan bit her lip and looked at Lin Yi's weak appearance. She had no doubt that the man in black had caused the injury to her. It was obvious that the boy in fashionable clothes behind her was dry. Finally, the man in black took them to stop in front of a single villa. The security guard at the door was actually a first-class leader in the Wonder Realm, although his star level was very low. How did you do this? The security guard looked at the black-clad wolf's expression and spoke in confusion. Before he finished speaking, he turned his eyes and lost his mind. The man in black saw Lin Yi's eyes trembling when she saw Lei Ting's attack. Lin Yi leaned coldly. Swallow the face and take us in. I have to say that Lin Yi, who had a pretty face on her top, made a cold expression, was still very intimidating, especially with the feeling of a cold-blooded female killer. Yes, the man in black slapped his face, his iris was verified, and after a while, the iron door finally opened in front of him. As he said, it is necessary to verify when entering the villa. If the security guard reports, no one will run away when they enter. Of course, It is okay to melt the door directly, but this door will alert and prevent people from entering. After entering, the ginseng ran away. This is the reason why spiritual associations do not easily move these local organizations. Without all preparations, it is easy to surprise the snake. Brother, before this root generation is first, it will not be a road like gurus, right? Look at this villa. It's not a big money. Who can afford to live? Lin Yi looked at the unique villa in front of her, with her eyelids twitching slightly. It's more luxurious than the one I give to my cousin. No, what did he hate? Well, there's only one possibility that he can quickly gain his own strength after becoming the first step, and his energy will be quite high before he develops to this level. Fang Yi. The most important thing in building strength is human resources. Ordinary organizations are difficult to resist the enlistment of the spiritual association unless there is a particularly large brain wash bag, such as the Tianchuan Church in Sichuan. The genitals of the Spirit Association were born under the nose of the Spirit Association, and they could still hold on to these first steps. They could only explain that these people were following him before, and they were still devoted to it. It's great to live in this way. I really want to open my eyes to his house. Lin Yi muttered in a low voice. Except for the security guard at the door in the villa, there was no obstacle after entering the villa, and there was no one in the garden. I guess the genus has thought that there are people at the door to monitor and iris lock, so there's no need to waste manpower. Fang Yi and Lin Yi came to the villa smoothly. Do you still have to brush your face next? Lin Yi asked. No, the guards are all at the door. Those who can pass through the door are credible. The man in black said halfway through his words, and then he fell down. Lin Yi's hand knife has not been put down yet. The plum blossoms opened twice. It's ridiculous that someone will fall under the incoming tricks. Bang! Lin Yi kicked open the villa door with one foot. At the end of the day, the busy people in the villa stopped. They were just opening the party and were suddenly interrupted, and they didn't get over the gods for a while. When they saw them coming and the dancing model screamed, picked up his clothes, and ran away, leaving only music hanging in his ears, a noisy DJ, and the DJ was also confused. Who? Are you here to join the party? When they saw Lin Yi clearly at the door, their eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl. Lin Yi is white, tall and thin, with a convex figure. She has a cold and cool temperament. She likes to wear new Chinese styles and has a rare classical temperament. She used to be trapped when she was walking on the road and wanted to sign her to be an anchor. But when I saw the depression in her body, I felt the breath of premature dysfunction. Everyone's face changed. 7 stars of ghosts. The man in black clothes behind her was unclear and didn't know what level of purity was, but he felt very scary. Hurry, let me know the boss. They couldn't take care of the clothes and directly pulled out their respective martial arts. Some were used to be spiritual and some used cold warriors. At this time, cold warriors were more useful than hot warriors, because ordinary Zisho was so difficult to deal with. A group of people stare at Lin Yi and Fang Yi tightly, like a big enemy. Who are you? Did the Spirit Association send you here? Haha, the Spirit Association finally can't help it. We have sent someone to find the boss. Don't kill us. Someone can no longer bear the begging. Being loyal is important, but you can't always pay your life. Hurry. Lin Yi's eyebrows were slightly bent. Before coming, Fang Yulan sent her a message asking her brother and sister to go back for dinner. Fang Yulan is much more terrible than what kind of roots grow. The man wore a bitter face. It's not that he can tell whether he is fast or not. Then the old man who runs errands is not fast. At this moment, Fang Yi suddenly felt a familiar and powerful wave, which continued to spread from the backyard of the villa. That's what properties? At this moment, Fang Yi's eyebrows swayed slightly, and his breath instantly sank. Rush! The transparent air, like an invisible chain, was thrown out from Fang Yi and fell on the kneeling pioneers. Swish, 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 swish. Puff! A mouthful of blood came out of the pioneer's mouth. The people widened their eyes and looked at Fang Yi in disbelief, and then they all passed by. In an instant, The ground was covered with white flowers. Lin Yi's beautiful eyes were slightly stunned, and she looked at Fang Yi, about to open her mouth. He heard Fang Yi's order. Contact the association to let them deal with these people. The voice fell, and the next second, he disappeared. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, and her expression became solemn. Is this the position of cousin and the throne? At the back of this villa, there's a barren mountain. It has never been developed or traveled, and the only way to the barren mountain is inside the villa. Buy a mountain and send a villa. In other words, this mountain is born from the root of the genus. When Fang Yi approached the barren mountain, the powerful waves coming from the mountain became even more obvious. Circles of terrifying breaths rippled and kept spreading outward. It is exactly the same as the thunder throne I felt on the highway before. It seems the throne was hidden by him on this mountain. Fang Yi's eyes were slightly moved, and the next moment, he came to the cliff on the top of the mountain. Here the vision is open and the height is high. More importantly, the throne is just under his feet. Now, the whole picture of the wooden throne has been fully revealed in front of Fang Yi. The throne is located on the high stone platform, with vines and thorns everywhere. The sharp thorns grow out of the thorns, and the green juice is dripping, and the thorns are all covered with vines and thorns. It's like a dangerous and thorny road. This scene responds to the saying, the road to the throne is always full of thorns. The middle-aged man in a suit stood in front of the throne. The roots of the genus are born. At this moment, he had several wolf shoes. The ironed western anaconda was pierced by thorns. His feet were covered with red mud on the barren mountains, and his high-end leather shoes were even more thoroughly reported. His face was white, and his eyes were covered with thick red blood. The throne is just in front of him, close to him. When the villa was in contact with Lin Yi, she just called and contacted the Municipal Spirit Association to collect the gang. It was wrong, but after the trouble. Next second, rumble, at this moment the earth was shaking. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, you could see an inexplicable force boiling in the mountains behind, with green light surging. A green column of light shines through the clouds and penetrates the sky. This is the throne started to recognize the master. I wonder what happened to my cousin. Lin Yi's eyes moved. Uncommon people on the street saw this scene. They stared at them forgetting to walk, and even the cars on the road stopped, and the drivers took out their phones. Photographed, uploaded. Love is a green light. Damn, why is the sky green? Will God be constipated? The rain in the past is not diarrhea. I know you're very good at speaking. Please don't talk first. I'm eating. What's even more shocking is the pioneer in the city. At this moment, their eyes were full of shock and unbelievable. Why did such a powerful energy fluctuation occur in the city? This powerful force that shook the sky was definitely not possessed by the first and second realms. Could it be that they really surrendered to a throne without knowing it? The world is vast and green is blocked, and the source of green light, the throne filled with thorns and vines, was scattering strong waves with immense power and was scattering goodwill towards the spirit. In the air, halfway through the spirit, he suddenly stopped moving, and his petal turned toward Fang Yi and swayed lightly, as if a well-behaved little girl wanted to do something and seek a better intention. Ling Yu asked Fang Yi's opinions. Go. Fang Yi had a slight head, and the white spirit around the soul scattered and floated towards the throne. Fang Yi stood at the throne and a step away, watching the spirits fly away. Since he was not interested in this wooden throne, the throne did not reject him as it did when it entered the Thunder Throne. The reason for the deeper relationship is that Fang Yi's yang attribute is too strong, and the wooden attribute is impossible to move in the face of yang attribute. It was swallowed a little bit. The spirit gradually merged into the green light. The grand breath subsided, as if separated by an invisible barrier. The spirit and the throne should be connected directly, and the airplane released was not as strong as it was at first. At this moment, a roar that broke the sound came from the side. The roots of the genus are almost going to be crazy. He stared at the throne that had rejected him. Since he received this throne, he had fantasized about how he became the Lord many times. He wanted the spirit to surrender to his feet. He wanted the entire Xiagua to be the leader, and all the buried persons and soldiers were worthy of being a knife in his hand. He would lead Xiagua to be the king and bully, with countless money and women. All his original ideas have now been destroyed. Destroy this ordinary wild flower. I can't compare to a Sioux. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The red eyes of the genus grow red, and at this moment he completely lost his mind. His palm face down, and a wisp of earthy yellow light appeared from his palm. Crack! The next second, a huge golden fist condensed, and the waves caused by the fire broke out, and the ancient trees on the back mountain broke directly. Earth properties. Under the urging of the roots, the golden fist, like a hill, suddenly opened, holding the empty space and exerting force. Click! The next second, the air blew up, and the fist broke the thorn with a thunder, and it pierced the road under Fang Yi's foot. A huge sound that was as deep as thunder came up. This is the sound of the earth crack. The next second, on Fang Yi's head, a golden fist condensed by earth attributes penetrated through the empty space. The golden scent is like a golden scent, full of a strong sense of power. The nature of the earth is already engaging in power. At this moment, under the full force of the sequel, this force is even more striking, more powerful than the mountain sect. I killed you. Jigen was covered in blood and roared like a heartbroken. He hated this little man, and he brought the wool in here. If he hadn't, he would have time to let the throne recognize him. So it's all his fault. Rush! The golden fist was violent, smashing the air and smashing it down. The power of the destruction was thrilling and rolling up a powerful storm. The light man seemed to have no time to react and was swallowed up by the wind in an instant. No, wait. The flying birds were shocked from the forest, and the mountains and trees were destroyed by the wind. It's dark and dark. Only the figure stood still, without any hair. The pupils are reduced by the root cause. Why? Why isn't it useful? He used his punch to exert the spirit of the axe 8 stars. With one punch, the fist wind covered it, like a craze in the sky. It was impossible for him to hide from his pressure. Zhu Jinsheng had no time to think. As soon as he became ruthless, his hands shone brightly again. Another punch. Rush. The surface was sunken, and the cracks spread like spider nets, but they stopped abruptly when they arrived in front of Fang Yi. Bang! Next second. I don't know what happened, but Qi Jinsheng was forced to retreat by a huge force. Several deep traces appeared on the ground. Qi Jinsheng took a few steps back and forth, and his chest was sank. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spit out, smashing into the soil, and soon dyeing the soil black. Zhu Jinsheng was slightly stunned. He immediately touched his face, full of blood. It is conceivable that his whole body is now covered in blood. He was spitting blood on others? At this moment, the huge pain finally came to his senses and gradually returned to the sacrificial, 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 sacrificial sac. You? Who are you? The roots of the genus were growing, and the eyes were about to break. He looked at the leisurely man in front of him, and his clothes were neat, and he didn't look at him at all from head to end. A huge fear suddenly rose in his heart. The voice fell. The gentleman seemed to notice his existence. Finally, he turned slowly, and behind his tall back was a slightly cold face. He looked down at the genus of the genus, as if he was watching a dead dog that kept jumping around, pulling out a knife from his sweater with his fingers. At this moment, his body was full of golden light and eyes, which was billions of times stronger than the genus of the genus of the genus. Tang Dao, Yang property, the burialist, the Qing Jin froze when it was born. Now, his eyes were full of terror. At the moment when Tang Dao appeared, the air was ignited in an instant. The scorching pattern jumped too much, so it blocked the sunlight, causing the world to dim. This moment, the pupils of Qin Jinsheng were tightened, and he finally confirmed the other party's identity. The funeralist. That monster that is too. How'd you lead him to? The Tang sword buried with a knife in the news is now close to you. Even the roots of the genus can clearly see the patterns that flow continuously on the island. He didn't think he could be this opponent. It's hard to blame. It's hard to hit him with all his strength, and he didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. It's hard for him to use his own tricks, and he was instantly swept and retaliated against himself. Fang Yi looked too young. Compared with Qi Jinsheng, who had intermiddle age, he was simply a student. Usually, there was a strong contrast between students and adults, but at this moment, Qi Jinsheng, who was in a tent and privately hiding the throne, was trembling slightly. He was afraid. Jinsheng once heard his subordinates joke about a popular online review. When you stand behind the funeralist, you will feel 100,000 peace of mind, and if you unfortunately stand on the opposite side of him, you will be caught in the face. At this moment, he was so angry, as if a man who could not swim alone fell into the sea, facing the sea alone. He didn't know what he was going to face next, but the only thought in his heart was very clear. All the buried people came. He can't live anymore. At this moment, he really felt the desperate hope of the gangster. The last look that Qi Jinsheng saw. It was Fang Yi slightly raised the knife. Swish! A fine line was drawn in the air from the long knife. Instantly, the light was swallowed by the flames, and the scorching high temperature instantly melted his dress, dissipating a strange smell. Puchi Chai. In front of him, the eyes that were born with a genus lost their energy and burned in the fire, like a fireman, evaporated the moment the blood flowed out. Whispered in, the roots of a genus are born and die. Your time is over. Fang Yi looked at the human-shaped gray in front of him. Because the burning speed was too fast, Qi Jinsheng could not even have time to shout, which was more peaceful than the corpse in the incineration furnace. Such a person is more meaningless than killing a chicken. If a little brother who had been born in the genus at this time saw this scene, he would probably be shocked and fainted. Their big brother, a master of great power, was once a genius, and had refused to pass the spiritual association, and was killed so easily. It's easier than crushing a thorn to death. Who can bear this? Fang Yishuan became stronger than when he killed Yu Fengjiang before. If he hadn't wanted to make Qi Jin live and die a little uncomfortable, he wouldn't even want to draw out the magazine Tang sword. With breathing, you could suppress the other party and bleed with 7 strokes. It is also true that Kazu Jinsheng is dead. If he knew Fang Yi's thoughts, he would probably not want to live. Swish dash. Using the remaining fire to burn the dust on the knife, Fang Yi made a gesture of putting the knife back and inserted the Tang sword back to his waist. At this moment, his eyes fell on the throne again. He didn't get a vision just now because he wasn't alone. He was only thinking about one problem. Green light. A small white flower sways with its wind, and its tender petals are emitting. This moment, the mountain behind it shook slightly, and a green light rippled out wavy patterns. Green plants break through the surface, turn over the soil, face the scorching sun, and use the surplus of wood as feeding materials to spread dense branches. The spirit flower inherited the throne of wood, but the power of the scattered silk can make plants bloom everywhere. The power in the throne is extremely great, and it cannot leave here until the spirit flower finally absorbs it. The green light in the sky shocked the ordinary people in Yuan City. The vines are long, green, and the grass is lying on it, and the flowers growing in the cylindrical building are back. Qinwu, is this green light a nectar from the sky? The green coverage rate in Yuan City rose from 30% to 80%. What magic is this? Mom, can this light grow quickly? Ordinary people can only see the green light and green. Only pioneers can see the wooden images on the throne. But this might as well make them very big, and many people have taken out their phones to take pictures of the sky. Little guy, you're very lucky. After leaving the throne, Fang Yi, who had seen the spirit flower being recognized by the wood-type throne, was in a bit complicated at this moment. Before the Linghuan knew about him, she revealed her dependence on him, just like an ignorant child. Now Linghua needs to stay here to receive irrigation from the throne, and he has to return to Taichung. This is the first time that people and flowers are separated. This feeling is a bit like parents sending their children to study in other places, which is a bit subtle. Lightly slam the head. Fang Yi threw this strange feeling out of his brain, feeling helpless. Enjoy your chance. Next time I see you, you should be in the Golden State. After leaving the back mountain, Fang Yi returned the same road and learned that the Ling Association had dealt with the old nest of Qijin. He and Lin Yi got the underground bar under Qigen's name together. Originally, just an ordinary bar. But after being taken down by the genus, it became the basis for the hair development. Now, there was only a big white light on the neon-flashing dance floor. The pioneers under the top stood in a row on the stage one by one, and the top made their faces look white. It was blue and black at the moment, which was obvious at first glance. No need to move. Let's start. The Ling conference staff use a gun to target them. This is a special effect bullet developed by the equipment department for pioneers. It is difficult to kill, but the anesthesia effect is excellent. Even the pioneer of high stars is weak after taking 2 shots. The low stars even sleep in the head. Unfortunately, the consumables are expensive and cannot be produced in batches. The pioneers all started one by one, and a criminal who was waiting to be examined had some evidence on their backs. Therefore, they resisted the official tricks so much. After the spiritual association, they checked them one by one, and there were only 1 or 2 things that had not done anything that harmed the heavens. The 2 were released at a low price, but also sent specialists to supervise. As for the others, old things are all brought. The cars escorted to these pioneers were all those special cars, which looked like an iron suitcase, and there was no air outlet left. It can be seen how long the Yuanshe Ling Association had been holding this gas. For example, with the help of Fang Yi, this cancer was finally pulled out. For the Yuanshe Ling Association, this is a great thing. Fang Yi looked up at Lin Yi beside him. Sincerely, my cousin is very talented, and her strength is also top-notch in Xia. The only pity is that it has no attributes, but it has no attributes. Will it also mean that it is a white paper, and will it have the chance to use any throne? This is Fang Yi's current conjecture. However, he would not let his cousin experiment. Until the specialist pushed the rack and carried him away, the man was still staring at Fang Yi without looking around, wishing that his eyes would stick to him. It's so awesome. It's mostly just a matter of brain powder. If you're so crazy, it can be considered a unique document from Xia, right? Lin Yi secretly glanced at Fang Yi and found that her cousin was still calm and unmoved. Well, it seemed like she thought it was normal. He sent away the crazy burial chef. The president of Yuanshe Lingsong is here again. Just handed over to the specialist for such a small matter after being kind, but he knew that team leader Fang was here and went there. At this moment, he saw Fang Yi. He looked gloomy and smiled unparalleled. Captain Fang, Cousin Fang, are you going to get married? Do you want to stay for a meal? No need. Also, my surname is Lin. Lin Yi looked helpless. It's fine if you don't deserve to have a name. Can you not even have surname? Oh, Cousin Lin, we have something to discuss with you. You see, Taishu and Yuanshe are not far apart. Your powerful strength is a bit wasteful when you are an ordinary person. I wonder if you're interested. Are you a team leader in Yuanshe? The president of the Yuanshe Lingsong Association saw Lin Yi looking at him more and more. He is talented and powerful. Most importantly, he is still the team leader's direct cousin. This relationship is even more eye-catching than the spiritual realm. Thank you now. Lin Yi refused to consider the information and refused directly. The president of the Yuan City Spirit Association made a plan. She heard it in Taishu City. She just hoped to keep her cousin through her relationship. Lin Yi would never defeat her cousin for anything. She would not be in the military, nor would the Spirit Association have to be in trouble. In this way, the Yuanshi Ling Association president invited the team leader to have a chance to defeat again. Thanks to the Yuanshi Ling Association's invitation to eat dinner, Fang Yi and Lin Yi planned to eat evening meals. It's already dark now. If Miss Fang Yulan's mouth could chant their ears out. After getting on the plane, Fang Yi was planning to turn on the flying mode of the mobile phone. At this moment, a piece of news surged in. He looked down, his eyes slightly condensed, and began to unpack the belt of safety. You can get on the side of the army first. I'll go to the army. Military? Brother, is it Sister Gaia? Fang Yi pointed ahead. What Gallon was sent was not different, but an invitation from the military district, inviting Fang Yi to come and explore the mysterious port of the military district. The Star God Army District is located in Daji, not far from Yuan City. Fang Yi got on the train sent by the military region to pick it up and arrived in the territory of the military region in less than half an hour. The soldiers along the way were all military personnel. They were all strong and had enough strength to lead the spirit and cooperate with the personnel. It seems that the general strength of the military is still much higher than that of the spiritual alliance. At this time, the car stopped. Fang Yi got off the car, and suddenly his eyebrows moved and a strong atmosphere came over him, slamming his face. That breath was extremely strong. In an instant, the air shattered, and the spreading air tore the ground, leaving a trace of domineeringness. The person who takes action, at least he is a spiritual realm. Fang Yi's eyes flashed, and he instantly clenched his fingers and punched him in the direction of his heir. Rush dash. Everyone on the scene is full of hair sluts. Along with a pile of old things, the light Fang Yi was alone. Those old men have entered the realm of creation early, and some people are immersed in this realm. At this moment, when they see this kind of green who arrives in the realm of creation, they all show a strange look. Can you resist the situation so light? You should know that the mysterious areas they explore are all places of danger of blood and destruction, and they are also the forefront of spiritual recovery. There is no need to mention the degree of danger. When exploring these places, the mind and nature are indispensable. It is most likely that people can't hold their temper. However, since Mr. Wu called him over, he probably still had someone else, and everyone would not say anything more. Before entering the grave group, they still need to hold a small meeting, mainly to enjoy the information about the grave group. My friend Fang, you are participating in the Mysterious Realms Athletic for the first time. You are still not sure about the characteristics of this mysterious realm. Everyone here is all people who have entered and exited the mysterious realm, and Mr. Wu mainly talks to Fang Yixuan. The mysterious domain appeared 3 times ago. You can understand it as a space crack. There are various terrifying sexual intercourses in it, and various terrifying things have emerged, which are more difficult than the abnormality in the city. The mission of the army is to guard the mysterious domains of various regions. But recently, the frequency of space jumps is very frequent, and areas in various places have begun to become restless, and other regions are constantly appearing. Tomb Group is the most difficult one. There is not much information on our hands at present, but it is clear that there is a power of death. Last time our people were trying to find a terrifying, crying sound. Fang Yi's eyes turned slightly. Is there a spirit inside? Mr. Wu shook his head. I don't know that there is no spiritual energy here to go, because we're also worried about the terrible things that are derived from there. Only 3. Under the training of the mysterious realm, we have all these old things. Mr. Wu was injured by the dark nature before, and his life was in danger. This situation is not the first time, nor is it the last time. They're the top warriors in the military, and even they will suffer. You can imagine how dangerous the mysterious realm is. But despite this, there was still such a group of people who went forward and stayed here, not allowing them to step into the territory of Xia. Every time a mysterious area appears, we have to pay a great price. Last time, in order to explore the southern area, there were countless deaths and life was falling every day. But as long as we live, we will block this group of things outside the Xia country, even if we fight with all our strength. At this moment, the veterans in the military all showed a resolute look. The mysterious areas are not empty. They're more like a channel, connecting other places that are unseen. This crack seems to connect many places, and those places are constantly exploring some terrible spirits. Old Wu's face was solemn. So serious? Fang Yi's eyebrows slightly slapped. It's hard to say that every time there is an unusual movement in the city, the army will be in trouble. It's not that they don't want to do it, but that they are incompetent and exhausted. They are preventing some unknown spirits from reaching the land, and their pressure can't be adjusted. If so, this mysterious realm is much more dangerous than he thought. At this moment, a sudden cold snorting sound was emitted, attracting everyone's eyes. Everyone looked at the door and saw a thin old man walking in with a deep Sichuan-shaped pattern on his eyebrows, which looked like he had a bad temper. When he walked in, his eyes swept over everyone on the scene. When he saw the lightest Fang Yi, his face sank down. He didn't even say a word to Fang Yi, and then walked straight ahead of him. Wait a minute, someone outside the military area reported, breaking the atmosphere between several people. A soldier came forward to report that it was Fang Yi's entrusted thing. Mr. Wu spoke with some doubts. What did you send? Weapons? I think your knife wasn't on you. That's right. Fang Yi pointed at the head. Until the army brought the weapon over, it was a round rotating ball. The meat ball was held in the hands of the military. As a result, when he saw Fang Yi, he suddenly jumped out of the military and headed straight for Fang Yi to hug him. Fang Yi reached out to catch it and rubbed the little dog's head. A dog? You said that the weapon is actually a dog? Everyone was stunned. Zhang Tianyao sneered coldly and was unexpectedly dissatisfied. The other elderly people were also confused. I have seen walking the dog, and I have also seen watching the dog as a life, but I have never seen a mysterious realm, and I have to bring my own pet in it. This is his mother who is fighting for her life. If you send this weapon, you will naturally die. Xiao Yi's appearance is obviously very deceptive, but he doesn't seem to be reliable. Seeing this scene, others couldn't say anything, and even agreed with Zhang Tian a little. Obviously, the appearance of Xiao Yi made Fang Yi feel guilty in their hearts. He shouldn't have entered the mysterious port and have fun, right? Just as the little boy was licking his hands in Fang Yi, an old man next to him suddenly had a slight eyebrows and found that he was not very compatible. A very powerful wave was emitting from the puppy, and that wave force is actually a bit unusual. This is not an ordinary puppy, right? The old man opened his mouth. Everyone also noticed that they were not in a match. They felt it carefully and found that there was a strange fluctuation on the puppy, and this fluctuation was very familiar, similar to the power and breath of death in the mysterious realm. Moreover, the puppy was all black, and every hair on his body was filled with depression and death. The strong breath was even more powerful than the mysterious realm. Wait, just Fang Yi said that he sent this to him. Is this his weapon? It's hard to say. When they saw them all show their striking eyes, Mr. Wu hummed and slowly introduced. Do you think this is just an ordinary puppy? It seems that the Spirit Association sent a report before. You didn't even see a single pressure. That's why you have this preconceived. Then before, the Lord of Darkness descended from the tombstone and was blocked by the burial. The key point to prevent it from surviving was that he was in the puppy. This puppy has brought back the king of nearly Debikayu. Only then can the heaven be saved. As for the sake of the money, it does not belong to you. What? Everyone on the scene was stunned and looked at the puppy with a complex expression. The Lord of Death, a dog? Tomb group arrived. Seeing this deep impurity, Fang Yi finally wondered why this place was called Tomb Group. The dark and purplish-black waves were swelling, and the viscous unknown liquid was boiling and rolling, like a stagnant water that could breathe. On the deep and clear water, there were scattered white spots floating. At first glance, they looked like pieces of white bones, but when you looked carefully, they were scattered into ashes, and the water surface covered a layer like algae. How many ashes do you need to fill such a pool of black water? The black and white color of the spotted geese, dead silent and scattered with a deep pool. It looks like the flood in the myth that flooded the world without the Noah Ark. Everything is obscured in the flood. Everyone was sweating in a cold sweat when they were so depressed. Some of them were affected, and their faces became difficult to look. The first accompaniment is a soul that is extremely sensitive to the great change. Otherwise, he would not have endured the spirit of heaven and became the first accompaniment. The current calm breath obviously makes them uncomfortable. If they stay here for a long time, the living opportunities will be sucked dry. Death, decay, and depressed. It makes people despicable to escape. Fast and quick battle. Wu Laoqiu looked around, always keeping alert, guarding against things that might come out in the dark. The mysterious realm is likely to be guarding some mysterious creatures, which are teachings derived from blood and death again and again. Several trained and teamed up to face the possible crisis from all directions. Although some of them did not recognize Fang Yi, they still placed him in the safest position. There seems to be a mysterious little beast in the tomb group. It should be a non-dominant object at present, and it is for this reason that the crowd came. Zhang Tian took the lead in stepping into the tomb group. When he approached the black shore, the deep water in the pond suddenly boiled. Just around the black pool, Zhang Tianxia gave the order, and many people were ready. But just as they were about to get the black purity edge, a sound of light came out of the black purity. Grudge. A light sound is bubbled. If you're not focused, you will mistakenly think that it is a swelling sound. But just so happened that everyone was in a state of high nerve tension, and Chi-Chi looked at the pool of water. Gurgle. The increasingly dense bubbles sounded, and the whole black dark purplish suddenly seemed to be boiling. The black air gushed, instantly surging over the entire dark and dark sky. What is that? What is this black gas condensed? A human form. Someone looked up in fear, his eyes filled with shock. I saw the black air gushing out, gradually condensed into the shape of a pitch-black giant. It looked down at Zhang Tian and suddenly punched it. Rush dash! The terrifying shock force fell in a vast range, like a mountain pressing down. The powerful pressure collided with Zhang Tian. In that moment, bang! The black bulge quickly expanded, and after waves appeared in the air, all explosions were seen in mid-air, and a violent force erupted. Old Wu's pupils shrink, although he couldn't see clearly what was happening in the specific situation. But just now, the black giant slapped out with his palm, and he actually felt like a mountain in front of him, falling from the sky. Dong! Once the figure flew backwards and smashed the rock wall a few 10 meters away. The smoke rose everywhere. Under the terrifying power, deep traces plowed out on the surface, and the surface was broken. Zhang Tian was actually shot and flew into the wall. Everyone's face changed. The black air scattered. The flames ignited the black air, and it seemed as if a dark rain without water was landed over the entire Black Sea. Rumble. The firelight one keeps exploding, striking the sky. The domineering flames are about to tear every black air, and the rising temperature is unsuitable. The old men were silent, and they suddenly remembered the feeling of the proud face just when the old man introduced it. His surrogate is called the burialist. If you know how his surrogate comes, you will only be more acclaimed than I do. In a fierce fire, the figure's back is as tall as the Tang sword in his hand. A dazzling golden light burst out all over him, and the light was warm and grand. It was a characteristic that only by the ultimate high attribute, Yang attribute. He actually seized such a terrifying attribute. It's hard to say. Mr. Wu would praise him so much. Most of the black gas was burned by flames, but because it was too much, I tried to regain the soil. Facing the dark air that was like a bloody mouth that opened its way towards itself, Fang Yi stood firmly. His hair moved slightly without any movement, but the next second, the majestic golden light burst out from him like a mountain in the sky, crushing the black air. God's day swallows the sky. The sky in the mysterious realm is therefore terrified, and it is not flooded by golden light at all. Just a breathing time. The blackened mist was burned by the power of the sun, and the golden light shone on the sky, incredible charm. It seemed that even the black giant was affected, and the blackness on his body became a little light and turned gray. The black giant was angry, and the place where the golden light shone, the black air, could not condense. I must kill the kid with a knife first. Coincidentally, Fang Yi and it were thinking about it. Fang Yi raised his head and pointed the tip of the knife straight at the black giant. The same moment, the golden light penetrated into the sky, and the black giant collided with the golden figure. The wind rose between the sky, and the sand rolled and flipped. The black giant stomped on the ground with one punch to create a hole in the earth. The surface was sunken, and a big hole suddenly appeared. Its power is very strong, so Fang Yi naturally would not fight it head-on. He immediately avoided the punch and turned around and slashed towards the giant's shoulder. Swish! The sea of fire is surging. The enhanced fire sword can produce heavenly fire with one knife. Combined with the explosion effect of neon, even if it encounters the previous king of attributes, half of the king of attributes can die suddenly. Laugh! The flames burned the giant's shoulders, and only heard the sound of the gas burning. The black giant had no physical body, and its bodies were all made of black air. The black air was much stronger than the black air that Fang Yi had exploded with a knife before. Breaks appeared on the shoulders made of black air, and white smoke appeared. Did you just get injured? Fang Yi frowned slightly. But those old people were extremely shocked, and this scene caused a considerable shock in their eyes. Just now, the giant still had to look at the picture that slapped Zhang Tian with one palm. At present, Fang Yi actually slashed the giant's shoulder with one knife. Old man, your vision is good. This kid is much stronger than us. If you were to send Xiaoguo's hand in the hands of someone like that, you would have hope when you face those disasters. Since that's the case, just use magic to defeat the magic. Fang Yi murmured. He stood in the sea of fire, and suddenly a golden light flashed in his eyes. The next second, a golden sun colossus tore through the sky and stepped out from behind him. Fang Yi's golden disk on his body turned into the god of gold and sun, dispersing all the black gas, and the strong golden light completely exploded. The black gas around him instantly made a hole, and the earth was shaking under his feet. Rush! A bright and smooth road opened in front of the black and white burial, and it actually led to the depths of the tomb group. Just this time, Fang Yi and Lao Fu saw an amazing scene. I saw that a terrifying claw began to stretch out from the tomb group, and the claws were slapped, and their flesh was dry, like a human nail that had grown out of its slurry nails, which was extremely strange. Swish, 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 swish. The sound of the episode starts, and countless terrifying creatures climb up and out under the black tin. They are smooth, as if they're only covered with a layer of skin, which is terrifying, and the speed of climbing up is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was spread all around, surrounding everyone. What is this? I look so disgusting. It makes my skin numb. They emit death breath, but they look like living things. This state of existence is a bit close to the death spirit in the tradition. Even though the old man was fighting, his skin was numb when he saw these things. There will be various things that do not exist in the mysterious field. It is difficult to use scientific explanations. It is even more troublesome that there are too many things in this group. At first glance, the terrifying spirits are all about this kind of terrifying spirit. It seems that if you want to reach the tomb group, you will have to kill a way out. At this time, darkness and death appeared on those terrifying spirits, and the dark pattern appeared, which looked even more mysterious. There is a force above the spiritual realm. Is this group of things absorbing the spirit here? Is it so fast? Only when the spiritual realm is qualified to have the mysterious realm. This is a hard condition, and it is too easy to die if you touch it. Without any words, everyone started to move in a tacit understanding. Without the black gas pressure, the old people also stepped forward and took action to kill those hidden black gas. A terrifying massacre broke out. The sea of fire was like a red storm, filling the entire cave in an instant. A sound of roar exploded from the mysterious and abnormal mouth, and in just a moment, they fell from mid-air as a piece of slaughter and dust. At this time, Fang Yi slashed a soul with one knife. His eyes fell on the other old men. Xiaoguo's old men were still very strong. When he was abnormal with one knife, they actually solved the battle, their speed was amazing, and their methods were also mysterious. The black gun burst into light, piercing through one unusual chest after another, and the blood exploded in the air like rain. It's so scary. In a moment, the terrifying spirit of the pixels was like a pixel point, and it was killed so much. Bang! Fang Yi cut off the last terrifying spirit in front of him. Holding his sword and standing, his eyes slid around him, and his heart couldn't help but move. It is worthy of being the place where Xia people have been exploring mysterious areas. These people have been exploring this crisis and mechanism for many years. It is the top pillar of Xia. The black properties before were restrained by Fang Yi's yang properties, and only Fang Yi was not controlled by black properties. Now that they have lifted the pressure and have fully opened the fire, it is terrible. There were actually 3 old men who solved the abnormal speed faster than you mean. One of the old men shook off his clothes lightly, his eyes as if deep and unreal, scattered with deep and ancient breath. The terrible anomaly before now has now changed the bloody and blood on the ground, and is gradually dissipating. The mysterious spirit of the world was wiped out by many, only 1 or 2, and they were also severely damaged by Fang Yi Jinyang. Those tombstones stand in the darkness, constantly evaporating the breath of death and evaporating the breath of living people. To bring the stone tablets to the Xia kingdom, you must first move them. But these stone tablets are like they grew out of the dark purity. How easy is it to move? I'll try it. Hua! In the team, an old man with great ability took a step forward. In an instant, his spiritual realm was fully opened, and the transparent spirit condensed into a spherical shape in his hands. He reached out to the stone tablet and connected a thin line. The spirit tablet was like a vast ocean, constantly shaking the power of death on the monument. As long as you can attract the power of death, you can drive and move the stone tablet from the inside. Suddenly, the old man was stunned and looked obedient. I only saw that in the stone tablet he was so angry that he didn't feel the power of death, like a sea of mud cows. The stone tablet pushed him into the stone tablet, and all his energy melted. Is this power of death so powerful? This won't work. When the old man felt that the power of death in the tombstone was very strong, he changed his strategy, raised his palm, and suddenly appeared in his martial arts. It was a long black gun. Previously, this long gun had shattered many terrifying spirits, and the blood beads fell and killed. Swish! Lao Chi directly threw the gun onto the stone tablet. If he could pry the stone tablet, it would be possible to move it. However, when his gun just took action, he was swept up by a black air without getting close to the stone tablet. The gun's hair sounded like a buzzing sound, and the hair was shaking continuously, and it felt like it was about to break. So strong. Old man had a tight head. He only tried twice. He could feel that the stone tablet was not swayed, but it was normal. If he could be carried away so easily, the dark nature would not have been conquered. Let me try it. Another old man in the team had white hair and took a step forward. His abilities were a bit special. He could only see him stretching out his right hand and squeezing his right hand quickly, and his right hand quickly expanded, as if he kept blowing a ball of air. He stopped just 5 times larger than his arm. Looking far away, it looked like a realistic giant prosthetic. He stretched out his arm and wrapped his spirit all over his 2 fingers, immediately approaching the stone tablet. With the force of his finger, he tried to pinch the stone tablet that was closest to the nearest. But even though his face was red and his arms were bulging, the stone tablet was still towering and shaking for a while. Everyone's faces became solemn when they saw this. Even if the old man raised a mountain, he could not move even a stone. It is conceivable how heavy this stone tablet is. No hard work. Even if it is a real power to attack the spirit realm, it is difficult to touch this stone tablet, and it is really difficult for everyone to fall. Is it hard to take it to the real one? I'll come. At this moment, Zhang Tian opened his mouth. As a leader, he is truly public, and others automatically open a path for him. He just saw him walking straight to the stone tablet, stretching out his hand and grabbing the stone tablet directly. His 5 fingers were deeply trapped in the stone tablet, and his fingers almost penetrated the stone tablet, as if he wanted to lift it up. Rush! In an instant, the strong breath exploded, and the breath on the stone tablet burst into pieces, and the black gas kept spreading, which was offset by the same majestic breath on Zhang Tian's body. The 2 breaths kept colliding, eliminating, and regenerating. The strong waves made the ground sway, and the color of Zhang Tian was getting heavier and heavier. Get up! A loud shout spit out from his mouth. Next second, at this moment, everyone showed a terrifying look. Even the most powerful Zhang Tian was shocked. Dark tides. The dark tide actually appeared in this place. Could it be that the love will be resurrected that year? Dark tides again. My best friend was exploring the mysterious realm and encountered dark tides. At that time, he just stepped on the realm. There were 10 pioneers in the entire Xiaogua realm, but they were all broken in it, without a single life. That was every explorer's dream, and it was a complete disaster for the exploration rules. The first part of the exploration rules: no matter what the situation, see the dark tides, retreat immediately, and don't have any hesitation. The dark tides represent the hope. No matter what realm it is, no matter how strong it is, in the dark tide is ultimately just a piece of yellow soil. Explore. Every iron rule on the manual is made of blood. Anyone who can fight against the possibility of a single sword will not make the rule so dead. Retreat immediately. The 4 words Emperor symbolize that the dark tide cannot resist. Even if Mr. Wu knew that Fang Yi had thunder and yang attributes, he would never dare to leave him here and take this risk. If you are not careful, you will die. Retreat. Zhang Tian did not doubt that he had died underground, and he didn't even need to open his mouth. Everyone had already retreated from the ground. As the dark tide descends, the entire mysterious area will be in chaos and the energy explosion. Even on the way to retreat, you must be careful not to be torn apart by this violent force. And when they retreated, they looked ahead, and it was a scene like apocalypse. The Black Sea swept over and came over, and there was a sensation in people's hearts. When the tide passed those tombstones, the terrifying darkness exploded, and the tombstones were flooded and swallowed in an instant. They tried their best to move the tombstones, and they instantly shattered the gray stones in the darkness. This only happens in a moment. Everyone is escaping quickly with the fastest speed. Once they run a step slower, they will be crushed by the surging darkness. In the face of this dark tide, these powerful pioneers were, as if they were on the dam, without any resistance. What's even more terrifying is that this tomb group has connected how many space cracks, and the tides are gathered from all directions, which is countless times more than before. Be careful! Seeing that someone was about to be swallowed, Zhang Tian roared and took the man away from the local area. The next second, the tide directly entered a trap and rushed to his place. He bit it, and the land under his feet melted and dissolved instantly. Great surprise, endless lingering. Everyone is obsessed with faces. I didn't expect that there were so many dark tides this time. The dark tides here are so dense. Can we really escape? Looking at the tides that seemed to be unrestrained, the old man had already expected that the next scene might happen, and his sad face was filled with grief. They don't even want them to escape. They can get out as much as they can, and it's already a blessing to have someone escape. There is still a good way to get off the exit of the tomb group. Zhang Tian is the most powerful, running wildly and taking action to try to block the target. He raised his hand slightly and poured a powerful force into the next big rock. With a sound of roar, the big rock was thrown into the tide and absorbed by the dark nature, and no trace was left behind. The dark tide is like a huge black hole, which can swallow a little faster and faster. I'm about to catch up. Based on his own perception, Fang Yi looked at the tide of the tide without any slight black tide. That's right. It's it. The black tide is calling itself. Fang Yi was a little confused. It was not the first time he had contacted this dark tide. Although he was not as surging as this time, he was also in the same way. But he didn't feel this way the last time he touched him. There seemed to be something inside, attracting him to try to find out. Is it difficult to... Is it because I have never written the dark properties before? Fang Yi suddenly thought that he had heard from them before. The dark tide seems to be exploding from the source of darkness. If you trace it all the way, you may have the chance to touch the so-called source of darkness. In an instant, Fang Yi stood on the ground. The fire-warming eyes looked at the dark tide coming. The dark tide was reflected in his slightly bright eyes, as if his pupils were dyed dark. Rumble. The dark tides of the sky are still surging towards this side. This is a feast of death that cannot be stopped. Everyone will die in this tide and be buried here without any means. Fang Yi was originally in the middle of the team and finally fell into the team. The tide rushed over, and Fang Yi was going to swallow the first time. Pay attention to this point. The old man was very excited in an instant. Fang Yi, go ahead. Old Wu roared, and the sound became sandy. Fang Yi is a member of the Ling Association, and it is also our Xia Guoxiangxing. Anyone can have an accident, but he can't be alone. The strength he showed before has long represented his infinite potential. How important he is to Xia. If he had lost this place, even if everyone else was alive, he would not have been able to commit crimes. But the dark tides did not stop because of their roar. Rush dash. Without any obstacles, the dark tide roared towards Fang Yi. Before the tide rolled up the wave, Fang Yi was like a child without any resistance. They watched Fang Yi being swallowed up, disappearing. In the face of the dark tide, all life is equal. Fang Yi. Old Wu's pupil shrank. Gurgle. In an instant, Fang Yi's figure disappeared and fell into the tide as if it had melted. And in the tide that everyone could not see, a fire broke out. As soon as the dark tide went forward, it was blocked by the short-term moment, and the old men also gained a breathing opportunity and opened the distance from the dark tide. People have no way to think about it in high-risk conditions. They could only mechanically maintain the escape movement and run to the tomb group without any chance. The tide will only appear in the tomb group. As long as you run out of the tomb group, you will have the chance to survive. I don't know if it was because of the weather, but they fled all the way, but they really came to the outside of the tomb group as the tide was about to come. The outside is not a mysterious domain, and the dark tide seems to have some limitations and cannot leave the mysterious belt. Rush! The moment everyone set foot on the outer land, the dark tides gushed in behind them, but they were still harboring the power of death. But at this moment the dark tide was like a wild wilderness surrounded by glass turtles, and they could only look at them with their mighty power, and they could not touch their hair. The news that the tomb group suddenly appeared in dark tides spread throughout the military district at the first time. It also came to the ears of the Spirit Association. The news that Fang Yi was swallowed by the dark tide was also reported. For a while, the Spirit Association fell into madness and anger. Everyone was confused. Fang Yi, in the dark tide, no one can survive. Because he has been paying attention to Fang Yi, he is also a high-level Gazine, and he heard the news and started to explode. Captain Fang is a genius with the Yang attribute and the Thunder attribute. He can control two attributes at the same time. These two attributes are stars of dark attributes. How could he be swallowed by the dark tides formed by the dark attribute? There must be mistakes in this, and he can definitely come out. She subconsciously said this, but her trembling hands exposed her distress. If it really can come out, why didn't he come out after being swallowed for a day? It was a dark tide that no one could have. I met before, but he was very healthy and had no direct contact with the dark tide, so he could bring out the quenching. But I have never heard that those who were swept into it by the dark tides can still come out alive. Gaia couldn't accept it. When he first appeared, he simply saved Mr. Wu's light, and this light was about to be destroyed. If he grows up, it will be a treasure in Xia. What a pity, so a pity. At this moment, the military gate. The old men who came from the tomb group entered the office of the chairman of the Spiritual Association, but they had not come out for a long time. Suddenly, a strong pressure was exposed in the boardroom of the president of the Spirit Association, and everyone felt that the heavy breath was coming. What happened? It seemed to be sent out from the president's office. Isn't the president negotiating with the military? Why did this terrible smell suddenly reveal? It's so scary. Could it be that the discussion with the military has collapsed? The Link Conference members raised their heads from their busy schedule and looked at the office with surprise, with doubts in their eyes. And at this moment, in the meeting room of the president of the Spirit Association, the breath of several powerful spirit associations exploded, and a violent breath seemed to be about to tear the few people in the military area in front of him. But the old men who could explore the mysterious realm and were extremely powerful were now hanging their heads down, allowing them to get angry. You brought the funeralist well. Why can't you bring him alive? You have been repairing for so many years, controlling the most cutting-edge knitting methods and the most energetic territory in Xia. Can't even a small tide be protected? You escaped from the dark tides, and you still have to bring the funeralist to help you? What qualifications do you have, and what faces do you have to protect this Xia? Yi Zhao's voice was angry, and it was obviously really angry. It was the first time he had such anger since he became the president of the Spirit Association. Who could have thought that the military people borrowed Fang Yi from him? But after the result, they did not bring him. There is only one news trapped in the dark tide. Anyone who hears it will be furious. The buried person is the treasure of their spiritual association. It is the core of the entire team leader's plan. That's how it's broken in the mysterious territory of the military area. The old men were even lower and dared not speak, but the guilt in their eyes told them that everything was disturbed. If he could bring Fang Yi in, who would let him stay there? Looking at their eyes, Yi Zhao's heart sank into the bottom of the valley. Dark tides. Why is it dark tide? That was Xiaoguo's nightmare. Villa area. When the day began to light up at 5:30 in the morning, the birds in the garden began to sing. Today, Lin Yi was woken up by the bird's cry and walked out of her residence according to her previous habits. She had to subconsciously start cooking her cousin's favorite fried noodles. After that, she suddenly remembered that her cousin had not come back outside. I don't know that my cousin has left for a ceremony and has never been to his previous mission for so long. I don't know what I'm going to fuck this time, but my cousin didn't call back a phone call. Lin Yi sighed with some worries, and then made the sweet corn she and her mother loved to eat. While considering what dishes to buy, the door was suddenly transmitted to the door. Cousin, Lin Yi looked over happily and immediately saw a woman walking in. Fang Yulan opened the door and was wearing a yoga suit for morning jogging. She should have gone out for morning jogging. Lin Yi took back her video in a little disappointed way. Why did you look at me like this early in the morning? By the way, I heard that you called cousin. Has Xiaoi come back? Fang Yulan was looking forward to it. Lin Yi slammed her head. The language Fang Yulan raised eyebrows and began to recite routinely. Why did this child have such a long time to go back without calling a phone call, which is so worrying? Why don't you call and ask? Fang Yulan, a middle-aged woman who is in the age of age, likes to talk to her children. During these 7 days, she read it every day. Ask Lin Yi and Fang Yi every day if she has come back. It has been a must-have daily life for her daily life. As long as Fang Yi doesn't come back for a day, Fang Yulan will not be able to quit for a day. She even wanted to call Fang Yi on a video call, but was stopped by Lin Yi. Mom, I've said that the place where my cousin is going is very dangerous. If you call him, it will affect him. Lin Yi pouted. I know. Mom is not that kind of ignorant adult. Fang Yulan held hands. When Fang Yi and Lin Yi saved her, she knew that the children's affairs were not something she could interfere with. These remarks were just out of worries. If the phone actually affected Fang Yi, then she would have died. But has he been on business trips so long before? It was a heartless breath, but it fell in Lin Yi's heart. Yes, has my cousin really been on business trips so long before? For some reason, Lin Yi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. In the past, Fang Yi went out on business trips to help. Even if he went to the farthest sky market, he would only be 3 days away from her. He could still send her a message saying that he would come back to have dinner, but now it has been 7 days, and he has not brought a single word back. Isn't he aware that he will worry about it at home? No, my cousin should send a message to comfort people. Even if he doesn't comfort himself, he has to comfort Fang Yi so that the old man will not worry. But it is too unreasonable to have a single word in the house. Don't be anxious first, I'll ask. Lin Yi said this and sent a message to Fang Yi on the chat panel between her and Fang Yi. 5 days ago. Feng, cousin, when will you come back? I saw that Xiaobai's poop bag was almost finished. When you came back, you remember to go to the supermarket to buy a bag. The one is thicker and not easy to leak. 3 days ago. Feng, cousin, I bought pork ribs today. Mom said that the pork rib soup I made is very easy to drink, and it has made a lot more progress than before. Next time I come back, I will make it for you to eat. Yes, when will you come back? If you want to take a car, I'll book a ticket for you. 2 days ago. Rumble. The earth was shaking, and countless people could see an inexplicable force boiling through the window. The opposite side of the street was like a huge wave, piercing through the dome and piercing through the sky. The throne descended and shocked the earth. It seems that the sky and the earth are all together, and the whole world is shaking because of this. At the same time, the vast power of nature was emitted from countless miles, and half of the Taishu city was vibrated, as if there was a golden light that was above thousands of things. The space drama is shaking violently. If you look down from the sky at this time, half of the Taishu city will be dyed with golden color, and the earth will reflect a dazzling golden light, which will add a bit of mercy to it. That is the power of a god from heaven. Boo is in chaos. No one has taken the lead and saw this huge silence. At the same time, shock and greed lit up in their eyes, almost trying to penetrate the entire summer map. That is the throne that everyone is competing for. Another throne descended. Everyone knows that being selected by the throne is equivalent to holding the power of the third realm. Great confusion. Try who could be unconscious? At this moment, although the news that the throne had dropped from Taishu City was not open yet, in private, those who had noticed the tranquility had already exploded in the group chat, and the comments were heard, and the sky was filled with the sky. I wonder who this throne will recognize. With the throne, it's like a genus of the Jin dynasty. It's so terrifying. It's all cold. Since it's the city of Tai, I guess the throne's genius should be that person. As their heads were in a state of heat, a figure holding a knife suddenly passed through their brains, and the temperature in their brains gradually became colder. Yes, there's that town in Taishu. He said that he had not yet certified the throne, so the newly fell throne must be the one in his pocket. In the end, the emotions of the crowd became cold. The Spirit Association will hide the role of Fang Yi's news, and it is so exciting that it is very exciting at this moment. Until the throne landed, the reaction of Taishu throne is the lightest among all cities. There was little trouble. The burial man had killed the root of the throne of the wooden attribute before. It's so scary. Who dares to touch his storm? The restless thought was suppressed. For a moment, a strange scene actually appeared. The throne landed, but no one fought. On the surface of the market, everything is calm, but only those who are familiar with the inner feelings know. All of this is just a tranquility before the storm. My cousin has not come back yet, and these people can still stay stable, but it won't take long. Once the matter of cousin's unrest is exposed, there will be a common man under the heavy money. Lin Yi was not surprised when she saw the throne. She was pale and had a call from the Spirit Association. The Spirit Association is consistent with her Yang Yi. No one hopes that Fang Yi can come safely as soon as possible. The throne has been released, and the throne has been blocked, and the surrounding area has also arranged a ban. You are responsible for guarding. Once someone comes, we must take action immediately. The news is, the Spirit Association had already prepared, and, at the first time, a restriction was installed near the throne, and the person who wanted a guard was Lin Yi. Lin Yi also saw the throne that landed in Taishu. Just as everyone was regretting, suddenly, the mobile phone was hit and a piece of information came in. Lao Wang looked down, and when he saw the information clearly, His pupils suddenly shrank and blood spread to his eyes. "You look at your phone. What are you fucking?" It was shocking. Several people around him looked at him and took out their phones, but when they saw the information released on the phone, their pupils were also shrinking and their faces were showing a ghost expression. At this moment, everyone has a message on their mobile phones. The message content is the same. Burn the dead. The throne of Taishur can live in it. There's also a group chat link below. With his hands trembling, they subconsciously got into the group chat and only saw that the number of people in the group chat was growing continuously from tens to hundreds, and they were still growing continuously. It seems that everyone came in after reading the news. The group chat was exploded at this moment. Did you also receive the news? I also received it. Who did it? This is too joking. Isn't Wani a joke? The person who was speaking at this moment expressed the thoughts of others. Yes, Wani is not a joke. Isn't the reason why they come in is just following this little bit of trouble? I don't know how the person who sent the news got our number. And when he posted this one, he was just trying to instigate us to go to Taishur to defeat the throne. The throne is something from heaven, and it is the one who can live there. Can't you stop it? As soon as Lao Wang came in, he saw a quarrel in the group. Some people said they wanted to defeat the throne, and some people were questioning the truth of the news, but no one said they should not be refuted. Obviously, those who will be attracted by the simplicity are those outlaws who are interested in the throne. During the quarrel, the authenticity of the news was verified. The head of the Taishur team leader actually left Taishur and did not come for 10 days. It seemed that he had committed some special tasks. The source of the message is reliable, and the person who provides the message is unwilling to expose his identity, but provides evidence. The monitoring near the entrance of the funeral villa district was not taken for 10 days, and the ancestor in Taishur had never seen his own team leader for a long time. The evidence is not clear, but for the outlaws, it's too small. The heart that was pressed down was about to move again. The buried person is not in Taishur. Isn't that telling the place where the throne is now? It is a land of nobility? Seeing a crazy look in the eyes of the teammates, Lao Wang's heart also pounded. Among those who posted the news, there were people from Taishur. Their messages were based on guesswork. The buried man has never disappeared for so long. With his strength, he can't finish any task in 10 days. If it is a task that even the burialist cannot handle, then just explain he is very likely to be buried in the task. The buried person may be dead. This thought alone is enough to make the kidneys rise. No one could believe that the man who stood on the top of the forefront and killed countless unusual kings with his hands and buried them in the land will die. Is it hard to say that there is really a place in this world that can put him to death? But when they thought about it carefully, the shock turned into a madman again. If the burialist is really dead, then the throne of Taishur, isn't it unruly? Without the burialist, what ability will the Spirit Alliance have to stop the bees from coming? Without the Tang sword that shocked the people, there is no difference between Taishur and other cities. Anyway, we continue to repair and make a big tranquility. It's better to make a try. If we can get the recognition of the throne, gain strength, and enter the Jinjing realm, what can the funeral be able to do to us? At that time, the entire Xia kingdom will still be the inheritor of the throne. The flashes are in the eyes of countless people. Being powerful is just one step away from them. The buried person was not in Taishur. Seeing this, everyone's eyes showed wild joy. No warning signs. Rush! Suddenly, 2 pioneers moved. They came here to try. Since they were trying, it was better to just try. The 2 pioneers were all miraculous 6 stars, and their body breath was exposed, turning into a sturdy and violently rushing to Lin Yi. The clouds suddenly stormed. The sky was filled with turmoil, and powerful forces roared out from the 2 bodies. Stop! The path was crushed, and all the surrounding trees collapsed in an instant. They burst out their strength and suddenly rushed to Lin Yi. Lin Yi narrowed her eyes slightly, shook her long whip, and rushed towards them. Her figure is strong as a spiritual leopard. Under Fang Yi's training, her fighting ability is far superior to her level. Many people who know Lin Yi and Fang Yi will suddenly see Lin Yi inadvertently because of Fang Yi's light. But Lin Yi is not the only identity of Fang Yi's cousin. Many people have forgotten that she is also a talented young man. Swish! A long whip was slammed out, and the whip was swept across the scent, and it was very close together. It was impossible to see Fang Yi's Tang Yi's hand. With one whip, the two people were stopped, and they instantly threw the person out. I thought Lin Yi would be a little bit unbearable if she had just one stroke. But I didn't think so. In the middle of the night, two pioneers were beaten so hard that they could not lift their heads. How could it be? If you can represent people in Taisha City, your strength is not weak. Just watching Lin Yi take this move, it is enough to be the leader of any city team. Some pioneers looked at each other and said softly, "Go together." The agent leader of Taisha is not bad at all. Look at her completely exaggerated power. As the words fell, several pioneers came up. Lin Yi actually only has 7 stars in the axe. Small realm difference can be supplemented through all aspects, not to mention, under this kind of human pressure, even if there is a leading position in the realm, the gap has long been smoothed out. After all the pioneers added the battleground, Lin Yi's long whip was not as good as water. After several collisions, they barely pulled the pioneers back, but Lin Yi was also injured. A piece of blood stained with the corners of her clothes fell, covered with dust. As the two sides retreated, Lin Yi lowered her head and looked at her arm. A deep bone wound appeared on it, and there were countless small cuts. The blood soaked the wound, which looked a little dirty. The frontiers on the other side did not end up, but their eyes were burning and smiles appeared on their faces. It didn't appear at this time. It seems that the burialist is not in Taisha. She has tried to find out, so there is no need to worry. Retreat. No hesitation. After observing Lin Yi's efforts to do her best, they immediately continued to take action and turned around and ran away. Everything ended in just 5 minutes. When the pioneers in Taisha were rushing, those pioneers were not seen. Is someone here too, City? Agent leader, what are you doing with injuries? The specialist stepped forward to ask. It's okay, I'll hurt you a little. Lin Yi thanked him for help, covered her wounds, staring at them leaving. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. She knew that it was all over. It's all over. Just now, she was too anxious and took action to cover up her cousin's situation and was in a position to ensure that the funeral was not in Taisha. Faced with so many pioneers coming, Lin Yijin has no way to remain calm. The other party must have seen it and then stopped. They must have confirmed it. The buried person is not in Taisha. My cousin didn't feel this way when he was, and he held the wind and rain for me. Now, when he was not, I realized that this world is not as calm as I am. Lin Yi raised her head and looked at the light golden sky. Now, because of the metal throne, even if the sky is sunny, there is still a faint golden light, making people think of the grand and magnificent golden figure. Fang Yi is actually a very silent person. He rarely talks, but he doesn't need to say anything. As long as he sits in Taisha City, Taisha will be peaceful and peaceful, not afraid of abnormal invasions, nor is it afraid of internal trouble. The same is true for Xia. I don't know when the 3 words, the burial one, have been used to make a decisive sea god in everyone's heart. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's expression suddenly relaxed, and she stood up. Why, Yi, do you want to change the cloth? Su Qingli was stunned for a moment, thinking she had any needs and was planning to help. But unexpectedly, Lin Yi just slammed her head lightly and bowed deeply to them. Thank you all. My cousin was willing to help him when he was not good at it and guarded the city. The people who visited Lin Yi this time were all Lin Yi's friends. Her people were pretty good, and there were many people standing by him. But this is not too far away. These people have about 5 stars in their strength, but those who want to win the throne are all top-notch. They're all elites from all cities. How to fight against elites with a magical 5 stars. Why did it happen so formally? No wonder. What's more, guarding Taisha is not your personal relationship. Taisha is also our home. Su Qinglu slapped her head and helped Lin Yi's arm, but just as soon as she touched her, Lin Yi's hand began to shake. It is the urgent call of the Spirit Association. We borrowed a trusted team leader from Haishur, and they promised to come to support Taishur. As soon as this was spoken, everyone on the scene was silent. The Taishur Spirit Association can no longer hold the pressure. The inspiration that pioneers come to try today is a dangerous signal. There is no funeral in the town, and the metal throne that lands in Taishur is a piece of fat meat. Now there are jackals, tigers, and leopards around it, and it is impossible to defend the local power of Taishur. What's more, there are also many ambitions in Taishur City, wanting to defeat the throne. At this time, we ask for help from other cities, and the team leader is helpless. Otherwise, if we are waiting for Taishur to be attacked by groups, it will be too late. I'm trying to ask for your opinion. After all, you're an agent team leader. The idea of the Spirit Association is very awkward, but they're also hesitant. The borrowed team leader is not reliable. If the funeralist is real, the real crisis is the team leader's plan. Without the funeralist, the team leader's plan is a plate of loose sand, and what you will face is the entire line of collapse. And at that time, they borrowed the team leader. Maybe it's not a shield from Shitashi City, but a bomb. So, they couldn't make up their minds for a while. I don't want to go forward. The crisp and unquestionable sound was spit out from Lin Yi's mouth. Lin Yi's expression was very cold. By pursuing the team leader, being simple is the worst strategy. Once the news is transmitted, isn't it just that the funeral holder has no news? The only possibility is that the Taishur was already in decline before the captain came. What's more, the captain of Taishur City only has cousin, and the others don't have this qualification. After hearing Lin Yi's refusal, the Spiritual Association also felt relieved. In fact, they didn't want to use the team leader to help, but the problem is if there is no strong pioneer sitting in the town, what should I do with the throne of metal? What's there? In order to better see what attracted him, Fang Yi continued to step forward. This dark tide is worthy of being the power of the source of darkness, and that powerful force has forced him to move forward. Waiting for the mist center, Fang Yi raised his head and was stunned for a moment. This is a headless humanoid body? No, take a look again. I got closer to Fang Yi and finally realized that this was not a corpse. A human-shaped object floating in the black fog was a piece of armor. It was a piece of armor covered with ancient air. All over the body was pitch black, and a powerful force scattered from the middle. The power was very deep, as if it could be traced back to ancient space, which was really grand. The tyranny of the domineering is exactly the feeling of the dark nature. Who could have imagined that in the mystery of the dark tide, there was a magic armor hidden in the mysterious ancient atmosphere? Could this be the source of the dark tide? Fang Yi looked at the armor. The long, dark nature of the silk is scattered from the armor that looks like a piece of armor, forming a black sea of fog. It turned out that the black chain he saw far away was just the darkness scattered from the body of his armor. If you say that the yang attribute is the ultimate yang and the ultimate magnificent, then the dark attribute is profound and unpredictable, full of breath. Why is there an armor here? It's been sealed here for a long time. Fang Yi couldn't understand. This armor looks mysterious and unpredictable, and its dark surface reflects the rippling black water like waves. This armor lies in the dark tide, and I don't know how many it has passed. Seeing this breath is even stronger than the throne of the major attributes landing outside. If you say that the throne only has a breath of a god, then this armor is like a weapon that is attached to the gods, and once you breathe, you can penetrate the sky. Maybe I could try to conquer it. It's all here. Fang Yi thought of it and did it. He tried to touch the armor floating on the black fog. As soon as he approached, he felt the magnificent darkness coming towards him. Fang Yiqian's face changed, and his whole body was filled with golden fog. His yang property was like a thin layer of sacred clothes covering him. This dark property was too domineering. If he was not careful, he would be fascinated by the black tide. Rush! The fog sea was earth-shaking, and the dark nature waves smashed everything to pieces. Fang Yi just came in with this pressure. When he tried to touch the armor, the wave was filled with destructive killing, and the golden light around Fang Yi was instantly worn out. Exclusion. This is the rejection of dark attributes to yang attributes. Fang Yi's face changed slightly, and he instantly retreated several meters. The moment he retreated, a dark breath fell in the direction he was in, and it was extremely violent and directly penetrated it. This is just a breath from the armor. This is too scary. Originally, no one could control the nature of darkness. With this cruel darkness, the pressure of the roots did not intend to let people leave alive. Don't say it was carrying the armor. The dark nature is so powerful that it is close to the rule. The watch is like a magical sign, and its powerful attributes will be derived from terrible abilities similar to those of rules. If you can bring this armor, maybe even if you face the who inherited the throne, it would be a matter of raising your hand. I must get it. Fang Yi's eyes became more and more determined. The yang attribute and the dark attribute are incompatible attributes. Fang Yifu covers the yang attribute and cannot get close to the armor. This is a bit troublesome. Suddenly, Fang Yi left a golden light, just as the golden light disappeared. Fang Yi's pupils were wide, and the whites of his eyes were instantly covered by pitch black, making him look like a thick ink color. Unlimited space. He uses yang attributes because yang attributes are his attributes, and he uses it smoothly. But this does not mean that he only has one attribute. Ancient armor of gods and demons. It is the name of this dark armor. At this moment, the ancient armor of gods and demons had been completely wiped out by Fang Yi. Fang Yi was covered in black patterns on his flashing golden skin, which looked very strange. The dark armor shone in the sea of fog, like a king's crown garment, covering Fang Yi's body. Fang Yi clenched his fists and felt the surging power, and couldn't help but breathe the sound quickly. It's great. This fierce confrontation could be considered a gain. He could sense that the power contained in this armor was far more powerful and more powerful than the throne. But more importantly, the traces on him. That is a set of dark secrets he obtained from the ancient armor of gods and demons. This set of secrets is of the same origin as the ancient armor of gods and demons. People who use ancient armor can control the moments of ancient armor to obtain this secret, and they can learn from it without a master. Fang Yi seems to have the value of this set of secret arts, not the ancient armor. Fang Yi looked far away, his eyes flashing. Rush. Instantly, the violent breath gathered into a torrent of earth, filled with the power of destruction. Covering and swallowing all the objects you touched. Under the torrent, the machine was as good as possible. In that vast and majestic torrent, everything touched is fleeting, destroyed, and annihilated, which is the ultimate destruction force against terror. Secret, dark torrent. This is the dark ability that Fang Yi gained from his armor. There is no need for any starting move, just a look, and a dark tide can be summoned. The tide that symbolizes the destruction will swallow everything in front of you, just like the countless sacred spirits that ruined the dark tides before. As far as Fang Yi controls the power of the tide, he can even connect and release real dark tides. It's so strong. Fang Yi couldn't help but feel moved. Judging from Xia's current dark tide, the pressure of dark tides is extremely difficult. Even the official has no choice but to avoid it as much as possible. Judging from the information we are currently exposed, there is actually nothing that is widely circulated in this era in Fang Yi. But now he actually obtained such a dark secret. Fang Yi couldn't help but remember the previous guesses about the dark tides. They said that the dark tides came from the source of the dark attributes, but he didn't think it was accurate. This secret should be in existence in the universe. After some unknown reason, it falls into a crack and then flows to the Earth star. This mysterious domain is a cosmic crack with multiple attributes in it. If it was as he thought, Fang Yi's eyes flashed. Then this armor may have been around longer than the history of Earthstar. Rush. Fang Yi's mind moved, and his armor immediately covered his body. The pitch-black armor is uniform and extremely beautiful, and the cold texture is extremely hard, giving it a sense of sacred and evil. The terrible breath spreads. Fang Yi touched the ancient armor of gods and demons with his hand, and the cold feeling of sucking through the soul came. The defense force should be extremely amazing. You can find an opportunity to try it. Fang Yi couldn't help but feel moved, and immediately he was wearing armor and punched it. Rumble. The black breath came out thin. In an instant, the dark tides evaporate and evaporate. I have obtained the ancient armor of gods and demons this time. In this dark tide, I can walk on the flat ground. Fang Yi sighed lightly. Before, he used his yang attribute to resist. Although the yang attribute is strong, it is in contrast to the dark attribute. It is very troublesome to consume it all. As for why the dark attributes are not used, one is because he has become ill, and the other is because the darkness in this dark tide is more powerful than he thinks, and his darkness is completely impoverished and cannot be done. But now everything is different. Fang, he could feel his own changes. Now he has a feeling of catching up in the dark tides and blending into one. The dark nature was no longer his obstacle, but instead became something like some kind of invisible pet, respecting him and loving him very much. It's a little strange. I'm ready to leave. I don't know how I've disappeared for so long. How about Yi and the others? Fang Yi stood up and stretched his waist. Before he came in, the men on the army were shocked and might have eaten his seat. And at this moment, too, Su Qingli and others left the villa and walked on the Linta path. Hey, Yi is injured now. I don't know how long it will take to maintain it. It looks quite serious. Su Qingli was very worried, not only because of Fang, she also likes Lin Yi's personality. The two have become friends in private. Now Fang Yi is not too much. Lin Yi is alone in the hands of the turtle, and the inside is in chaos. Such heavy pressure makes it very distressing for a girl. Nowadays, the spiritual associations in major cities are concerned about the situation. However, the spiritual associations are all the same. There has been no news for a day of burial, and their management is also like walking on thin ice. Can the family who is buried can't contact him? Other spirits will be so anxious. There was no revenge at all. Su Qingli said helplessly. The people in his family just went out. I don't know what to do. The injury is not good. At this time, Su Qing's expression changed, and she turned over suddenly. Just now, she noticed Lin Yi's breath, and that breath came from the throne in the back mountain. Back mountain? Her throne? What I thought of, Su Qing's pupils collapsed. Lin Yi's back mountain. She wants to take over the throne? What? The group of people who were close to Lin Yi always change their faces and walk straight. She is still hurt. Did he get mad at the throne? The throne seems to be a godlike shortcut, but which shortcut doesn't need to pay a price? Does she really think it's easy to sit? This silly girl. She doesn't want to let the throne fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, so she insists on sitting on it. Through their understanding of Lin Yi, they easily guessed Lin Yi's thoughts. But because of this, their faces are even more difficult to see. Lin Yi is irrelevant, but the throne is metal. Metal is a famous danger. It is revealed, and it is so arrogant. This is not. Is he dead? Tomb Group. The sky is dark, the night is light, and there is no light, and there is no darkness. This is the land of the burial place. Once the old figure of Xiaoping walked alone here. At this moment, his back was hunched, his eyes were fixed, and his eyes were locked in front of him, and he kept moving forward. That kid is swallowed here. While speaking, he raised his palm lightly and instantly squeezed the inner wall of the illusion bat spirit from the air. With a loud bang, the bat spirit fragments smashed on the ground. The bat bodies fell, and the fields became small piles of hills. They were all attempted to attack the old man in this tomb group and were killed by him. This old man is not someone else. He looked down on Fang Yi and Zhang Tian the most. Before the dark tide descended, they all left and returned to the association to convey Fang Yi's death news. At this moment, he returned here alone. Zhang Tian couldn't tell why, and he wanted to come and find Fang, even if he was collecting the corpse for him. He felt guilty. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Zhang Tian's pupils seemed to have appeared in his young man being rolled into it, and in full view, he was swept away without any sound. At the same time, a burst of pain spread from his heart. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged as young people. The most dazzling fire in Xia dynasty is not beyond Fang Yi. At this moment, because of his mistake, he was ruined by the tide. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. The dark tides arise because Zhang Tian touched the tombstone. If he hadn't thought about bringing those tombstones back to Xia, he wouldn't have touched the tombstones, nor would he have caused the dark tides, and Fang Yi wouldn't have been taken away. If he had known that, he would have been the wizards who had been buried that day. He will definitely fall off from the beginning. Guilt, regret. In the past few days, Zhang Tianyi has not been tortured by these emotions. There is a tragedy in the city area, and all cities are accelerating their collapse. The spirit association is fierce and fierce. The team leader plans to disintegrate, and there are small groups of pioneers in various places that are beginning to make waves. This is all because the funeral sank. Without him, there's a plate of loose sand inside Xia. There is no need to blow the wind, and it will disperse itself. Zhang Tian admitted that he had had a light view of Fang Yi, but he realized that this young man was far ahead of them, and everyone added up. He's a star of Xiagua. At this moment, Zhang Tianzhu not only regretted it, he even thought of resigning to Fang Yi's death. In order to punish him, he entered the tomb group again. It's not a night, wandering here. What if there is hope? Wan Yixin is not dead yet. If Fang Yi was stabbed inside, he might be able to help him outside. With such no hope, Zhang Tian stayed in the mysterious realm for 3 days. During these 3 days, he killed his unusual spiritual bodies and piled up into a tower. But he only never saw Fang Yi. After the dark tide swallowed it, it seemed that all his animal was wiped out, and there was no shadow. At this moment, he stepped into the tomb group. This tomb group is as close as possible, and it is very likely to be a dark tide. In the past few days, Zhang Tian has approached step by step and has not seen the tide rushing. At this moment, he has a naive thought. Wani was trapped in the tide. I came in. Can I rescue him one by one? Zhang Tian even gave birth to a sacred person and went in to see if Fang Yi had a line of thoughts. Just this time, the tide in front of me suddenly became restless, and the tides were thrilling. The tides were thrilling, and powerful pressure spread from the depths of the tide. In an instant, the world and the tombs changed color, and a huge gap broke on the tombstone, as if it could not bear the terror, and the storing was shattered. Dong 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 dong. As soon as the figure stepped out from the inside of the tide, it turned out to be a human figure approaching Zhang Tian. The tide was rolling down, and the entire tide was seeing him off just like a dark tide. That's Fang Yi. Now, the spiritual association and the military once again sat in the same meeting room for a meeting. Usually, the two have different responsibilities, but at present, both parties are in a dire way. Now the more powerful the spirit is, the greater the abnormal invasion action. The spirit alliance is already short of manpower, and this is happening again. At present, the affair groups in various cities are rising, and the leader will not be able to hold back. Maybe some people who have already been interested in the spirit alliance will directly betray the other party. Create a city movement. The metal throne of Taisher has not yet fallen. By then, all cities will attack the Taisher cluster. What should you do? Your military area must give me an explanation today. The Lingsong Association was responsible for making a big fuss and just pointed directly at the brain of the responsible person in the military area. The military area was low-headed and silent. One problem after another occurs. Every question burns eyebrows. All of these are the mistakes of the buried person. The buried people are not for the people in your military. Were you fucking? At this moment, the Spirit Association is extremely irritable. This is the key to the team leader's plan to push, and the ignorance of the buried person is simply a blow to the plan's destruction. How many people are there in the Spiritual Association and the military area? The base number of Xia Dynasty's pioneers is too large. Without the strong, they wanted to make up for them to be simply a savage. It was difficult to push the voice of the funeralist to the highest level, but it was even more powerful than the military. Oh, let's do it together. The responsible person of the spiritual association has already thought about the subsequent script. The news of the death of the buried person cannot be suppressed, and everyone who has dispersed it is known. By then, all the places were disobeyed and urban violence came, and the military districts were under pressure. In this way, the Xia dynasty had already fallen into pieces and was built on their own. It's at this moment. I'm sorry. When the urgent task is to solve the problem, don't make a noise. The white-haired old man who had been sitting in the highest position and never made a sound opened his mouth. He was thin and his eyes were as sharp as a keel. As soon as he opened his mouth, the responsible person endured his anger and sat on his stool. The atmosphere was temporarily pressed down. But it's not that good either. The problems that the Spirit Association responsible persons said before are true. The city is about to be in trouble, and they cannot recommend a second suitable person to the town, just when they are planning to make a proposal from the senior. Another news was reported in the city that many first accomplices had gathered together to fight for the throne in Taishu. At this moment, a large number of first accomplices were gathering in Haishu. At the time, everyone's face changed. It's bad. Who can stop them now? The military must directly send people to block those who are in the forefront. Once they are allowed to enter the Pacific, we will be unable to settle the game. Once the prelude to the throne competition begins, it is impossible to let them listen to the command. Everyone's faces in the conference room were difficult to see. You should die. How did things go so far? At this moment, an emergency phone came in, and the connector was ecstatic and almost fell a dog to bite the mud while running. There is news from the chief of the burialist. What? Everyone looked over, and the old man answered the phone and opened the voice. The person in front of him said a word in front of everyone in the office. The chief of the funeral captor was not dead. This sentence seemed as if it was shocked. Everyone on the scene showed a shocking look, and the ducklings were silent for a while. He is not dead. How is that possible? Did he come out of the dark tide? They didn't hear anything wrong, did they? This is a dark tide. The dark tide is a place that is recognized as the ultimate realm of spiritual life. The power of the dark nature inside is melting in a second, even if the spiritual realm enters. Our military has explored many times and has lost countless people. From life to life. Can he come out? The dark tide is recognized as the absolute tide, and he will die at the moment of being rolled in. Why have you been there for so long? We Xia country are pretty good. There are countless pioneers in other countries who have been defeated by the dark tide. We still underestimate the burialist. Countless people were shocked and ecstatic. At this moment, Tai is a quarrel. Even the spiritual association members in the field cannot stop them by taking a large number of declines. Why did it happen so much? Oh, they all rushed to the throne. The defenses on the throne were dispersed. They couldn't get in at this moment. At this moment, on the ground inside, a large number of figures moved towards the metal throne like thorns. To the south, it is terrifying. All of these are the precursors of the burial beings everywhere, and the idea of the throne is preceded. At this moment, they entered the Taiji. The Spirit Association has limited manpower, and there will be conflicts when it is blocked, and now it is in danger. They can't stop so many people, and the number of Weiyang people makes their skin numb. If there is no burial and pressure in the town. With this basis, Xia dynasty has long been in chaos. Under the King's Mountain. Looking at the golden mountain dyed with golden light. The golden palace near before us showed a crazy look in the eyes of the crowd. The throne from heaven can live in it. Go together. Whoever has the ability to win is who, and compete fairly. The three middle-aged men in the lead were happy. They were the top ones with great abilities in the team this time. At this moment, they were on the verge of attacks on the throne. Rush. Before, their spirits were evaporated, and their transparent spirits covered their eyes and bodies, flying towards the throne of metal like 3 arrows. It was about to land on that mountain of gold. After a while, it became steep. Rush. The golden sword that was so powerful that it swept out. The metallic nature of the squid is unique, and the power contained in the throne is even more extraordinary. In an instant, I only heard a cry. The three-me-faced figure was torn to pieces by the golden light in the air, and the body was fried into countless pieces, and even the body did not fall. People around him have a sudden change in their faces. The throne is rejecting us. Don't die. Someone is touching the throne above. No wonder we have to work so hard to stop us. It turns out that it is a private bag in the middle, and we touch the throne first. Tom was full of emotions. People who travel far and wide, all faces are full of stern faces. Because the throne requirements are extremely high, those who come to the throne must succeed and die if they want to die. This is also the reason why the genus has been reluctant to contact the throne, because the risk is actually too great. Moreover, the throne requires the same attributes because the throne has too many powers and is too great. If the attributes are different, the pressure it bears is too great, and the human body will explode and explode directly. Don't say that tolerance is the main focus and survival is a problem. Let's talk about their faces first. After learning from the Pacific that the person who was trying to meet the throne was an indefinite move, they were even more anxious. What is metal property? That is the most aggressive spear in the middle, and you can't move forward. Do you dare to trade without any rights and contact the throne of metal? Just looking for death. Those who come into contact with the throne will surely die. After learning that there was someone on the throne, these people were not good at ease, but instead started a more crazy plunder in Taiji. The group of people who do not listen to the spirit association are destiny. The current burial is not too high. If it is stronger than the other, the possibility of winning the throne is 1 point higher. For a while, Taiji fell into chaos, and the Spirit Alliance first fought with these extramarital madmen. Swish! He fought for his life and killed a person who was not without the life of an ordinary person. Blood was bleeding from his hands, but he was not afraid at all. He rose up, and a fireball came to the first. Go to die. Su Qingli is clearly known. The burial has returned. Taisha City is about to set off a bloody rain. At this moment, spiritual meeting door. Rush! The strong and powerful air waves emerged. The trees were folded down, and the surface of the ground was cracked for more than 10 meters. The sword light and the shadows are shading, and the spirits are in opposition. The two men first came to the Weiwei and Ming. One wave was invading from various cities. At this moment, they were destroying buildings and preparing to invade the internal resources of the Spirit Association. The other wave is to defend the situation. At present, ordinary people in Taisha have been withdrawn. This is a battle between the first move and the first move. The local war in Taisha naturally cannot afford this kind of situation, and there are also strong moves from various cities to borrow from each city. But despite this, the gap in strength between the two sides remained at the same time. This invasion was a preparatory place, and it joined forces with several cities to resist. The Taisha city's guardianship was limited and it was defeated to retreat. When the invasion was first approached, we laughed very hard. Is Taisha not the number one in Xia dynasty? That's it. What about your team leader? Let your team leader come out. Oh, I almost forgot that your team leader disappeared for almost a month. Is it so unbearable if you lose the team leader? These people have long been interested in the Lingsong organization. At this moment, they found an opportunity and started talking without mercy. They have long been dissatisfied with the spiritual alliance. The whole family is so unique. So what if you are the official one? The spirit has been regained. Who cares about yours? They fought against the Spirit Association for their own personal enjoyment. The Spirit Association has always wanted to remove them, but they are like the celestial crawler, hiding too deep, and the pressure cannot be eradicated. As the voice fell, the invasion was waiting for the Spirit Association to respond urgently. Logically speaking, as an official organization, the Spirit Association should be a challenge to such a gambler. No matter how hard it is, it should send a strong response to suppress them. No matter how unfair the situation, it would have to say something and calm down the army. But Mao didn't even have it. The Taisher Spirit Association seemed to have never heard of this challenge at all, without any response. None of them have any broadcasts. Does this make sense? Lucin Head Turtle? A cowardly lizard? Or is this the Taisher Spirit Association resisting? When the invasion of the world was dark, the spirit in his hand condensed and formed, smashing towards the large door of the spirit. Bang! With a sound of striking the sky and earth, the metal spirit broke through the spiritual gate. For a while, the Taisher Spirit Association Hall was exposed to everyone's visual line. Empty silence. There was no one inside the huge Taisher Ling Association. When invading, they choked up. This is a wonderful feeling. It's like you are a thief who has been squatting for a wealthy family for a long time. On this day, when the rich family is at their best, you bring all the little brothers into the rich family, attack a group of old, weak, and sick, and try to make a picture full of money. As a result, when I opened the door, I found that there were no dogs at home, not against each other. There are 10,000 and 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 10,000 are not in opposition. The first reaction of the invasion is all about it. They are all old extrajudicial madmen. On the surface, this kind of behavior is not against them or is clearly visible. When we were experiencing the crystal nucleus before, the Spirit Association sent strong forces to resist to the death. Why is the door open today and the protective cover is not open? Strange, there are also team leaders outside to resist. But the result is the Spirit Association's internal communication. It's strange. Could it be that this Taisher Spirit Association saw that resistance was not enough and was directly defeated? There's a feeling you feel free, too. At this moment, they finally caught a member of the Spirit Association. The man wearing a glass should be a researcher. He was terrible in his ability and was only 1 star. He just walked out of the Crystal Nuclear Research Office. Several people shook their eyes, and Tashishi stepped forward to intercept him. Where are you in the Spirit Association's crystal nucleus? Learning room number 3. The researcher of the eye lens said that it was fast. The Spirit Association is inside. There's no obstacle along the way, and I first looked at the crystal cores sealed in the gust, showing a look of coveting. This group first came from all over the world, and is the best among major cities, with the worst being the best. At this moment, they looked at a young man in front like stars and moons, as if they were headed by him. This person is the main plan for this throne battle. Li Mingxian, brotherly, this golden throne is the thing in your pocket. Now I'm so lucky that I'm just here to be the first to be accused of the Taisher. You have to give them some color. Someone said sarcastically. Li Mingxian smiled and said, the throne is obtained by someone. Since the brothers have come, they can try it. Even so, his eyes were full of disdain. This time, Li Ming, who is the most popular candidate for the throne, is the candidate for the throne. Li Mingche himself also believed that he was the master of metal in the future and attracted many people to follow him and develop the chaos in the market. While talking, Li Ming raised his hand and crushed 2 bottles of supplements. For the purpose of gaining confidence, the spiritual agent put some unrelated items outside, such as spiritual supplements, which can quickly restore spiritual energy. These crystal nuclei have protective covers. If you want to destroy the words, you will be surprised to see the head of the Spirit Association. The crystal nuclei will not be taken. When I go to the throne, I believe that the Lord will successfully become the Lord of Jin. At that time, the Spirit Association will not be in trouble. Li Mingqi seemed to be discussing words, but his language was unquestionable. Those people dare not rebel. They came to follow Li Mingxian. If Li Mingxian could eat meat, they would naturally have to drink it in 1 sip. But there are people on the throne now. Wouldn't they be swept up when they go in? Li Ming spoke and showed a cold smile. I have been in the throne for so long and have not succeeded yet. Is it true that the throne of metal does not recognize that person? Since I don't agree, will it be the opportunity to reach others? Li Mingqi plans to go to the back mountain. He wants to benefit his own metallicity and block the throne. If it works, he can connect to the throne of metal. If it doesn't work, it's also extremely frustrating for people on the throne. The best of both. Li Mingyi was satisfied and said to the person behind him, "I'm going to the throne now. You are here to stay." Everyone dare not argue. What's more, they also want to know if the throne can be contacted by others before they know the Lord. After a moment, Li Mingcheng arrived at the back mountain, raised his head, and looked at the bright golden light, and was about to take a step forward. Suddenly, a sensation caught his heart. His heartbeat stopped for a moment, and a strong sense of crisis appeared. Li Ming's complexion suddenly changed, and the cyan blood vessels leaped from the corners of his eyes. "It's terrible." Li Mingyi suddenly raised his head and suddenly tightened his pupils. I don't know when. There was a black figure on the mountain road in front of him, thin but not weak. There was a handful of black gutters hanging around his waist, but he walked in the heavy rain without guttering, allowing the majestic raindrops to fall on his body, and so on. Li Ming was stunned for a moment, and suddenly saw clearly that it was not a gust, but a knife, a culinary tang sword, without a sheath, was on the man's waist. The knife slid out from his waist, and the blade light was as bright as fire, revealing its mightiness. Li Ming was stupid. The death breath disappeared. At this moment, the spiritual association's first-hand deal was full of horror. Ming, he is the strongest here. Who can kill him? In a moment, they saw the mountain behind the forest, and in the golden craze, they stepped out. The man wore a black robe and walked slowly. The golden light attached a layer of golden edge to him, and it looked like there was a breath of sacredness. He walked closer to the spiritual association. A pair of dark eyes swayed over these people, and their eyes were filled with ice, making people feel like an ice cellar. The direction of this person is to clearly see the breathing and the direction. Is it difficult to move? Is it a master sent by the spirit association? Many people have this thought in their minds, but when this thought appears, they feel relieved. If the spirit association sends people, the position may not be opposite to them. The simplicity is very simple. Everyone knows that the burial is gone. If you can get the throne of metal, it is the next burial or even the next spiritual association minister. In the new era, strength is respectful. Who doesn't want to be stronger? Who dares to say that they have no desire to be vigilant about the throne? Those who can say that they do not desire strength are all silly people. If you can escape the great changes of the world, there is no one who is lying to die equally. Since we are all here to fight for the throne, why bother to have conflicts? When you look at the throne, just choose who. Everyone is active, so Wu Jin has no intention of having a direct conflict with the man in black in front of him. Even Ming Zheng can't beat the opponent. Are they worthy? Now, under the heavy rain, it was dark and dark. Then the figure gradually came to the gate of the spirit conference. Seeing that he was about to come, the inside people rushed forward. "Brother, don't act first. Let's talk first. We are all the same. Will the spirit association let you come?" The man who had been so kind to the other person before came forward again and tried to use his 3-inch tongue to tell the person in front of him that he was here. But when he raised his head, he subconsciously wanted to retreat. He didn't dare to confront the other party. The atmosphere is too strong. Everyone couldn't help but shock. Although they had already prepared this person in front of them to be strong, when they were in contact with him, they couldn't control their tremors. Yeah, this strong man nodded slightly. Although the reaction was very weak, it made people happy. If you can chat, you will have something to do. Then are you the leader of the Spirit Association? The man asked again. The Spirit Association borrowed several team leaders from other cities this time in order to stop them. These are all public information, so the person asked directly. Yes. The black-clothed strong man nodded again and admitted. The man's eyes were delighted. Since the team leader is borrowed from the team leader, the explanation is very strong. No wonder it can kill the secret. Since the situation is like this, the rate of instigation is also high. As for the strong, I just want to become stronger. Oh, then who are you? Maybe we have brothers, that city, and we can try the throne together. As soon as this said, this person seemed to feel. The temperature around the area has become lower. Then, I heard two words spit out in front of me. Two. There are indeed some people who are too so this time. The news that the team leader lost contact is that they give. I'll wait, 2 question mark. The spirit will calm down in an instant, and the falling mark is heard. The crowd looked at the figure and felt a Demok Yang's sword on the top of his head. Madam, Captain, are you Feng Meng? He kept talking to Feng Meng, and he fell to the ground with a soft leg. No one expected it. The surging fires swept over the market, swaying the sky and the earth, like the flame prisoner between the sky and the earth. The breath of this flame. At this moment, a pioneer of invading and Song Yifeng fought hard, and suddenly saw the flames in the sky, and his eyes flashed. I wonder why this surging flame gave him an ominous feeling. Is there such a powerful pioneer of fire in Taisha? But Song Yifeng on the opposite side suddenly became excited. The idol is back. What the hell? When he heard Song Yifeng, the pioneer was stunned at first, and his face turned into rebellion. Idol, an idol of a team leader? Who else is there in Xia dynasty? Could it be that? The invader looked at the turbulent moment, and he raised his head again and looked at the direction of the flames burning. That is the direction of the headquarters of the Taisha Spiritual Association. There are more than one magical 9 stars there. They are all metal pioneers, but now, when the flames are ignited, there are no metal breaths that collide with them. There are only 2 possibilities. If this pioneer of fire attributes is our people, he will instantly kill everyone. In the whole Xia dynasty, only one can think it can achieve this. The funeralist. Has he returned? What's the fire there? Why can't the group of people who went to the Spirit Association contact us? I heard that the funeral is back. The funeral. At this moment, all the invaders' hearts were like ice cellars. If he comes back, are they still playing her? Don't look at their number of people. There are hundreds of people who are all talented. But even if you come twice as many people, you will be instantly caught. That's the funeralist. No matter how I think it is all over the army. What's more, the worst situation now is that the strongest among these people has been undetected. When they arrived in Taichung, they were already blocked by the team members who were being urged by the Spirit Association and killed by both sides, which was somewhat injured, such as the funeral who was buried back. Then they all really can escape to death. At this moment, they were in a slight urge. The buried person appears here at this moment, just like King Gu, Sumio, who will die. You should know that the reason why they came from the beginning was that Li Lianhua, the leader, repeatedly guaranteed that the burialist was not there. If that person is here, who dares to act rashly? But now everything is too late. It's not just him. The other invaders also discovered that they were in a bad situation. Since the flames were ignited from the sky, the group of members of the association who had red eyes suddenly became like they had chicken blood, and they did not fight them anymore, but instead showed the expression of your death is here. Finished. Run quickly. The funeral is back. We have turned the Taisha so upside down, he will definitely kill us. Fight. At this moment, the status of the pet and the key player is adjusted. The invaders all looked erotic and instantly gave up their resistance. They just wanted to escape from the market quickly, and their expressions were like passers-by, dragged by a horror game about to face the big boss. Surprised, afraid, regretful. A breath of hope spreads. But what was even more desirable was behind. When they had enough time to run to the edge of the Taisha city, they suddenly realized that the Spirit Association had already sent people to cover it. Rush! The flames broke through the sky. The earth was burning, and a figure came towards the crowd. The funeralist. In a haze, his eyes lit up from the smoke, and the golden light was fierce, like a round of everlasting melting and burning. At this moment, when I was noticed by this video, whether it was the intruder or the Spirit Association specialist, they were all creepy and subconsciously wanted to retreat. He actually came. The invader's face changed drastically, and his voice was trembling. The worst situation finally happened. Didn't you say that the funeral was gone for a long time? Didn't you say that he was dead? Are you dead? This is what they really want to die. Facing the members of the Spirit Association, these people can still ask for help, but when they really faced the buried person, the burning breath came, and only the remaining desire for survival withered. Desperately. Can you make a bloody path? Swish. Just when these people are thinking about the phone and flying fast thinking. Suddenly, their thoughts stopped, looking at the scene in front of them like an ice cellar. The buried person didn't say a word. Press your fingers on the handle of the waist. In an instant, Tang was unsheathed. Rush dash. The sky is rising. Using the heaven and earth as the painting, the light turns into a fleeting line, cutting the entire world by 2.5. Half of life, half of death. In an instant, the sky was filled with great shock, which was from the pioneers wailing, as if a group of drowning people had just had time to take a breath, and they were swallowed by the sea of fire in an instant. Crack. The sound of the bones burning in the flames is creepy, and a black shadow dances in the flames, like a scene of the earth, seeing people. I once saw a picture called Grave Change, which was a painting that painted her daughter after she died in order to draw the scene of the ground. But now I think that the painting expresses the appearance of the ground and flows into consciousness. The flame is buried, and everything is obscured. This is the anger of the burialist. The members of the Ling Association and the helping team leader stood aside, and the firelight shone brightly on their eyes, and the eyes were jumping and shocking. It was a striking thing that was engraved into the bone marrow. A short moment. The pioneer who fought with them was completely wiped out. It's so scary, it makes people feel numb. Before this, they all knew that the Taiching team leader was very strong, and they had created a land of sacrifice to the king alone and saved the city. But the recognition is only about the two words very strong. When we really saw him and the days of evaluating the action, all the people deeply realized the gap between themselves and the buried person. The difference between cloud mud. I can't cross in this life. This scene of ecstasy, mixed with the fire of burial, is creepy. I can't rest for a long time. Don't you think the burialist is a bit cold? Maybe if a person is too kind, he will never be able to do it if he is too kind, but the burialist is not wrong. The burialist has been gone these days, and the commander plans to collapse. Do you think the only one who is out of trouble? No. Back mountain. The fire was raging, and the earth was not in a flash. The golden light was like a dazzling giant snake swaying its storm. The air shook, as if it was a big drum beating, and its breath was very striking. Metality, the extreme killing and attacking attribute. Even the thunderous storm that was triggered by the throne was shocking. Now, Fang Yi stood in front of the throne. His eyes flashed, and the extremely aggressive attacking breath came from there, even though he was so far away that he was full of threats. The throne is a major change brought about by the resurrection of spirit. Even for those who have gained rank, the throne of the throne is very difficult. For example, Lin Yi, a person with no rank, is even more difficult to kill. There are also rumors that innate nature is the natural killer. Because she has no attributes, she can try to kill no matter what attributes, and will not be rejected by her attributes. But this is only the knowledge contained in theory. The reality is that the pioneers of the innate nature are much weaker than those of the innate nature, whether it is talent, strength, fighting ability, etc. Therefore, it is simply a silly discussion to win the throne without nature. What's more, the metal property is too high, and the dew is something that is extremely difficult to control, so when Lin Yi enters, there will be more misfortunes. My cousin was really moved this time. I didn't want to let this guardian's responsibility fall on her shoulders. He sighed deeply. Fang Yi looked at the golden throne storm, and suddenly remembered that he was still a child. That's a long-time memory. At that time, he wanted to move in alone, and his Aunt Fang Yulan was so angry that she refused to see him. In the end, Lin Yi ran out to see him. At that time, Lin Yi was still a little lucidum, with 2 horns tied with her eyes, and her eyes were like 2 big grapes of water spirits. She secretly pulled Fang Yi to the side, and thought she was secretly stuffed them with 2 orange-flavored candies. Little Roly cried and hugged his thighs. "Brother, I ask you to eat the candy I have eaten for a long time. Can you not leave?" Fang Yulan said that she never cried, and she was always holding back her beatings and flirting. Only when Fang Yi left alone, she cried and became a stinger. When Lin Yi came to live with him later, the two of them felt a sense of distance. Fang Yibu thought she was no longer the little girl she had ever lived in. But unexpectedly, after getting familiar with it, Lin Yi changed a little bit when she was a child. She chased Xiao Bai every day and wanted to take it to the Balacock. Occasionally, she would steal the cake and make some small cakes. She made Fang Yi's activities go from a stagnant pool to some expectations. Although Lin Yi hides behind Fang Yi most of the time, when Fang Yi is not, she is stronger than anyone else. If she was dead like this, she would never be able to find such a fresh cousin again. Fang Yulan's eyes probably drowned him too. Now, Fang Yi looked at the throne without any side again, and looked like a golden light and danced wildly with black hair. Rush! He took a step forward, and a hole was deeply sunk under his feet. He stepped in the golden storm. Rush dash! In an instant, the throne repelled him, and the golden waves exploded, and the extremely heavy waves pushed towards Fang Yi time and time again. It has reached an unprecedented peak. The entire sky above the sky was lighted by golden light, like white. The throne on the back mountain is moving again. Don't worry, there is nothing wrong with the team. Oh, but the back mountain looks like it's going to explode. Countless people looked at the back mountain. Rush! The next moment, the drama was shaking violently, and the sky suddenly darkened, followed by the golden rays, as if a big sun exploded in the sky. Metal properties are formed, and the wind formed by gas has mercy destroyed everything without any emotion. The earth is shaking violently, and the trees are even collapsed in pieces. Fang Yi is full of golden light. This moment, a terrifying breath burst out from the back mountain, and a vast golden light spread across the world, and every inch of golden light wrapped around the turbulent air. Rush! Lin Yi's figure shook violently, and her body scattered a golden light. The flashes of light and metal properties were combined into the sound of a war, just like two divine weapons being engulfed. The throne storm wrapped her in a weak body. Lin Yi's eyebrows were tightened, but her face seemed to have less pain. The violent metal buzzed, and the buzzing sound continued. I can only help you here. Fang Yi's voice was almost light. If you want to take the throne in an indiscriminate posture, the probability of success is very low, close to zero. The power of the throne is really too domineering. Lin Yi tried to play a strong picture, but it was already a good situation. Now, Fang Yi gave her a metallicity template, which can be regarded as a recognized qualification. But this does not mean success. The throne believes that there is a set of its own rules, and no one knows it. After having metal, whether you can win the throne or not, it depends on Lin Yi himself. Metality is just a door. If you want to get acquainted, it depends on Lin Yi's character. No one can help her at this point. During the storm of metal properties, Fang Yi was covered by a golden turtle. He possessed metal properties and no longer needed to urge other properties to protect himself. But the throne rejected the storm and was still tearing him. The throne is in hell, and he leaves. If he doesn't get along, it may have a bad impact on Lin Yi. Fang Yi's eyes were deep. He finally glanced at Lin Yi on the throne, turned around, and stepped out of the storm without hesitation. At the foot of the mountain, a group of people gathered at the foot of the mountain in a vast way. They were wearing the uniforms of the spiritual association. They were obviously members of the spiritual association. Among them, with Su Qingbing as the head, they're all worried and guilty. Lin Yi stepped into the throne to prevent those who came from other cities with incorrect hearts. Now, the buried people came and cremated the culprits. Although they did not ask them, they were unable to eat. I hope Yi is fine. Su Qingbing prayed in her heart. When they opened up their cousins, Su Qingfeng also liked Lin Yi very much. The two were both partners and friends. I don't think something happened to her because of the situation. More importantly, Lin Yi was the only one who was strong in Xia dynasty to win the throne. If she really had a throne, what would it be? The president should not raise the head to see the burialist. At this moment, there was a not-so-sensible official behind him, holding an expensive metal box, looking displeased. I know that I have the chance to recognize the Lord when I enter the throne. Lin Yi also took advantage of everyone's attention and entered. I think she just wants to be the Lord of Metality. His voice fell. Su Qing turned over and looked at him coldly. Aren't you too human? Ah, yes. Your family is still alive, right? Do you dare to say you have never been protected by the captain and the agent? Is he sought them here now? Don't you think you are disgusting? As Su Qing's voice fell, the first person suddenly realized that the others around him looked at him with gaze. The man was speechless by Su Qingli. Also, you said that the throne of the throne is quite simple. Do you know how successful the throne of the throne is? The success rate is less than 1%. If you change it, do you want to enter the throne for too many people? The man was silent. Su Qingli turned around and asked the others, where are you willing to destroy your life for the sake of others' lives? No one answered. Silence. In the field, they are all first-class people, and their spirits are rebellious and change their fate against the will of heaven. Who is not very bloody, who doesn't want to step out of an evolutionary road in this affliction world. Put yourself in danger for others? The rain stopped and Fang Yi returned to the villa. Before I left, I heard a scent of dish, and Fang Yulan was fried beef, which was particularly fragrant. After hesitating for a moment, Fang Yi still stepped into the door. Didn't you just say something to you, and you ran away in an instant? Come and do it. Shall we? Are you back? Fang Yulan thought it was Lin Yi who came back. When she turned around, she looked at Fang Yi and was surprised. Aunt. Fang Yi smiled slightly and suddenly fell into a warm hug. Fang Yulan came up and hugged him. Fang Yi was already much taller than her. He was no longer the stubborn little boy when he was a child, but had become the only one-sided leader. Fang Yulan felt very moved, but in front of the parents, they're always children. Your child is, when you come back, if you're busy next time, remember to call home early to give me a clear idea. Fang Yi did not think about this period of time. Even though Lin Yi deliberately kept it a secret, Fang Yulan could still observe the undercurrents in Taishu. She didn't know that Fang didn't almost cause the entire Xia Guomao team leader's plan to collapse. You've all come back, but Yi's girl ran out again. I don't know where to go, and I don't have a mobile phone. Fang Yulan opened Fang Yi with a much relaxed expression, but Fang Yishuan's face changed slightly, and he was a little bitter. How should he explain to Fang Yulan? In fact, it is definitely not possible. This kind of thing can only be said after the trouble is settled. Aunt Yi has been very busy recently. She has been on a business trip outside, and it will take some time to come back. On a business trip? Fang Yulan suddenly became anxious. She has no injuries on her arm. Will your leader arrange for her to go on a business trip? Then you will come back. Well, because my cousin is too handsome, and now she is short of people, only she can go. Fang Yi said without any redness, and her heart is not beating. No mother would love to hear her children's conversations. She heard that Lin Yi was so handsome that she arranged this way. So Fang Yulan looked at her again. You are all, and you don't say hello to me in advance when you go out. Leaving an old thing home is scared. Fang Yulan muttered, Did you say when to come back? No. Fang Yulan's face was still not very good, but she was always fooled. Fang Yi relaxed his voice. If it were not necessary, he did not want to cheat Fang Yulan, but he really couldn't help but speak the consequences. When my cousin becomes a good friend, come back by yourself. After eating, Fang Yi went upstairs and entered his room and was about to test the things he brought out from the dark tides this time. So happy! Fang Yi's mind moved, and a huge and mysterious force radiated from his body, huge and taboo, as if it had come from the ancient times. A dark armor appeared from his body, and a faint black light flowed from the surface of the armor, full of mystery. The terrible breath is open. Ancient armor of gods and demons. Fang Yi's eyes swayed slightly. This set of war armor comes from the dark tides and can connect with the spirit, the most perfect and consistent state, and the defense is even more amazing but I don't know how strong it is. Fang Yi planned to give a try. The thunder roared in his hand and instantly condensed into a thunderball, and the powerful force ejected out. Thunder attribute is a divine attribute, and there is no need to mention attack attributes, and it is suitable for testing. But if there's only the thunder attribute, I would look down on this ancient armor too much. Fang Yi's eyes moved. God's beautiful. The golden light was like sunlight, and the light was revealed, and the light was storm in the thunder. In an instant, the golden thunder stormed, and its vigor was strong. One punch. Fang Yi stared tightly at the falling face. I'm standing here. You come and take action against me. Who are you? Fang Yi stood still on the road, his eyes on several old men. Zhang Tian guessed that the treasure that Fang Yi received should be something with a higher defense attribute. After thinking for a while, he turned his head and said to another old man beside him, Old Lu, your attacking methods are relatively strong. You try it. Old Lu was very angry, and his killer was the same as his temper, and he was very angry. The old Lu was pointing his head. Even if he took a step, his body's breath opened instantly, and the trees, flowers, and plants around him were pushed to the ground. He looked at Fang Yi. Then I won't hold back. Please do your best. Fang Yi looked at him. What? Exercise all your efforts? Everyone was stunned. Is he so confident? The old Lu was also stunned for a moment. To be honest, although his strength was not as good as Zhang Tian, he had the property of fire and wanted to discuss a pure attack, and Zhang Tian would be able to withstand it. Fang Yi's words are really a bit arrogant. Could it be that what he brought from a mysterious realm is so powerful? But he himself is just a spiritual realm. The old Lu Bai was so angry that he said he wanted to do his best, then I would not be polite. I have a clear understanding. The next second, his eyes suddenly froze, his fists tightly clenched, and a terrifying fire light burst out in his eyes. The powerful pressure made many people around him look abrupt. What a terrible sense of pressure. Old Lu is really not good at all. Rush! The old Lu instantly burst out his strength, and his powerful abilities gathered together. He is the master of exploring the mysterious realm. At this moment, he represents the level of the peak. Stop! The path in front of me was instantly burned by fire, and all the trees around me turned into scorched wood. His fists were burning with fire, rushing to Fang Yiyuan. At this moment, Fang Yixian stood in the back and kept moving. Without metal properties, the Tang sword was inserted into the waist, but it was even a piece of silk guard. If you take a punch like this, it is not a joke. It is possible to die directly. Rush dash. The terrifying waves rolled, and a violent breath exploded in an instant, captivating everyone's eyes. There was a thorn in the heart of the old man around him. Nothing will happen, right? Even if their pupils collapsed, they seemed to see something extremely terrifying. I saw Fang Yi standing on the back, intact, and a black armor covered his body, rigorously combining his terrifying atmosphere. How could this happen? The old Lu punched the punch with all his strength, which was enough to kill a white-eyed bear of the same level who was strong enough to kill him. Even Zhang Tian, who was at a higher level than him, dared not resist. That is the power of creating a spirit star, even an ordinary spiritual star. It's also difficult to get rid of it. But under that armor, there was no trace of sensation. In the dome, a figure with black armor floated above it, and a figure stood quietly, and the armor reflected a faint black light, like an ancient demon god wearing armor and fighting for a long time. It made their hearts suddenly collapse. No need to try again. Old Lu can't do it. No one on the scene can penetrate his defense. Zhang Tian's eyes were flashing, and this scene made him feel glamorous. The power of the burialist is definitely beyond everyone's expectations. He has not started to enjoy the resources of Xia, but he has already stood at the peak of the axe. Such a talent. The blue sky, which was originally as blue, was sinking down at a speed visible to the naked eye, and above the pile of clouds like mountains and buildings, the majestic thunder rose into the sky. Zhang Tian's eyes changed slightly. The birth of the Lord Lei was unexpected to everyone. In the original calculation, It would take him at least half a month to absorb all the power. The Spirit Association was responsible for detecting the Thunder Lord, and at this moment, he had to advance all plans, which also attracted great attention from the military area. The Spirit Association sent a message asking us to go to the place where Lord Lei lived. The abnormal value there could no longer be suppressed. Old Wu's eyes were very heavy. There's no profit on this road of resurrection, just feeling the stones and taking one step at a time. They finally piled up resources and repaired to the point of being as strong as they were, and they managed to maintain the stability of society. But now, the appearance of the throne and Thunder Lord obviously breaks this peace. Lord Lei actually succeeded. A gore vine, mastered the terrifying power, directly turned into an existence beyond their golden state. How to solve it? By then, it can easily overturn the river with just one thought, and no one is its opponent. At that moment, can they survive in its hands and save Xia? The Lord of Thunder has already entered the Jinjing realm, and we must come to Sichuan. Zhang Tan, Mr. Wu, and others looked at each other and had the same belief. Even if the road ahead is a sea of swords and fire, they're the first affair of Daxia and the shield of the people, and they still have to go on this journey, just like they have entered and left the mysterious realm countless times before. Too. Fang Yi suddenly opened his mouth. He was willing to do so. So many old men naturally couldn't get it. When Fang Yulan learned that Fang Yi was on a business trip again, he couldn't help but murmur, "The weather is not good recently. If you want to take a look, you should wear a coat to avoid falling." Okay, the new year will be over in a few months. Come back early at that time and bring your sister back. Let's have a bunch of food. Okay. Before Fang Yi left, he left the messenger to Lin Yi. This little black dog, glossy and bright little black dog, slid its two sharp eyes, opened its belly in front of Fang Yi, and twisted it and twisted it. Fang Yi touched its dog head and dinged it. "Xiao Bai, I will give you an important task. Protect my cousin and come back to eat you with big bones." As soon as I heard the big bones, the messenger was no longer sleepy. He turned around and got up, and his saliva flowed all over the floor. What can a puppy have? He just wants to eat big bones. Fang Yi took the envoy to the back mountain and sent it into the luxury dog silhouette specially made by the Spirit Association. He also arranged a group of people to guard outside. Duji's previous invasion happened again. After processing this, Fang Yi, Zhang Tian, and others went to Sichuan. Now, Sichuan/Nanny District. Thunderbolts cover the world, and under the warning line raised by the military area, branches exploded and huge turtles were scattered. Dong! A green gourd vine branch stretched out, emitting a surging, thunderous breath, as if a person who had just woken up was stretching his waist and stretching out his fire all the way. When Fang Yi heard this, everyone was stunned and immediately turned their eyes to the terrifying thunder. Suddenly, a few thunders scattered over and over again. In the midst of fierceness, thunder descended into the world and scattered light and shone the old man's cap. At this moment, everyone felt the terrifying and pressure. Rise! The entire Nanming district exploded directly, and the thunder spread to the dome. The violent wind blew, and the lightning was furious. The lightning overflowed in front of them. Zhang Tian and others were instantly caught in front of everyone. Suddenly, the breath of the spirit creation realm exploded, and Shen Wujin and others felt the violent breath exploded. As the wind storms, several high-level stars in the spirit realm took action. Rise! Thunder and spirits collided, and no terrible power exploded. The terrifying breath broke through the clouds in an instant. All the strong people are resisting the thunder lightning of the Thunder Lord. It's so terrifying that I feel that the dragon is about to be torn apart by this energy. Is the power of Mr. Zhang and others already reached this point? For a while, Shen Wujin and others couldn't help but be shocked, their eyes full of horror. They knew that Zhang Tian and others traveled to mysterious fields all year round and were powerful. They saw that they had really taken action, but they were just natural. Especially Zhang Tian. He was so cold that he could only freeze the entire sky. For a while, ice, thunder, fire, and water surged in the sky, shaped like a dazzling scene. Zhang Tian and others looked solemn. They're fighting as hard as possible to prevent the lightning from dissipating. But that thunder is so terrible. They urge the body to the extreme. They are profound and clear. If Jin Jingjin wants to crush them to death, it is simply a matter of thinking. Even though they had made sufficient preparations, they still underestimated the terror of Thunder Lord. The lightning was blocked for only a short moment and exploded immediately. The ice melted, the flame evaporated, the hydrated steam. Everyone's pupils suddenly tightened. Puff! The next second, Zhang Tianji spat out a mouthful of blood on the interface, took a few steps back, and hit his back against the tree before he could barely stop his pace. Rise! In the sky, all the properties of the are actually in that long lightning, turning into pieces in a mysterious area, and the old man in Xia's most powerful military area was vomited blood by a ray of lightning. Old Zhang, old Wu. Shen Wu's voice was filled with a few striking sounds. This is the strongest person in Xia dynasty. Even they could not resist the existence of, and only the Lord of Thunder escaped from a ray of lightning. He looked at the divine thunder all over the sky and felt his skin numb. Now, Shen Wuqi was most afraid of something. The throne lands, the Lord is born, far beyond the power of Xia. If the Thunder Master really moves, I can't think about what the consequences will the human city suffer. Above the sky, the thunder was everywhere, heading towards Sichuan City. Obviously, if the thunder is not stopped from spreading, the thunder will spread to Sichuan City. If it really enters the boundary of Nanming District, it will bring an unparalleled blood. What to do? Shen Wu's eyes were painful. At that moment, I was desperate to breathe, suppressing the army's brain. In the slow recovery of spirit, they faced many problems, unusual and overwhelming. The mysterious space was under pressure. The dark tide was threatening. But only this Thunder Master made them feel the hope for the first time. The Spirit Association has begun to evacuate residents of Nanming District. Everyone received the notice to go to the nearest city. As long as the Lay Lord exists, the entire Sichuan City will not be safe, and even the entire central part of Xia Dynasty will not be safe. The existence of the Thunder Master is the greatest threat to humans. Now, it is no longer a big deal to stop the Thunder Master. They can't hold on. They are all the top pillars of Daxia. Even a lightning can't be suppressed. How to stop it? The powerlessness spreads in the heart. Silence. These people held heavy powers and were silent in the mysterious realm. They have seen powerful people. But if Fang Yi and his wife were prosecuted, they could only say one thing. Awesome. The Master's strength is too strong. Just move can threaten the survival of Xia. They didn't even make a final decision in the fight. But now Fang Yi has easily resolved it, and the soldiers are not bloody. Now, the Thunder Master is like a newborn. It is just wise, so Fang Yi is communicating with it. That's the Thunder Master. It really accepts Fang Yi's communication. It's so simple and incredible. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked for a moment. At this moment, they all saw clearly that the Thunder Power was being captured by the Thunder Power. The Thunder Power was trying to control the Thunder Power. The sky was surging and thunder began to dissipate, and the light burst out without any light. The sky began to recover from its blue color. Those forces were being retracted one by one. It was so amazing. There was a flash of light in the eyes of the old man, and they were feeling moved. Is it really listening to Fang Yi? This is more terrifying than just breaking it apart. Fang Yi really has the ability to communicate with a lay master. What's going on? Zhang Tian stood opposite Fang Yi, looking at the boy's eyes slightly closed. His expression was slight, and his head was thunder flashing, which was closely connected with the lay master. Everyone knows that the Lord of Thunder is born and does not know anything, but knows that communication with you is two things. If Zhang Tian and others truly resisted the power of the Jinsha realm, they would know how difficult it would be to achieve this step. How can 1 and 2 realms communicate with the 3 realms? It would be great if someone slapped you without slapping you. They cannot compete with the difference in realm power. But at this moment, Fang Yi was bathed in the lightning and rushed into Xia. He stopped Thunderlord. Keep the Nanming district from disaster. No matter how he did it, but he was willing to do it. That would be enough. Xiagua gave Fang Yi not much, but he brought Xiagua to shelter. But there were much more things than these running old things. Looking at Zhang still young, Zhang Tian was in a very complicated mood at this moment. At this moment, Fang Yi didn't know what huge waves had caused by the communication between him and Lei Zhu. He is also silent now. This Thunder Master is too immature. It released images that are comparable to oracle bone inscriptions, full of primitive breath. Fang, he spent a lot of effort to teach it how to collect the overflowing power. It turns out that teaching children is such a hard thing. Suddenly, he respected the kindergartner's career. Similarly, the spirit is just beginning to begin, and the little slut is much more intelligent than it. It seems that although they're all plants, there's also a gap in IQ. At this moment, I initially learned to control the power of in the sea of consciousness that everyone cannot see. Its vines danced like snakes on Fang Yi's body. If it regarded the gourd vine as a child, it would be lying on Fang Yi's back, dancing with joy, dance and thunder, as if asking Fang Yi, "Do you think I'm right? Say me quickly." Well, it's okay. Your understanding should be among the top 3 of the creatures I've seen. Hulu Tang was a little confused and puzzled, not knowing who he said, but nothing to say. Under Fang Yi's guidance, the thunder in the sky dissipated, and the thread of Xiagua's blood was also resolved invisibly. Thunder disappeared. It's so strong. Looking at the mighty thunder in the sky, the most powerful divine thunder were collected. At this moment, everyone smiled. Fortunately, Fang Yi. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Xia dynasty to join. Even Zhang Tian and others couldn't stop the lightning. Once they fell into the city, no one would want to live. The city is full of blood. Just when the crowd relaxed, suddenly, a figure came from the helicopter and quickly walked to the people. This is an internal member of the Xia dynasty Xinguan. He is not a high-ranking official, but he has some decisions on major matters in Xia dynasty. At this moment, he came to Fang Yi's side. Looking at the obedient Thunder Master like a child, his eyes showed a covetous look. "Hello, Chief of the Burial Corps. I am a member of the Xia dynasty Xinguan. I have an opportunity to get in promotion. Do you want to listen?" As soon as this was said, everyone raised eyebrows and looked at the man without hesitation. Promotion and debt? Who are you looking down on? If Fang Yi was interested in promotion and financial development, he would have already been in the military's position. And could he still be the leader of the spiritual association in the district? Who doesn't know? Even this team leader is also asking for a confession. What are you talking about? At this moment, everyone developed a dissatisfaction with this bureaucratic and spiritual member. "Oh, let's listen." Fang Yi opened his eyes quietly. The man instantly showed my understanding smile. Which man would not be interested in getting promoted and financed? Even if it was a burial, it was inevitable. The method is very simple. If you can communicate with the Thunder Lord, you just need to let the Thunder Lord be our Xiagua Institute. You will have a place in the God of Heaven. After the man said that, his eyes looked at the Thunder Lord remotely, with a greedy look in his eyes. That's the Lord. If he could drive a master, Xia would definitely be able to regain his position as the master of the stable world in this spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining man raised his eyebrows, thinking it was very inappropriate. Fang Yi didn't say anything. Next second, rise. Suddenly, a bucket of thick and bloody thunder fell from the sky, with great power and penetration of cloud layers. Under the man's terrifying gaze, a loud sound came to a thunderous slash, and the lightning slashed on him, bursting out with a strong and powerful spirit, which aroused ripples and spread for several hundred meters. After the waves are quiet, everyone looked at that person again. Where's that figure? There is only one human-shaped powder, and the wind dissipated as soon as it blew. The Lord of Thunder descended to the divine punishment. He was soaked in dust. Oh, at this moment, Zhang Tian and Mr. Wu were both deeply silenced. They looked towards the direction of the Thunder Lord, full of awe, and a look of observance appeared in their eyes. What are you thinking? That is the Golden King realm, Lord of Thunder. It can cover a city with one move. Such a strong war. Who is not interested? Why can't we drive it? Are we not wanting it? That's not worthy. I don't dare to see its power. Do you dare? Just as everyone was still shocked by the scene in front of them. In the sky, the Lord of Thunder once again breathed a breath at Fang Yi. The breath was extremely gentle and even revealed a little bit of affection. It was Lord Lei talking to Fang Yi. In today's situation, no one will be stupid. The Thunder Master, who just became a wise man, is such a naive and unconventional temperament. In other words, its good temper is also consistent, only limited to Fang Yi. After all, the thunder struck people to death, and everyone was watching. Good temper? It does not exist. If you dare to argue, you will be killed. Lord Lei expressed his gratitude to Fang Yi, and Fang Yi was originally Guan Zhao. After Fang Yi returned, Lord Lei also planned to leave. A terrifying storm condensed from the Thunder Lord. The storm rolled up the mountains and forests, and the huge tearing force almost teared the entire mountain, gathering into huge thunder in the air. The terrifying atmosphere penetrated the mountains and scattered everyone's heads, but their hair was irritated. Under Fang Yi's guidance, Lord Lei would not harm the Xia people, unless some are short-sighted. Ho ho ho! After the storm dissipated, the figure of the gourd vine had been hidden into the mountains and forests without seeing the shadows. No one will forget the horror and shock brought by the divine thunder in the sky. It seems that their relationship is really good. Several powerful people in the military were talking about each other, and all of them relaxed. With the friendship between Fang Yi and Lei Zhu, there should be no problem in Sichuan. The premise is that other people in Xia will not commit suicide. After the Lei Lord left, everyone looked at the man's body at the same time. It is said that the body is not very accurate. At this moment, the body was gone, only the burnt black on the ground, representing the traces of the man's existence. Seeing this situation, Fang Yi sighed lightly. The sarcasm is not enough to swallow the snake. The Thunder Lord did not harm Xiaowa because it was for Fang Yi's sake, but he actually wanted to rebel and manipulate the Jinjing realm. It's not unfair to die. The military area left a warning line, and at the same time, the army was sent to maintain public order. This mountain area was under the control of the Thunder Lord. Out of consideration, no one else was allowed to approach, and the expressway was also closed. And Fang Yi, after doing all this, turned away from Sichuan City. The tranquility of Kawashi City naturally cannot hold others back. As early as the first lightning pierced the sky, someone had noticed it. At this moment, the forum is already boiling. The pressure in the Golden State is really impressive. At that moment, although I left Sichuan for thousands of officials, I still felt the suffocation. In front of the Lord, human cities are really fragile. The Lord is too powerful, and we cannot understand the degree of strength. Even the official cannot stop it from doing anything. It took another 2 days to turn my eyes. For example, today's atmosphere has been changing. It's time to wear long sleeves. In order to maintain Fang Yi's little leader design, Fang Yulan bought him a bunch of shirts. Looking at the pile of programmers' special pattern shirts, Fang Yi was amused and crying. This day, Su Qingzhong visited the door. Brother Fang, under normal circumstances, if you ask him, you will call him. If someone is sent to the door, it will be more urgent. This is true for love. After 2 cups of hot tea, Fang Yulan left the living room and left the space for the two to hold the office. Fang Yi took a sip of red tea, and the taste was savory. Brother Fang, your clothes are quite different from your previous taste. Why do you look a bit like those spiritual association specialists who often sit in the office? When you wear it casually, come to me. Is there anything there to do with the Spirit Alliance? Fang Yi broke the question. In speech, the curve of Su Qingfeng's original smile instantly flattened. As soon as his pretty face collapsed, his eyebrows slightly slid. It seems not only that, but the situation is also difficult. Brother Fang, have you been following the news about Qinghua Kingdom recently? No. Are they coming to the border again? Fang Yi's eyebrows were snaking. Is this related to the Hanhua Kingdom? He immediately thought of the sacred country team he encountered when he was on duty. The country of Suihua is worthy of being the most desirable country. The characteristic of bullying is extremely serious. Before, Xiaoguo was busy dealing with internal affairs and closed his eyes to those little men who entered the country without authorization. As a result, they looked up and not only came to Xiaoguo for a trial, but also dared to get on the plane. As a result, he was naturally taught by Fang Yi. What's funny is that after a lesson, the air flames on the side of the Hanhua Kingdom were no longer able to come, and they didn't dare to talk back when they were humiliated. After their leader returned from Xia Kingdom, he said that he had made a statement that he had harshly blamed Xia Kingdom, and then he was as old as a gangster, and even secretly tried to secretly send Xiaozi to Xia Kingdom. The only one who is good at this country is probably just looking at the winks. Su Qing's head was slightly slapped. No, it's a little more numb than that. It turned out, since the Thunder Throne began to descend, thrones have appeared all over the world, including the Hokkien Kingdom. Although the Hokkien Kingdom is only an island, the number of people is not small. Among them, some people successfully won the throne and became the lord. Due to historical problems, Hanhua and Xia have always been in conflict. In addition, Fang Yi slapped the official face of Hanhua and Xia before, and now the officials in Hanhua and Xia are very dissatisfied with the official attitude. If it were ordinary people, I would say this. The problem arises. The situation between Hanhua and Xia, they all intend to take control of the master and establish an organization called Han Shunshi for this specific purpose. That lord is actually the younger brother of the president of God. The Hanhua Kingdom now has a great sense of our enemies. What they meant was that there was a small team of Xian Yazi that represented the cutting-edge power of the Hanhua Kingdom before. Our Xia Kingdom was killed. Speaking of this, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but look at Fang Yi. That's right. It is the one that Brother Fang killed. He said that at that time, all the high-level buildings in Qinghua went out and asked for an explanation for the high-level buildings in Xiaoguo, but in the end he was half dead. Of course, Xiaoguo high-level didn't think there was anything there. After all, this is just a difficult time in the Hanhua Kingdom. When did the relationship between the Hanhua Kingdom and the Xia Kingdom come from? It's just now. The Hanhua Kingdom had a direct master, and they didn't know where to learn that Xia Kingdom had not truly mastered the power of the Lord, so they became increasingly prosperous. That was why that day, the Xia dynasty high-level spoken, and tried to draw the love that the lay Lord used for Xia dynasty. After all, that's the Lord of Thunder. Even among all the major attributes, Thunder is a worthy high-level attribute, the king of violent things, and is no match for domineering. If such a powerful force can be used by Xia, Qinghua Kingdom, in the place where the balls are swept, the fingers are swept with smoke. It's a pity that the Thunder Lord is not the object they can send at will. Only after the high-level who proposed the idea was killed by Lei Gong did the Xia people realize that the Lord could not control it. That power is actually terrible. Don't say that you're trying to get rid of it. Just provoking it may cause a disaster for Xia dynasty. I wonder if I will send you to tell me. Hearing the news brought by Su Qinghua, Fang Yi was slightly taller, lowered his head, and took another sip of tea. The hot tea was fluttering, and there was a slight sweetness. He could understand the situation that Xiaoguo is currently facing. When a throne appeared before, he had some premonitions that the appearance of the throne would sway the existing pattern. It is proved that it is indeed the case. The power of the Lord is well known. Nowadays, the Qinghua Kingdom only controls one master and can all be so arrogant. What about those other powerful countries? There is a possibility of a scene in the future. That is, to realign world resources with the number and weakness of the Lord. Whoever controls more powerfully, who has the greatest punch. At present, the situation in Xia is really critical, and even no one has It is hard to blame someone in the high level for such an impact. But Fang Yi can't help this situation. He has a good relationship with Lord Lei, and even Lord Lei has some intimacy with him. Perhaps because he had led the Thunder Lord to control his power before, he felt that he was both a teacher and a friend. But Fang Yi didn't think he could go to the enemy report and ask the Thunder Lord to do it for himself. That would be a foolish way. Therefore, the road of the Thunder Master is currently blocked. As for the other two thrones, the wooden throne is recognized by the Lord. The Spirit Flower is receiving power, and I don't know when it will end, and Fang Yi is not sure whether there will be any variations in this. After all, who can't guarantee that the Master will succeed, and the process of accepting energy will definitely be smooth? If you can't stand the power, will the body explode and die? At present, only the Lord Lei has successfully passed away. The number of samples that can be referenced is too small, so Fang Yi can't worry. And cousin, on the metallic throne, there has been no news of successfully recognizing the Lord until now, and I don't know what happened to my cousin. These two thrones have not yet fallen, but Fang Yi still hopes that they can succeed. He doesn't want to go to any of them. Xia has not controlled the Lord so far. What will Xia dynasty rely on to gain a foothold in the future? The power of the Lord is so simple and stubborn. Do you feel it? If Xia has never had a master who can take responsibility, then we will never be able to get out of here. The future era is the Lord era. Online, all kinds of panic and verbal noises are on the verge of noise. The country of Han is challenging its stance, and every sentence is like a knife, cutting the hearts of the people of Xia. Once upon a time, they didn't dare to give a single fart in front of them. Now, do you dare to jump on your face? This is true. Despite his grief, he wanted to directly mobilize the country, but the pioneers of Xia dynasty knew very well. The reason why Wu dares to do so is because the main existence is the main force. The main force surpasses the elite power of all countries. Too advanced. It is just like a nuclear weapon. A country that controls nuclear weapons. What should you take as a nuclear-free country in your eyes? The throne of the throne has indeed changed the country. It's like at present, no one in Xia has the power to control the throne. In other countries, such as the Hokkien, the Great Bear, and the Snow Bear, they all control at least one master. That's a real gold state. What's more, after controlling the power of the throne, the Golden State is only the most basic. From the perspective of the actual battle, they are much stronger than the ordinary Golden State. Even in some small countries, they have gained dominant power, their status is rising, and they have begun to increasingly control their language rights internationally. At this moment, everyone was aware of it. The Lord's birth is the choice of heaven and earth. It's bad, this is the choice of the times. Xia is now a super country. Is it difficult to decline because of a downward trend in a main era? I think my Grand Xia, standing in the imperial star for 5,000 years, has not dissipated. Now it's going to decline because of the downward trend in the main era. It's ridiculous. But you have to admit that in the future, there is no master, and there is no qualification to come to the table. Many people were angry, but they were helpless, not willing to give up. Unwilling to let Xiagua fall in this way. Don't be so sad. Aren't there any other funeralists? I can hit the seed for the first time before, and we must believe in the funeral. Yes, when we sacrificed the king's land, we were more desperate than this, but the funeralist was still in the miracle realm and saved us from the king's hands. At that time, can't we be more desperate than now? The chief of the funeralist team created a miracle time and protected me in Xia dynasty. We should believe him, as a way to save the ultimate situation many times. For many people's beliefs and even spiritual pillars, these people simply have blind worship of him. But this time, the burialist did not get the answer. Many people read the Leizhuan's essay, and their feelings about this essay were even more sad than they thought. The burialist does not control the throne. It is useless. The burialist is strong and powerful, but the Lord will overthrow something of the old era. I admit that he is indeed a genius, but a genius cannot defeat the heavens. I worked hard to cultivate myself and finally created a spiritual realm. When someone is born, he is a golden realm. How can he fight? This time, the dynasty's national economy is better than us. The Lord has a huge impact. Otherwise, the people of the country will not be as successful as such a villain and show their might. This morning, a man stood on the coast, and the snowy waves were swaying under his feet. He looked very ordinary, wearing a long wool trousers, with a long slight nose, revealing a few horns. But the people around him looked at him with awe. No reason. He is now the younger brother of the god of the gods. Also, the Lord of the earth. Suddenly, he stood up, flew over to the sea level, and his palm blew, and a bright and radiant light burst out from his palm. The earthy yellow power spreads above sea level. Inch of land grew out of his foot, and it looked invisible. The stone pillars stretched outwards, and from a distance, they floated on the sea like a thorn. He actually landed on the sea and created a terrible island on the sea. At this moment, the surrounding people, this is the power of the master. Only the master can do this empty shaping thing. Who is the most powerful pioneer in Xia dynasty today? The indifferent voice of the Lord of the earth came. The posture is high above. It was full of contempt in his eyes. The strongest? It should be the burialist. Have you ever stepped on the throne? No. I can't know that the Lord's realm is powerful before I have stepped on the throne. If I meet one day, I will crush him to death. The Lord of the earth was light in language. He was not excited or high-spirited, nor did he proclaim. He just said this sentence calmly. Except for the words, it seemed that he was crushing a lord to death. The screen swayed, and a video ended here. Videos were uploaded to global websites, causing crazy spreads between countries. Global travel. It has to be said that the Lord of the land of the kingdom will be in a state of great enthusiasm. He is now in the country of Wenwu. With the power of the power behind him and his power behind him, he has taken control of the throne of the earth element and has no influence in Wenwu. And he is also extremely proud. Below are the climaxes of the in-situ residence. Doesn't even control a master? Xiagua's Tianxixi review is so great. Is it really the Emperor's star before the throne descended? The times have changed. Now our country is the strongest. Now Xiagua is no longer worthy of being among the strong countries. Various opinions were directly blown up. The Hangwan High Level was stomped on the head by the Xia High Level, and it was leaked at all. Now, using the scene, he directly turned into a pusher behind the scenes and secretly sent the video to Xia. They didn't plan to fight Xiagua, but you came and I was disgusting, which made them feel a sigh of relief. Nowadays, most countries have known that Xia Kingdom, one of the countries, does not have a single person to control the throne. Xiagua also suffered many attacks, and many things in the international world were restricted and difficult to deal with. Speaking of Xia country, people have already tried to defend the border, but now there are people who dare not be strong, but disgusting people still have a good idea. Although there is no such thing as Shao Hanyu, people are openly disgusting Xia country, but they're just changing their minds. The God of the Holy God, a new organization established by the original high-level area of the Han Dynasty, is full of the former high-level area of the Han Dynasty, such as the uterus and bone replacement, a new treatment organization. At this moment, the once in Community Hall sign also changed the logo of the Holy God Association. For these high levels of the Holy God Association, the old name means that they are humiliated and what they want is a new life. In the meeting room of the God of the Holy God, the Lord of Earth and several middle-aged people sat here, headed by the middle-aged man next to the Lord of Earth who was 80% similar to him. On the right side of the middle-aged man, there were two middle-aged men, and their seats were all below them to show the honor of the Lord and others. They are the highest authority of the Holy God Association and have great vocabulary rights for the entire Holy Kingdom. The middle-aged man, with a very high similarity, is the brother of the Lord of Earth, Fujino Hiroya, because Yukinzuya has eaten a lot in front of Xiaohua, but the balance of strength has turned over. The person who opened his mouth was the Lord of Earth, Fujino Hiroji. The earthly master has not had a good temper. Now that he controls the throne, he doesn't take people seriously. In addition, his brother is the manager of the Holy God Club, so he speaks even more presumptuously. There are many people on the scene who don't catch a cold about him, but this time he has to hold him. Mr. Fujino said it right. For example, the unruly Xia dynasty is a great opportunity to highlight our country's strength. If we can defeat the first genius of Xia dynasty during this period, the country will be able to gain a lot of vocal rights in the game between various countries in the future, a small beard spoke. There are quite a lot of thrones landed in the Xia territory. I was killed by a gourd vine and could not control the Thundermaster. It's really God helping me. Another smiled and said, at this moment, the Seiji Association called a meeting mainly to report the burial of the pre-revenge and slaughter. You should know that those people can develop their support from these politicians, and Fujino Hiroya is the biggest support among them, and that burial destroyed their expensive tests. This revenge must be reported. At this moment, the curtain in front of everyone was unveiled. There's only one photo posted on the whiteboard. The background of the filming was very dark, as if it was covered by dark night. The streets were covered with collapsed and cracked walls, which were in a mess. The back of a young man took over the entire photo. Holding a knife in the right hand, the flames in the blade evaporate. And in front of him, the bright fire lighted everything, no more dazzling. He turned his back to the sentient beings and buried with one knife. This is a photo of the king's sacrifice. The name of the burial. Oomph. The Lord of the Earth glanced at this photo. His eyes twitched violently, and he snorted coldly. Slap it with one palm. Swish! At the time, the photo was broken and the powder fell. Xia country. The typhoons landed in the mainland, and after a heavy rain, the whole summer seemed to be just rolling out of the water. Fang Yi sat on his knees, his body shining brightly. Every inch of the cell was emitting, the spirit flowing in the blood of the golden light, and the violent force formed a special magnetic field. The divine Yang's heaven-swallowing technique is warming his body. It's hard to do anything. Fang has been quite restless in recent days. Repair. Practice the knife. Infinite cycle. It seems boring, but in fact it has improved a lot every day. Once a cross-border incident occurs, the Spiritual Association immediately held an emergency meeting. Spiritual Association headquarters. In the conference room, there are many high-level gatherings, including the presidents of various cities. Now, they are gathered at the headquarters of the Ling Association to discuss matters with the land. A lord is about to cross the border and enter the middle of the Xia dynasty. He came to Xiagua and found that it was so simple. See the Thunder Lord in front. The Spirit Association deeply understands what the Lord means to the Xia dynasty. That is the ultimate healing force. It can destroy a terrifying existence. You should die in the Hua Kingdom. You should die in the Earth Lord. The Golden Realm exists, and we cannot compete now. Should we ask for help from the Thunder Lord? If you have nothing to do, isn't it just because we have no choice but to bully us? The Earth Lord fabricated the Sea Island video and sent it back. Everyone was desperate. In the deep sea, how terrible is it to create an island? That is the realm of metal. Even the vast ocean cannot stop its attributes from explosion. The power of the Lord is actually too terrible. At this time, Taishu, the crowd gathered in the villa area and came to Fang Yi's door. When the door was pushed open, Fang Yi raised his head and saw countless familiar people. There are pioneers in Taishu, members of the martial arts team such as Zhao Meng and Lu Jiahe, and even countless others who cannot identify them. At this moment, everyone gathered at his door, waiting for him to appear. Fang Yi was slightly stunned. When the star goes out, what do fans want to fuck him when they take on the game? Captain of the Burialists, don't go. The people of the Cherry Blossoms are despicable and unlucky. When they come here this time, it's you. Yes, they're afraid of your talent and your power, so he suddenly found a reason for it. In fact, he wanted to attack you. You can't go. At this moment, countless pioneers in the Pacific City were making noises. When the first sacrifice to the king's land, it was the Burialist's divine weapon that came from the sky to save them from water and fire. The buried person is a hero in their hearts. Let him die? What a joke. Brother Fang, we have heard everything about Yi. The trash of the Qinghua kingdom is just that we, Xiagua, now have no one to control the throne. We want to force you out and then rely on the pressure of the metal realm to attack you. You can't go. If you go, you will be the winner. You talk to us. It's much more than that, master of the earth. Zhao Ming gritted her teeth. The Qinghua kingdom really doesn't want to face it. In order to lead you out of the mountain, we can even ignore him. What is he worthy of challenging the funeralist? A golden state is gone. At worst, you can let him enter. I'm willing to stop him. At worst, you can die. If I die, I will download another good fortune. Yes, Brother Fang, you can't go. Xia country cannot be without you. For a while, this sound spread wildly, like a crazy wind, blowing in everyone's heart. They all know. Fang Yi came out this time to stop the landlord. That's the Lord. This is a real-life dispute. No matter how evil the buried person is, he will never succeed. The 3 stars of the spirit creation realm are compared with the throne master who controls the Jin King realm. The watch is like cloud mud. If that is the case, then they're willing to die for the buried person. News of the burial of the border was exposed. The Spirit Association immediately dispatched personnel from various cities to go to the blockade, but there was no effect. While the figure was planning to break through the sky, countless members of the Spirit Association be forward and try to tell Fang Yi to say something, but they didn't meet each other. The burial leader seemed to know their purpose. I didn't tell them. Turning around and disappears directly. Without exception, everyone was empty. Where did the burial really want to go? They have no way to stop them. With a sword of fire, there is no need to harm them. It just needs to be separated from the visual line and will lose its tracks in an instant. It is too simple to use the power of a captain to secretly pass from their city without any silence. The Spiritual Association does not have the ability to hold the burial process at all. This is true even if the attributes of the head of the operation are first. The head of the Spiritual Association directly sent a powerful attribute to come forward to the road, trying to talk to the burial, but the surging sea prisoners kept the way to the burial. They didn't even look at all the arrangements and went straight through. The burial is completely indifferent to everything. His power is far beyond the Spiritual Association. Too scary, although I don't want to admit it. But at present, no one can hold the burial. Even if they seal everything, they can reach the edge and meet the Lord of the Earth. All of this is because of their incompetence. At this moment, the self-belief of the Spirit Association was at its peak. If it weren't for Xiagua's lack of strength, how could Hanhuagua dare to challenge this way? The person who spoke was a pioneer from the headquarters, and his eyes were full of anger at this moment. The Hokkien is so disgusting. They just control the power of a throne and are about to destroy their strongest genius in Xia. If Xia is not willing to enforce the burial process, then I can only think about what kind of land the Xia is going to face. The ordinary people in Xia dynasty were like a silence to the Lord of the Earth. They were always good at using the lives of ordinary people to make fun of them. The Spiritual Association will understand this truth. I understand better the burial. That's why he went so far as to go, and he was determined to go to the edge. Looking at the golden light left after the figure left, the members of the Spirit Association gritted their teeth. At the bottom, they are still too weak. Weakness is original sin. And now, the border of Xia Kingdom, Nanming District. Rumble. The earth was shaking, and an inexplicable force boiled, stirring up waves, and the endless waves swallowed the sea level. The terrifying, shocking force surprised everyone. A terrifying pressure descended to the sea, and the space was violently moved. It is visible. In the sea surface, the sea water cracked into 2.5, and a ladder made of soil is spiraling on the plate. Each level of ladder is clearly visible, as if someone has temporarily built a downsea passage in the sea water. That's simply incredible. You should know that the Qinghua Kingdom is an island. The sea area between the Qinghua Kingdom and the Xia Kingdom is the largest ocean current. Its depth is even a modern people who control high-tech cannot continue to find out. Who knows what kind of existence is hidden under the sea water? Not to mention building a ladder. The stone pillars were inserted out of the sea, and a huge power cap was over this sea crow city. Each stone pillar is like a stone pillar in the magical turtle. It contains no power. Even the first step in the miracle realm will be forced to kneel down by this force. Dong, 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 dong. The terrifying arose. Coming from sea level, the sea swirled, and the sea waters rolled over, and the entire shore belt was shaking. Do you die? The Lord's strength is indeed too strong. Stop them, and don't let him get close to the city. Yes. At this moment, several figures flew out from the Haishur city, and the pioneers collected in the team leader's plan all gathered here, and the Captain Wang Xing was the first to be the one who was in charge. It seems that this coastline in Xia is about to be stained with blood. Above the coastline, the Lord of the Earth is whispered. The voice is wrapped in spirit, shaking the sky. It's so absurd. He dared to step into the border of Xia Kingdom without authorization. Wang Xing scolded loudly. His anger was gloomy. As the leader of the Spirit Association in Haishur, it is his duty to defend the Xi'an national territory from being violated. This is not only abnormal, but also these other people. According to the normal process, a conflict in the border area should first report to the high level, and then the high level should issue an order to resolve it. But this Fujino Hiroji dared to come directly on the waves and built a bridge in the sea, and simply did not take Xia Guo's edge defense into consideration. At this moment, all the soldiers guarding Haishur were in different directions. One's eyes were cold. A Chinese, I can't help but step into my summer country. Faced with such a powerful opponent who is far beyond their own strength, they do not have any retreat. Rush dash. The breath burst out one after another, and it broke through the dome in an instant. In this regard, the Lord of Earth did not even lift his eyelids. His attitude was as if he was not the angry shaman in front of him, but a couple of noisy cats and dogs barking at him. When treating such unspeakable dogs, they just need to teach them hard, and they will be vague about hearing. Rush. At this moment, countless spirits rushed towards him, stopping inch before the Lord of Earth, as if time had been stopped for a moment. The next second, his eyes moved. Rush. Numerous spiritual pillars exploded, and the spiritual light in the sky dissipated in the air. The next second was directly kneaded into a group by a big, earthy yellow hand. Then, a huge earthy yellow light wave condensed, and the light ball became bigger and bigger, surging, which was shocking. The light ball containing the power of the earth smashed towards the sea market like a cannon. Rush! In an instant, the terrifying pressure fell. The strong men in the sea just wanted to hide, but this force was incredibly powerful and could not resist rushing towards them. Rush! Everyone's bodies flew backwards. They spitted blood in their mouths in an instant, their faces filled with incredible feelings. What power is this? With just one breath, Haishi's defense power was slapped, and the strong were dying. Looking at the Lord of Earth leisurely and appropriate steps, their pupils were shrinking, and their eyes were filled with hope. Is this the initiative? Simple is an invincible force. These pioneers all took action together and were fighting against the Lord of the Earth. A full week, but in one of his contacts, he was beaten to death. No more fighting power. Wang Xing looked desperate. Who else can hold him in this situation? Even if the military sends people to reinforce, it is not just a delay in time. Now, not only pioneers, but countless residents of Haicheng City also saw this scene. They saw the Xia army retreated. The invaders stepped into the Xia territory, and lightly destroyed their homes with his hands. That feeling of despair was deeply rooted in their hearts. Sunshine is bright. The waves are storming. Two figures, one standing on the ocean and the other standing on the ground, remotely looking. The Lord of the Earth, the burialist. These two people finally got into the match. At this moment, everyone felt a sense in their hearts, as if a candle covered the entire rain on the eve of dawn, and it was about to fall at this moment. Bang! The sound is crisp, and it touches the world. The next moment, the spiraling fire dragon scattered into countless light spots, floating in the air. Even if it was swallowed by the soil, revealing the figure of the Lord of the Earth. The Lord of the Earth looked down at Fang Yi. In an instant, a bright dark yellow light lit up in his eyes. At the same time, Fang Yi's golden light evaporated around him, sucking out. There was no need for any opening, and the two people directly started to collide. Rush! The earthy yellow light lit up from the surface. The next moment, the fogs and rocks around Fang Yi turned into powder. The surface of the earth was cracked and sunken, and Fang Yi himself was swallowed up. The width of the cave is 100 meters. That scene was like a disaster. Everyone watched this scene. Their faces were full of blood, and their eyes were about to break. No, Captain of the Burialist. This scene was too terrible. It was just a breath that caused such a terrifying destruction. Is this the initiative? In the midst of the fog, a thin figure stood in the golden light. He stood at the bottom of the deep pit, protecting his body with golden light. Looking up at the Lord of the Earth, his calm eyes fell into his eyes, as if he was catching a gaze. It's okay. Is there any hair that is not damaged? At this moment, everyone's first reaction is, impossible? A spiritual realm. Can it be hard to resist the Jinjin realm? How'd he do it? No, there's a possibility. The chief of the Burialist's understanding of attributes is much higher than that of the other party. The opponent has strength, and his understanding is very rough. In fact, strength and understanding are equally important, so his pressure effect cannot be beaten. In the sky, the Lord of the Earth raised his eyebrows. Is it that the Qinhua will not favor him every time? It seems to be to verify this person's guess. The next second, the Lord of Earth burst out again with terrifying power. Rush dash. The yellow earth light reappeared, and it appeared deep in the surface of the earth, as if it was about to turn the entire city into two. The power of the Golden King realm is too magnificent, and the terrifying atmosphere exploded and instantly swept into the sky. Numerous rock pillars emerged from the sky at the same time, and the brown light shot straight into the sky. Like a sharp sword penetrated into the clouds, and all the sky was pierced. The rock pillars are like mountain veins born from empty spaces, and they are endless. At this moment, countless people were amazed. A mountain of ridges was born, and no one could bear such power. Is this the Golden State? It's hard to believe. At this moment, the Lord of the Earth was obviously angry. He deliberately used more terrifying moves to create mountains that were soaring into the clouds. In contrast, Fang Yi's body looked extremely small. He seemed to deliberately use this power to shock Xia dynasty and declare to everyone, "Have you seen it before the Lord? You are just a fool. Destruction and construction are only in my mind." He did it. The terrible rock pillar was born. Wang Xing and others had their eyebrows tightly locked, but they had never opened them easily. The Lord of the Earth, the means of attacking is to directly control the Earth, and under the actual pressure, it can destroy everything. Buzz! With Fang Yi's voice falling, a golden light suddenly lit up between the sky and the Earth, and then the golden light swelled violently, like the star of the bright light passing through the sky, and was about to appear above the sky. What? Everyone on the coast raised their heads, their eyes filled with disbelief. What's that? The hot and unreasonable breath burst out, and the sky was dyed with a touch of gold. The golden color was extremely terrifying, which was even more shocking than when the throne of gold came to the world before. For a moment, the entire sky was covered by this golden light. Buzzing, the earth under their feet suddenly began to shake. It seems that the things that are about to descend from heaven will be bowed and welcomed. A terrible breath pressed the earth out of the golden light in the dome. Beep, 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 beep. As soon as possible, all the detectors of the major spirit associations began to be crazy alarms. Red lights filled the sky, abnormal values storm, and all arrows pointed to one place. Haishur. The burial was in direct confrontation with the earth. Is this abnormality related to burial? What's going on in Haicheng? An old man sat in front of his desk. His white hair shook his spirits. The flashing light in Qianli's eyes made no one dare to see him. Yes, this is definitely the tranquility created by the chief of the burial commander. The chief of the burial commander seems to be communicating with something in the sky. This is the response there. The specialist next to him said in a short voice, with excitement in his eyes. The golden light felt like it was going to swallow the world. It was extremely hot, like a sun. Based on the picture we tested, this strange phenomenon is even more terrifying than the landing of the throne in major cities. Difficult. Will Xiagua land another new throne? At this moment, everyone was beating wildly. Looking at Fang Yi in the screen with shock. Burial. Is it difficult to land on the throne of the chronology for him? Can this really be done? Like the words of great power. Then he is simply God. God who is incompetent. Facing the cry of others, the old man looked much colder. The throne is coming? What does the sequence department say? The specialist heard this, put away his smile, and his face returned to his strictness. The sequence department means that the landing throne level is related to the current attribute strength of the Earth star. Judging from the current throne sequence level of landing in various countries, the sequence level of these thrones is not high, and they are generally the third sequence. This is because no biological ability can control higher attributes on the terrain, so they will not drop higher thrones, that is, the first sequence throne. By the way, each of those attributes in the first sequence is extremely powerful, and it is a terrible force that cannot be controlled by humans. Therefore, the sequence department is relatively conservative in the prediction of the landing of the throne. Among the known thrones, the Thunder Throne ranks the highest among the sequences, the smallest number, and the strongest throne. They believe that the throne sequence will never surpass the sequence, but they're not very confident in this prediction because the burial controls the attributes of the Yang and have been asked to modify the file overnight. Attribute sequence. This is a research topic in various countries. To be aware, there are also weak attributes. Sequence, number. The smaller the sequence, the smaller the number, which means the stronger the throne. So far, the throne of the first sequence has only declined a few, and the attribute of Xia dynasty is 1. They're all different from the sky and the earth. The earth of the sacred flower is only the third sequence. For example, the sequence department dare not recommend this throne that is about to land, because burial is a miracle. He controls the higher attributes considered unable to control. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on the scenery in the sky. The sky is reflected with the extremely fierce golden light, and above that sky, a magnificent throne silhouette gradually appears, and the climax is extremely powerful, and every inch of golden light exudes extreme power. Third, the earth looked at Fang Yi with a terrifying look. Did this guy recruit the throne? How is this possible? As we all know, the throne is a ruthless thing from heaven. Even if there is a ruthless person, he must survive the obstacles in order to gain the recognition of the throne and the acceptance of the throne. This is how the earth itself is. He turned out to be just an ordinary pioneer in the country, and he had no one in the top 100 people. He became the strongest man in the country with his throne of the earth. He dared to cross-border challenge Xiagua because of his strong throne power. That's the realm of gold. Continuingly, his attack was dodged by the powerful Xia kingdom, which had only created a spiritual realm in front of him, and it would be humiliating. If he could win the throne, do you have to die? Why is the atmosphere of this throne so powerful? It is completely different from those who surrender to our country. What made the heart of the earth even more shocking was that the majesty on the throne made his existence so excited. As a person who has contacted the throne, he is very sensitive to the throne. At this moment, he stood at the closest distance and could personally feel the great atmosphere coming from the throne. It was majestic and even more powerful than all the throne power he had seen. This throne sequence number will never be lower than the throne of the earth, or even much higher. The throne of earth is just the third sequence. Could it be that this throne that is about to descend, and it is still the second sequence? It was just in his trembling situation. Rumble. I only hear the sound of the sky. There is unmatched power hidden in the throne, and the airflow in the air is in chaos, forming a terrifying madman. The throne is about to land. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky. Then they watched the shocking scene that they had never seen in their lives. The endless center of the sky was actually opened with a golden gap, and the watch was like being pierced by a god's gangster, poking out a deep and invisible hole. The shadows are gradually condensed. The shape of the throne becomes more and more innovative, like a round of burning sun, and the swelling clouds are ignited by the golden light, as if burning. Rush dash. The grand golden light shone through the entire sea, and the entire city was dyed into a golden color. The towering high buildings, winding streets, the golden waves, the turf under the feet, and the cracks on the earth were all covered by this golden light. Under the extreme golden light, the throne fell from the sky. The golden flame opened its way for the throne. The sea of fire burned the border. The world turned into melting furnaces, and the sea water was instantly evaporated. This moment, everyone's bodies were shaking slightly. They watched this unprecedented scene with all their hearts, and their eyes could not be closed. At this moment, they knew that they had never recognized the throne before the burial period. It was not that the throne had not chosen him, or maybe he looked down on it. The only one who can be worthy of him is the throne of the magnificent saint of sanctity. At this moment, research institutes in various countries are busy. The abnormal value exceeds the throne of the second sequence, with energy exceeding 50% and its attribute strength almost doubled. This is the attribute throne of the first sequence. Among all sequence abilities, it is the existence of God that is closest to that of God. The abnormal value refresh. The energy attribute refresh. The landing videos are recorded and analyzed and read. How valuable is the data of the first sequence throne? For the higher ranking attributes, there are not many relevant descriptions on the attribute sequence list, and there are no examples to prove it. Every word of the actual combat data of the burial is precious. It can be said that the burial promotes the research of this group of members in the later stage. The Lord of the Earth actually vomited blood. This is so scary. Whether it is present or not, at this moment, everyone who is concerned about this scene can't help but be shocked. The Lord is the pioneer who inherited the power of the throne. From the perspective of power, the Lord's power should be comparable to the throne. But just now, was the Lord of the Earth injured by a golden light popped out of the throne? Is this the pressure of the high sequence throne to the low sequence? As we all know, there are differences between properties. Higher attributes are greater than ordinary attributes, and extreme inducing attributes are greater than spotted attributes. The attributes mastered by ordinary pioneers can basically be covered by ordinary attributes, and most of them are more scattered and have a lower degree of extreme prowess. In theory, the higher the attributes, the stronger the pressure. If it is a very high-quality attribute, that can be said to be invincible. Fang Yi's yang attribute is a high attribute, and the degree of extremeness is relatively high, but this high definition is given by the spirit because the instrument is limited, the scope is lighter. It can be understood that the extreme degree of excitement exceeds 99%, which means the extreme attribute. Others may be 99.9, but Fang, he may be 9999999. He is extremely excitement, and others may also be extremely excitement. But their extremeness may not be the extremeness. The same is true for the throne. The first sequence of thrones is a throne of extreme superiority. Whether it is strength or strength, it is far superior to other thrones, and its pressure is not online at the same level. Therefore, even the Lord cannot shake the power of the higher throne. Now, the Lord of the Earth's face is irritating, and the high-level heritage in the Hanhua kingdom, far away from the sea, is even more difficult to see when you see this scene. Baga, I didn't expect that Xiaguo would have such a good fortune. The burialist is the number one in Xiagua with great strength. No one can escape the control of the nature of the body. It would be so difficult to deal with the spirit creation. After he is in charge, how terrifying will his strength be? It's over. We are so picking Xiawa. relying on their unruly crossing the border. If he is in charge of the Lord, wouldn't we want to be the first to be liquidated? The atmosphere of the Hanhua kingdom was extremely solemn. How swelling was there when cross-border faces were written. Now they're so panicked. That golden light shines on the coastline. The flames separated everything and swallowed Fang Yi's figure inside. After seeing it from the outside, there was no clue, and I didn't know how the person inside was doing. But the result is undoubtedly. Since the throne came for Fang Yi, then the throne lord must be him. This is the love of the slogan on the board. It's over. This is really over. Some people are unhappy, and some people will be happy. The smile will only shift. In contrast to the downturn in the Hanhua kingdom, the people in Xia country were full of trepidation, and those who were paying attention to this scene all heard a cry. They never expected that they would have such a reaction if they didn't want to be pressed. Great! Slap this man in the face of the sacred flower and teach him what the right relationship is. Dog Day Xiao Fenghua. Isn't he very crazy? You will know that it's wrong later. You dare to come across the border? You really can't tell the difference. This guy is so awesome. That scene in the sky almost dampened me. Isn't that Lord of the Earth just laughing so wildly? Why don't he smile now? Is it God who doesn't like to smile? The beaten mouse can only swallow his breath. The area Xiao Fenghua slapped you to death with a slap. These people are ordinary people. Some of them are ordinary people in the sea, and some are watching the live broadcast here on video websites, and each of them is reddened by the unhealthy weather in the Han Dynasty. Although these ordinary people are not pioneers, they are not aware of the relationship between the Lord and the throne. But the landing of the throne, the Lord of the Earth, made them feel hot and blood-boiled. And at this moment, compared with the Xia people, there are no more exciting people than the members of the Spirit Association and those pioneers. They are all fans of the funeralist. The first pioneer, with the first sequence of thrones, is a simple combination of heaven. That grand and fierce power is several times stronger than other thrones. It's so cool. I'm worthy of being the leader of the burialist. Didn't you find anything? Ordinary pioneers can become so outrageous after inheriting the power of the throne. I dare not think about how strong the burialist ex-throne will be. The lords who appeared before, whether it is the gourd vine or the spirit flower, including the Lord of the Earth, were once just very low-level pioneers. But the leader of the burialist is different. He is the first pioneer, and then mastering the throne of the first sequence, which is directly full. Many people say that in the Lord's era, the older generation of pioneers will end, and all places will change the kingdom of the Lord, and the legendary pioneer of the burialist will also be eliminated. But who can think of the burialist is the burialist, and will never be eliminated. Comfortable. Not only them. The pioneers also fell into a crazy situation, as if they had encountered some great joy, a high-handed pair of hands, and said they were happy. Since the arrival of the throne, they have suffered too many changes, too many conflicts, too many voices of the throne, no voice from the chief of the burialist, and dissatisfaction of the Thunder Lord. They have experienced too many shocking battles, and have encountered many doubts internationally. Even Xiao Hanhua dares to be inferior. It can start from the day. Everything will change drastically. Throne? Host. Xia dynasty is about to have the strongest master. And at this time, inside the throne, Fang Yi opened his eyes quietly, and his eyebrows frowned slightly. In his visual line, the vast blackness occupied the visual line and could not see anything, as if he was looking at the deep and clear face. Rush. The golden light stormed around him, and the violent power itself exploded, protecting Fang Yi's body, dazzling and charming, like a small sun moving. However, even with the golden light protection, the road ahead is still chaotic and dark, and there is no sign of being illuminated. Is this a scene inside the throne? No thoughts. Fang Yi was rubbing the road ahead. Walking in the vast blackness, Fang Yi could not see anything or hear anything, but there seemed to be an invisible air in front of him, allowing him to know which direction to lead him. Fang Yi rushed in step by step. Over the sea market, The cloud layer was swept open by the military with a helicopter layer, like a storm, leaving behind a series of aircraft clouds, and countless figures fell from the aircraft. They were all wearing spiritual conjunctions and breathing strongly. Hitong was the strongest of the spiritual conjunction. Among them, a delicate figure fell down and couldn't wait to turn his eyes to the throne, with grief in his beautiful eyes. When she saw clearly that there was no one nearby to get close to her, she relaxed. It is worthy of being the strongest first sequence throne in the world. As expected, ordinary people cannot even get close to it. The person who came was Su Qinghua. Not only her, but also the strong people of Taiching City and the strong people of other cities were also recruited by the strong people of the Spirit Association. They came before this trip to protect the buried person. It is said that it is to protect the throne for him and to prevent others from slandering. If you do this, your strength may be poor, but you must be absolutely loyal. When she came, many pioneers in the market were forced to come, but most of them were selected by the Spirit Association for a simple reason. They did not trust. There is such a thing in Taishu. If you want to say that there are no ghosts among the pioneers of Taishu, they will not believe them. So this escort mission was handed over to these people who were absolutely loyal to the buried persons. The powerful people who came here were the most reliable people selected by the Spirit Association, including Hai Xian, who had seen one side in front of him, King Yifeng of Song Yifeng, and others, who were all the burialists with a strong root. Dong 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 dong. The sound of walking was like an earthquake, causing the earth to move slightly, as if the breath of these powerful people was shaking the earth, just like the red lights and flutes on the police car, which were both warning and mighty. As soon as the powerful men sent by the Spirit Association landed in Haishur, they immediately contacted the Spirit Association of Haishur, quickly cleared and protected the throne of the sun god, and established a sealing circle so that no one could approach it. No matter what, the burialist recognizes the throne this time, and there is no possibility of any mistake. After everything is laid out, Su Qingfeng finally relaxed, and she stood beside the sealing circle, raised her head to look at the golden light on the throne. This scene was extremely dazzling, and it was no more dazzling. She couldn't help but remember the first time she met the buried person. Then she was still pretending to be a security guard and listening to the Spirit Association's orders to monitor the funeral. I thought it was just a pilot who was talented, but without expecting that he would become the pillar of Xia and the star that was beyond reach in the minds of pioneers. To be honest, the time she was rescued it was fake to say that she was not interested. Su Qinglu was a spring girl after all, but after watching Brother Fang gradually change, she quickly dispelled the charming love in her heart and replaced her admiration. Brother Fang is good and strong. He will definitely become the strongest in the world in the future. So, this time, I will not allow anyone to complain. At this moment, she felt the powerful air burst out from the strong people around the spiritual association, and the sound of the sound made her feel relaxed. All of us come here are powerful people who are trusted by the Spirit Association. They guard the place. If the buried persons do not become masters for a day, they will not leave for a day. The enshrined person thinks the owner is the love that the public has been experiencing. Can anyone else stop it? It's hard to say that people's hearts are unpredictable. When the enshrined person was not here before, did the Taishu market also find a turbulent situation? In fact, don't you see that the current situation in Xia is silenced on the surface, but in fact, the tide is surging in private? The arrival of the strong members of the spirit community has changed the atmosphere of the entire market. Everyone felt that the atmosphere in High City became particularly intense, and everyone became very careful. But even so, it's still a failure. Dong 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 dong. The sky was filled with majestic drums, which was shocking. Many people heard it, thinking that someone was beating the drum, but it was not too bad. But as the drum sound became louder and more exciting, everyone noticed that it was not right. The drums were so exciting that they came from the sky, as if they were knocking on the mountain and shaking the marrow. Transparent air waves spread out in layers of waves, spreading accurately towards the throne. Not good. It's a secret method. Someone looked hard. This drum sound can irritate a person's mind. We often hear that there is no reaction. Once you break through this special time that requires extremely high probation, this drum sound will disturb your thoughts, bleed with 7 strokes, and severe words will directly kill people. The throne believes that the Lord needs extremely high probation, and some people want to use this secret method to prevent the burialist from becoming the Lord. I saw a small golden fire point appearing in front of them, which looked very small, burning the heat of the bear, and looking like a remote meteor falling from the sky. But as the meteor got closer and closer, they realized that they were wrong and missed. This pressure root is not a meteor, but a golden fireball like a huge stone. The terrifying heat fell from the sky and almost blew up the entire mountain and forest. At this moment, it seemed as if he had set his goal and rushed towards them. Rush dash. The mountain was instantly covered by a terrifying force. At the same time, they all showed shocking expressions, and their eyes were full of fear. A terrible breath. What's going on? I saw that the fireball flew so fast, and there was only a little golden flame dancing towards them between the vast world. But in the blink of an eye, the little golden color became even more majestic. For a while, they all felt the tremendous pressure. There was a golden ocean. The smell of death was wandering in it, carrying the wrath of the supreme sun god. In a hurry, they will urge their spirits. Rush. As their natural spirit exploded, there was a violent violence around them. But this crazy violent storm would not affect the flame at all, and it would not be able to prevent its progress speed. I saw the golden fireball smashing all the way down, and the terrifying power burst out instantly. Rush! The golden flames fell down, and the town suppressed the world. The mountain of Xiongwei was completely blown up, and the ancient tree growing on it was blown into its chips. In a minute, all the rocks were turned into powder. The terrifying golden flames were reflected in those people's terrifying eyes. The next second, the light of the flames covered them, and in an instant, everyone took the mountain and swallowed everyone. Rush! The killing was shocking the sky, with a divine sense of punishment. The picture is like a frozen explosion scene. The moment the golden fireball fell. Rush! The mountain exploded in an instant, with surging golden flames above and rock swellings under his feet. At this moment, the entire mountain was burned to pieces, and those few people were burned into ashes in an instant. At this moment, the world was burning with golden light. Everything is disturbed by this breath, and the throne that emits this light wave is uneven without any millimeter waves. Is this the wrath of the throne of the sun god? The eyes were slight, and everyone was stuttering as they watched this scene. The means of dominating the throne. It reminds people of a disagreement. The king's wrath is a million burying and bleeding thousands of miles away. That power roared. After the mountain was blown up, it was still like a golden dragon roll, burning and burning, and the heated energy was no more dazzling. When the strong men of the spiritual association approached and planned to find some traces, the feeling of being in the situation made them tremble. Looking at the huge curtain composed of golden flames, everyone has pupils burned, as if they were burned by a physical flame. No trace left behind. The whole mountain was blown into powder. Above the ashes and the remains of the slaughter, the heat was boiling, and the heat that was hard to endure. This posture is like a god that will be angry with people. For a while, a panic and awe of power wrapped them up. Without the need for a spirit association to take action, the thunder of the sun god throne was furious, and the entire mountain was directly destroyed. This is not the first time they have seen the throne take action. Such a terrifying method. It's hard to think about it after getting the power of the throne. How terrifying would that person be when he really came out? Time passes by in a hurry. In just the next day, many people came to fight the burialist recognition ceremony, and this number was more than the spirit association would think. As they expected, many people didn't want Fang Yi to get the throne. These people are even hidden in Xia. Maybe they are too high. Seeing Su Qing's pupils trembled. She thought that everyone in Xiagua was like her, all of whom were the burialists of faith, but now it seems that this is not the case, and there are even many people who are not satisfied with him. So she came to beat him up. In fact, Su Qingfu actually doesn't understand what these people think. They really thought that without the buried person on it, could Xia have the comfort of the present? It's absolutely impossible. Fang Yi is the guardian god of Xia. As long as Fang Yi is there, no foreign race can invade Xia. This is the power of the buried person. If he had not mastered the throne, he would be enough to collide with the Lord of Earth who had controlled the power of the throne. If he really mastered the throne, who can be his opponent? And in the country, there should be some guys hiding in the dark. These friends who were involved in the secret place had some kind of hatred against Fang Yi. For example, when Zheng Genxing's subordinates wanted to avenge their boss, they were the heads of various underground organizations. They didn't want to see Xia Guo so comfortable. The quickest way to stop the Enfef people is to make the Xia dynasty aggression. After the situation begins, they will have the chance to be kings in chaos. This group of things should die. This is only one day. How much do you want him to succeed? There must be more than the people in Xia, and there must be arms from other countries here. They were afraid that Fang Yi would take over the throne and directly crush other countries, making them unable to lift their heads. At this moment, Su Qingli was worried. Many people are stopping Brother Fang. Xia has become a relatively peaceful country, and there are still fish dragons mixed in there, and there are so many things that are disgusting to people. Without Fang Yi, the work of the Spirit Association would be extremely difficult to develop. I am afraid that it will really take until the spiritual recovery has come to an end, so that Xia will fully develop its prosperity and truly realize the unity of the whole country. Brother Fang, you must succeed. Thinking of this, Su Qingli couldn't help but turn his worried eyes to the throne again. The peace on the surface of Xia dynasty is that there is a common god in everyone's heart, that is, Fang Yi, the burialist. They were all waiting for Fang Yi to walk out of the terrible golden light. With him here, Xia is the iron plate. The night is deeper. It was raining heavily. The golden throne stands in the darkness, burning eyes, like the sun falling between people, and the moment the rain falls, it evaporates instantly. There shouldn't be such a serious defense, so there should be no one coming to fight the burial process in a short time. At this moment, near the throne and outside the circumference, two figures in black were patrolling the rules. They were the strongest ways to guard this. The wind blew up their clothes and blew a cloud. The clouds are like wind, and the shadows are underneath them, which also obscures their location. This shadow lasted for a moment. After a few seconds, the cloud was blown by the wind, and the shadow disappeared. But this time, there were two more people next to the ceiling circle, from 2 to 4. The two people who were just talking were now lying under their feet with their eyes closed. The two men's hands were extremely fast, and they dragged the body under their feet into the other forest. When leaving the forest, as they moved, their faces were gradually changing. Their faces were like faces, their eyes, nose, and mouth were slightly adjusted. When they walked out of the forest, their faces finally became another form. It was the same as those two people who had just met first. Time is limited, the speed is fast. One of the people's voices were low and sandy. Yeah, another person pointed. The two disappeared directly into the night, and the two original members of the spiritual association lie quietly in the dark trees. The two returned along the original path and came near the ceiling circle. In the ceiling circle, the throne was shining with the golden robe. Thank you, Hard. Let's go to the patrol next. Su Qingli, dressed in black, was buckled the leather belt on her shoulders and spoke to the two of them, with her speech very familiar. This piece of clothing is much more suitable than you used to be a security guard. One of the two smiled. Don't mention the dark history. Besides, I am a security guard to carry out the mission. Su Qingli smiled slightly and looked at the two Taisher strong people. They were both from the Broken Team and had a good relationship with her. Bai Chili originally wanted to come with her, but the damage on her arm was rejected by the spirit. It's done. The backs of Su Qingyin and another patrolman disappeared in front of him. The smiles on the two men disappeared. Instead, there's a sneer. Although the Spirit Association's defense is not transparent, it will not be able to defeat them. These two people are not the first to join the market. The real two are lying in the grass in coma at this moment. Their trip has only one purpose, which is to prevent the burial of the Lord. It was late at night, and the rest of the Spirit Association were guarding other places, and there were only two of them at the entrance. Their eyes were cold, and they looked at the throne, narrowing their eyes slightly. Once that person becomes that is the real overlord who controls the times. And that's not what they want to see. Take your hand after 3 minutes and enter the throne. The man opened his mouth again, his palms turned, and a red eyeball was lying in his palm. At this moment, the eyeballs reflected a faint red glow, as if they were constantly emitting blood, emitting a heavy, ominous feeling. A treasure with the characteristics of a lock can tear all boundaries in a short time, allowing us to enter the throne. Such a precious thing is disgusting. The man stared at the red eyes, slightly unsuitable. It was done after a special experiment. It would be good if there was. With it in hand, we could enter the throne and break the man's ritual. It was the strongest in Xia dynasty. We had to be careful. Once he was observed, we would wipe us directly. Yes, time is here. Let's start. Two men in black looked at the throne that was constantly steaming with heavy rain. He raised his hand and touched the red eyeballs lightly. At this moment, the eyeballs were squirming and were revived, as if they were just shaking away from people, and the evil spirits were as deep as the purity. It moved slightly, gazing at the throne in front of it. At the same time, a golden shadow fell on the golden throne in front of them. Under the eyes of the golden shadow slowly brushed away to both sides, as if a golden door was opened. The throne that is being recognized by the Lord was actually opened. Secret of the East Heaven's crown. It can instantly increase its strength and urge the secret art, and condense the East Heaven's crown on the top. It sounded good. Above the throne, a low male voice burst into voice. Fang Yi looked down at the throne below him. This throne is powerful, and it is just a projection. The divine power of attributes falls in the form of a throne. These are the purest and most domineering attributes. The throne of the god of Bingyang. The first sequence, the supreme throne. Roar. In an instant, the throne of the sun beneath her body roared, and the golden light covered Fang Yi's body, as if a layer of golden light armor was attached to it. Fang Yi had felt that the throne was about to fall, but he needed to lead it. This first sequence of thrones is the recognition of Fang Yi at the moment of falling. At this moment, as Fang Yi absorbed the power of the throne, the light became more and more dazzling and flowed into his body. When the golden light stirred up a surging air in his blood, Fang Yi was still impressed, and his clothes rolled. Now, he has won the throne of the sun god with his merits. The next step is to break through. Fang Yi murmured, "Hold on." His eyes closed, and he moved around. Only his figure in the throne was enlarged. His spirit seemed to be opening to discharge the flood, magnificent and surging, and he was willing to brush the small inner world. In front of Fang Yi, a brilliant light shattered the world, breaking the long darkness by 2.5, which was the yang attribute of the yang that was the last. The golden light magnified in his visual line. Approaching, the heat wave swelled, and the burning heat was so hot. At that moment, a radiant light lit up in Fang Yi's eyebrows. His spirit roared, his breath rolled, and his body expression was filled with golden light. The breath of his body rose, and the huge breakthrough was bursting, and the sound of his ears was shocking. The golden light burst into the sky. Did the leader of the burialist recognize the master's achievements in this static? So strong, I deserve to be the lord of the burialist, the eternal god of Xia dynasty. For a while, all kinds of sounds were heard. They showed an expectant expression, looking at the core strap with golden light, with expectations in their eyes. If you have a god in your heart, you won't panic. And now, Fang Yi's breath rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. 4 stars in the spirit realm, 5 stars in the spirit realm, 1 star in the golden realm, is still growing. Didn't stop yet. Smell. With the breakthrough in the golden celestial realm, the sound of the birds is shaking the sky. The golden silhouette transformed by the nature of the sun spreads its wings behind Fang Yi as he breaks through the sky, soaring through the sky, and wants to penetrate the night sky. The light between Fang Yi's eyebrows was still flashing. The golden turtle on his head swept into the sky, and each feather was filled with heat, turning into a golden light and exploding above him. The bird's clouds are in a violent state. The Jin Yu's virtual shadow, symbolizing the realm of the golden crow, is screaming. 3 sounds. Fang Yi's eyes were quiet, and he let Jin Yu turn on his head and finally entered his body. Rush dash. This moment, in the inner realm of the throne structure, Fang Yi stepped into the golden celestial realm, crossing 3 small realms and bursting out a shocking breath. Jinsha realm Samsung breakthrough skills. Jin Yu, as a symbol of the sun, represents the ultimate power of Yang. This moment, when Fang Yi broke through the realm of the metal and turned into a strange phenomenon of the metal, he controlled the right to the first sequence of Yang attributes. Now, closing out of the circle, Su Qingli and others were originally patrolling the logic, but when they approached the nearest forest, suddenly, a loud noise broke out from behind. Rush. The magnificent and extreme breath burst out with light. In that moment, an extremely huge breath compressed the world, and everyone in the entire sea and city noticed this monstrous breath. Such a strong, killing atmosphere. Is it hard to say that someone has come to stop the leader of the Burialist team? Can be ignored. They discovered something that was not right. In the breath, the sacred breath contained the extreme Yang power. The burning breath came, as if it was positioned to shoot at several fixed locations near the throne. After being attacked, the several locations exploded with strong airplanes, forming a spiritual nest. Among them, Hetong has a position to hand over to them. The golden sun is as evil as it is. A powerful force surged. What's going on? Su Qinglu hurriedly rushed back. Just when we handed over the shift, something dirty came in, but everyone sent by the Spirit Association has to pass the assessment, and entering the locking circle requires certification. Is it difficult? Did they replace those patrol specialists? A little strange suddenly appeared in their minds. Are these people who are now killed by the funeral teamster? The buried person will not be affected, just when their hearts were filled with ominous premonition. At the same time, an extremely huge force surged and rushed to the ground, and in that moment, the vast rainstorm between the world was frozen, which was shocking. Swish, 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 swish. Next second, between the steep, a large amount of heavy rain evaporated, making a white fog that covered the world. It was like a world that changed in an instant, and the heavy rains all over the sky fell silent. Everyone was stunned, and the throne stood there, looking at the position of the throne. Just now, a round of flashes of light, an unparalleled sun rises. The golden light shines on the earth, and the light rises up and looks strong. The vast golden glow is everywhere, like a vast golden wave, brushing the black flowing from the heavy rain. At this moment, a figure stepped out of the golden color. When he came out, the world was quiet. The golden clouds are covered with wind, like the sun god. God has surrendered? When the first person responded, he spoke happily, and the others came to wake up from that shock. They all showed an incredible shock. What's going on? Ordinary people in Xiagua had only a slight understanding of the affairs of the apostles. They knew that some terrible change was happening in this world. They also knew that there was extraordinary power in this world that science could not understand. What was the specific one, and the Spirit Association had not told them yet. When the former Lord of the Earth opened the sea and walked on the waves, they felt extremely frightened. The power that can cut through the sea is simple, and like the disaster in the eyes of the ancients, it is extremely powerful and cannot be understood, let alone confrontation. If Xiagua had no existence that could compete with those forces that could shake the world, then there was no doubt that Xiagua would soon die, and they would be affected. The one who broke the waves before was from the Hanhua kingdom. So, is this the guardian spirit of my Xia kingdom? The sky was dark, and the clouds were pressing on the top, and there was no rain falling, which was even more stressful. The god of the holy god. The red signal lights are flashed, symbolizing the highest level of warning. SSS level invasion. In those days, all the high-level faces of the god of Kong will be white. If you look closely, there is still a hint of fear. Really, what's coming is still here. Vaga has the breakthrough of the burial success. It was difficult to create a spiritual realm. Now that he has entered the Jinjin realm, isn't he going to report us? Contact Xiagua to let them take care of their own people. Xiagua refused our communication. At the conference table, Shursho sat in it. Fujino Hiroya looked dark. He had the highest prestige in the Hokage Association and was the current famous mastermind. It was just the high-level Xia dynasty that he went to contact. However, in the end, Xia dynasty not only had no relevance, but also had no perfunctory explanation. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. As the brother of the earth and the whole country, he must show enough calmness at this moment in order to stabilize his army. What a panic! All of them will make me feel calm. With a roar, the atmosphere in the conference room slightly regained a little calm. Although the spirit has not been completely restored, we have already made preparations. Have you forgotten our secret weapon? Start the first level ring immediately. After the layer command was passed down, the national defense immediately became calm. Around the shore, the transparent spirit surged. Under the guidance of the spirit, the deep blue sea water rushed up from all directions. The blue light waves shine, the water waves swirl, and the air sways in the air. The spirit forms a cover with the sea water, and the slump structure forms an unbreakable protective cover. Deep sea boundary wall. This is the greatest reliance of the Han dynasty to protect itself in the future when the spirit of the country is reviving. Although the Hokkien is an island, they have always been afraid of death and have made sufficient preparations for today's arrival. They used the spirit to drive the sea water and created an indestructible deep sea cover. The earth once tried to break through the deep sea boundary wall. The result was a failure. Now, there's no power enough to break this boundary wall, and the earth is not enough to break the metal realm. The clouds rolled over, and it rained heavily in the sky. The raindrops hit the boundary wall, and it was completely impossible to fall into the shore. The boundary wall was filled with a slight blue light, which looked full of security. As the deep-sea boundary wall gradually rose, covering the entire shore like an eggshell, the shore god's high-level face turned around and relaxed his breath. When we made this deep-sea boundary wall, the beautiful country had gone to experts to conduct inspections. The conclusion they came to was, even if the Jinsha realm came, they would be a loss and could not step into this place. No matter how burial is, it is just a Jinsha realm. The defense that cannot be broken even in the earth will not be broken, so there is no need to be afraid of the throne. When I want to step into my Wuxia realm, it depends on whether he has this ability. Dong 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 dong. At this moment, the sky was filled with strong footsteps. There's a powerful existence coming through the air. The heavy quality of the metal realm is enough to make the air difficult to bear. Every step is serene and big, knocking on everyone's hearts. At this time, an IP broadcast of the country, which is a hot spot on the international platform. The top ranking is the broadcast that the Holy God will open. Named Deep Sea Dragon. The name is quite good. It seems that the god of Kung Fu will be confident in this sea shield, and the burial cannot be broken. So the incense is open halfway ahead of schedule. They also have a proud capital. At this moment, in this broadcast interface, the reality of the Hokkien Kingdom is being broadcast in multiple lenses. The deep sea boundary wall opens above, and the deep blue sea water flows slowly. This is a sea shield made of all the spiritual structures of the Moonflower Kingdom. It only urges once and requires thousands of people to take action accompanied by a precious, disposable treasure. The moment the boundary wall opened, the spirit stormed. The heavy rainstorm flows against the current, and the deep blue boundary wall looks indestructible, bringing an extremely strong sense of security to the people inside. Dome. When the golden figure appeared in the sky above the dome, everyone looked at him like a thick layer of frosted glass, and they couldn't see the figure clearly. Only the dazzling golden light can be seen, and it looks like a golden sun hanging on the wheel. At this moment, the mirror gave the uninhabited outside, so I could only see that he was a young man. Is that what Xiagua chose? So young? He said that he had just mastered the power of the throne for less than a day and dared to cross the sea and make 1,000 revelations. His mind and nature were quite good. It reminded me of an ancient story from Xiagua, offending me, Xia, even if it is always a long time. If I were to go to other countries, I would appreciate his courage. Unfortunately, he had to face the deep-sea boundary wall, which was the strongest sea shield that no one could break. This time he was sure to return. That's natural. Our Qinghua Kingdom is a country of development. Do you really think we will not have any preparation? I really underestimate us. It's a pity that the deep-sea wall has been opened and I can't go out and meet him. Otherwise, the earth will definitely kill him. I don't know how long the Qinghua Kingdom has prepared this deep-sea boundary wall. It can be said that the spirit has revived, the Miao head has been pushing forward. For example, the deep-sea boundary wall has become their greatest reliance. This shield cannot be destroyed, even in my beautiful country. Xia Kingdom is indeed difficult to break through. Many people are watching it. At this moment, the most exciting one is the Hanwha people. They are looking forward to the burial of the vast land and then rolling eggs in shame. Just like the name of the gangbang, it is tuned. The audience looked at the popularity and speeches in the broadcast at a high level, relaxed, and paid money in the backstage, and posted comments on the other side. Please rest assured that the deep-sea boundary wall is our secret weapon. I wanted to hide it for another time. Since that's the case, let this sluggish Xia people become the test of the deep-sea boundary wall. Fujino Hiroya was confident in the deep-sea boundary wall. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a huge sensation on his head. Rush! What kind of sound was that? As if thousands of thunder were thunder and shook the drama. At this moment, everyone subconsciously looked up. In that moment, everyone's pupils and imagery reflected a golden sea of fire, like a five-clawed golden dragon falling from the sky, without any time to respond to anyone. The seawater in the deep-sea boundary wall is moving, and the details of the endless streams appear like a piece of glass that is about to break. Impossible! Fujino Hiroya's pupils collapsed. As the highest authority, he knew the strength of the deep-sea boundary wall. It was the strongest sea shield that needed thousands of people to advance and urge the earth to step on the metal realm to cause harm to its surface. The beautiful country has also sent people to test and wants to buy ways to make jewelry from them. The deep-sea boundary wall of the Han Dynasty has been broken, and now the Lord of the Han Dynasty has to come out to fight. I don't know who said this. The storm. The smoke roll is visible, and above the border of the storm, a figure stands among them, confronting the people in the sky. He stood all over his body, was thin, and his eyes were staring at the figure in the sky. The Lord of the Earth appeared. His appearance instantly made everyone feel hot and blood boil. There is already friction between the Han and Xia countries, and hatred can be traced back to the last century. At present, the strongest confrontation between these two countries is not a collision of a period of time, but behind it is the country's bloody hatred. Vaga, I actually chased after you break through. Fujino Hiroji looked at Fang Yi in the sky. His eyes twitched, and his face was indescribable. This guy, his breath became several times stronger than before. He is the main focus. Today is to report the previous revenge of the border. Once, Fang Yi on the Xia Kingdom border was also very strong. He could avoid his attack with the power of the spirit creation realm, but at that time, he was the leader in the realm. Now, I am the same as the Lord, can I still win? Funo Nori, give this summer people a little color. It's so cool. This is a global player. Fujino Nori, don't let us down. The people of the Hokkien country could not tell the big and big kings at this moment. With the two-way battle against the paper, Fujino Koji was crazy to cheer up Fujino Koji. Fujino was not confused by these words. He looked at Fang Yi with his own plans at his heart. This cross-border crossing was so serene that it was countless times bigger than before, and there were even broadcasters. If such a big battle could be killed, his prestige in the country would become unprecedentedly high. Fujino Hiroshi's eyes flashed with covet. The overwhelming power is enough to confuse people and try it. Rumble. Without any greetings, Fujino Hiroji took the lead. He knelt on his knees, and Sue slapped the ground with a powerful spirit. The earth suddenly began to scatter under the foot, and the terrifying shock was like an earthquake, which caused a huge valley between the two. Between the mountains and the land under the feet cracked. In the terrifying crack, a huge object was diamond out of the center of the earth. It was almost 1,000 meters tall and could not see at first sight. From the bottom to the top, I could only feel that I was insignificant. It was a super giant made of soil structure. Between the ground and mountains, the giant was no bigger than the dragon, almost the same as Kwafu, who was chasing the sun in the myth. The camera lens next to him could hardly accommodate his existence, and it was scattered with no power. He stood up with a giant axe in his hand, staring at Fang Yi with no expression, full of vigor. So strong, it's worthy of being Fujinosan. There were countless people shocked, and they couldn't wait to put the giant in the mobile phone screen. The giant that Fujino Hiroji summoned to send out, and he could almost collapse half of the island, causing the air to become dirty. Bah, kill him. Fujino Hiroji looked at Fang Yi coldly. Rush. The giant moved, and his foot sank deeply into the ground, slamming it towards Fang Yi. Fang Yi, who was above the sky, did not steadily, but just pressed his hand above Tang. Dark hair dances lightly, with a silence, twitching, and light. Rumble. The giant and Tang took action at the same time. The deadly atmosphere divided the world plan into 2.5, and Fujino Hiroji was also shook his eyes by this light, unable to see clearly what was happening in front of him. Just the next moment, the giant suddenly scattered and then delayed for a short second. Bang! The huge body broke into 2.5, turning into a dirt full of flames and landed on the ground. In less than a second, the Lord of the Earth gathered the giants and fell. Diet. The Lord of Earth's pupil shrank. He didn't even see how Fang Yi came out clearly. When the reaction came, the giant turned back to the mud ball. Fang Yi Gao was above, without opening his mouth, but his arrogant eyes were indifferent, as if he said, "That's it." Such eyes angered Hiroji Fujino. Fujino Hiroki's eyes were about to break, and he lowered his head and said something silently. Rumble. The earth light lit up from his body, and immediately broke through the clouds. With Fujino Hiroji as the center, a circle lit up under his feet, and a mysterious pattern danced inside, scattering light like a light bulb. Jiang and Kanya. This is the family emblem of the Fujino family. The golden light is in the air, and the wind and thunder are raging. In the majestic sky, among the burning flames, only one figure floated on it. Then he was strong and domineering, and even when he encountered heavy rain, he could not avoid it and directly melted into steam. The flames in the sky destroyed a lot, and also destroyed the self-confidence of the people of Qinghua. Above the island, the Chinese people in the Hanhua River felt the golden fire in the sky, and their faces were filled with surprise. Xiagua, demon, a simple devil who kills people without blinking. This is a devil with a head and tail. Funo Yun actually lost. Funo Nori has used many abilities. He is the real master. The opponent's 3-killing sword was actually solved by the other party. This is simply crushing. Is there any real power between the master also weak? Many pioneers in the Hana Kingdom looked at the firelight in the sky and felt very illusory. At that time, Hiroshi Fujino was a garbage pioneer, and even a high star was not considered a star. They only had 5 stars of magic. They won the throne of the earth for their own fortune. They became the lord of the throne, and the priest carrying Hiroshi Fujino also flew yellow till. The entire Fujino family benefited from this. When Fujino Hiroshi proposed to go to Shiawa's border to find him, no one dared to stop him. In their opinion, the power of the Lord of the Earth was no longer invincible, and even if he was the Lord, he would not be able to kill him. Since it cannot be killed in the end, it is so unbelievable that I feel disgusted. This is a trick of the world of Hanwha. But what I never expected was, the buried burialists in Xia Dynasty actually gave no face. 3 swords, write lightly, and put a master under the horse. Isn't he afraid of the revenge of the Han Dynasty? I thought it was a play. The burialist was like a demon who killed Fujino Hiroshi in an instant, and he did not leave his body and was buried directly in the sea. Fujino Hiroya saw that his younger brother was dead and was directly in a vein. Hurry, go directly to the army and kill this Xia people. He is so simple. You are crazy? Even your brother can't kill him. Do you still want to send an army to kill him? Do you want to let the Yanhua kingdom? Judging from his just-in-one action, don't talk about ordinary people. Even a pioneer army is not a one-sword love in his hands. The funeralist, is it to ruin my Yanhua kingdom? Xia kingdom naturally responded to their old saying, pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. We are here. We have lost Fujinosen and can no longer lose other pioneers. In the future world, pioneers are the most precious resources, and we can't waste them anymore. There are still sober people in the Seiji Association. It is better to say it is realistic than to be sober. After losing Hiroshi Fujino, the strongest lord of the earth, Fujino Hiroshi's political power quickly passed away from him. After a short taste of the savor of power and strength, he quickly fell back to the place they should go. Dong! Fujino Hiroya sat in the chair, staring at Fang Yi in the screen, his eyes extremely poisonous. At this moment, it is not only the Forerunners who are shocked. The live broadcast screen is broadcast online to all parts of the world. At this moment, ordinary people from all countries finally truly saw the other side of the world that was hidden by the extreme forces of all countries. Is there such power in the world? Superpower, so cool. Of course, the supernatural phenomenon I saw some time ago was not wrong, but when I went to the official certificate, I was severely warned. At that time, I knew that there would be a big deal. The vengeful animals changed before, and my hometown was directly trapped. I was on the scene at that time. I saw it with my eyes that the official could not kill those vengeful animals even if they were taken out. At that time, I knew that the world had changed. I kept looking for a reasonable explanation online, but I don't know what the official did not have any escorts. Now it finally opened. It turns out that my recommendation is correct. With the world changes, isn't the current world pattern going to be reshuffled? Can those big countries still maintain their status? I don't know other countries, but Xia, you know that the position you see is correct. I'm afraid that no matter what happens, Xia will stand in this change. I'm finally aware of it now. Why is Xia a lion? A lion that has survived for 5,000 years, standing in the midst of various changes. Damn it. So, at this moment, the people who were watching the live broadcast were all ignited by this scene. I could have had a single knife. I just wanted to see what kind of flowers you have. The Qinghua Kingdom should be green now, right? The Qinghua devils are so powerful. Why don't you go find a slut to eat shit? And you can also choose cross-border picks, and you deserve it. The classic half-field incense is right. You're really good at it now. You're dead. That Qinghua lord is so crazy. I don't know that Qinghua thought he was the first throne, so I can only say that the relationship between father and son is stable. It's not possible you can just let the throne come out. I'll lose the prize after the murder, hey. Xia people generally don't make revenge. It was reported because of a grudge. What? Can't you get revenge? Does not exist. Fang Yi killed their team pioneers in the border area. Now, they came directly to their coastline and killed their master. This is really... I slapped my left face and slapped my right face again. Okay, that's right. At this time, the global live broadcast room of the Holy God Association was also exploded. The live broadcast of the God of the Gods was to spread the dignity of the earth, but unexpectedly, it made a wedding dress for the funeralist. Nowadays, the three words "the burial" are still very popular in the world, and countless people have watched the videos of killing the land and entering the live broadcast room. Is this the one who decided to fight for the opponent's Eastern man in seconds with only 3 swords? Do you have the mysterious Xia Kingdom Kung Fu? Can you show it to our country? It's better to stand for 100 years. Climb me. I've heard of you in the city. This is the strongest burialist in Xia Kingdom. No, now you are called the Lord of the Sun. Don't you have your own first sequence, 1 sword, and the Earth Lord of the Throne? I can't stop this one on the floor. Someone is going to break the defense. I don't say who it is. Dai is dead. Wealth is in the sky. It seems that God is not standing here. When we came to our side this little day before, I was so awesome and screamed very well. Why don't you scream now? Oh, I'm dead. I thought I didn't like to scream. Sure enough, there is also a gap between the Lord. The false Lord, crush the man and build the city of Neba. The real Lord, 1 knife will be in seconds. I actually killed people across borders and applied for international sanctions. This kind of person will only become a criminal. If you don't care today, you will suffer in the future. Sanctions? That's the strong man. You were called a turtle in one of them. Does he want to let him leave like this? In this way, we will have no straight face in the Huagua country. One day he will kill you country. Once he has gone to the mountains, he will master many thrones. After he has gone to the mountains, Xia will become the #1 overlord. Do you want to see this step? No matter how many people in Huagua are furious, the god of the Han dynasty will complain in his heart. You really don't have a back pain when you stand up and talk. If we don't let him go, will we match? Will Tsubasa let him hit the face like this if he has the ability? The death of the landlord did not have any effect. Other countries have watched the video and have attracted attention to Xia. At this moment, they have not made any sense to show any position. Nowadays, some people are happy and others are worried. I thought this was a good time, but unexpectedly, Fang Yi received the throne of the earth on the sky, but he didn't move in the area. The Lord of the Earth is dead, and next, he will arrive at the Qinghua Kingdom. His faint voice touched the world. In that moment, the world was dead silent. What is he talking about? Just now, the man was still calling out to the Hua. People suddenly fell, staring at the figure in the sky with fear. The wave rolled under his feet, the sky stood behind him, and the whole world was the background for him. This is an absolute scene. Gods rush to the sky and convicts them. The supreme God spirit, the weak human being. The space is separated by space. The two are in a moment. Fang Yi was bathed in golden light, holding a long fire knife in his hand, looking down at the island below. The Qinghua Kingdom has been too late recently. I have chosen my Xia Kingdom for the time being. The death of the landlord is just a share of interest. Remember, those who offend me will always be so, but this has been the case in the past 5,000 years, and it has been like this for thousands of years. I will kill you. Whether it is death, it depends on your own. 3 days. It took me 3 days to leave the worldly and pretentious one from the Hakka Island. After the little cherry blossoms were divided into 2, many countries were lucky enough to have fun. Some people went to the cherry blossoms to check and took photos. There was almost the largest check-in point for the cherry blossoms to surpass Mount Fuji. The cherry blossoms immediately restricted the cherry blossoms and blocked the area there. It can only block ordinary people. Can't hold on to the forerunners. Over the island of Hokkaido, a few creepy breath gathered here. Rumble. The sky is thunder and lightning is floating. A figure stood in the cloud layer, with a skeleton resting on his shoulders. The skeleton was lifelike and could even make a rasp sound. Did you also notice that this amazing atmosphere is worthy of being the first sequence of the throne of the sun god? This controller is surprisingly powerful. The owner of the double throne. The first one on Earth. What an exaggerated existence this is. For example, among all the pioneers, this funeralist is also the one with the most risky one. On the other side, in the ocean, a black shadow appeared in the water, and he dived slightly, revealing a pair of eyes that were as cold as ice. The drama of this scene is so conquered. The man from Xiawo really has a grudge. It seems that only one person was killed. The country of Hanhua is almost destroyed by him. It is really unpredictable. At this moment, the strong men from various countries came to see the crack of Hanhuagua with their own eyes, and the real bloody killing began to surface. For example, the case of the buried man splitting the Han dynasty in the Hua kingdom was reported, and the high-level areas of Xia dynasty became busy. Regardless of the relationship and failure, at least in the case, all countries have come to the Xia kingdom brothers. These also include the big brother to beautiful country, and the little stick country that has always been secretly fighting against Xia. They suggested that if they wanted to see this Xia pioneer who had evaporated the sea, they were beaten too hard by Xia's high-level attacks. For example, the people of Xia people are proud. High-level office. Lu Qianyue was drinking tea with his head down, and his smile could not be covered. Doesn't Hokkien like to offend? Then I'll give you a while. Let you be the same as Bangzi country, one in the south and one in the north. Otherwise, why do you say that the Hanhua kingdom is in good condition? Before, when the Xia kingdom was quite good, they did not do anything and sent people to invade the border and wanted to take the insurgency in the Xia kingdom for their own possession. As a result, the buried person fell down. Instead, they didn't sound. It's a slap. No one asked about the matter of the funeral of the Earth Throne. The Kung Holy Spirit Club seems to be busy calming the people, and they're too busy to communicate with each other. Many Kung Holy Flowers seem to have their own nationality, and many people want to come directly to Xia. Unfortunately, it is not as they wish. After all, Xia nationality is notoriously difficult. This time, the funeralist has made us a powerful force and a warning to the monkey. I instructed the Institute to send all the newly developed spiritual crystal resources to the Taisho, to the funeralist. Yes, where has his cousin taken the throne to the throne? Any resources are sent to all, so that his cousin must be rewarded to the throne. If Lin Yi won the throne, Xia dynasty needs to give out another gold, greatly enhanced. In fact, even if it is the throne, it is extremely crazy to invest a country's resources without any price. The enemy is the person related to the funeralist. Lu Qianyue would not blink for a moment. What resources do you want? Directly fill. On the golden throne, the golden light surrounds, scattering like breathing. In that moment, the surging golden light blew into the sky, piercing through the dome, and a brilliant ray of light was slashed out from the sky. The financial lord is born. Su Qingli screamed in surprise. At this moment, it happened that she was guarding this place. Seeing only the throne, Lin Yi suddenly opened her eyes, and the golden light in her beautiful eyes revealed, which made her extremely beautiful face a few more points and could not say anything. Su Qinglu was caught by the look for a while and did not dare to go forward. Qinghua. Lin Yi opened her mouth suspiciously, as if she was a little disbelief. Has I succeeded? At this moment, Lin Yi's heart, which was always in her throat, finally fell to the spot. She actually became simple and incredible. After she stepped onto the golden throne, she had a very serious exam. She had suffered a lot of life in that exam. The golden throne was filled with surging murders. For several times, she almost thought she was going to die. But she was actually accepted by the golden throne. In addition to Fang Yi's help, Lin Yi's ability to succeed is also inseparable from her own personality. Inside the throne, it is extremely dangerous. Lin Yi has been traveling around death several times. With a firm belief, she has to endure it. This time she recognizes the throne, and the throne is not bad. I'm not dead. I've become a financial lord. Lin Yi looked at her palm. At this moment, the white and tender palms were filled with an indescribable golden light, and he heard it intimately, and there seemed to be a few golden swords and pine trees. Metal property. The singularity is not doubled and can easily tear low-level properties into pieces. Even among all major properties, it is extremely domineering. If it is a person with other properties, the possibility of being torn is as high as 99%. Confused. Has it become a self without nature? In front of the golden throne, Lin Yi was ready to die, and she even wrote the book and hid it under her pillow. The final chapter was actually a gaze. Is the Golden Lord? Yi, you finally became a good person. Su Qingfeng felt the 3 atmospheres coming from her body and was very happy. This breath is extremely violent, and it seems to be about to destroy people. The wealthy owner's atmosphere is stronger, which is a little stronger than that of the earth owner. It should be because Lin Yi believes that the state in front of the master is higher than that of Hiroshi Fujino. The several experts behind Su Qingli were sweating profusely and did not dare to breathe, as if they were pressed down by the breath. Yes, at this moment, Lin Yi suddenly remembered something and her face changed. Before her throne, Taishu was attacked by crazy pioneers. The time to recognize the Lord was not short. During this period, she had been in the throne, and the inner world of Taishu was not. Thinking of this, Lin Yi immediately turned Su Qingli's hand and pushed it out. You go first, those people give me the words. I'm the Lord, they can't hurt me. But they're too crazy and will hurt you. Get away first. Lin Yi's voice fell, and the several specialists in front of her were not calm and stood still. Su Qingli looked at her with a smile, her face full of silence. I noticed that it was not right. What's wrong? The crisis in Taishu City has been lifted. Brother Fang is here. Su Qinglu said. Cousin. Now, the high-level countries in all countries have a bright face, gathering together to hold emergency meetings to discuss the current emergency situation. The throne power can be obtained by the verification of the throne by the Xia dynasty by killing the Lord. That is to say, those who do not have the chance to recognize the Lord have the chance to be the throne's power. The throne is a new call to the Lord. Just by looking at the name, you can see that this name is more aggressive than the Lord. If the Lord's descending is a dazzling meteor, the Earth star will produce a short shock when it passes through the sky. The appearance of the evil spirit is a stone. The moment it appears, it smashed the balance that the Earth star has finally established and maintained for thousands of years. All along, spiritual resurrection has been a cool battle. The boundary is shaking, and the chaos is about to decline. All the forces as numerous as grass will be reshuffled. The country, however, is a little more powerful. Whoever gains power can become the master of the new boundary. Now, the special attributes of the Lord and the devil have accelerated this process. Advantages survive. The strong survive. Now, the situations of major countries have become confused. Many countries that are already free have created a throne that has just recognized the Lord and has not fully controlled their power, but they have launched a slam attack on the Lord. The most famous one is Bangzi country. Things are extremely bad. On the second day after Jiangxi Island was divided into 2, a young master of style was born. This master is more special. He is a little girl of 5 years old. He has excellent luck and talent. He has a 6-star magic before his master. No matter how you look at it, they're all the middle powers of the country. But as a result, after Jiangxi country recognized him, he was directly beaten to death by 2 mysterious masters. They were wearing black clothes, unable to see their identity clearly, and covered their breath. He directly beat the master to death and took the throne away. Bangzi country was furious, but he couldn't find who did it. It can be seen from this that even the Lord who controls the throne is not invincible, and it is possible that the lamb to be slaughtered in the eyes of others. The power of the throne is too terrible for the ravenous people. Some people cannot pass the throne's strict process of throne recognition and put their minds on those lords. After all, the trashiest throne also contains the power of the throne's rule. At present, Xia is the most peaceful place on Earthstar. The situation inside Xia is too special. There are 3 thrones that do not appear. There is also the first sequence of the Lord of the Sun God, which is still safe. Other countries have fallen into chaos. In the end, there seems to be a sound between heaven and earth. I don't know whether the descending of this throne is an atrocity or a terror for the Earth Star. Although there is no such thing as the burialist, who controls the existence of the two thrones. But as this situation continues, this boundary will become more distorted and human nature will be exposed in fierce conflicts. Except for Xia. At this moment, Xia was still relatively peaceful. Villa area. The earth was shaking, as if a dragon was flying fast in the heart of the earth. The zodiac was activated, and the entire Taichung was quake. Warning. An earthquake occurred in Taishu, which is due to normal repairs. Please don't be surprised. Leave your home and go to the empty space to wait. The message was sent to every mobile phone in Taishu. Ordinary people were really thrusting there, but they opened their eyes. Damn, it turns out that earthquakes are normal practices, and I suddenly found a new idea. I think it's more than earthquakes. I used to see a golden giant in the sky. At that time, I thought it was because I had been working overtime for 3 days all night. Now it seems that TM might be real. Isn't someone playing tricks on the rainy weather before? Who is the hero who has overcome the tribulation? Now, I think it's not really a breakthrough for the first accomplice. If you don't understand, ask, will all the first accomplice behave differently? Teaching, I want to learn too. At this moment, Fang Yulan also received a message prompt. On the open space, Lin Yi stood on the left. Her long hair became a horse's tail hanging on her shoulders, her pretty face solemnly. Fang Yi was opposite her, and her short-sleeved t-shirt was not as good as the silence. The two people are quite strange. The Lingsong Association members sent Lin Yi back in a bunch. Su Qingli and others saw Fang Yi want to train Lin Yi, and they all planned to stay and see a hot meeting again. The specialist pointed at the point. Captain Fang wants to fight with Captain Kobayashi. What kind of ring is that the brother and sister are so sensible? Have you heard Captain Fang say that he doesn't use his ability, just one finger? Use only fingers? Is this a bit awesome? Although Captain Fang is strong, Captain Kobayashi is not weak either. She absorbed the Golden Throne, and her real strength is already in the realm of metal, and she has a metal property. Metal property is famous for its great profit. Even if it can't hurt Captain Fang, isn't it simple to meet the corner of his clothes? Haha, you still have a strong team. Don't know. On the stage, Fang Yi looked at Lin Yi. Are you ready? Are you ready? Lin Yi clamped her fists tightly. Her eyes calmed down. Even though I know that I'm not enough to be my cousin, I still have to try my best to show him. She passed the throne test. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and the golden air was flying rapidly, and the powerful force suddenly surged. She closed her eyes, and when it opened again, a golden light burst out from her eyes. She stretched out her hand, and a golden light appeared between her fingers, and the air was filled with murder. The foot was covered with golden light, and the plants instantly condensed, turning into a lifelike golden statue. Golden light rolled the ground and headed towards Fang Yi all the way. It's not wrong. Fang Yi's eyes praised. On the way where the golden light was, the trees and grass turned into golden statues condensed in an instant. It can actually directly turn the objects into statues. This ability to control is much stronger than Hiroshi Fujino. Cousin, you have to be careful. Lin Yi smiled on the corner of her lips. This is her ability to learn after trying to control metallographic properties in the throne. In the scope, all of them will be metallized. If Fang Yi uses yang attributes, this move will not calculate the first sequence attributes, but if he does not use the ability, Lin Yi will be confident. Then it was the moment when the golden light spread. A clinging finger pressed against her throat. Lin Yi widened her eyes. It's too slow, the moves are too smooth, and the restriction effect has not yet taken effect on me. You are dead. Fang Yi withdrew his finger and said calmly. Come again. Lin Yi was shocked. She didn't expect. Fang Yi could actually penetrate the metal control range without any injuries. The speed is so fast. She took a deep breath and adjusted her mind. This time she didn't get rid of the bells and whistles in the air, and she turned into an invisible golden light and came to Fang Yi again. But no matter how she hit her, her finger was like a ghost, and she flew. Bang! Come again. Bang! Too slow. Bang! Yi, is this all your strength? Yi flew out and fell to the ground. She stood up. Her clothes were covered in dust, and she was covered in long and loose on her shoulders, and she looked so delightful. There was no wound on her body, and she was injured by the force, and the clothes were already covered in purple. Fang Yi stood there, forming a strange contrast with her. Wood. Compared with other popular cities, it is very inconspicuous. There is no pile of statues of gods and cultural venues, nor is there a beautiful view from them. Even the subway has only one line, which is called the city. In fact, most of the here are cars that are difficult to reach the mountains and ridges and remote villages. In short, this is a slightest overlook on the shaman board. At this moment, the city secretly changed its master. Source. The new generation of Xiagua, who had not been to the Ling Association file, made the same decision as the reincarnation of the Throne of Rain, and he had to take this top-level power for himself. Not bad. The rebirth fell into the hands of the buried person, and he won the Throne of Rain and entered the main. The first thing he did for the Rain Lord was to create a throne where he lived. Various colors of stones are embedded on the throne handle, and the dragon head of the handshake is made of colorful spots, which looks magnificent and mysterious. This is the throne of the Rain Lord. He sat on it, listening to people, quarrels below, and hitting the dragon. No one dared to say a word, because this was the power to give him the power. In the 7 areas around, 4 of them were swallowed up by us, and the 2 were still considering it. Xiaqi District secretly said that he chose neutrality and did not participate in any struggle. Neutrality? This word appears in chaos and represents absolute strength against strong power. Only with strong strength can one be qualified to choose neutrality and insight into the historical river. This is not the case. Xiaqi District, it obviously does not meet this standard. What should I do? Have you done it all? If you are too silenced, it will attract the attention of the official. Others are unreasonable. If that person comes, it will be troublesome. That person seems to be staying in too much. He has not left the house recently. There's no need to worry about this at present. It is mainly the problem of Xiaqi District. If they're still ungrateful after the 3rd intrusion, then they need to take some tough measures. At this moment, the 2 left and right players under the seat of the Yuan are discussing measures against Xiaqi. Judging from the previous several incidents, they are quite familiar with the matter of swallowing up. After having a master, the service power suddenly becomes easier. First, you'll be able to defeat people with virtue, then use force to defeat people and kill several leaders, which is basically over. At present, this measure is 100% with 0 difference. I was dead because I was dissatisfied. Boss, we still plan to give Xiaqi an opportunity. After all, the people are very awkward. One is very convinced by their boss, and they have a reckless smell. If they are sucked, it may have a counterproductive effect. After the left man finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the figure on the throne, and the right man also stopped. The atmosphere was silent. On the throne, a black figure sat upright on it, radiating strong power. The Lord of Rain, the source of the source. You should ask me for this kind of thing. The sound of the sound is calm and peaceful. From the outside, he looks like the boss of the morning training garden, but when he opens his mouth, he is carrying a slight, threatening word. If you don't listen, you'll kill me. When I heard this, even after following the people for many years, my left and right hands were breathing. Since the beginning of the year, this boss has become more irritable and has a lot of irritation. He can be said to be much more irritable. Everyone below them was a little scared. Yes, Xiaqi District's people are outside. We'll inform him. I don't want to go in. After a moment, a figure came in with anger in his eyes. He was the one who was sent by Xiaqi District to discuss and cooperate. Xiaqi District has always been a relatively neutral area in the wood. It was managed by a pioneer team from the beginning. For example, the owner of Yuan had to take them into his subordinates, and he would not give them any good luck, but would not sell them even if they were not suitable for buying and selling. How could he be so unequal? Xiaqi District naturally refused. Yuan, I know that you're now really crushing us for the Rain Lord, but Xiachi District has been guarding a three-pointer for many years, not competing or provoking anyone. We don't want to follow you to do this trick. Kaiku is a young man, the younger brother of Xiachi District's manager. After saying a word, the atmosphere calmed down. Xiaoyuan said calmly, "Since that's the case, then start with you." No one saw how Xiaoyuan took action. On business trip? Li Yuan's pupils shrank, and he looked at Fang Yi's figure in surprise. Fang Yi said this lightly, but Li Yuan dared not understand it this way. What business can a funeral be done when the funeral is on a business trip? I think he went to other cities before, either killing people or killing people. Isn't he going to kill him after he learned the news of the throne? Die. The power of the throne can be obtained by acquiring it. What a temptation. If someone wants to kill, it is difficult to ascend to heaven, but the buried person is different. The body is, and his strength is against the sky. If you really want to discuss it, you could just sweep the Xia people all the way. But as the person who is the buried person, he should not be able to do such a thing that destroys human nature, right? Li Yuan was sweating and tried carefully. The chief of the burialist must be tired when he came to Mu City on a business trip, right? We have a hot spring hotel in this resort, which is especially suitable for relaxation. Let me arrange it for you. Yes. Fang Yi was willing to point the head. Li Yuan not only did not let go, but was even more shocked. His attitude towards doing business made Li Yuan unable to touch his head. Isn't it really too much for me to think too much, right? Li Yuan now seems to be the fugitive criminal who just came out of the bank, and he meets the strongest criminal policeman in front of him. It is normal to be honest. Wait a minute, I'll make arrangements for you. Li Yuan walked out of the room with a smile on his face, came to the door, and asked his left and right hands to handle the hotel check-in. He also deliberately asked the funeralist to find the girl who was playing with her on the bed, with both quality and quantity. Boss, why did the funeral suddenly come to mushy? I'm also coming to you specifically, so I won't. The deputy pointed and stolen and did a throat-cutting action. It shouldn't be. Li Yuan shook his head. You must know. The buried person in the room seemed young, but the breath contained in his body was strong and surging, like a vast and boundless deep sea, without a glance. Li Yuan was already in the realm of the golden world, and was the top power of the world. But when he really faced this monster, his look was enough to shock him. If he wants to kill himself, then I can't live for a second. Therefore, the funeral holder does not need to pay such a big week. He also has to specially formulate a reason to cheat first, and then kill him. He should really have something to do in Mu City. As for what the matter is, the funeral holder dares to say, he dare not ask. In short, serving this great Buddha well is necessary to keep your life tight. Li Yuan had a clear idea at the time. Go, remember, what you are looking for the funeral team leader must be the best. JK's pure style, mature and beautiful style black silk lady. Uniform is confusing, all kinds of things come. If you dare to be perfunctory, I will kill you first. Yes, boss. Deputy don't have a huge task at the moment. And now, in the room, Fang Yi stared at Li Yuanlu's back, turned the teacup, slowly poured the tea back into the fair cup, and then put the empty cup aside with his hands. A faint smile appeared on the lips. It seems the one that the big, beautiful country is targeting is this. The other party should be 1 star in the Jinsha realm, slightly stronger than the previous Hiroshi Fujino, but not much stronger. This kind of rebirth and fragile can easily become the target of other countries' plunder in this environment. This is also normal. Stupid and love to be smart. He thought that he could be relieved by taking the throne, but he even wanted to control the city and become the underground emperor of this city. Rumble. A sudden heavy rain fell over the wood market. The sky was visible to the naked eye. A Land Rover drove from afar, and the rough car crushed the ground and poured water into the water. Li Yuan sat in the secondary driver, and his eyes were like a keel, seeing through the rain curtain. Right in front of him, a figure stood quietly in the rain, holding a handful of black gutters, and his body was particularly tall. Sneak. Land Rover parked. Under the window, Li Yuan sucked the smoke and looked at the figure who was snatching the snatch. Picked in such a remote place, the night is dark and the wind is high, and it is easy to see blood when talking about the snatch. The man holding the snatch was wearing a mask, revealing a pair of ice-blue eyes, and his voice was filled with smiles. Is that so? It's very suitable for your cemetery. Foreigners. In a moment, Li Yuan's heart beat faster. Why are they foreigners? He came here to find out the person behind the scenes who were hit by people recently. After some negotiations, the other party chose to discuss in Kishi City. Thought Mushy was his own ground, and the other owners were not here. So Li Yuan came here, of course, mainly to use real force to shock the other party when he was unable to talk, just like before regaining Xiaqi district. But unexpectedly, the mantis stalks the croaker behind. The other party turned out to be a foreigner. At present, the Qinghua kingdom has just suffered recreation, and the throne of the earth has joined forces and changed hands. At this time, what kind of good can foreigners who dare to appear in Xia still appeared in front of a newborn master? I'm guessing, Run. Li Yuan instantly guessed that the other party was not good, and roared and let the deputy lose his head away, but the car didn't move. A hand appeared outside the window, and he looked in at a different angle and instantly twisted the deputy's neck. Click! A crisp sound of bones. Before the deputy was caught in the seat of the two, his body was still sitting upright on the driving seat, holding the steering wheel in his hand, maintaining the shape of a sting. For the first time I met the Lord of Xia, I brought nothing to the door. This head is a gift for you. A slightly soft male voice in his ears. The person who couldn't see could only see the hand waving to Li Yuan. The bones of the hand were very thick and strong, and 5 fingers were covered with 5 colors of fingers. Just talking about his attitude, it was even a hot and welcoming word, provided that we didn't just slim the deputy's neck. Li Yuan's pupil shrank, and he was shocked in a cold sweat. The two actually came to hunt themselves? This is too big a pen. It seems that the previous prediction of the Bangzi kingdom is true. Now, international movements are happening. Among all countries, one of them secretly conquered the alliance and joined forces to kill the Lord to seize the power of the throne. Although I don't know how they match, I am so terrible that this kind of appearance is the same as the Lord, and the number of advantages is the existence of crushing. Not to mention that the 2 killers in front of me have many experiences against the Lord. It's over. This is all over. I'm afraid. I'm going to fall here this time. In the rainstorm, the surroundings are silent and soundless. This place is remote, and there are no people around. Now the heavy rain is raining. The possibility of salvation has dropped to 0. In the dark mountain, a figure flew through it quickly. At first glance, the figure almost melted with the rain, which easily made passers-by think that they had made mistakes. At this moment, Li Yuan was extremely lucky. He controlled the throne of the rain. Heavy rainy days are his natural host. The rain blocks the visual line and also prevents the pursuit speed, allowing Li Yuan to breathe a breath in the joint pursuit of the 2 masters. The rough breathing overflowed the chest cavity, and the heartbeat was about to jump out of the chest. If the heart rate tester actually monitors Li Yuan's heart rate, it is estimated that the gang will explode. During the high-speed movement, Li Yuan could no longer hear the sound of the outside world. In his eyes, the whole world had a black background, like a sportsman who was playing the full strength on the runway. The only thing he could do was to move forward. At this moment, if you open a map of Mu City, you will find that Li Yuan's destination is particularly clear. It is the hotel he had opened to the leader of the burial list before. The moment Fang Yi descended to the sky, the fire dissipated. A group of black fog fell down. The body of the fog owner gradually condensed from the black coat to form. At this moment, he was gasping heavily, and his scattered face became solemn. At this moment, his eyes were tightly staring at Fang Yi, who appeared in front of him, and there was a guess in his heart. But how is it possible? The burial was clearly in Taisher City, so why did it appear here? Could it be that Rainlord said that is true? Has he really come? Holding an impossible expectation, the Fogmane body began to canotic. This Xiagua friend, I am absolutely malicious about Xiagua, but this friend and us have some personal grudges. I admit that we are a little nervous, but we will give it compensation. Can we make it convenient and let us solve it privately? After all, our two countries have become a major country, and there will be many places to cooperate in the future. Li Yuan heard this, and his pupils were shrinking, and he was very panicked. He's cheating. I don't know them. Fang Yi glanced at him, and Li Yuan immediately closed his mouth, unable to help but tremble. Even if he was just chased and killed all the way, the pressure was not as strong as he could. Fang Yi looked at the fog master with his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is that so? The Bangzi country owner also has personal grudges with the two of you? Speech. The smile of the fog master was stiff and suddenly calmed down, and his eyes turned cold. He knows it. Since that's the case, there's nothing to say. Rush. No warning signs. When the fog and the power came in, the spirit shouted and rolled, forming a strong pressure. The surrounding trees swayed and cracked, and the rocks were rolled up. The power owner instantly swelled, as if he was blowing a ball of air, and his muscles bulged out loud. The fog master transformed into a black fog master, and his wings disappeared in an instant. The powerful fog master resisted in front of him. He hid in the dark and was an excellent assassin. This was their war of fighting, and each took the lead, but he has not yet suffered. Li Yuan watched this scene in surprise. Are you going to start? That's not the 3 main decision. No, he is considered 4, but he is seriously injured and cannot help the burial team leader. Dong! The master of the power hit the ground with one punch, and the surface of the ground broke, and the cracks spread all the way to Fang Yi's foot. The ground was torn apart, revealing the dark inside. Fang Yi's location was instantly covered by a gravel burrow. Then, the black fog began to spread, and the video was always blocked, and he couldn't see his 5 fingers. It is obvious that Fang Yi's figure was swallowed by a black fog. Take this opportunity, go. This person is a burial. His lord is like a chicken. We are just a toy in his hand, so we can never compete with him. In addition to the black bulb, the bulb sound was emitted, and he was actually wearing bulb. Li Yuan was stunned. They had no intention of taking action against Eason at all, and just punched the ground, stunning the sky, but it was just a helping smoke bomb to help them escape. You are too worried. At this moment, the owner of the fog is getting heavier and heavier. You should know why low states are prone to sudden storms. It's not just because of the vegetables, but because they don't know what they're good or bad. But when they reach their level, after controlling enough power, they finally became the main force, and they cherished their lives. Because of this, the Lord of Fog had already done a full investigation before coming to Xiagua. He was very clear. There is a common saying in Xia dynasty. A layman is very popular, and the insider looks at the door, and he takes the lead. After seeing the burial video, the fog master is very clear that no matter whether he or the sturdy master, it is impossible for him to withstand that. Originally, he didn't want to come to Xia. If it weren't for the largest raid of this reign throne, they were forced to improve their strength and go on the road, and they would rather choose other countries. With a monster like a burial, Xiagua is simply a piece of iron. Host. In front of him, it was no different from the paper-paste tiger, and he was completely left to slaughter. Married treasury, are you sure? He has not revealed his identity. He is just a master who uses the fire. We are not fooled. Master Li was stunned, but he was still a little unwilling to accept it. They spent too much time on Lord Rain. If he stopped, wouldn't he be able to do it? I know it's wrong. From now on, I will work hard for Xiagua and be absolutely unlucky. Please be proud and let me live a life of dogs. Li Yuan begged for the mercy, vomiting blood, and the blood flowed all over the ground, and the soil was black. After passing by, it was soaked with Fang Yi's shoes. Fang Yi didn't say anything. He was thinking, why did this rain have 2 faces? When I first met him, he was still a bit arrogant as the boss of the underground kingdom. Why was he so soft at once? Li Yuan didn't want to be soft either, but his legs were softer. Life and death are a moment between a thought. There is one of the billions of working neural cells in the brain of the buried person who does not want to let Li Yuan survive. Then, His life will be explained here immediately. The coverage of the two positions of fog and force. It's wrong. Li Yuan finally realized his wrong departure at this moment. Really, I thought I had quietly absorbed the throne of rain, quietly established my strength, and quietly developed everything. Only heaven and earth know me. My subordinates know. As a result, not only the official knowledge, but also the burialists in front of me know clearly. If Li Yuan had nothing to do with his white hair at this moment, then he would have lived in vain. He finally responded that the business trip that the buried person said was a real business trip. His fault is to kill people, but the two secretly killed Xiagua. He was not even in his target for killing. At best, he could only be considered a gift. The one used to wait for the rabbit to be recycled after using it. After seeing his fate, Li Yuan was instantly terrified. Too scary. Is this the funeralist? Both civil and military, stubborn, simple, and straightforward. I'm the boss who should have been loyal to me when I was born. It is my only belief. Official investment? No, that's just a means. Li Yuan really wants to apply for it, which is the funeral. Even if he was rebellious, he would blow up the head of the Spirit Association. That's right, that's it. Thinking of this, Li Yuan was even more determined to be honest. Please let me go. Mr. the Burialist, I will be your dog from now on. Wool. Wooden Association. This is Fang Yi's first time. The decorations of various cities are very local, and the decorations here are very similar to a hotel. The chairman of the Mu Ling Association is a middle-aged man who is quite calm. At this moment, he is standing at the door and receiving Fang Yi. The entombed of the funeral is a great victory, and he is missing the opportunity. The elder of the wood was slapped. Okay, the hotel tastes even more as soon as you open your mouth. In fact, the chairman of the Wooden Association is very tight now. When Fang Yi landed on the ground, they had already received the news, and the tension had already begun. After all, there's a precedent for the Spirit Association. That's not just a revolution. Even my life is gone. The funeralist is the leader in name, but in fact, everyone knows that the Spirit Association relies on his authority in Xia Dynasty, and his status is extraordinary. These spiritual associations everywhere have a subtle attitude towards the buried people, and they may sneer at the command of the headquarters, but they dare not ignore the words of the buried people. This is the rain throne. If you deal with it, don't let him die. After waiting for 3 days in a restless manner, Fang Yi left a word and threw away a smelly thing. The chairman of the Wooden Association clicked the head and followed the idea to catch it. Apart from thousands of miles apart, a big and beautiful country. The atmosphere in the Black Palace is low, and everyone's head is like a heavy cloud covering. The heads of the pioneers of various continents of the beautiful country sat at a round table. Although they usually have friction inside, at this critical moment, unanimous and external knowledge has long been achieved. Xia is too arrogant now. It is simply because of the lords who kill our country. More importantly, the two lords have the power of 3 thrones. The pioneer of a continent revealed a fact without hesitation. They were killed by them before. But the country did not know about the matter of, or even if it was, he would not dare to say anything. After all, the country was only the leader of the beautiful country, and even if they were big, they had to continue respectfully. Forget it, you didn't see it. When we asked about this, how strong the Xia kingdom was, and we also asked us to send these 2 people's environment documents, otherwise it would be defamation. Fark, the pioneer of Sea Continent, was furious. Mom, who smuggled and left a file. Obviously, the Lord of Power and Lord of Fog come from these 2 continents. So the leader of the pioneer group of these 2 continents was particularly angry, while the bosses of other continents were looking for the sky and finding trouble, and their faces were not concerned. They were in disagreement within. Okay, the problems within our country can be closed and solved, and we must be consistent with each other. The black man sitting in the highest position spoke, and he has the highest status among these people and has certain verbal rights. Now, the people of Xia are joining the 2 masters of our country. If they do not exert pressure on them, they may feel that when they wake up, Xia will step on us. This matter must be taken seriously. Now, after the throne has landed, the atmosphere between the countries is subtle. The master was originally the strongest war, but now it has become a resource that can be plundered. Countries that were addicted to internal struggles have become vigilant. At this time, if we continue to fight internally, I am afraid that the country will have to. As soon as this was released, several people who were watching the hotheads became more and more handsome. Since Xiagua killed our king, we must give a reasonable explanation. Responsibility. We must be harsh. Otherwise, what is the power of my beautiful country? The Lord will die, but those 3 thrones must be my beautiful country. Let Xiagua unleash the throne. It's the hand of the funeralist, and he doesn't want to be the eye of our beautiful country, right? Ah yeah. Who is cursing me? Xiagua Tai Villa. Fang Yi suddenly sneezes heavily, and he faces puzzled. He has never been sick since he became a pioneer. Can you become the main person? Can you even escape the cold? So what is the state of this cold virus? The starting code must be the 5 realms. It was pitch black outside the window, and the night sky of the city could not see the stars even if you raise your head. Only the lonely moon was high above it, adding some thoughts to the hurried pedestrians at night. There are many dreams in the night, so I will absorb all these thrones tonight. Fang Yi murmured. In the words, a faint light lit up in his palm, and a pocket throne as big as a palm floated on it, flowing brightly, and it was extremely terrifying. What? When I woke up, Demiguo claimed responsibility for us. He also asked the chief of the funeral team to take over 3 thrones. Mom, what international jokes are they going to do? Are they crazy? Stealing chickens can't make you beat the rice, but you still want us to give in the rice? Want a peach? The boxing is hard. I strongly asked the chief of the funeral team to give Demiguo a broken so that they can also become acquaintances. The official shouldn't let the funeral hold the throne. If it's really true, I'll be on the spray. Early in the morning, the Xiao Pioneer Forum exploded. The cause was that the beautiful country issued a statement that the spring and autumn period pencil method was very familiar. The general meaning was the enthronement of the Xia dynasty accepted the 2 masters, which was against the spirit of the humanism. It must quickly regain the throne and issue a sincere apology. To sum up 3 words, don't have a face. Why are the 2 lords not mentioned in Xia dynasty? They don't care whether the lords are alive or not. Anyway, they have to return the throne, otherwise I will suppress you. The words were also emphasized outside the words, 1 piece of 3 thrones. No, are you not wearing faces? Why did the 2 lords die and go back to the 3 thrones? People are obsessed with the principle. What a double-tag person with a sense of power. However, since the big and beautiful countries dare to issue such a strong statement, they naturally have a foundation. They also have strong masters in their countries, and some of them are not even famous in their country. They are all supporting the great government and turning the crazy down. The most powerful country in Earthstar is very reasonable to be strong. Xia must immediately add the throne to the great beautiful country. The great beautiful country is here to issue a responsibility. The great beautiful country trial threatens Fang Yi, but they obviously underestimated Fang Yi. At Fang Yi's request, the Link Song directly conveyed him to the beautiful country. The content of the reply is only 6 words. Fusion, it can't be done. Invincible. 6 words. Let the pioneers start to be crazy. The irritable brother was suddenly sucked down, and one of them typing with his big teeth. It's worthy of being my brother phone. I'll leave for 6. Damn ha. You're still here to prove your duty. My brother phone directly merged the 3 thrones of kings and took them all. This is compared with the funeralist. The big, beautiful country suddenly seemed a little bit disappointing. Who is a clown? I don't say the funeralist is awesome. I thought my brother phone was very fast, but I didn't expect that this mouth would kill people without seeing blood. Compared with Xia, the big, beautiful country's smile disappeared. Just 6 words. 7 points of unconsciousness and 2 points of contempt, or 1 point of you are teaching me how to do it. He clearly said nothing, but it seemed that he had said everything. Fake it so bad. The funeralist insulted me in this beautiful country. How can we bear it? It seems that the Hanhua country has given Xiagua unconfidence. Haha, since Xiagua is so ignorant, then we don't have to be polite with them. Contact that person when talking about that person's name. A short and silent appearance appeared in the Black Palace conference room, and a faint fear appeared on the heads of pioneers of various continents. Lord of the Archangel, Earl. The great beautiful East, D-continent. In a low-rent apartment. Dawn. The floor shook, and a burly figure flew backwards, smashing heavily on the opposite street wall, causing cracks on the surface of the wall. A blond man stepped forward. He was wearing a corn-colored suit, flew while walking, handsome facial features, and elegant. Be harmonious, elegant, harmless. Anyone who sees him will appear in his brain. The blond brother walked up to him. The cross on his chest was windless and lightly raised. His hand was raised, and his fingers formed into a palm, and his handsome appearance looked like an archangel and descended to earth. Indifferent and noble, overlooking people. Taisher Spirit Association. What happened last night? An unusual invasion? Is the slut? This is the latest researched slut. Why did it blow up our city? And it was a little slutty. Is it possible that someone broke through the abnormal fluctuation? As soon as this came out, all the specialists looked towards Fang Yi's villa. It wouldn't be the sun god, right? At this time, Fang Yi had left the Taichung city and arrived at the nearest typhoon location. Since the spirit began to recover slowly, the already dangerous typhoon Fengtian is even more deadly. Not to mention ordinary people, even the pioneers may not dare to leave home. For them, typhoons, sea waves, mountain torrents, these unbeatable disasters have regained the horrors that began at this moment. Rumble. The harsh thunder exploded in the air. The rain was pouring into the basin, and the rain seemed to be in vain and swear to flood the entire world. In the heavy rain and thunder, Fang Yichang sat down and urged the thunder god. When the throne comes to the world, there's endless battle between and, without nitroscopy, no war. Once this invisible war begins to open the bloody curtain. The way of cultivating is to fight against people, fight against heaven, and go against heaven. Fat the sky and tell the truth, wearing thunder. At this time, Fang Yi's body was filled with golden light, and his blood was swelling like a big river, surging endlessly. Facing this divine thunder, he couldn't help it. Stop. The thunder sounds continue. I don't know how long it has passed, but the moment Fang Yi sucked this thunder and his martial arts have been successfully upgraded. 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Seal Art Upgrade. Advanced successfully. Prevent the Wheel Replies Sealing Technique. Forbidden to Rebirth? Does this name have anything to do with Jiulong Tianhua? Fang Yi was stunned. Is it difficult? Can you still become a different attribute after your hot attribute is upgraded? Forbidden Wheel Reincarnation Seal Art. Condense all spirits, remove the other party's soul and body, and imprison the soul forever in the seal. If your own spirit is strong, you can directly destroy the soul and never reincarnate. This seal technique is simple and stubborn. Fang Yi has already had many attack methods, but there is only one sealing technique, and the expression form is relatively single. Now that I have already figured out the person and killed him in vain, even the downloader has been cut off, and it can also be used as a fatal killing technique. It is extremely powerful, 1 or 2. I don't know if the soul can give the spirit, just like giving a piece of flesh and soul. I can use it for a few things. The only disadvantage of this sealing technique is that it consumes too much. If you use all your power, if you miss the match, you will easily enter the empty period and your strength will be greatly reduced. It's only suitable for killing powerful enemies. No matter what, it's always good to have an extra card. Compared with the upgrade of martial arts, the biggest advantage that Fang Yiru has achieved is that his strength is stronger. After absorbing the throne of the sun god, then absorbing other thrones is all crushed. No throne sequence can surpass the throne of the sun god. You should know that there is pressure between the throne sequences. If you can successfully absorb the throne of the third sequence and become athirst, you may not be able to absorb the second sequence. The pressure of attributes does not depend on the realm, but Fang Yi couldn't see this problem. As long as there are too many thrones, he can absorb light. Why isn't it considered a kind of drug upgrade? If I have passed the thunder tempering, I can also be considered as a stable follower at the Jinsha realm station. If others heard Fang Yi's words, I would probably spray Fan's match. A week later, at the Spiritual Association and the Army's negotiation meeting, Liu Qianyue sat in the highest seat and listened to the information of the lords. The chief of the burialist absorbed the 3 thrones, cultivated himself to a violent attack, and entered the 4-star Jinjing realm. The Thunder Lord was traveling around the country. Recently, many people have seen Hulu Vine go around nearby, but the surveyors dare not approach, and their strength is unknown at present. The wealthy lord joined forces to kill the second lord in Burrow. Burrow did not dare to blame us, but he tried to secretly spit into the cup of our representative at the international conference and was caught on the spot. The Lord of the Great Archangel has recently broken through the territory and is famous. There are popular topics in the world to compare the Lord of the Archangel with the Lord of the God of the kingdom of my country in all directions. Liu Qianyue drank tea with a low-key battle. What great archangel lord dares to come and touch the leader of the porcelain team? It's really something that I don't have any eyesight to see. As the leader of a country, he cannot say many things. He can only silently recite his stomach, but it does not mean that he has no idea. The Lord of the Sun God, when he was first monitored by the Spirit Association, created miracles, and now he has controlled the supreme throne in the first sequence and entered the 4 stars of the Golden Celestial Realm. No matter how you look at it, they're the number 1 master in this world. It is the Lord of this great angel. In the stories of the great beautiful country, this Lord is a unique man with a high talent, and the throne he controls is also the first sequence, the Throne of Light. The realm is unclear now, but the estimated real power is also above the 2 stars of the Golden Realm, and the real power cannot be underestimated. But he is still not as long as the team. With the team leader here, Xia dynasty is safe. Minister Sun, how far has the proposal you submitted before progressed? Liu Qianyue asked. Suanma, the head of the Spirit Association and the 3rd elder of the Ministry of Defense, although his level is very low, his status in Xia is very high. The first establishment of the Spirit Association was he brought it up step by step. In the matter of the leader of the funeral team, he has been striving to make the most correct decisions. It can be said that Xia has the current stability, and the last half of the money is occupied. Even if Liu Qianyue can point his nose and snag the presidents of various countries, he will have to give Sun Mo 3 thin faces. Sun Mo put down the teacup and said, "The national repair case was submitted a year ago, but I have never found a suitable opportunity. Now that the throne has arrived, this matter is undesirable." Yes, Liu Qianyue sighed. Everyone, the lords of all countries are improving cross-border killings, and the security of the country has been threatened unprecedentedly. Even if they build copper walls, they cannot completely stop those lords. Therefore, ordinary people must be able to cultivate. If you are strong, you are really strong. Now, the Spirit Association has created several major spiritual crystal production lines. It should be possible to try the whole Xia dynasty in advance to enter the martial arts era. Okay, have you tried it? There has been initially determined, including residents of major first-line cities and major universities. Although the awakening investigation report of the pioneers did not show any awakening bias, but the youth is strong and the country is strong. In the battle of spiritual recovery, this group of children is the real main force and the core of each country. It's less than half a year since the spirit has finally recovered. In this 6 months, we just hope that we can do our best to help these flowers from the ancestors grow. Sun Mo said, with a light shining in his slightly slight eyes. From the buried person, he saw the future of Xia. With him ahead, the road ahead will be extremely sane. This is something other countries can't ask for. Well, Minister Sun said it is correct. Major universities will add courses and arrange for first-class companies to enter the education sector. Major cities will also recruit first-class companies, establish professional departments, and comprehensively promote the National Cultivation Plan. For this department, just be the Spiritual Education Department. Xia, Sichuan City, Thunder Mountain Area. As the land of the Thunder Lord, this original unnamed mountain area has already been named. At this time, the Thunder Mountain area and what Fang Yi saw that day were already in a great contrast. Thunder climbed the mountains and saw the gray thunder flashes from afar. There were countless people watching and cultivating around, including first-handed and ordinary people. Is this the so-called Lord's reputation? There's a huge thunder power everywhere in the air, which is a disaster. The Lord of Thunder is the first Lord of Xia. At that time, everyone was disgusted. How could a gourd vine win the green light of the Thunder Throne? This shows that the resurrection of spirit is indeed fair in a certain meaning. It only depends on your talent, not on any external factors. So the throne of the sun god was summoned by the leader of the buried team. How great is his talent? For a while, everyone was sighing. Among them, whether they are first or ordinary people, they have almost watched the video of the burial. It can be said that the video of the burial gave them enough confidence to live hard in this era full of variables and crisis. Xia is now in crisis, and all kinds of abnormal animals that make people panic are still constantly sieging cities and plundering land and are in great danger. In the dark mist, there was still a bright light, illuminating the road ahead of them. I also want to join the Ministry of Spiritual Education. For the sake of my practice, I will bless me with the burial. Although I am so great, I survived the crisis in the Pacific before. That monster invasion almost destroyed my home. It was the burial that saved me. I worked hard to cultivate with a handful of turbulence. I couldn't let such a child fight alone. Abnormal, tide, other countries. These things are all coveted against the Xia tigers, and we must become stronger. Countless people were passionate, as if they were hit by chicken blood. I was not so harmonious when I was in the first place. After everyone had the strength, the first reaction was to weaken the sword. I once witnessed a person who was bullied and woke up and wiped the other party. At that time, it was unusually unfamiliar as it was now. There was almost no sound of monsters in the city. The first move at that time was to fight for the slaughter and claim revenge, and he beat him to the death. Under a big banyan tree, scorched by thunder, a young man in white clothes was silent. Row of the world. At Tsinghua University, the magic star is ahead, the crazy fans are buried, and there is also a special identity, Chu Qingli's chief and guide. Beside him, a woman with a transcendent temperament and a slim figure raised her head, and she was faintly red because of running around for a while, and her eyes were emitting light. Chu Qingli. She has officially become a practice practitioner. During this period, she had been following the 4 places in the world to look for the heaven and earth machine to repair the car. Now that she came to Sichuan City, she learned that Xiagua had fully opened up her practice and their identities were exposed to the sun. Student, the times have changed, and the future of Xia dynasty will surely be brilliant. I believe that the leader of the burial team. Chu Qingli's lips touched lightly, making a sound. Xiagua has just opened up its spiritual energy and is about to regain its existence because he has been making slaughter before. It seems too late, but in fact it is just now. If it were a little earlier, these people would never have been so hot. In many cases, when the end of the world just fell, the most terrifying thing was not the anomaly, but the human nature revealed by human beings in critical moments. These things cannot afford the exam. Once they break out, Xiagua will immediately fall into a crisis of breaking the ground. The spirit association was so hard that it was announced after the burial was born, just to give everyone a firm belief. Daxia will not perish. Fight against monsters, turn the craziness, and climb the topless evolution. This is the current belief of the Xia people. Ministry of Spiritual Education. After becoming a practice, preliminary testing is required, and testing requires a special testing instrument. Special instruments can stimulate the spirit and let the body's attributes boil. Even the weakest attributes can be detected. After detecting the attributes, if they have special attributes, you can apply to the Ministry of Spiritual Education to obtain the Spiritual Crystal Award. At that time, if the talent is very high, the Ministry of Spiritual Education will also give me rewards, and Xiao will always give me geniuses. Sichuan City Spiritual Education Department. There were long queues at the door, all of whom were here to test talented people, including children who just went to elementary school. Come and check it out. This week is over. Come again next time. The gatekeeper is a member of the genius with a low level of realm and is about 3 stars. At this moment, he glanced over Shuxing and Chu Qingli, and Shuxing revealed his breadth of practice. But the woman beside him seemed to be an ordinary person, or maybe she had just entered the door and had a breath of very clean. Hello, please ask Wang Zhizai. Please tell him Zhong Dao is here. Zhong Dao said to the receptionist. Wang Zhi, after the man spoke, he raised his head and looked at Xu Xing. As soon as I came to find an acquaintance, I also brought an ordinary person who seemed to be unaware of it. If nothing unexpected happens, come to the back door. In the early days of the establishment of the Ministry of Spiritual Education, there were fewer advances, and it was quite easy to get out of the door later. So this recruiting membership was quite familiar. Swish! In an instant, the gaze of the roster beside him swept across. Chu Qingli lowered her head a little embarrassedly. Unexpectedly, the Ministry of Spiritual Education testing Judong was so popular, and she still had to learn about relationships to get a test opportunity. As expected, the back door is still quite awkward. Okay, you go in and test it. The member of the guys looked at the cramped Chu Qingli and curled his lips. As a guide, he has long seen no wonder. Thank you very much, Shuxing said. Chu Qingli and Liuhe entered the inspection room and kept their heads down throughout the whole process. Has the first test been done? Have you ever repaired the horn before? It took 3 months to repair it. Well, that's a basis. Don't be tight. Xiagua has only started formal national repair. You're the first to do it. It's impossible to be any worse than ordinary people. The guide member comforted Chu Qingli. In speaking, Chu Qingli relaxed her voice slightly. Reassure a little. Step into the testing room. That child is so talented. I guess he will officially start practicing. In half a year, he will probably start with a slight start. The one in front of him is okay. He has a metallic nature, as if he is from the high school entrance examination. Can he also like the spiritual light of his brain? Here, Brother Wang is here. These two are top students in Tsinghua and Peking University. When the test results are found, they will probably be scared to death again. The instructor joked with them, Miss, if you test the high-level talent and high-level attributes, remember to take a photo. By then, you will become a strong Xiagua. We can still show that it was tested by our Ministry of Spiritual Education. Chu Qingli smiled awkwardly. The road trip was connected. It must be certain. My schoolgirl has a good performance. I am very optimistic about her. Her talent will definitely not be bad. My schoolgirl, go and check it. I'll wait for you outside. In speaking, Chu Qingli clicked the head and stepped into the room by herself. In the room, a huge instrument stands. Chu Qingli put her into the instrument, and the instrument was full of birds. She immediately covered her whole body with red lights, scanned her body. Chu Qingli was tightly huddled, waiting for the machine to be tested. Now, this result is as soon as it appears. The expressions of the people around him have changed. Although there's no connection, it means not to look down on Chu Qingli. You specially came to the back door, and the team also came to test the talent. If the test was found, that's it. What is the necessity of this back door? The absorption rate is 68%, and you have no problem with the practitioner, and you still realize that you have awakened your attributes. Although it is just an ordinary attribute, it is not good to have one. It's okay. You have only 3 months of basic practice. Compared to ordinary people who just enter the practice, you are far ahead. Xu Xing was stunned when he looked at the result. He was quick to comfort Chu Qingli. He didn't say anything, but when he comforted him, Chu Qingli's face turned white and there was no blood. She has been practicing for 3 months. For example, the realm has not reached a single star, and its breath is thin. Otherwise, no one would have noticed her identity as a practitioner when she came in. Compared with ordinary people, which one is the first? This is not comfort. This is poking into the hearts of people. When Wang Yi heard this in front of the instrument, his little eyes revealed incredibleness. What were you doing? Still a pioneer? No. The pioneer cannot be said to be the sages of heaven, and the origin is the era of the times. Otherwise, it would not be for the practitioner in such a thin spirit. Therefore, the Ministry of Spiritual Education actually believes that one thing is absurd: the pioneers talent ordinary people. Except for one. Not all pioneers are talented, and there is also a shortcut. This part contains no limit to relying on money, relying on father, or both. At this time, Chu Qingli in their eyes was the person above. Good luck will be reincarnated. This is not. After seeing her talent report, the Luxing called Wang Yi aside for a long time. He didn't know what he had to talk about. When Wang Yi came back, he led the staff to the side. I've collected it. Let's practice under our Ministry of Spiritual Education. As soon as this was said, Chu Qingli was burning with excitement. She seemed to have seen it, and the eyes of the surrounding people fell on her, pointing at her, as if she was saying, is this poor quality still going to occupy a certain amount? What to complain about? For example, the Ministry of Spiritual Education is established, and the pioneers are limited. The names of the Ministry of Spiritual Education are all fragrant, and they all need to be selected. Her talent and attributes are as high as 80, and it is not as good as that. If this is transmitted to the ears of those outside, the reputation of the Ministry of Spiritual Education will be foul. Don't say they are interested. Chu Qingli himself feels unworthy. She felt ashamed and wanted to find a place to diamond. This is also a piece of profit from the Xia dynasty to pioneers. You have already made it for the country. In this society, there is nothing to say about trying to stuff your family into the Ministry of Spiritual Education. Learn more and have more self-protection ability. Xiagua high-level eyes closed, and the journey of the whole country gave him enough benefits. The Sichuan Municipal Spiritual Education Department had no reason not to accept Chu Qingli. Do it. Sister, we stayed here during this period and followed the pioneers of the Spirit Education Department to learn more. They had always come from the most difficult time. At that time, the Xiagua official was also exploring. He was not familiar with the spirit crystal smelting and lacked in all aspects. At that time, their level of cultivation was particularly valuable. We had to think about it after stepping on the pit. We are really in a good era now, stepping on the shoulders of giants. After leaving the testing room, after traveling all the way, I felt like a wandering cultivator who finally entered the famous and upright school. Chu Qingli's side was a little upset. Tsinghua University, people are motivated. As a higher education institution, students usually worship the Holy Land, but today, the group of people outside the school are particularly excited, and everyone is on their faces, and there are many practitioners of great level of cultivation. Will you really come? Yes, I want to take a photo with him. What kind of young star is you? The leader of the berry list. It's not empty. Even though he was thrown into a bucket of cold water, the first person still smiled. Today, though whether ordinary people or first, have only one goal, to see the side of the berry list with your eyes. It's worth it if you die. This is not awesome. Many people come first just to see the leader of the funeral team, not to mention those ordinary people. Many of them were accidentally rescued by the funeral. Idols in life, life-saving benefactors. Can you not be excited? Among these people, a slender and delicate figure looked particularly eye-catching. But when most of them were attracted by her appearance, they noticed that they were angry and moved open their eyes in a desperate situation. This is much stronger than beautiful. This person is Chu Qingli. With her qualifications, she was not qualified to listen to the lectures, but the first 3 months of repairs were not expensive. Her realm was still a little higher than that of ordinary people. She just stepped on the screening online and followed them together. Chu Qingli also knew that her quality was mediocre, and she also made a lot of repairs on the way, and it was not over until she got off the car. Step into the venue. This is the museum she is most familiar with. When she started studying, every student from Tsinghua University would listen to a lecture here. She once stood here and was in a very proud mood. At that time, she was one of the top 10% of the country's outstanding talents. How brilliant! Unfortunately, she sat in the corner of the last row, next to her, and it was doors that kept opening and closing, which was inconvenient, but Chu Qingli didn't have to choose. She was even very lucky. It's already good to be able to come in. I can also look at the funeralist with a glance. I'm very excited. Chu Qingli's heart was beating wildly. Although the burialist in the previous video has a mirror, and it is still in the C position, it is still a risk, but it is still an unmanned filming or a war scene. It is impossible to suddenly bring it closer to a face-to-face special like an idol drama. Many people can only see that the funeral enclosure is very light, and many enclosure scholars have analyzed the details and concluded that the funeral enclosure should be at most 20 years old, and many people sneer at this. Xiao was the strongest, cutting Hakka Island in half with one knife. You said he was 20? I believe it for 200. Chu Qingli also secretly watched videos many times. She also felt that the funeral should be very light, and the sound was not very clear. If the light could achieve this level, how should he come? If the cultivation is extremely effective, it will be a thought to detonate the Earth Star? That would not be too powerful. Chu Qingli couldn't even think about it. With her qualifications, it would be very expensive to survive in this national cultivation world. After all, there are already many careers that have recruited first-class candidates. It won't take long before pure, ordinary people will be completely eliminated. It is estimated that only the value of having children is left, and the whole association will be transformed into the Cultivation Association. When that time comes, I don't know what Fang Yi will be like. With Fang Yi's long appearance and physical quality, he will probably become a popular choice for the matchmaker. He is indeed good. Dear practitioners, welcome to Tsinghua University and Peking University. The lecture is about to begin. He held the curtain with one hand, and the bones were clearly distinguished, and it was a young man's hand. Then, the curtain opened in front of everyone in the entire building. Swish dash. After the curtain, a young figure walked forward. He stood in the light, with a slender figure, his mouth curled slightly, and his smile was faintly. Good afternoon, everyone, good afternoon. His faint voice spread throughout the corners of the hall through the sound expansion device. He stood in front of the stage and lowered his head slightly. In an instant, the whole scene was boiling. Everyone looked up at him, looking forward to him. Wow, what young man, I'm so young. Is this the burial in the past? Damn, I thought the burial was the same as the burial in front of my family, but I didn't expect it to be so. Click. The cup in Chu Qingli's hand was instantly crushed by her. Suddenly, Chu Qingli stood up, her beautiful eyes filled with incredible thoughts. Fang Yi. Because it was too far apart, the man on the stage was tall and stood in the light, and he couldn't see the appearance clearly, but the silhouette and the words were slightly slight. Why is it him? He should be in a major at this moment, and he is only able to live a mediocre life. Sister girl, are you going to the bathroom? Zheng Yu was stunned and said, Why don't you go later? This is a lecture by the burial team. After passing this village, there will be no such store. School. I feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe it's because Xiaoke has a problem. I want to go to the front to find Minister Wang. Chu Qingli put her face white and smiled. Seeing her like this, she believed it to be true. Xiaoke has no problem. The problem of delaying for a second will cause huge damage to Xiaoke, and he immediately took it. Then I'll accompany you to find him in front. Okay. Thank you for your senior. The figure of the two Chung quietly stood up, walked away in the darkness, and got closer and closer to the stage. Chu Qingli had not walked through this level 99 staircase before, but this was the first time. She hoped that the staircase would be shorter so that she could walk directly to the front of the stage and see the person's face clearly. She still couldn't believe it in her heart. Fang Yi, how could it be a burial matter? On their way, the speeches of people on the stage were slowly heard. When you enter the cultivation, you probably look forward to how you will destroy the world in the future, protecting the world, and are respected by thousands of people. but it is a pity that I have seen that I can do this step by one. When you are bloody, you'll be blessed with the Xia people. Of course, you are hot and bloody. But if you can't do it, you will not have the meaning of cultivation. The road to cultivation is bitter and cold, and it is hard to find a way to achieve it. The most important thing in cultivation is talent, but it is more important than talent. It is the belief that never retreats. Fang Yi's eyes swept over the vast crowd below, slowly and calmly. I wish you martial arts prosperity. Everyone was trembling, and they felt that their blood was about to boil. If this is copy from other people, there is also suspicion of X. But the burial is, he is just facing difficulties and never retreating to reach his current status. The lecture hall is full of boiling. Almost everyone is passionately discussing the speech about the burial process. Outside the lecture hall, the team leaders who have finished speaking gathered here. These team leaders have a muted look, and they are not simple characters at first glance. They have a cruel look, and their eyes are full of terrible behavior. In the early stage, can people who can escape and kill them from city have a simple way? They are all people who are bathed in blood and are carefully selected. Anything is so powerful that it is terrible. If it were before, they wouldn't see this long team. But now, they gathered here, waiting for Fang Yi to come out. Wait for a long time. As soon as a strong breath appeared, Fang Yi took a step and came to the team leader. As can be seen by the naked eye, the color of these team leaders faded away, and instead of respect, power is the most powerful seal. Where is the seal of the sun's attributes? Yes, in this lecture, Fang Yi agreed to come because the Spirit Association detected a gold sun property in Tsinghua University campus. Nowadays, only Fang Yi can handle the entire Xia dynasty. As for the speech, straight belt, Brother Fang, I'll take you there. Chen Ruo stepped out of the crowd first. Her short hair was clean and neat, and her breath was in full swing. The polishing of a team leader made her familiar with her. In the front, Fang Yi saved her sister, and she always remembered it in her heart. Even though she had become the best in the team, Fang Yi's attitude was still extremely respectful. Of course, the other team leaders on the field looked at Fang Yi with awe, and he was the center. This scene made the bees and the practice that came out of the hall were stunned. They come from various cities and have been in contact with these team leaders. Which of these strong people with high power is not arrogant and domineering? But now, before the burial, they were like a warm lamb, and even their minions were afraid to reveal them. This made them think of a sentence, genius, just seeing my door. This sentence is so vivid that it is very vivid at this moment. So, a strange scene occurred in Tsinghua University. The leaders of major cities were cold in their blood and breathing, all following behind a young man. After these leaders, they followed a group of Wanjiang's practice, which almost took over the entire process. Like fans, they chased from the hall to the outside and followed the steps of the burial. The spiritual association intends to expand the influence of the burial process, so it has not been stopped. And Chu Qingli is in this team. She didn't know why she would come with her, but she just wanted to come with her. In the dark, there seems to be some unrealistic expectation. Where did Fang Yi see her? Now, will Fang Yi still stay for himself for a while? It's here. Chen Ruo stopped. There is a huge venue in front of me. There are several similar sizes in Tsinghua and Peking University, and Fang Yi is a little familiar with this. Is this Jiulong Tianhua's seal of the earth? Fang Yi remembered it. Previously, he was trusted by Chief Chu of the Forbidden Land of 019 and came to Qingbei to visit Taipei City and sealed the Sky Fire. Now, the Sky Fire here seems to have a certain fusion and change with the Yang attributes before, and the sub-attributes of a brand new Yang attribute have changed greatly. The person who came here is Fang Yi. From a certain meaning, he is quite intimate with Tsinghua and Peking University. The seal of the Yang God? Fang Yi read the description. Randomly seal the other party's ability? The future is the era of the lords. The great masters will certainly not have only one ability. If it can seal the other party's ability, for example, Rui is the master of the Earth's ability to control the nature of the Earth, then isn't it equivalent to directly locking the other party's two arms? No matter how unfair it is, it can seal the other party's trump card, so that the other party cannot exert all its strength. A true magical skill. In the Lord's battle, even if it's only a moment of loss of consciousness, it is quite fatal. After half an hour of sealing, Fang Yi ended the battle. What's more, this ability is effective against abnormality. If it appears again like the previous king of dark abnormality, it will directly seal the opponent's controlling relatives' ability, and the danger of the sacrificial land of the king will be solved in a way that is not injured. In general, this ability is very buggy. Good method. Fang Yi was very satisfied with this. Although he is currently strong and controls the supreme yang property, he can crush everything. If he has more skills, he will not be able to hold on to his body, and he will not think that there are too many trump cards. There is always no trouble in this trip to Tsinghua and Peking University. After writing the method, Fang Yi turned his eyes to this boiling fire dragon golden wave. Rush dash. The red and golden wave shackles and the surging golden sunlight suddenly collided. The entire sealed space was shaking violently like a cloth and was caught and shaken in his hand. Nothing will happen, right? The practitioners outside were shocked when they saw this scene that looked like the end of the world. The team leader was so desperate that they remembered it. But who knows that when the nearest team leaders heard this, they showed a strange expression, and Song Yifeng said coldly, "Don't use your ability to measure the strength of the chief of the burialist. For you, touching this seal is no different from the mayfly, and it will be dead, and it will be against the chief of the burialist. Oh, you can just turn your fingers." This speech sounds simple and like a brainless fan of the burialist. But just his voice fell. It seemed to be to mark what he said. Rush dash. Above the sky, the collision sound disappeared. The red and golden dragons roared into the sky, and the light on their bodies dimmed and gradually disappeared into invisibility. As we entered, the grand golden yang power was like a wave, swallowing the golden dragon. The sky of the blue sky gradually recovers. The golden sky has recovered. But everyone's expressions were not overwhelmed by the gods, and they were shocked. Even now, the golden light has dissipated. But above that day, there was a huge dark mouth that swallowed people. Everyone clearly felt the heart-pounding horror that emanated from there. This kind of breath is a leak that was leaked after the seal of the buried person was processed. But even if it was just a little bit of power left, it would make countless people afraid and silly. The chief of the funeral, among the practitioners, someone was rushing his throat, sweat stood up on his arms, and instinctively a layer of chicken goosebumps appeared. This feeling is too scary. The buried person is very far away from them. Just a piece of force from the seal leaks out, which can make them like this. Fortunately, the funeral was the leader of Xiagua. Otherwise, they would have turned into ashes long ago. A figure walked out of the sealed place, with dark hair light and eyebrows slightly raised. It's over. Behind him, the surging golden waves were breathing a little, and they were in a state of silence. The golden dragon of the yang nature is now very old. After processing the seal of Tsinghua University, things are happening. Fang Yi and the team leader were about to leave. They guard various cities, and even if they leave for a short time, they may make a mistake and must go as soon as possible. Thank you, the captain of the funeral. The president of Tsinghua University once again expressed his deep gratitude to Fang Yi. Tsinghua and Peking University are one of the pioneering national key cultivation trials. In terms of situations and knowledge, Fang Yi will not make any mistakes. However, this president is very polite, very good at being a human being, and makes people have a good impression. The president of Tsinghua Peking University is also to leave a good impression on Fang Yi. He will be able to give more lectures in Tsinghua Peking University in the future. After all, a large number of new practitioners will appear in Tsinghua Peking University in the future. With the guidance of this top-level strongman, they can make progress faster. Grow as soon as possible to become the pillar of Xia. It's all gone. It's gone. Let's go and practice tightly. The team leader is here to give you a lecture to make you work harder. Don't be indifferent to the team leader's efforts. Wang Yi shouted at the practitioners. After the practitioners finished listening to the lecture, they were all in a state of great enthusiasm and were eager to rise to the magic star and join the group of monsters. Unfortunately, it's impossible. As the leader of the burialists said, the road to cultivation is bitter and cold, and only by perseverance can one achieve success. The practitioners kept leaving, but Chu Qingli stood alone, looking at Fang Yi's death as if he was lost. Just now, Fang Yi took a look here. He should have seen himself. In fact, Chu Qingli is in a very complicated mood now. She hopes Fang Yi will see her, but she doesn't want him to see her now, who is in a down-and-out manner. Nowadays, they're different from Cloud Mud. The gap is too big. He stands tall in Xia, even a top spot for practitioners all over the world, and he goes to the back door even after entering the Ministry of Spiritual Education. I'm afraid there is no possibility of being as noble as before. Chu Qingli smiled bitterly, and the pain in her heart appeared. At this time, Zhu Xing urged her to join the team, and they were going to continue to practice. Chu Qingli finally glanced at Fang Yi deeply and turned around to the team of practitioners. When this group of people came to Tsinghua University, it was not just a lecture, but also a practical practice activity similar to summer camp. During this period, there will be strong team leaders sitting in the town to answer questions and answer questions. This mother's revelation can be regarded as a way to help the Ministry of Spiritual Education promote the entry of the nation's cultivation. Next to the shore where the Yanyang was sealed was an extremely beautiful braised place. At this time, all the practitioners came to the vicinity, sat down, and began to realize the spirit of the great changes and transformation of heaven and earth. On the high platform, the captains led by Fang Yi stood among them, overlooking the practitioners who had just entered the door below. These practitioners come from all over the country, like mosquitoes. One of them is covered in dust due to hard practice, but everyone's face is filled with a blazing smile. That is the expectation of evolution, the trust and expectations for Daxia, and the absolute trust for the powerful people of Daxia. They deeply believe that under the leadership of these team leaders, one day they can also defend their territory and be a hero who protects the human race. I really didn't expect that one day I could see the scene of this Vichqing city and working hard to make a living. I thought that after the spiritual recovery, all the places would be like the pioneers who had just woken up, fighting each other, fighting in the inner circle, falling into deeper confusion. I even fantasized about the worst possible possibility of Xia Guo's interpretation. I didn't expect that now. The residence would be such a hot and bloody scene. Song Yifeng was in a complicated mood. He has always maintained contact with Fang Yi. Before the Pacific Crisis, Fang Yi has made a good deal for him. At this moment, when Fang Yishuan spoke indifferently, in my eyes, these practitioners who have just entered the door are no different from your team leaders. Fang Yi's voice was light, but it was astonished as if it was in the heart of the vocal team. They couldn't help but turn their eyes to the practitioners below, with a few more complicated feelings in their eyes. Yes, Xia is thriving. It won't take long before the new practitioners shouting hot and bloody mouths below will grow up and become the heroes in their mouths. Protect territory. Keep the great Xia. When that time comes, the power of the whole Xia country will become strong. The captains on their bodies can also be reduced in a much lighter way. Now they only hope. These people can grow faster and faster. The spirit is about to recover. Today, the team leader's plan has become the cornerstone of the Xia dynasty, and the stability of each city is maintained. But this is still far away. What's more, Song Yifeng turned his eyes to Fang Yi beside him. He couldn't help but say it. When Xia was growing and had a strong national strength, there was no need for a single army to suppress it. Song Yifeng's sentence means something. Nowadays, Xia is the only one in the world that is inferior to Xia in any aspect. Isn't it because of the power of the super-level sword in front of me? Invading our Xia dynasty, we directly chased and attacked each other and put the Hanya Island into two. This knife shocked many countries. It has put so many people's eagerness on their minds. Extremely powerful. The buried person sits in the town for a day. No one dares to offend our Xia dynasty. Now, Xiaoguo maintains an absolute transcendent position on the internet and has a town where the buried people sit. This is an absolute exception in all countries. It can be said that Xia was lifted by the burialist. But the single force is strong, and it is never a long-term plan. All practitioners become stronger, and Xia is really stronger. Although it will take some time to that day, at least for the moment, hope is right in front of you. Everyone is moving forward in a steady manner. When Fang Yi heard Song Yifeng's words, he just slapped his hand and did not open his mouth. The captain behind him looked at his back and felt even more admiration. Suddenly, the responsible personnel of this tour of the Spirit Association walked up to Fang Yi and walked to him carefully. Captain of the burialist, the Spirit Association has arranged a dinner party to invite all the team leaders. Are you willing to participate in the face? The Spirit Association's responsible person mustered up his courage. In fact, when this invitation was revealed, his heart was also swaying. I am afraid that the buried person will refuse. This time, the task of this team leader is not going to fall for him. But the problem is that the team leader gathered together last time. Another senior specialist is responsible for it. After the senior specialist returned, he immediately gave up the pick and threw it to him, and said that there will be more than 3 team leaders in the future. Don't arrange any work for him. His words are, where is the place where people live here? Those team leaders are big Buddhas. Even if they ask for a grandmother to surrender, they will not be able to control them, and they will have to pee on the spiritual association's brain. As he said, if the funeralist had not arrived at the scene later, the helper would have to make a gap in Xiaoguo's heaven. It's terrible. Chi Fangyi glanced at him, his eyebrows slightly browed. It was guessed that it was a spirit association and wanted to find his own court, but he also wanted to eat. Yes. Fangyi pointed. After getting Fang Yi's point, the responsible person in charge of the spirit association instantly relaxed his voice. It was almost noon. Leave the hotel. Fang Yi went to a forest. The mountains and forests are deserted, and there is no one to smoke. Recently, Xiaoguo has opened up a spirit of Qi, and everyone has gone to Qi. And before Qi, you have to worry about Qi, and you can directly Qi under your nose, and you can make a breakthrough. But despite this, Fang Yi was still habitual and found a place to be safe. When you reach the middle of the green forest, the slight wind blows through the mountains and forests, bringing clear winds. Just here, Fang Yi sat down on his knees. His eyes closed slightly. A little golden light appeared from his body. At first glance, it looked like a fire snail ringing around his body, and a little fire was emitted. When he was practicing before, Fang Yi had already realized that the amount of gas required for the metal realm was particularly amazing. Taking the example of the amount of gas needed for the magic realm, without considering the dissipation, assuming that all the gas in the ordinary world changes into the body and transforms it into spirit, it can be increased by at least 2 stars. This is just Fang Yixian's personal data. His martial arts are at the top, and there is no energy consumption during the entire transformation process. It is completely transformed by 1-to-1, so the upgrade speed is faster than others. Others can never do this. And now, after entering the Jinsha realm, the required amount of has increased significantly, and the requirements for therefore, the throne has become all choices. But my system is special. Every time I automatically write the exercises, I will automatically generate a large amount of spirits. In other words, compared to other people, I am upgraded without pain. Fang Yi murmured. After controlling the properties of inflammatory and yang, I don't know if the properties of inflammatory and yang are yang. When he practiced the divine Yang's heaven-swallowing method, his surrounding spirits became closer to him, and his absorption speed continued to rise quickly. In such a short time, I actually touched the Stargate again. He wants to break through the Jing realm here. Hiss! If someone else hears it, your eyes will be red with jealousy. The higher the realm, the harder the upgrade is. This is what everyone knows. It has become a universal iron rule. But Fang Yi's iron law has failed. If someone speculates that he has achieved the velocity of upgrading, he will be surprised to find out. After entering the Jinsha realm, he rose to the star speed faster than the Guifar realm, and left the corner. Logically speaking, such a rapid increase in stars will definitely greatly reduce your combat capabilities. Generally, this method of upgrading is a wrong way. But Fang Yi didn't know. He is fast in his star growth, but those spirits are extremely pure, and all of them flow into their bodies. Once they enter their bones and blood, they will be transformed into their own spirit by the nature of metal and sun, which is no different from the cultivation of the niche. It left a big sect simply. Not long after, a huge sound broke out in the mountains and forests, and the trees in the forest were rustling, as if they were worshipping this breath. Wow, there is a breakthrough in the mountain, right? It's so dazzling, my eyes are going to be blind. It's so dazzling, golden. I understand, this is the spiritual education department's metal property, right? The most powerful property in the world. The answer is very good. Don't answer next time. Are you often aware of the nature of your taught by a sports teacher? This sacred light, hot and hot. Metal property is a ghost. This must be a certain kind of golden fire property. You withdraw from the Ministry of Spiritual Education. My Ministry of Spiritual Education said that I can't teach such a foolish student. Is this young attribute? This, a little higher level of practice, my pupil shrank, and I noticed that attribute. Damn, Brother Feng. I'm going to sign up. But when the group was marching and rushing past the phone with their mobile phone, they only sucked the golden and sunny air everywhere, surging and fierce. The chief of the burial commander has long been missing. At the same time, a big and beautiful country, Taisher. That night, the moon was sparsely lit, and the moonlight shone on the street lights, pulling the shadow of the road lights along. 10 o'clock in the evening. A figure carrying a book bag and wearing a school uniform was walking on the road without a human being. She is a senior high school girl who has just been studying for. Recently, the courses in the Ministry of Spiritual Education are relatively difficult, and her home is far away from school, so she only walked home at this point. At this moment, the surroundings were silent and silent. The night was like a wild beast with its teeth dancing claws, as if it was about to swallow her into its stomach in the next second. It's so dark, let's go quickly. The girl shrunk for a moment, tightened her bag, and walked home quickly. She came to the familiar residential building, looked at the faint light on the building, and relaxed slightly, just as she stepped into the building. Suddenly, he pressed her shoulder with one hand. Run! Su Qingzhao rose in the night. She pulled the girl behind her and kept her firmly behind her. Then, several figures emerged from behind and were invisible. They were all practicing with more than 7 stars. Just one blink of an eye. Rush dash. A huge fog exploded in the residential building, and then a black fog gushed out, and a strange shape and strange thing escaped out, trying to escape as a black fog. Want to run? Su Qingqi took out a special material handgun and directly opened 3 guns in the air. The special handgun in the equipment part has been greatly improved. It can cause damage to abnormalities below 6 stars. As for more than 6 stars, it can also reduce its movement speed. Bang, bang, bang. The gun was sprayed with flames. After responding to the 3 guns, the body suddenly disappeared, and a large amount of black fog sprinkled out of the air. At the moment it stopped, several powerful breaths directly burst out from the practice. In an instant, the black fog was hit by the flames, and flesh and blood and scattered in the sky. The senior high school girl was stunned, and the blood was bleak on her face, and was caught by Su Qingfeng with a handful of black gusts. Su Qingbing stuffed the black slut into her and said softly, "Hold it. The blood rain has fallen. Do you want to be soaked into a chicken and go back?" The senior high school girl took the black slut and asked in a daze, Are you a member of the Lingyan Association? What a terrible thing. Is this what the textbook says, that realize that the power of nature is awakened by the mysterious monster of the nature? Abnormal. Yes, you have learned a lot. Su Qing's eyes were praised, his hands were illuminated, and he reported the situation. The residential area of Lusiting was abnormally damaged by 3 abnormalities, 1 6 stars and 1 7 stars. No one was injured. There were a large amount of blood blocks on the spot, which affected his travel. Please send someone to deal with it as soon as possible. After the report, someone immediately evacuated ordinary people in the residential building and stayed at the nearest cooperative hotel. Now that we have been open, we don't have to hide and deal with abnormalities. We have compiled a bunch of news to fool people. Su Qingli relaxed his voice. It's great. Today, there are still abnormalities in various urban areas in Xia. Human beings are not to be outdone, but they have been solved by the strong practice of various urban areas. Even if there are occasional omissions, it will not cause any waves. The Ministry of Spiritual Education has promoted it to ensure the safety of many people. Nowadays, ordinary people have the ability to protect themselves. Xiagua, the public security, is better than before. The next day, in Taishu City, a plane landed quietly without any noise. Training in Tsinghua and Peking University is still in progress, but this has nothing to do with Fang Yi. Some newcomers who are new to martial arts are not as good as the level of being able to teach the burial. That afternoon, the practice of the practice arrived at Taishu. When they got off the plane, each of them looked excited, and they didn't know what they were about to face. Is this the city guarded by the chief of the burial commander? So strong. The peace and peace come with a face. I will also work hard to come to Taishu in the future and be a member of the Spirit Association. But when they came to Taishu Spirit Association, the president of the Taishu Spirit Association, the strong middle-aged man, gave them a mission. Contact with the Spirit Association to handle the Taishu crisis together. After hearing this news, the practice process on the scene was always confused. They were surprised and discussed immediately. We have only been practicing for half a month, and we're going to deal with a city crisis? It's too fast, right? Didn't the Taishu have a burial team leader sitting in the town? He was so angry that he took the crisis. Do we still need these birds? I dare not fight. I'm afraid of death. At this time, the chairman of the Spirit Association, Li Zhongyue, walked onto the stage. As he looked at these unclear practices on the scene, he secretly cried out, "Still." The president was still very powerful. At the same time, the whole venue is calm. Li Zhongyue, who had been shocked or panicked, looked increasingly darker and said with a disgusting voice, "You can find a mirror to see yourself. How can you practice cultivation be like? They are all soft eggs and jealous goods. When you are still awake, how many unusual things have you met before you go forward? How many days of reviews have been lost in those strange animals? How much is Xia Guo buried his bones in those mysterious places that are still exploring? Your life is fate. Can't they be life? You disappointed me so much." Li Zhongyue's words were very stern. After some training, the practice on the scene was still laughing. After hearing this, I was silent, showing a guilty expression. This batch of more prominent practices is basically all students. They were enjoying the fun and proud of their class. In a pre-speaking lecture, they emerged from the national practices and were able to go to Tsinghua University to listen to the speech of the burial. To be unacceptable, it is impossible. Li Zhongyue came over these people, and for the sake of the subsequent team, he had to kill their popularity in the first time. Do you think you are better than before? Do you think you are more talented than them, or work harder than them? After participating in the lecture, do you think you can join the Spirit Association and protect Xiagua? I tell you, you are not worthy of it. Your current situation is that the Spirit Education Department has been entrusting you with resources, and it has reached the current level. Even the most basic requirements of the Ling Song League members, you can't meet them, let alone be outstanding. I know you want to complain, but don't complain first, because at present, you have an opportunity to prove yourself. For this mission, I will compile you and Ling Song League members into a group. The specialists are the directors and will give you evaluations. If you can get high, then I will recognize your strength. This is a trial. It's also a real battle. In this battle, they will experience a real bloodbath. The Spirit Association and the Ministry of Spirit Education cooperated for the first time. All senior specialists must bring people to suppress abnormalities. As veteran members of the Spirit Association, Su Qinghua also participated in this event. Among the staff she is responsible for, there is one who is a stint in the mainland, and one is Chu Qingli. One of these two people is considered a first step, and the other is of poor talent, but he said that he was from Tsinghua University and Peking University, so he should be very smart. This abnormality is more difficult. Its ability is very special. While heading to Lumu District, Su Qingli showed his abnormal reports to several people from the Ministry of Spiritual Education. Number 2333, Anomaly File, Abnormal Agent. Eater. Kill the outsiders. Head forward to the army and enter the Lumu village. 3 hours, urgent time. The murders in this village are not only the villagers in one village, but also the residents of nearby towns. This abnormal killing is extremely fast. When it kills and parasitizes the first person, the killing speed will double every time it kills and controls a person. Nowadays, the entire village has its own drama. It is simply hateful to kill each other. Chen Bing, he is the best in this practice. He reached the realm of the 4-star magic in half a month. His control attribute is the attribute of water. He is one of the students who are focused on training in the Ministry of Spiritual Education. He was the one who took the lead in following Lumu Village. At present, he followed the lead of his team to come to the area he was responsible for. Through the low houses, he saw a terrestrial scene. Many people. No, it's a womb in human skin. Those people died and were controlled. They looked like they had a face long, but they were just a slight look, mechanically repeating the movements in their hands. See what they do in their hands. Even Chun Bing, who had been fighting for a week, had a choke in his throat and wanted to vomit. They are actually eating people. Physical meaning of cannibalism. This is a very powerful scene. When people look at their own similar scenes, they will not feel sad. At the moment, the people in front of them are eating people. What a dead beast. Chen Bing's skin was numb. This anomaly is too disgusting, and it is controlling human bodies to kill each other. There are so many people controlled by it. They were all living people before, and now they are forced to swallow the same bodies here. I want to kill them, so as to relieve my people of Daxia. A command was issued. Chen Bing took the lead and killed a villager in the front. But when his water blade wiped the villager's neck, a strange scene happened. Most of the villagers' heads were cut off and hung around their necks. But his actions were not hindered by the slightest resistance and remained in a cannibalistic posture. Is it unsuccessful to kill? Chen Bing's pupils collapsed. The Spiritual Education Department's practice is also attacking the same relatives as these corpses, but the same situation is still the same. Even if the spirit blade pierces into their chests, his heart is broken, and the actions of the villagers' relatives are still unhindered. Can't die at all. They died. This is a dead body. Even if we dispel them, they will not die. What should I do? Chief, a question from a Spiritual Education Department. It was just that their active attack attracted the attention of these mobile phones. At the moment, they all stopped eating, and a pair of green eyes looked at the practice circles, as if they were top-notch hunting targets watching the treasures. Two bloodthirsty eyes lit up in front of them, making people unable to help but become tight. The head leader gritted his teeth and didn't say anything yet. The villagers in front of them suddenly moved, and they were like fierce wild animals, actively attacking the practice circles. A villager at the front began to experience a strange change. His inner body penetrated his body and penetrated his body. His brain danced all over the sky, turning into a flesh and blood blade. His bones pierced the flesh and a hard weapon. A terrifying black fog spread out from them, making the practitioners unable to help but shock. This mobile corpse and dead person actually took over the abnormality of becoming a magical 8-star star. Quick, send a message for help immediately. Let other teams come to support. We can't stand it. Retreat and fight. The first-hand man's face changed, and he roared and shouted. Danger. In the current situation, it is not something that a small team can afford. That's an unusual thing, just as Chun Bing was immersed in the pain. Suddenly, he heard a stomp sound. That's unusual. They have been chased and killed. Are you going to die? Chun Bing looked desperately. He was now powerless, and it was difficult to condense the water blade. The only thing he could do was wait for death in a quiet place. But at this moment, the hand ring made a sharp sound. The aid troops arrived, just as this team was about to build, just when only the remaining people were in extreme hope. The aid troops arrived. Everyone, gather immediately. There's a magical star here. Seeing this unusual force, the leader of the aggressor immediately stopped, sent signals to all teams as soon as they entered, bringing all the teams together. The extraordinary strength is too strong, and one will only be defeated by each person, and the entire army will not be defeated. During this period, they didn't say anything to Chun Bing, but just dragged his body roughly and placed it in front of an ancient tree behind them. No one felt his absolute hope. In the silent silence, they tacitly rushed towards the abnormal people, delaying the time for the other teams that were about to come. Roar. At this moment, the terrifying magic star on the side made a roar, as if it was issuing an order. Then the assassin on its side also moved. The war broke out in an instant. In just 10 minutes, the team that arrived at the beginning had already experienced a considerable death. Fortunately, their original intention was to delay time and not have a death war, so they reduced the death to the minimum. Rarely, the nearest team also came over, and they joined the battle without saying a word. Go ahead and go back and forth, and go forward without any further. If you hold on for another time, there are 2 teams who can gather all our strength to launch a general attack when we come. Brothers, come on. Stop. As soon as the voice fell, someone was abnormally pierced through his body. He was a low-star pioneer. He looked down at the hand that pierced his heart, gritted his teeth, and directly motivated the power to explode. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Everyone chose to self-destruct at the last moment. They knew very well that this unusual horror could not be, and they could not let their bodies be dragged down by their companions. This moment, everyone who survived was filled with light. All of them are bravely killing enemies, and there are always many small teams entering the battlefield. This is their mission, and they must be in charge of the family behind them, and for the Xia dynasty. Don't panic. Stay fight. Be sure to serve the order. Don't panic. Just listen to the order. We can do it. We must do it. Seeing that more and more abnormalities, the cultivators in the team began to panic. The first cultivators immediately scolded. Panic is a taboo in the battle scene. There's been a romance that the first accomplices have exposed their brinks because they were panic, which led to the entire team being torn apart by abnormally, and the whole team was overthrown. At this time, they dare not repeat it. So many? Can we really hold it? The cultivator looked at the unusualness in front of him, as if the tide was creeping into the tide, and his eyes were filled with surprise. When I heard how cool it was to fight against the abnormalities in the early stages, they didn't feel anything. Now they have deeply witnessed it, and their hearts are still shocked. This is still the case where there are more than a dozen teams joining the mission. This is only B level. What kind of scene is that A level? Believe in yourself. We will definitely kill all these anomalies here. For a long time, we survived with such belief. A first accuser put his unusual head on his head and slashed one of his feet. Just now, he saw that his former teammate was injured. When he was able to cover him and retreat, he was torn apart by the abnormality he had been swept into. His body exploded in front of him, and his spirit forced the abnormality around him to retreat, and he also had a breath of breath for them. There are dense anomalies in front of me. Behind me is the Daxia that needs protection, even though he has been sacrificing. But there is always someone going forward. This is true for every warrior in Daxia. Do it even though you know it cannot be done. Even if it is an absolute road, a life path must be killed. Never back down. This scene fell in Chun Bing's eyes. Nothing more tragic. Chun Bing looked at this scene, gritted his teeth, and stood up. The arrogance in his eyes had long faded away and replaced by the burning flames. He urged all his spirits to enter the battlefield, killing the double-eyed ape. During this bloody grinding, all of them changed. It's not a big deal to continue like this. We have to protect brothers with a wide range of injuries in the middle. They will retreat these abnormalities in the back. We will come forward and kill them. We must ensure that they are completely dead. The first accuser made a decision and soon came to his approval. After a short and chaotic mess, they quickly calmed down. The powerful violent waves fell down, and they were shocking. They landed on every abnormal body. Many practitioners took action when they entered, blocking the abnormal attack. The practitioners outside looked at the precision time and took advantage of the abnormal speed to remove them from the harvesting machine. Soon, the ground was filled with abnormal limbs and arms, and the air was filled with fishy smell. The teams gathered together and exploded with terrifying power that they could not believe in. When the last abnormality was also killed in front of me, everyone was exhausted and fell to the ground. We are here. We have won. We have done it. We have finished the B-level mission. It's so hard to kill them. We're almost dead. It's so good. They solved this abnormality and won a temporary peace. Although everyone knew that there might be a killing, at this moment, their hearts were incredible. Someone started to take action and ripped the sun slowly rising from the sky, and everyone saw hope. At this moment, they were extremely vibrating. Didi, just as they were enjoying the victory, the hands suddenly started to move. The unusual value of Lumu village center rises. I only see the vast swaths of terrible breath being spread in the center of the village, and the terrifying roar penetrated the sky, as if something terrible was about to appear. The sky shook. A gap was cracked on the dome, dark and deep, like a leading to infinite depth. A figure floated on it. He is a skeleton with a skeleton's body, which is replaced by a dark and terrifying flame, and behind him is the dark and light sky, emitting evil and terrifying breath. The sky was slightly dyed with black, and it was completely wrapped in black. That's King. Su Qing's teeth were so slight, and she looked up at the slightest figure, fear emanating from her eyes. Taisher once surrendered to a king of darkness. At the moment when it was about to hatch, it was sealed by the captain. The file name is Sacrifice of the King. Now, the king has absorbed the teachings and no longer exposes the incubation period before people, but is absent from the B-level abnormality and catches the croaker in the jar. At this moment, everyone in the field was like an ice cellar, and their hearts were in a strong sense. The figure above the sky seemed to be low, sneering at the weak and ignorant human beings. But he didn't expect that after a short period of time, a strong war suddenly broke out among these weak people. A first-hand man rushed out of the crowd with a long gun in his hand. He looked at this cunning king with a full war in his eyes. So what about the king? Do you think you're the only ones who are evolving abnormally? Don't underestimate humans. Gee, as he fell, the long gun in his hand suddenly rushed out and rushed towards the skeleton king's eyebrows. The surrounding space is shaking like Wang Xing didn't even move about this. He watched the long gun lift towards him, his hands raised, and the long gun jingled and stopped before him, and the next second, it turned into pieces of the sky. In just a moment, the black wave of storm obscured the vision of this first move. He raised his head, and his eyes quickly became stained with no-sided black, swallowing his eyeballs like venom, and then to the whites of his eyes, and to the blackness of his eyes. Dong dong. His heart was beating violently. When he couldn't see the inside of his body, black invaded the blood, extended to the 5 internal organs, flowing into the limbs and bones, and the evil power swallowed him from the inside out. In an instant, the body of the first one froze in the air. Long Master Lu, the practice is filled with joy and sound. But the next scene appeared, which made all of them lose their voice. The surname Lu was first to turn around. His posture was stiff like a corpse. He lowered his head and his dark eyes were staring at the cell below, stretched out his hand, and a strong and urgency condensed in his hand. Rush! Sadly, he raised his hand. As vast as the sea, he became bigger and bigger, and he pushed his spirit towards the bottom of his practice. Had he been crazy? He actually acted against his own people. The moment the spirit pierced fell, he first managed to protect the weak and avoided it. Everyone looked at this with great enthusiasm and did not hold back at all, and understood in their hearts. Chief Lu was manipulated. Just now, the king of warriors surrendered to the long gun for a moment, and the king killed him and manipulated his body. At this moment, his body turned backwards, and he controlled the puppet for the king. Chief Lu, why is this how? He is the strongest person here, and even he was instantly robbed of his body. What about us? We can't resist this king. Panic and fear were growing. Their faces disappeared, as many smiles as they were, and they all turned into shock. As for the dawn of victory, I saw the bright light of victory, but unexpectedly, the arrival of the darkness is even more unsatisfactory. Mom, this beast has been there since the beginning. He is observing us and playing tricks on us. He waited until we were about to come out. He is enjoying our hope. The illusionist walked out, familiar with his face and his black eyes. It turned out to be the first to die in the first place. Everyone's smiles frozen for a moment, and they stayed there. The strange smile appeared on the body of the Chief Lu official, as if he was ridiculing. They thought they were saved. The surprise once again covered everyone. I hope to be deeper and deeper, but they don't know what to do. This is just the beginning. Tear. When the environment was torn apart again, another person walked in with a strange smile on his face. He is the dead practitioner. Tearing. They were the first villagers who were dismantled. Tear, tear. The sound of hope is rising again and again, and the illusion is torn open again and again. Everyone is filled with hope from the beginning, and then when they hear this sound, they become numb. Hope. Desperate. A cycle begins. After repeated 10 times, when everyone saw the puppet walking in outside, some people finally couldn't help but collapse. He is playing with us. I can't get out. We can't get out of this illusion. We are going to die here. A student-like practitioner suddenly collapsed. He sat on the ground, trembling, and faced with the bloody rain coming, unable to raise any thoughts of resisting. One drum will make you lose your energy again, and you will lose your energy. He was fighting and was worn out in a repeated illusion. He even didn't believe that he could go out alive, but just hoped that he could die and not be tortured, so he was lucky. And when he began to collapse, the people around him were quickly infected by his emotions, and one of them became desperate. Fakes are all fakes. No one came to save them. They were going to die here. There was no possibility of going out. Cold and quiet, the pioneers shouted. Although they tried their best to keep calm, their pupils showed that their emotions reached the limit at this time. Above the blood rain, a huge skull appeared in a strange shape. 2 points replaced the light of the eyeballs and jumped in his eye sockets, giving off a faint blue light. He is laughing. The belief in life dissipates a little and replaces it is a deep hope. They have fought strongly, and because of this, they are expected to be even more exciting than those who are powerless to resist. I can't get out. In the eyes of the king, we are as small as we are entering a trap. He never took us seriously from beginning to end. The crying and howling sounded, and at the moment of death, they became weaker. Among them, many of them were in their age, loved their parents, loved their children, and had good friends who could call them out to drink at any time. They fought desperately to protect these people. But now, they're going to die, and if they can't hold on, who will protect their young parents, young children, and close friends? Who will come to be with them? Desperate hope and reluctance are even more terrifying than fear of death. That's when, tear and pull, the sound of the curtain tearing, touching everyone's ears. But no one raised their heads. They were fooled too many times. Even if they tore up the illusion in front of them again, waiting for them would only make a bloody rain. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the sword light penetrated the vast sky. This moment, the sky and the earth are ignorant, like a solar eclipse. It is not the hiding of the moon, nor is it the so-called Tiango. Instead, the extremely dazzling sword light. Everyone could not see anything, and there was only the brilliance of this sword in their pupils. Even the sunlight could not be compared with it. The Skull King's expression stopped. In the pupils, the burning black fire stopped dancing, and the whole sky seemed to press the pause button and even the white birds dancing with flapping their wings stopped above the white clouds. King Skeleton once used the illusion to make humans suffering desperately, unable to survive or die, and even his own beliefs collapsed in the illusion. However, Fang Yi made this sword, like the hot rocks scattering in the hazy sky, and like the surging lightning in the chaotic Black Sea. With his domineering attitude, he cut open the sky and tore the illusion, directly pointing to the Skeleton King. 1 second, 2 seconds, the third second. Click! In the broken sound of the human skin thirsty, the vast sky was like a broken lens, radiating the cracks of the tons. The white cloud flowed again, and the antagonist was 1 to 2. The bird volunteered its wings again, and the tail feathers folded, fell to the ground, and even the sunlight seemed to have an error at this moment, and were blocked from it. Click! The second sound broke out, and the people suddenly stared at each other, as if they were struck by lightning. This time, the broken dome is no longer broken. But, Skeleton King. A crack suddenly appeared on the big bone of the Skeleton King. Its head is wrong in full view of everyone. The sky curtain behind it was blocked 2 pieces. Rumble. The next second, a sword light burst out above the sky, and the hot flames rolled in all directions, and no one could be swallowed. Whether it is by Yun, or a flying bird, or an arrogant king, all of them are ruined by this knife, turned into ashes all over the sky. After this knife, the sky lit up again. It was a fire wave burning in the sky. There was a unique scenery called Fire Cloud. The scenery at this moment cannot be described as fire cloud. It's more like a vast sea of fire fell into the sky. King fall. The crowd only felt dry mouth and tongue, and their eyes were slight, looking at the Skeleton King, Yan's sea of fire. This moment, they even felt untrue in their hearts. Have they really walked out of the illusion of Skeleton King? Has the funeral team leader really come to rescue them? Maybe all of them are still illusions, just one of their thoughts, thinking they were saved. Otherwise, why is it so simple? From the beginning to the end, Fang Yi only made a knife. With one knife, all the techniques are broken, and evil is invincible. How can a person become so powerful? Who? At this time, the wind between heaven and earth was slight, and the flame spirit that remained in the air was swept and fell on their skin. They woke up suddenly after feeling the burning sensation coming from their skin. This is not an illusion, but it's real. The chief of the burialist once again broke a king. Someone was shocked and suddenly felt a sense of gratitude in his heart. Fortunately, with Fang Yi's survival, only by suppressing the terrifying and lofty king. It was also fortunate that Fang Yi was born in Shaman. People like Fang Yi must walk at the forefront of spiritual recovery and must suppress this era. If it were his other country, how could Xia dynasty fight against it? I'm afraid the pioneers of the entire country will be so stressed that they can't breathe. Front. Fang Yi's mouth slammed. This is news. When the little flower successfully takes over the throne, Fang Yi has 3 levels of power in his hand. The throne in the world is bloody, and countless people are killed to the point of being killed in order to get the throne, resulting in the destruction of countless families. Everything is enough to prove the strength of the throne. It is already a nobility to get a throne. Try. Who in the world can control 3 thrones like Fang Yi? Don't talk about individuals, even countries. At present, no country can master 3 thrones. In the throne of the world, Fang Yi not only crushed a lot of people, but also surpassed the huge national institution. Let's go. You should go over and see Xiaohua. Fang Yi returned his head and looked like Lin Yi, standing tall and straight. Lin Yi still raised her head and looked at the sea of fire that was swept through the sky. Her dark eyes were dyed red by the sea of fire, as if she was just exploring Fang Yi's knife. Even though Lin Yi did not take action, even if she was watching Fang Yi's battle, she could still be activated. Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Lin Yi came back to her senses, picked up her hair that was blown away by the wind, and smiled. My cousin. Fang Yi came to Lei Yin and was about to move. Looking at Fang Yi, who set out on the road again. All the pioneers were stunned. There were too many words to say, all stuck in their chests. The chief of the burialist is going to go to another area again to deal with other relationships. Someone's eyes were confused. From meeting to leaving, they couldn't even say thanks to each other. In this era, when the spirit has revived, the world will be in chaos, and the future will be like a heavy black fog. Fang Yi is the lamp tower in the middle of the world. He walks alone at the forefront of the times, scattering and unable to see the dark fog of the future, allowing later generations to walk on the road called spiritual recovery. As we entered, Fang Yi was also the most powerful sword. He went to the ghosts and monsters in the mist and opened the road to life, allowing future generations to move forward. The 3 words preliminary seem to be tailor-made for Fang Yi. Only him, who is truly ahead of others, is only him, the most worthy of these 3 words. As for them themselves, the foreigner smiled bitterly on his face. They are just the beneficiaries who move forward with Fang Yi's footprint. The wooden throne descends area. The mountains here are connected, the forests grow wildly, and the roots must be born. The grass that you will find is even more lush and larger than the outside world. It reveals a scene of wild growth and prosperity everywhere, as if it has descended from zero to this place. Obviously, the change here is entirely due to the existence of the wood-type throne. In the middle of the mountains and valleys, green wood-type thrones stand here, radiating green light. On the throne, a small flower with ordinary roots on it, welcoming the wind. As can be seen from the naked eye, the light of the wood-type throne is being absorbed by the little flowers, and the little flowers are becoming more and more erect. They look very ordinary and are not a famous plant. They can swell the fragrance and make the whole forest pale, as if the little flowers are the only color in the world. Now, in an instant, there was no veterinary power in the world. The surroundings were like spring after rain. Pieces of green plants appeared, and the slight wind blew around them, and the entire world was filled with the veterinary power. Wooden throne. The sacred animal contains a heavy and depressed animal. This is also the most expensive place for the wood throne. It is not a single power to capture the surrounding plants, but also contains the power of the organism. If you encounter heavy development, using this depressed organism power may also feel a little resurrection. At this moment, the eyes suddenly became hot. The depressed animal is their desire. In today's era, the survival of the strengths of the victory, even if they are not just entering the higher level of the Cool War, they have seen too much life and death. I know this wood type, thrown deeply. It is very likely that they will have a second life. The green glows are lush, and the green glows are radiantly placed with the wood type, thrown as the center. The colors are spotted, and the slim figure can be seen in the condom, like a fairy in the flower, scattering an unprecedented, terrifying power. The third sequence of the wood-type throne can even radiate such a strong breath. It seems that this wood-type throne should be a first-class person in front of the throne. It wasn't what we thought. Quicksand and Shadow initially thought that the wood-type throne was just a flower, but should be like the gourd vine. After the throne, it would be too fragile to control its power. As a result, it seems that the situation is not the case now. No matter what, the quick battle is going to happen. Brush. The spirit flower has beautiful eyebrows and eyes, high and arrogant, scattered with elixirs, and its skin can be broken. It looks like a goddess of life. The wooden throne turns into a throne bubble, which floats around it. The spirit flower opens her eyes in a slight manner. He finally made great efforts to win the throne. She didn't know how long she had been, but it shouldn't be short. At this moment, her eyes suddenly became cold, and 2 figures had appeared in front of her at some point. A flower can actually turn into a human form. It seems that you're much stronger than appearing in shaman. Luxia said coldly. The eyes of the Ling Hua revealed doubts. She didn't understand the other party's language. You can feel the depression and maliciousness of the other person. Brush. In an instant, the spirit flower immediately adjusted the power of the wood system, and instantly grew wildly and densely packed vines, like long guns that pricked the sky, roaring like dragons. The quicksand body melted instantly, turning into thick sand like a river, soaking directly on the vines and retracting. The next moment, the vines of the spirit flowers suddenly radiated and a cold feeling burst out, which was different from the previous dynamism. Absurd attribute. Absorb all living machines in an instant. The quicksand is boiling. At this time, the vines are like sucking the devil, perfectly making quicksand. So happy. The quicksand gradually restored the human form. Originally, I wanted to use the heavy quicksand to directly crush the spirit flower, but I didn't expect it. Instead, I made it a mess and instantly absorbed all the living beings by the terrifying and absurd nature. At this time, the quicksand is white in color. It seems that this spiritual power is so extraordinary. This is not a throne power. This is her own power, the Dark Sun's nature. Absurd, this dead flower has this ability and perfectly controlled me. He said to the shadow. There was a little panic in his expression. His abilities were perfectly restrained at this moment. Quicksand liked to use the attack method, to use the quicksand to cover people and crush them. But now, as long as he touches the vegetation, his strength will be immediately taken away, and even the living machine is passing by wildly. Give it to me. Fang Yi glanced at the spirit and felt the endless life coming out of his body. He also smiled, like the spirit of the spirit. Although he only mastered the wood-type throne in the third sequence, her real power was stronger than that of some thrones in the second sequence, because she has the absurd nature that Fang Yi had implanted. With the blessing of the power of the absurd nature of the throne wood system, Ru has also reached a very different level. It can be said that this represents the power of plunder, and the power of the throne will have even more surprising effects. Fang Yi rubbed Ling's brain with satisfaction. The next moment, the spirit instantly turned into a skull, and then penetrated the green clouds and entered Fang Yi's skull. After doing this, Fang Yi's eyes closed the two lords. In recent times, these beautiful kings of these big and beautiful countries seem to be very unruly. Fang Yi's words were filled with a little anger, and he set foot in the territory of the Xia kingdom at will. This behavior was already a little angry with Fang Yi. At this time, Lin Yi also appeared. The breath of the metal throne is scattered with the violence of the golden spear and iron horse. The expressions of the two lords were instantly stumbling. Lin Yi knows some beautiful languages, so she translated Fang Yi's words just now. Let us go. Lord of Quicksand and Lord of Shadow said slowly. Otherwise, we will make the place more serious if we fight to die. It is obvious that they want their own main power to directly threaten Fang Yi. If they really want to take action against them, then even if they die, they will make the nearby city more serious. Lin Yi's expression suddenly became cold. He conveyed the meaning to Fang Yi. Fang Yi pulled out. The temperature between heaven and earth suddenly became restless, and the spirit was violent. The sharp watch was like a rising sun, and the power brought by the momentum was revealed. The next moment, the quicksand filled the sky. There were countless shadows rushing towards the surroundings like locusts. Those shadows are all powered by the main level. Once they enter the city, the consequences will be unbelievable. Married burial. Let me leave, and from then on, we will never step into the Xia dynasty again. The Lord of the Quicksand was sweating profusely, shouted loudly. After Lin Yi translated, Fang Yi said coldly, "The beautiful country has always been savage and cunning. I can't believe what you say. I have a way to let you never step into Xia country forever." The next moment, Fang Yi left, and the surging power of the sun turned into a golden sea of fire in the sky and roared away in an instant. The fire in the sky and the earth was like a gangster, and Fang Yi's robe and a key, like a god holding a palm. The quicksand was like a yellow ocean, soaking the world, wanting to fly into the city. However, at this time, the brilliance of heaven and earth came from all directions, and in an instant all the quicksand was imprisoned. Quicksand storm. Fang Yi was as if the heaven and earth were broken, and the terrifying power directly brought the Lord of Quicksand out of the prototype. His voice was nothing short of sharp sounds. Fang Yi was the strongest force among the Lord, not to mention his art, but also possessed the power of the heaven and earth. One below, the Lord of Quicksand was not flooded by the flames. The sound of the cry came and died. The Lord of Quicksand falls. Innumerable quick sand gathered quickly, and finally a throne condensed in Fang Yi's hand. The throne was as bright as a blue copper, antique, and there was quicksand surging on the fog. Fang Yi was not interested in the ability of quicksand. Compared with the sun god, these are just paths. However, absorbing it can improve the strength at a time. At this time, Lin Yi had already taken action. The throne of metal is worthy of being a great success in the attack. After the light of the rays was revealed, the endless metal turned into a giant hand and pressed towards the shadow that was moving all over the sky. The sky and the earth are far away, and the deaths of the two gods did not cause any trouble in the Xia dynasty. And in that beautiful country far away, there's already a lot of wind. In the ancient garden, I looked at the farm below and frowned slightly. In fact, after I learned that after I hit the other party's throne, I could directly strengthen the throne of the other party to enhance the strength of the entire beautiful country immediately started to get out of the way. As a result, the beautiful country itself promoted freedom, and it was a great quarrel at that time. Every day, there will be a level of war to die. If the war breaks out in the ranks of it will greatly weaken the practitioners of the beautiful country. So later, the one from the beautiful country came forward to stop, and everyone tacitly began to look for it, or even kill foreign countries to enhance their own strength. The breath of the quicksand throne and the throne of the shadow has disappeared. He murmured, and no wind around him automatically. In an instant, a breath of no air surged down, causing all the people in this ancient old garden to be covered in. He seems very different from other strong people. There is a sense of superiority. It seems to be another level of life. The perfect and flawless face was covered with a strange feeling of cataract. It seems that no matter who stands in front of him and looks at him, there will be a feeling of self-conception, as if there's a strong gap between the levels of life. The beautiful country has collected the atmosphere of each throne in this ancient garden and stored it in a special way to find out their specific situation. The quicksand and shadows come together, and their strength is quite good. The key is that if they want to escape, there shouldn't be many people in the world who can keep them. They are one after another, falling behind each other, not big between them. His hand raised slowly, and the whole ancient garden moved for a moment. Then it seemed that a light of light came steeply from a mysterious corner, and then diamond into the man's brain. Isiagwa, it's you again. His eyes flashed, looking at Xiagua, who was about to come out so quickly. At this time, Fang Yi and her cousin had returned to their residence. There are actually too many things that have happened recently. What is the axis that has been turned? The big abnormality first appeared, and the king was born, and it was finally solved by Fang Yi. In fact, Fang Yi's real strength is now strong and can provide the entire Xiagua with the opportunity to inspect and polish the Ling Association and the Ministry of Spiritual Education. If it was not mentioned before, a king is enough to make Xia people overturn the storm. Now it is precisely because of Fang Yi, the guardian god, that he truly gave Xia a foundation. Then there was news that the throne of the Linghua piercing wooden system was successful, and Fang Yi immediately rushed over without stopping, but it was taken back. The throne of the quicksand and the throne of the shadow were quite a big harvest. For today, there are more and more thrones landing between the earth. The era of is descending. These people who have mastered the power of have the absolute advantage. Fang Yi said to Lin Yi next to him, and Lin Yi couldn't help but point his speech. The power of seems to be in the golden realm, but in fact it is a level-high and strict person who has mastered the two thrones, possesses absolutely powerful power. And what is even more terrifying is that he has mastered the first sequence of super thrones like his cousin. Lin Yi fell into a dark world. She is not the existence of Fang Yi, the first sequence throne that possesses the absolute advantage of inverted pressure. If she wants to win the second throne, it is difficult to achieve. She must be able to withstand the impact of the two powerful thrones, not to mention that they are the two thrones that represent super strong offensive power, not to mention that they are the thrones of the Golden Throne and the Shadow Throne. At this time, she could only feel the coldness of the bones. The entire world was invaded by the Phantom. The Shadow Throne should be the second sequence of thrones, but the Shadow Throne's opening of the throne is very low. There are thousands of phantoms, like a strange, upright body. The pattern stands firmly in every corner of this world. He just stared at Lin Yi straight. She mustered up her courage. After speaking, it's just a throne. For example, when I have the power of a main level, it is no longer the time to first kill the Golden Throne. Lin Yi's heart was afraid, and she walked towards the center of the world step by step. The shadow around seemed to move constantly, approaching. Soon, Lin Yi felt that she was constantly touching those shadows. It's cold, numbness, stiff. This is Lin Yi's only feeling at the moment. It seemed as if the shadows of the whole world were leaning towards her, suffocating her and making her afraid, and a sensation thrust her from behind her back. Lin Yi bit her silver teeth lightly. Lin Yi is a genius. It's also incomparable. The shadows around them gathered into a painted black ocean. The steps of Lin Yi were determined. Finally, when she walked towards the final point, as Lin Yi stepped out, the shadows around her instantly seemed to have turned into bubbles and directly dissipated. At this moment, Lin Yi became the center of the world, and the Phantom gradually became her image, standing in the entire world like thousands of soldiers. At this time outside, inside the villa, Fang Yi looked into Lin Yi's room. This girl is so harmful. It turns out that Lin Yi has become the first in the world. She can win the second sequence of the Golden Throne with a strong attribute, and she can quickly master the second throne. Lin Yi is definitely the first in the world. The monsters that have the first sequence are different. The throne of the first sequence. It means they are the devil kings of heaven. The power of the throne will also be assimilated by the powerful first sequence of forces. For example, if Fang Yi controls the throne of the Sun God and possesses the power of the Sun God who is absolutely domineering, then the other thrones are mastered by Fang Yi, and the special forces and attribute forces in the throne will be almost assimilated by the Sun God, and the power of the Sun God will be less powerful. But it can make Fang Yi stronger, and the power of the Sun God is more pure. Lin Yi can use the power of the Shadow Throne and the Golden Throne to strengthen her own strength. Lin Yi's breath was boiling. The second level of the Golden King. She also made a breakthrough. The power of the Shadow Throne dissipated quickly, but Fang Yi arrived soon, and his light hand shook the power of the Shadow Lord. How do you feel? Fang Yi asked with a smile. During this period, Xia dynasty was relatively quiet, and some people often hear foreign affairs, knowing that although China is safe and sound in summer, the outside affairs are extremely volatile. In a winery room, there are several places that can be considered to be one of the most top practitioners at present, and at this time their faces were full of sorrow. Recently, the magistrate has been a little out of control. Since the lords slaughtered the city, other lords have gradually begun to get angry. Yes, we should also think about this kind of power. Once someone opens a head, it will be like a flood. Now the whole world is suffering. One of them was slightly older and said, "They are also true elite pioneers in various cities, except for the leader, and are also very sensitive to the situation. Now the Lord is like a nuke. At the beginning, he may have retained his human nature to restrain them, but the massacre of the city is like a signal. The Lord is now free from the law and has become stronger." This also reminded those masters in an instant. They have mastered the power that no one can sanction them. Break rules and defuse. They have mastered the abilities and qualifications of governing and dominating everything. This is really terrible. Every lord, whether it is a genius or a lucky man, has actually mastered the power of gold. Now, There are too many lords in the mixed world, and no one can cause any threat to them. They look at me, and I look at you. Most of them are just the power of the magic axe. Fortunately, the peace in Xia dynasty is gone now, and I am not forced by those masters. This sentence changed to the noise, and the middle-aged pioneer said slowly, "That's because Xiagua has a Taiching leader. The name of the burialist now occupies a terrible position in the world. The burialist is also the top group of masters. They dare not come to make rashes for those masters. But what I'm worried about at the moment is that in the environment outside, some terrible things will be born. The Lord swallows the Lord, and his strength will be as urging as a urging of the scorpion. He will improve rapidly." He said that there has been a change. The Lord has mastered the 5 thrones. Although he has not completely seized the throne, he feels terrible only by hearing it. As soon as this is said, he feels terrible. The entire room was filled with something, and the air was calm. 5 thrones? In other words, except for his own throne, he has killed 4 lords. 5 thrones. It is a luxury for them to win a throne. The comfortable environment of Xiagua has made these Xiagua's main war scenes impossible at all. So it is conceivable that their strength will be improved. The practitioner was also the first to start. Now he was worried that the buried person would protect the Xia kingdom, so that those masters would not dare to go wild. Now outside is cool, and the main slaughter is the main slaughter. Those men have become stronger in the slaughter, and they may also threaten the Xia kingdom. They clicked and understood it all. I don't know what the Spirit Association thinks at the moment. At this time, they can only hope that the Spirit Association can make decisions as quickly as possible. They can think about it. The Spirit Association has long been full of focus. Now the situation is extremely serious. There's been a group outside. It has been 7 days since the end of the abnormal situation in Taishu. It is said that there are 17 masters on the surface, and there are 17 masters on the surface, and the 17 masters on the surface. On the surface, that is what they know, and there must be a lord who falls in the situation that no one knows. This also shows that the world will have some extremely terrible existences. Not only that, the massacre of the city happened 3 times, and even a small country was about to be completely destroyed. These masters have already removed all the restraints. The most terrifying and darkest era is probably coming. The people of the Ling Association also began to show a shocking look. But now the situation is, the meeting room was filled with each other. After saying this, Lin Yi left. The words of her still gave many people a pity. Yes, the Bear Country, the Big Beautiful Country, and even the Sunset Country are all countries that master the first-class rank. No one dares to offend at present, and they have the same attitude as the Xia people. Since I'm not alone, then it's fine. And why don't there be such a beautiful country that often uses tricks and does not care about others? At some time, it is not as painful as the first one in Xia. The head of the beautiful country went out to kill him some time ago. I don't know how many countries he offended, such as I don't know how many people are watching the tiger. So the one who should be anxious is the beautiful country. Xiagua was not in a hurry at all. This is to suffer oneself. So they began to calmly watch the good news. As expected, 3 days later, several lords entered the great beautiful country, killing the 2 lords of the great beautiful country, and killing a large number of people. The great beautiful country finally couldn't sit still and was furious. News from the beautiful country. I hope to formulate a new order in the 4 major countries and set up a special divine team. If a master dares to kill him, he will be directly killed by the 4 major nations. This move is actually the best solution at present. Yes, aren't you creating confusion, slapping restrictions, and crazy improving your strength from scattered fish, playing big fish, and eating small fish? Good. Then we will vent our sarcasm, combining 4 countries with first-class powers and formulating a new order in the entire world, that is, managing the entire world. If you dare to act, then it is the reason to kill you for our 4 partners. So, I won't do it properly. Okay, since you feel that you have mastered the main power and can break the order and fulfill your desires, then the four major countries will formulate a new order. The most important thing about it is, those main characters, such as have become infinitely expandable. They certainly won't surrender. At this time, the mission in Yang Yi of the Divine Court came. Kill. Take the throne. In this way, the name of righteousness. The personnel they dispatch must be carefully selected, and they are purposeful and instructive. After completing, they will directly join the team. In this way, these masters will not be in danger of being controlled. On the surface, the world's suffering masters have been long and need a new order to protect the people who have no strength. However, in fact, this is that they must limit the generation of primary forces beyond their control in such an environment, and can also strengthen the power of their own lord, and not let their lord fall into a state of physical cessation and peace. So why isn't this considered Yang? These top bosses, like the Burialists, must have come up with them for a long time, but this kind of thing is risky. At present, the big and beautiful countries have the greatest pressure, so let him come. After all, this is exactly what a beautiful country is heading and challenging the entire world. There are more than 2 or more countries in the whole country. With the power of the 4 countries, it is not easy to relax. Once the fails, the country that is invincible will definitely be infuriating. The beautiful country must have entangled the other 3 countries now, but they have to stand up and implement it. At present, this plan is only proposed, so someone must go to the great beautiful country for negotiation. The only one who is qualified to participate in this meeting is probably the only one. The people of the Spirit Association knew that if others went to the great beautiful country, they would probably not have the qualifications to enter the meeting hall. Even the regular lords are not qualified. Only by mastering the existence of the first sequence throne can they be qualified to enter. It's fast. Fang Yi also received the news. Cousin, do you need me to accompany you? No, you are in Xiagua time. After I leave, Xiagua will lose my might, so there may be a lord invasion. That will depend on you. Lin Yi's current strength is strong. The throne of the 2 second sequences is on her. Moreover, her talent for control over the throne and her power is terrifying. Basically, the first sequence cannot be shown, so no one can be her opponent. I will take the dog away, and the spirit flower is on you. For example, the spirit flower has completely captured the wood-type throne. Although the wood-type throne is the throne in the 3rd sequence, it is also because the wood-type throne is not good at fighting for a long time, but its value is comparable to the throne in the 2nd sequence. The surging life is equivalent to giving you the 2nd life. Fang Yi said this, and Lin Yi's speech is also very important. Don't worry, cousin, I will guard the Xia kingdom. I will not let any master who enters here go back alive. You must be careful. The beautiful country has always been named after the celestial world, so I worry that they don't have any kindness. Fang Yi pointed. There's basically no one or something that wants to keep Fang Yi in the entire world. What's more, he still has the trump card of Dogsy on his body. Will there be any big and beautiful countries? Too much is to delay their time. Fang Yi moved immediately. In fact, with the main strength, there is no need to ride a utensil at all. The party is actually on behalf of Xiagua, so the board must be full. The plane full of Xiagua's logo is docked. The people inside are all members of the association, each wearing a stylus and trembling spirits. See the Lord of the Sun God. Fang Yi snatched his hand and then sat into the aircraft. It was soon to reach the beautiful country. All of them were blonde hair and blue eyes, looking at the aircraft from Xia dynasty curiously. They had to admit that they had long known the reputation of the buried person, and there was also a terrifying battle in the Hua kingdom. That image made Fang Yi the most famous master in the entire world, the one in the big and beautiful country. After all, I haven't taken action yet. Although everyone knows that he is strong and terrifying, my brother has never seen it with his eyes. The terrifying scene of the Lord of the God of Bingyang cremated the world gave them an extremely deep impression. Fast, the aircraft door is opened. With the flight door opened, a figure appeared quietly in front of the group of golden-haired and blue-eyed practitioners in the beautiful country. The standard Oriental appearance was handsome, and the two eyes of the blonde eyes made people dare not look directly. The black hair was particularly eye-catching. There was a stubble around his waist, scattering the power of the enemy. Just in that moment, everyone on the scene immediately felt a terrifying pressure coming, making them feel tired. The Burialist in Xia Dynasty, Lord of the Sun God, the rare first sequence throne controller in the entire world. In other words, the throne of this Yang God is led directly from the sky with its strong Yang attribute power. The other thrones fall on the earth, attracting countless powerful people, hoping to master the throne and be the main one. However, this enchanted person is not. With his powerful and pure Yang power, he directly attracted the throne from the sky. The throne came only by him. No second choice. This is also where the Lord of Sun and the other lords do not go. It is a place where other masters cannot reenact. So at this time, although they should not show such an expression as practitioners in beautiful countries, they are still unable to hide the heat and madness in their eyes. Fang Yi walked down and looked at the empty airport, showing a strange look. You, the respected Lord Yang, to show your respect to you, we have already cleaned this airport. During this period, only your seat can be placed in this airport. You can rest assured that the other two adults landed at other airports and will not bump into you. Fang Yi looked slightly, his eyes as if there were deep pools of water. It's chilling. However, at this moment, Fang Yi suddenly felt a terrifying breath, and he was coming from all directions, quickly surrounding the entire airport at a terrifying speed. In an instant, all the practitioners from the beautiful country showed a shocking look. Do you die? Why did this ghost thing come? This is the most toxic poison that has been raging in the country recently. Everyone who entered it has been lost. No one can solve it at present. How can this thing appear here? Master Sun God, please leave here as soon as possible and hand us one of them. Fang Yi watched them perform quietly. Is this the first method for a beautiful country? A special anomaly. Those white light curtains that were as viral as invaded this airport at a terrible speed. The outside was like another world, and the confusion made people feel a sense of palpitations, which was a suffocation of light invasion. Fang Yi saw them cold, and each of them took a breath of coldness. Fang Yi believes it. If the heads of the other two countries arrive at the airport, there will definitely be similar abnormal arrivals. What does this mean? Is it a test? Or is it delaying their time to travel to the country? The light poison quickly invaded, and it was a sudden invasion of the world, and the corner of the gray-white world was invaded by the white and turned into a corner of the gray-white world. Soon, Fang Yi saw that the white world of those practitioners from beautiful countries melted rapidly, as if they were transformed into a group of white water, and then evaporated, completely integrated into the white world. This big and beautiful person is really cruel. All these practitioners are buried here just to avoid verbal talk. That's right, my people are dead here. Beautiful country. Angel God Hall is a temple that was cultivated by a special master after the arrival of the Lord's era. The gods here are serious, with divine light radiance everywhere. When you enter here, you can feel a special silver light flash. At this time, a figure is sitting in the first place. He is wearing silver armor, and his pale yellow curled hair falls obliquely on his face. It made him look a little more expensive. However, his eyes were silver-colored, and there seemed to be wings behind him in the armor, which made him reveal a mysterious atmosphere, as if standing at a higher dimension, overlooking the humble spirit, and three names were placed in front of him. Lord of the Sun God, Fang Yi, the Violent Lord, Kahale, Lord of the Sea of Wrath, Harry. These three are the three who have entered the beautiful country who have mastered the first sequence of thrones. With the Archangel throne, he knows the terror of the first sequence of thrones. Although he is arrogant in his heart, he also has a taboo for these three thrones masters. So, he took the exam at the airport. It also means delaying time. The beautiful country was invaded by the Lord and was very depressed, but now he naturally realized that he had to stand up. However, at this time he also wanted to let Xia, Xiong, and the God of God, and also experience the feeling of being invaded by the Lord. But what he didn't expect was, Fang Yi, This Fang Yi is indeed the most difficult thing. He did not expect that when his light poison appeared, that is, for a while, he felt the power's distortion. It is undeniable that when he had not yet become the Lord of the Archangel, he had heard the terrible reputation of the Shagobarialist and the realm of the miracle, and could solve the A+ level anomaly and sacrifice to the king's land. Moreover, before the throne descended, he had crossed the first realm of magic and reached the second realm of spiritual creation, and he was still a high-level existence among the second realm of spiritual creation. Such a lord who possesses terrible power and later obtained the first throne, the test he gave is naturally the most difficult. The result was solved as fast as possible. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and his lower eyes were hidden in the light of the temple. Soon a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which was filled with terror, like a proud angel, sitting upright in the first place to judge the world. In the temple, a click, a figure rushed in, and at that moment, the two breaths were fighting each other, burning and cold, violent and high, vast and sure. These were two completely different breaths, and they instantly collided like a tide. Fang Yi left the airport. Then he immediately arrived at the Angel God Hall. He looked at the Angel Lord of the beautiful country quietly. Is this the beautiful country's support for the whole world? The first sequence, the throne of the angel, Rogers, the Lord of the Archangel. Although Fang Yirong has never caught a cold in the beautiful country, it is undeniable that this Angel Lord is very strong. At least it has brought Fang Yirong the most stressful one to it so far. He sat quietly on the other side of the long table, not sitting at the lower position of the Lord of the Angels. At this time, he felt a sense of confrontation. The outer layer of the Angel's temple was creaking. This terrifying pressure made the cultivators guarding outside the Angel's temple have to quickly leave the Angel's temple. They all know, these are the two great gods here fighting. That is all the existences who have mastered the first sequence of thrones. Each of them is the most terrifying creature in the world. Ordinary masters are unattainable existences to them, not to mention the first sequence, which is another terrifying level. The confrontation in the Angel God Hall did not last long. Soon, another person came in. There are only 4 people who are qualified to enter this supreme session at this moment. Currently, 2 are 2, and this third person is the violent Lord of the Bear Kingdom. His throne is extremely strange, violent Lord, who holds the ultimate power like a fierce beast in the wilderness. As soon as he appears, his shady eyes penetrate. It was like a fierce beast that was sucked by a man. However, when he looked at Fang Yi, his violent eyes stopped a little, and he seemed to be showing. Fang Yi naturally responded with a smile. He glanced at the long table and knew that no matter how he sat on the table, he was inferior. So he slapped the long table in front of him with a simple and rough palm. The long table was blown away by the violent wind. At this time, Fang Yi sat against the Angel Master, and the silver-colored chair behind him was incomparable. The violent Lord sat on Fang Yi's left hand, with a 3-legged tripod. The last one to the scene was the Lord of the Sea of Anger, the most remarkable throne of the water system, the first sequence of water attributes, the Sea of Anger. After he arrived at the venue, he sat in the last corner. The 4 of them sat together, and the entire Angel God Temple could hardly bear the breath of the top 4 lords in the world today, creaking and shaking, and collapsed. Finally, the supreme meeting, built by 4 of the top 4 nations, officially began. Because it was proposed by the Angel Lord of the Great Beautiful Kingdom, he first introduced their plans for the Great Beautiful Kingdom. The world is in order. Team of the Divine Core. The main divine team formed by the 4 major countries represents the highest righteousness, the most powerful force, and the war against those who create confusion in the world. Although it is a propaganda war, the words that the arrogant Angel Master spoke at this time were more like one. Sanctions. Yes, sanctions. With the power of the 4 major countries, sanction the whole world. However, there are many problems in this. For example, the 4 major countries naturally cannot focus on being big and beautiful. The 4 major countries must have their own politics, so it involves the area to be in charge, And once a master occurs and flows into two regions, what kind of solution should be solved? Once the four major countries conflict, the so-called alliance will be defeated and will soon be destroyed. So the meeting took a full day. The benefits were obtained by oneself. Fang, he held his hands and thought coldly. At the same time, he also fought for the Xia people during this meeting. At present, Xia people only have 3 masters, and Lin, Yi, and Fang only have 5 masters. It seems that after returning, he must immediately summon all the masters and Xia people. Whether it is a powerful method, at least we can't leave it alone. During the meeting, somehow, the whole world seemed to be calming down. All 3 top-ranked sequencers, including the Xia dynasty, Yangshun, and the Xia dynasty, all reached the beautiful country. Such a big event could not be tempted. First, the controller of the 3 first sequences of thrones. That is the most terrifying power in this world. The top-notch. All the beautiful countries, and the beautiful countries were just invaded by foreign countries yesterday. This made the countries in the whole world think a little more. These 4 major countries may have new actions. They have not seen the powerful moves in the first sequence, but only saw that the Yangshan shattered the Qinghua kingdom with 1 knife in some video images. Very powerful, very scary. Since it is the first sequence, there must be some great things. So now those countries are beginning to guess the movements of beautiful countries. There must be big news in the whole world, but there are some. Xia country. Oh, it's a pity. With the confusion all over the sky, 3 figures appeared on the earth, and the cold breath dissipated, but they quickly covered it up. They looked around and looked at the rich land, showing a greedy look. Yangshin left Xia in this hindrance, and I don't know what major events they were going to study together. However, Yangshin left Xia, and we finally had the opportunity to set foot on this land. At this time, they still dared not speak loudly, because they know it. After the opening of the era, there were also slight people who came to Xia dynasty. However, no one of them left this land alive after all, because the sun god was not a human being. He could cut the Hanhua kingdom with 1 knife, and Hanhua kingdom was not a small country anymore. His national strength was also strong. Although it could not be compared with the 4 majors, the Hanhua kingdom was not weak at that time. He was in control of the throne in the early days of the era, so he must not be that simple. However, at that time, the image not only allowed Xia Guo to know the existence of the apostle, it also shocked the entire world in this new era. And the sword of the sun god was watched by many people. Many people even talked about it. This knife shattered the dreams of many cultivators. I always think that Xia dynasty is not that simple in this Xia dynasty. So this Xia dynasty is about to see what special place this land is. Their eyes were cold. In this era, everyone was crazy about the strength. If you can get the power of the sun god, then they dare not imagine it. How cool it would be. Wind and shadow, crashing in the air. It was like thousands of troops and thousands of horses. They held sharp blades and swords and weapons. And in just one moment, they immediately exploded everything around them. The entire battle became chaotic in an instant, and the mountains, seas, heaven and earth seemed to be shaking for this shocking conflict. The ability of shadow and wind attributes interacts in the air. At this time, Lin Yi and the wind can be said to have used their own solutions. In just a few seconds, they still fought countless times. The power belonging to Lin Yi's shadow throne is like a mysterious mystery, transforming into countless deep shadows, quickly passing through the battlefield, like a distorted soul, accumulating the terrifying power, and then turning into a sharp blade to explode the world. The power of the wind was light and violent, turning into a violent and storm, carrying endless power, making the air twisted. Feng Yi suddenly held his hand in the air, as if he wanted to use Feng's power to shake Lin Yi from the sky domineeringly. However, Lin Yi was not in the air for a moment, and the violent wind had no way to press Lin Yi out of the air. The two below also wanted to fight. The cold rain fell between heaven and earth, as if carrying a strange wave, and the control of the throne of the flame directly shot out 2 fire dragons. However, The control of these two thrones is only the third sequence of thrones, with fine rain like ice and flame dragon crying. However, Lin Yi only showed a few shadows and immediately exploded their abilities into the air. The next moment, Lin Yi and the wind-like figure flashed in a flash, and a flash of majestic and unparalleled divine feeling in her eyes. At that moment, they took a step at the same time, and their figures overlapped, controlling the entire battlefield. The two of them looked at each other and felt Lin Yi's slander, and their faces were hard to see very much. In an instant, rain and flames directly surged into the sky. The ice rain was violent. The dragon boils. Only then did these two people truly fully unleash their abilities, while Lin Yi's eyes were cold, and she directly adjusted the throne of the shadow. The dark shadow directly turned into a black ocean. A terrifying confrontation occurred. In an instant, the huge mountains collapsed, the water flowed against each other, and the terrifying power was like a ruined sky and earth. At this time, the windy eyes burst into the killer. The opportunity is here. At this time, the Shadow's throne was completely urged to perfect the town's rain and flames. And Lin Yi is a time of vain at this time. The drama's violent wind exploded, and the whole world was shaking violently, as if every wind was under his control, and it condensed around it, and terrible storms broke out. He wants to tear Lin Yi the whole thing apart. It's at this moment. The sound of a golden bell suddenly slammed, and suddenly a terrifying golden light flashed from Lin Yi's body. She seemed to be wearing armor, and the throne of gold appeared behind her. It appears, Jin Yi who was killed by the palm. The second sequence of the level, this breath, is absolutely correct. Is this guy so high in the throne controlled? As soon as the throne appeared, the terrifying pressure made his pupils shrink. If Fang Yi stood here at this time, he would have found that Lin Yi's fighting attitude had changed a lot compared to that time. Lin Yi raised the golden light and looked down fiercely at the control of the wind. A sacred power of divine power emanated from her body, which was awe-inspiring. Behind her, this time, Jin Yi's power directly transformed into a terrifying golden urn, a dragon and a living tiger, roaring in the thunder, crushing everything in the air. Under the dome, a beautiful shadow stands tall. Lin Yi looked down. On her fair and tender palm, a pocket throne spiraled, with a silver-white base and a spiral surrounded it, bringing a light and elegant feeling. The Throne of Wind. The second sequence is to attack the throne, especially suitable for her. After gazing at the throne for a moment, Lin Yi sat on her knees and began to melt. The hazy and clear wind rose up, and the divine light appeared on the throne. The thunder was wailing, and the sound waves rolled rapidly in front of Lin Yi, and the wind waves opened like ripples. The silver-white throne began to become more transparent, turning into a stream of light and entering her body. A ringing sound. The golden light and the silver-white light collided, and the light flickered. The spirit that was spiraling around Lin Yi began to change, and the spirit that was originally like a golden gauze gradually merged into the silver-white color of the silver, just like a little silver light on the top of the golden gun spear, which made the silver spear even more difficult and quenched. When the silver-white light slowly dissipated in front of her chest, Lin Yi's lips slightly lit up, and she let out a long breath. She opened her eyes quietly and reflected on the long appearance of the Wanjun family. Now, she has a few more hidden rays. She is so arrogant that she can see that she is full of power at a distance. After clenching his fists, there was a slight storm in his fists. After the Feng throne was absorbed into, Lin Yi cast her eyes on the two thrones in front of her. Oh no, now there are two thrones. Two has been cut to death by the shadow. Two pocket thrones are over the terrain. A crystal clear and cold rain falls. A hot and bright sound is scorching. The two low-level thrones, for her nowadays, the improvement is no longer great. Lin Yi raised her hand and brought the throne into her arms. After killing the two ranks, she continued to sit in shaman, like a female warrior standing in the east. In just 1 week, the international situation has undergone earth-shaking changes. Strife and continually, and the conflicts are endless. All countries are flooding with nitrosers. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last time. If you said that it was just a private killing before, then now the power of the fight has been exposed. All major countries have begun to appear. At this time, it is time to test the top wars of various countries. If the ordinary pioneers cannot be stable below, it is very likely that the country will suffer from creation or even direct interpretation. By then, the world will only be more chaotic. All countries know the situation well. Before the meeting ends, this kind of affair cannot be calmed down and can only rely on the throne of the country. Nowadays, invading in Xia dynasty has begun. The strongest attack of Xia, Jin and Lin Yi, has already suppressed Daxia in the town and handled many important tasks. Invasion of Xia Kingdom means what it means. Everyone understands that there is no complete land of peace in this world now. A big and beautiful country. Angel God Hall. Bang! The door opened in an instant, and the sacred light illuminated the red carpet at the door, and several figures left one after another. At the forefront is Fang Yi. He dressed casually, and he was a Dongfang Kong. He was the one who was most disgusted by others, but no one on the scene dared to underestimate this Lord of the Sun. The Lord of Violence and Lord of Angry, C came behind him and stood shoulder to shoulder, like two riders. And in the end, the Lord of the Angel. In this way, this case has been decided. The two, both of them, protecting our contract authority, will end this dispute. Rose, in silver armor, raised his eyes, clearly asking the three of them, but his eyes fell on Fang Yi's face. Among all of these people, he was most afraid of Fang Yi. During the meeting just now, there were very few people in front of him, but every time he opened his mouth, he spoke not about the words, but about the explanation. The conditions he wants are that no one dares to refuse on the ground, and no one wants to offend this Eastern Plague god. Fang Yi's expression was faint, and his words could not hear joy or anger. Self-tell me. The violent lord and the angry lord heard his expression, which was also a slap. During the meeting, the four countries were all assigned to their respective countries. This was a cake split, which was considered to be the next top of the four countries, except for the four countries. The borderlines have also been replanned between the countries, which have extremely strict regulations. The killing between the Lord and the Lord is not allowed to take action once they enter the border. Once the opponent's first sequence of power has the right to take action. When a strong man in the first sequence takes action, the strong man in the other three countries will take action. Kill the dominant, rule-bending power. This is the regulation that was tested at the meeting just now. Shock. This is undoubtedly the most powerful and effective method. The Lord of the Angel was very satisfied with the Congress. I'll send you out. The Angel Lord raised his hand and was about to give it away, but he saw the violent Lord snatch his hand and opened his mouth. The Lord of the Sun God of Xia. Move to the side. Let's talk about 2 sentences. The violent Lord had a stern face, and his eyes were swept over people, making people unable to help but feel a slight smile on his face. But when he looked at Fang Yi, there was a terrifying smile on his face that had no expression for many years. This smile is strange and terrifying and looks even more terrifying. However, the truth is to show goodwill to Fang Yi. Please. Fang Yi raised his hand, and the two of them walked to the side in the eyes of the other two. The Lord of Angels and Lord of the Sea of Anger looked at their backs, took a deep look, and then left with all their thoughts. Compared with the other 2 countries, Xia and Wuxiong have always had good relations, and there have been many mutual help in history. Now it has become an alliance and maintains public order. In some sense, the relationship is even more important. I heard that Xiagua has only started to promote the National Construction Association. We have promoted the Xiongua earlier. If you have any needs, you could directly contact me. The violent lord opened his mouth with a terrifying smile. A very good sentence. When the violent lord stepped into the temple, his attitude towards Fang Yi has always been good. The Lord of Violence is a person with a very strange temper. His extreme power is filled with violence. But when facing Yifang, this kind of violence is an unconscious retreat. The stronger the person, the more sensitive the perception of power is. He could feel that it was also the first throne, but the Lord of the Sun was extremely powerful and his strength was unpredictable. The border of Xia. The sky is blue and the grass is everywhere, and the cattle and sheep are eating grass with their heads low. As the muddy path was at the end, the air swayed, and then several figures appeared. Oh, it's a pity. 3 figures appeared on the earth, and the ice scent dissipated, but they quickly covered it up. They looked around and looked at the rich land, revealing a greedy look. The sun god, there is no coming yet. He is not in Xia. It is our opportunity. 3 figures talked in private, and they dared not speak loudly, because they know very well, after the sun god is gone. Before, there were also few people who came to Xia, but no one in Xia had left this land alive. In the Xia dynasty, there should be a powerful man sitting in the town. She solved everything that came in. One of them had seen it. It was a shadow, a desperate attack, and its methods were particularly powerful. In the beautiful country before, even the advanced ones could not be caught from him. He and several other people entered Xia dynasty, but the voice was completely hidden and there was no more audio. The shadow should have died, but it is unknown who died in his hands. There is one thing that is, there is an extremely strong existence sitting within Xia. Even if the sun god is not present, it still shakes these covetous actions against Xia tigers. So, for a long time, Xia has the least number of people. Xia dynasty has achieved great land and abundant resources, and people have a strong spirit. Who doesn't know what kind of terrifying existence will be here? I have paid for a while. Xia's defense is really as serious as before, and it was almost exposed. Now all countries are in charge of their own affairs. Only Xia, who is up and down, is not in trouble. It is a magical country. Xia can give birth to the first sequence of the level of the sun god, and can easily resolve the shadow. I think Xia is not that simple, so this time in Xia, we also want to see what special places there is in this land. Their eyes emitted a covetous look. In this era, everyone is crazy about thirsty for power. If you can get the power of the sun god, then they dare not think about it. How cool it would be. I killed Yu and gained his throne, and could also reap a group of power to penetrate the Xia dynasty. The man's eyes shone brightly. I might find opportunities, and I will also try the second sequence of positions. If I can get those thrones, or even the throne of the sun god, then we will be fearless. The one who opened his mouth. It is the strongest among them. The second sequence of thrones is in control. He is the throne of the moonlight. Suddenly, Moonlight had an extra hand on his body, and that hand patted his shoulder. Bang! Moonlight's was impatient and shook off that hand and continued to think suddenly. But he didn't throw it away, and the hand was pressed on his shoulder like 1,000 pounds. The Moonlight was impatient and wanted to scold him, but when he saw the appearance of the person clearly, in an instant, his pupils shrank. Their 3-person trip was extremely confusing. When did this Eastern man appear? Who? His words made the 2 surroundings startled. They saw this person first. Behind him, there was a very young Oriental man with black hair and black eyes, a fashionable dress, full of air. His breath was not clear, and at first glance he looked like an ordinary person passing by, with a strange thought flashing through the moonlight. He didn't feel anything when this person came. Yes, the only way to do this is to achieve all the abilities of the 3 masters. 3 to 1, and the golden state is coming, so there is no hope at all. Kill! Kill! The Tumor's voice immediately growled. Standing behind him, 2 figures of human beings slammed out like ghosts. He raised his palm. The palm grew out of the sky-high branches, winding towards Fang Yi like a snake's shadow. He wanted to restrict Fang Yi's actions and help him kill him. And the man beside him had his arm muscles bulging and puffing like an inflated air. His arms became bigger and bigger, and finally he was like a giant tree, catching Fang Yi hard. The Lord of Moonlight, his body was like a silver ridge, turning into white light, and his mist and white arc pressed towards Fang Yi. The three of them were not reserved and directly exposed the biggest move. I vow to kill the Lord of the Sun God here. Fang Yi's eyes were calm, and he looked at them three. The red light of the Tang sword in his hand burst, using the world as the battlefield, raising the passionate energy field. Lord of the Sun God, even if you are so sensible, there is no one in the world. One person will definitely be able to compete with us three masters. The Lord of Moonlight knew that he was not a vicious person, but he was stubborn. When did you have this kind of error? Fang Yi finally opened his mouth. A faint voice. In his hand, the Tang sword was fierce and roared with a raging fire. Click! One knife was released. The man at the front instantly transformed into a burning man. No, the man was unwilling. He wanted to avoid it, but the sword light fell on him, and there were burning fires everywhere. The knife fell down lightly. The fire burst out. In the brilliance of his world fell into darkness. After controlling the throne and becoming the Lord, he had killed 2 lords. He had dreamed of killing all lords and controlling all lords. But when he stepped on the Xia dynasty, the end was death. The next one, you are here. Fang Yi's eyes were cold. Lift your palm lightly and knock it down with one knife. A hot and dry wind blows. The man was opened from his head, and his head was lit by an arc of light, and his body instantly collapsed, turning into ashes, rolled up by the wind, dissipating in the air. Fang Yi's robe key. His pupils slightly moved, looking at the last Lord of the Moonlight. At this moment, the main eyes of the Moonlight were about to break apart. He finally understood. Facing the first sequence, they did not make any calculations. Although everyone is in the golden state, the difference is too far. He turned around and wanted to escape, transformed into moonlight, dissipated into the air. Fang Yi looked away and didn't chase him, just raised his hand and took the last knife. The fire was surging and the light was shining. Rumble. At this moment, the body of the Lord of Moonlight shook and was swallowed by the fire dragon, and a terrifying spark ignited from his body. The long and empty world is sad, and the airflow is chaotic. In the world, a fire ignited, and the figure disappeared into visibility, without causing a splash of water. Fang Yi killed them all without a single knife. But it was 3 times, because that is too static. Vilaria. Fang Yi Chang sat in the garden, ready to absorb the throne. The real strength growth we want now is to absorb the throne. After absorbing the attributes of these thrones, they will not have any problems with the other party. We are going to break through the 7th level. The last breakthrough was right in front of us. Fang Yi is now the #1 player in the and is about to break through again. It's actually a bit scary. Fang Yi's palm flipped, and the throne floated from the palm of his hand. Only see these few throne crystals are clear, and the flames flowing on them are like liquid, flowing slowly in the air. The powerful power of the dispersion is heart-wrenching. The throne attributes are weak, but the throne itself does not. After Fang Yi's stage, ordinary spiritual absorption can no longer satisfy them, and can only absorb power from the throne. These thrones are the nourishment for the end. #39. Yes. With the flash of light in the air, the throne gradually became illusory, silhouetted in a body without Fang Yi. On the throne, Fang Yi's body, the lower attributes in it will be instantly evolved and absorbed by the yang attributes, and the yang attributes in Fang Yi's body will become more refined. The violent throne's power rushes the body, and the spirit hinders the tendons. The divine yang's heaven's swallowing method is full of profit. A golden pattern floats above the body, and the spirit absorbs the body from one breath. With a large amount of spiritual flow, the golden images behind Fang Yi gradually changed and condensed. I don't know how long it took to absorb the power of the throne. Fang Yi opened his eyes quietly. There were golden light flowing in his eyes, which was bright and bright. Between breathing and vomiting, a white air is spit out. Fang Yi clenched his fists, felt the increase in strength in his body, and couldn't help but say quickly, "The golden 7th level." Now, whether it is gathering spirit or real strength, it has improved a lot compared to before. Most importantly, every long spirit in the throne he absorbed was completely in line with himself, and there was no loss. So his rising speed rose far beyond that of others. On this night, the sky in the villa area was as bright as white, and it was not extinguished in the middle of the night. The next day, Taisher's Spirit Association. After several reconstructions and reconstructions, the Spirit Association has become awesome, with bright windows and light floors. A purely black business car parked in front of the gate of the Linggong Association. Then, a young man walked down. The chairman of the Linggong Association, Zhong Yue, and Vice President Wei Rong were waiting here early in the morning. The young man immediately came forward and led him to the meeting room. When the experts around saw this scene, they were all discussing. Is it the chief of the burialist, right? No, he's called Yang Shinji. He is so fond of the Aya. You are 40 years old, he is only 10 years old, and you still have to make a sound loud dang when you see you. The chief of the burialist is now the most deserving number 1 person in Xia dynasty. It's really rare. Yes, I want to marry. Fang Yi led him all the way and arrived at the meeting room. When he saw Fang Yi, he stood up. With Fang Yi's current status, there is no need to say hello to them. Just be a leader. Wait for Fang Yi to sit in the seat. Xiao Zhongyue and Wei Rong sat down at the bottom and expanded the content of yesterday's temporary meeting. Nowadays, several countries led by beautiful countries have come forward to reorganize the chaotic border pattern. Replenishing materials? Are you talking about the wastes in beautiful countries? Who is replenishing materials is not necessarily. The one who opened his mouth was beaten by Lin Yi. He was extremely powerful and had already killed a person who had tried to take the throne. At this moment, he had both eyes swept over the other positions in the field and was heartbroken. If you're not strong enough, you will die if you die. Who is to blame? These rules that no one has to do can only limit the weak. The real strong people have formulated rules. Who will tell you about these? Are you old families? See him like this. The minister of the Spirit Association can only feel excited. Although it is said that it is a human being, it still has different thoughts. It's a piece of gold, but it can't be kept. At this time, Lin Yi, who had been silent, opened her mouth. You said it is right. The strong are the ones who set rules. So the rules you are listening to are formulated by the supreme, strong people. If you don't want to abide by the words, then tell him yourself. Speech, the one who spoke with a flash of eyes, looked at the door unconsciously. Somehow a figure appeared at the door. He stood tall and looked calm and walked into the meeting room smoothly. When he passed by his side, all his muscles were tightly swaying, and a strong aura swept through their hearts, making them unable to help but bite their teeth. The sun god, the funeralist. His appearance made everyone burn. Everyone stood up and welcomed this figure into the scene. Even the just aggressive one, after seeing this figure appear, was always respectfully pointing at him and fighting 2 battles. Suddenly, he had no temper. He dare not worthy. He can get angry with the spirits, because he doesn't take these people seriously, but he is very well behaved when facing Jinyu, let alone the person in front of him is the funeralist. Fang Yi passed this place and came straight to the position. He looked at everyone, paused for a moment, and opened his mouth. Who is unhappy? Silent, deadly quiet. The meeting room was soundless. Just as he was still aggressive against the minister of the Spirit Association, he was sitting in the seat and burying his head and picking up the teacup, drinking water in an aggressive manner. I slowly drank a sip of water for a minute and didn't finish it. Fang Yi's eyes swept over, and those who had been dissatisfied before were now all dissipated. Each one was lowered, as peaceful as a chicken. When the Ling Conference members saw this scene, they felt that they were often relaxed. With the tension of the situation, the people they faced were getting stronger and stronger. At first, they were the unlucky team leaders, and then these that was really harder than the other. But no matter how difficult it is, in front of Captain Fang, even if you are a tiger, you have to lie down obediently. If you don't have any comments, then will we continue the meeting? The head of the Lingsong Association asked Fang Yi with his eyes. Fang Yi has a slightly tall head. Bang! There was an additional information in front of everyone. That's a list. We have mastered the most serious people in these 50 countries. Sichuan / thick thunder covers the sky. The thunderous hand seemed to be pinched by a thunderous hand, and the thunder was constantly shocked. The place where the Lord of Thunder is breathing. After it traveled around Xia, it finally returned to this thunder mountain. In this moment, thousands of miles away, the safety zone created by steel stands, with 1 or 2 green forests, and above the top, lightning protection pins condensed by more than 10 spirit crystals are emitting glimmer of light at this time. Hetong is a base built by the Spirit Association at a time. At this moment, Sanjun figures stood in the monitoring hall at the base. They have different postures. Both men and women were wearing spiritual uniforms. Their eyes were like sharp swords, and they looked at the boiling sea of thunder on the screen. The Spirit Association specialists are all very high-ranking and powerful. The Thunder Lord is violent. Can you ask the financial owner to come and negotiate? In front of the screen, Haishian's man opened his mouth. His voice was low and his eyes were deep. She was sent by the headquarters to talk to the Lord of Thunder. After absorbing many water spirit crystals, her real strength has reached the number of magical high stars. She has a strong position in the spiritual association. At this moment, she is wearing a long robe and a simplicity, and her tone is dull and powerful. Master Haishian, I'm afraid it won't work. The money owner has left Xia country. Another male specialist smiled bitterly. Is that so? Haishuanji's eyebrows frowned slightly. She slightly pointed her head. It means it's messed up. She raised her arm, opened her 5 fingers, and raised her lightly upwards, with a large ray of water-based properties in her palm. Rumble. At this moment, the thunderous beast in the sky was attracted by this blue wave, and the 2 forces hit, raising a large number of spiritual agitators. The thunder and birds in the air were storming wildly. Haishuanja is trying to talk to Lei. At this moment, ordinary people can see this scene by just raising their heads. Thunder sea of storm. A blue wave penetrated deep into the thunder. Compared with the sea of thunder, this blue wave looked small and fragile, and it was broken in one turn. And the blue waves penetrated into the sea of thunder, and the span of thousands of meters cut the sky into 2 curtains. What happened? Is it a practitioner? What a terrifying battle. The thunder waves are surging, as if they can cover the river in one go. We will not be in danger, right? Far away, countless civilians gathered, looking at this scene, secretly feeling worried in their hearts. And only the scene where the thunder sea is shaking was actually too shocking. The sky was filled with thunder, as if it would be smashed down in the next moment. The blue waves were extremely cautious in the sea of thunder, for fear of being angry with the Thunder Lord. But despite this, the thunder in the air soon became patient. Rumble. Only hear the sound of shocking earth. The divine thunder seemed to have transformed into a giant hand, holding the bibbo, holding it openly, and instantly annihilated. This scene is amazing. The blue waves turned into a green smoke, and it disappeared in an instant. Monitoring room. Haishian's eyes suddenly opened, with a terror in his eyes, and cold sweat dripped from the altitude of the horns. Master Haishuanja, you're fine. The specialist immediately stepped forward and helped him. The Xixin slams his head slightly. She stood in front of the screen, looking at the thunder sea, her eyes solemn and deep. Lord Lei said, "For the sake of the Lord of the Sun, I will let me go. If the Lord continues to stay here, he will clear it up and all the praises." After saying that, not only Haishian, but all the specialists were sweating. The warning of the Lord of Thunder. It's not a terrifying thing. It's really going to do something harsh. It is originally a gourd vine, so how could it be possible for people to ask for it? Master Lei did not take action directly, but warned first and gave him a way out. What should I do here? The specialist's back was wet. This is too scary. If he really stayed again, he believed that the Lord of Thunder would definitely say it. In full view of the crowd, Fang Yi stepped into the sea of thunder. The sea of thunder covers the sky and the sun. The green thunder roared, and the thunder dragon flew over it and came into the air. Its back against the sea of thunder, its body was extremely huge, and its indifferent eyes looked down at the entire Sichuan city. Unlike the previous throne thunder, this thunder dragon is almost as big as the dragon, and the dragon is clearly visible in the breathing and closes up and down. Lei Long roared at Fang Yi. His body was stormed in an arc, scattering violent breath. This force seems to be a little unfavorable. Fang Yi's eyebrows and eyes were slightly sunken. Facing the vast power, he was not worried and took a step closer to the Thunder Dragon. And when he approached Thunder Dragon, roar! The black fog spread out. The terrifying Thunder Dragon is long and wide, with a thick and huge thunder and lights dancing with 5 claws, and the light of the thunder and electricity are reflected in each other. There was a black electric arc in the sea of thunder, and the demonic flames were surging, almost swallowing the entire Thunder Dragon. This scene made Fang Yi recognize the guess in his heart. The Thunder Dragon is stained with black fog, and the demonic flames burn the sea of thunder. Thunder, I'm afraid I'm about to be possessed by fire. Before, Fang Yi taught Lei how to practice, but he still went astray. This is how practice is. The Jun is heartless, and if you are not careful, you will fall into a disaster. Lei Yu entered the realm of Jinjing with the body of the gourd vine. It is not too late to reach the sky in one step, now that it is normal to be possessed by fire. Actually, if these practitioners of the Xia dynasty's spiritual education department had not stepped on the shoulders of the pioneers, they would not have been so smooth. This road is actually a difficult journey. It was the pioneers who touched the darkness and stepped forward from it, as the buried person stepped into the sea of thunder. Everyone looked here, looked at the sea of thunder, and waited anxiously. Suddenly, there was a huge sound in the air, and a sound of birds seemed to hit everyone's hearts. The spirit of the Spirit Association moved and fell to the ground. Then, a scene in front of them shocked them. I saw the thunder sea rising up, as if it was angry. A thunder dragon rose up in the sky, dazzling in the sky like the scorching sun. Rush! The thunder dragon plate swirled over the sky, bursting out with a huge divine power, roaring at a certain point. What's going on? Hai Xuanzhe's beautiful eyes widened. Su Qinglu was stunned when she watched this scene. Thunder is violent? That's too scary. The whole sky was boiling. Lei Long glared and turned the world upside down. Tian Wu, Lei Yu is too terrible. Is this the second sequence of the Golden Stone Realm? I feel like half of Sichuan City is about to be destroyed. Is there anything wrong with the Lord of the Burialist, right? Are you stupid? That's Lord of the Burialist. The Lord of the Sun God. It's okay, you can wait and see. At this time, Fang Yi didn't know the situation outside. When he came to Lei Long, the mighty Lei Long had no effect on him. Huolong, a strong and ulcer breath burst out from him, and the golden light covered the entire sea of thunder in an instant. This moment, the thunder sea drama shook violently, and the black liquid sprayed in the thunder. The tide surged in the sky, and the black water poured back into the sky, and it turned white in the moment when the golden light was touched. In an instant, the world was divided into gold and black blocks. Above the dome is golden, and under the feet is black. In this black-gold realm, Thunder Dragon is frozen in place by the golden light, blocking it. Fang Yi walked through the Sea of Thunder and stepped into the depths of the Sea of Thunder, and Xing Lei wiped his wind clothes and Tang's sword. He approached all the way. Black eyes looked into the thunder. There! Rush! In the Sea of Thunder, the geese were shaking the sky, and the entire dome above was cracked, like a lens, with hundreds of dense cracks appearing. Through the cracks, what can be seen is the numbness of the human skin. But under such a shattered sky, a sword light was drawn down. The red flowing light shattered, and the impact waves were out, and the thunder in the sky was shattered, making it a terrifying ruin. Such a scene has a terrifying destruction power, just like a disaster in the sky. In such a last scene, a figure is actively approaching the thunder. After Fang Yi slashed the thunder with a sword, he approached chaos and finally saw the Thunder Lord. Now, the dark Yun condenses at its top. The eternal divine breath spreads out, and people are palpitations. The cloud above it seemed to be moved by a large hand and formed a huge spiral. There is thunder condensation in the spinning. The air pressure was suppressed to a very high point. The gourd vine. At this time, the gourd vine was already like the thunder dragon, looking particularly terrifying. The black lines spread on their bodies, crawling with vines, like a round of black sun under the dark sky. The Lord of Thunder has been filled with tyranny. The power of thunder is still too difficult to kill. Fang Yi inside, grumpy, powerful and powerful. This is the power of thunder. The gourd vine is just a new spiritual wisdom. Its spirit is not as smart as the spirit flower. What's more, the wood-like throne of the spirit flower is many times better than the thunder throne. For example, the gourd vine has been infected by thunder, and even that little bit of mind is in danger. If Fang Yi came one step later, I am afraid that the mind of Hulu vine would be directly polluted. The thunder was roiled on the clouds, the thunder rumbling, and the electric light burst. The world seemed to be silent. Then the Yuyun swirled rapidly, and the mighty thunderous electric light slashed down. Rush! The terrifying and majestic lightning suddenly drowns Fang Yi. This is not the power of the Thunder Lord. Yes, Thunder Throne. Thunder Throne directly lowered the opponent Yi. At this moment, the space in the Sea of Thunder was completely in chaos and could not be seen through by the naked eye. It was the exploration of mental power, and it would be shattered by the space. In everyone's vision, the Sea of Thunder was already a hazy chaos. In the condom, you can only see the two forces in the sky. A long black air overflowed, reflecting the sky with the devil's lord's power. Most of the heavens were covered with black thunder, which was terrifying. Just now, in the far-flying bird, a golden light appeared from the sky as soon as possible, breaking the chaos into a clear memory, forming a bright golden line that penetrated the boundary. That's it. Everyone's pupils were rippling. They raised their heads and saw two huge throne shadows appearing above the dome. A thunder, a golden sun. Thunder dragon plate swirls, golden yang. The thunder lightning was filled with a brute force, and it condensed again, and it was unforgettable towards Fang Yi. But in the next moment, the golden light broke through, and the boundary was clear. Everyone saw the scene in the chaos. Thunder Dragon Tenkong's throne was blocked by that line of gold, and the sky was pressed down and rolled down. After the silence, the Thunder Dragon pierced and was pressed into the throne. Another figure of Tang Dao, a wind-clothed man, walked out of the chaos and stepped onto the throne with one foot. Roar! The golden yang god behind him fluttered his wings and penetrated Lei Long's chest with his claws, directly piercing Lei Long's chest. Everyone in the Spirit Association was shocked. They didn't expect that when they heard the thunder sound for the first time, they actually said that it was under such circumstances. One person recognizes another person as a teacher. This is incredible, and this has never happened in the world. Lei is the strongest sequence of the highest sequence. Even if you look at the whole world, you're always top-notch. As for what happened between Lei and the funeral team leader, in fact, they didn't see clearly under the cover of the Thunder Sea. The only thing that can be wrong is the relationship between Thunder and the funeral team leader is not simple. If they knew that Fang Yi was the one who led Thunder into the Tao, and the Thunder into the Devil brought it back to the right path, his chin would probably be dropped. The dark fog in the sky dissipated, turned into divine thunder, and recycled into the thunder body. The sky is clear. The gentle wind is gentle. The leader of the burialists stood above the sky. His black windbreaker was lightly squinted, his sword was closed at his waist, and his body was swirling lightly. Pick! Fang Yi stepped forward. Just one step, the toe landed in an instant, crossed the distance, and landed in front of the temporary base. Thunder has already suffocated. When he spoke out this sentence, he was behind him. The divine thunder in the sky converges and flows into the gourd vine. The golden pattern of the gourd vine stormed, like a large golden dragon in a body, lying above the guitar, with a vast power and a vast sensation. Fang Yi raised his hand and slowly released the gourd vine and poked out a vine, just like touching the child's head. That's it. The space was shocked, and the drama shook violently. Rumble. At this moment, the thunder was swaying slightly, but it was just such a simple action, which caused the Sichuan earth surface to quake, the high building swayed, and the sky was spinning. Too big. This gourd vine is like a dragon with its teeth dancing and claws. Just a tail is enough to cover 3 cities in Sichuan. What a horrible body shape. Captain Fang, isn't it? Is this thunder? Su Qing rushed out and calmed down, looking at the shadow of the sky, raised his head with a clue. His expression suddenly stopped. Above the head, a huge gourd vine stood, with dense golden lines on the surface, and the ark was swaying on it, filled with the power of terrifying divine power. At first glance, it looks like a thunder, golden long dragon. If we say that the dragon in Xia's mythology is possible to have ancient objects, then the figure in front of us has infinitely approached the dragon in the legend. Is this true like Lei? It's so domineering. Su Qing blinked his eyes. An incredible appeared in his beautiful eyes. The next second, I started taking a photo with a click sound. She was surprised to see. I saw only the spiritual association that there were ordinary people outside. They looked at the figure in the sky that looked like the golden dragon, feeling very touched. Wow, dragon. Is this dragon just saying? Mom, I see the alive dragon. Do you still see the dead dragon? But why does this dragon look a little strange? No matter what, let me take a picture first and get along with the dragon. After hearing these ordinary people's arguments, Su Qingli was so amused. Where's the dragon here? Jinbugua, a small country on the border. The coastline was shaking and violently shaking, and the entire coast was shaking. Rumble, this moment. Everyone on the coast was furious, and everyone frowned. They could sense the fluctuations in the sky, flowing back toward the sky. The anti-resistant wall that was temporarily formed was becoming weak, as if it was on a broken edge. This is not the first time this scene has appeared. They had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Rush dash. Just as they were about to escape, suddenly, a golden light rose from the sky, piercing through the sky and entering the cloud cliff. The golden light shines brightly in the sky. The figure of Sanjun is emerging slowly. The boundary wall is moving. Click. The soundless broken sound echoed. At this moment, the boundary wall was shattered. The figure of Sanjun climbed the sky, as if a heavenly soldier stood above it, looking down at the bottom. They are the Lord from Xia. Since the establishment of the divine clan, they have all been assigned their own pursuit targets. This divine clan, composed of the Lords of the Throne in the 3rd sequence, is currently pursued by the Lords of the Throne in the 2nd sequence. Xia, the team of gods. I was ordered to come and kill the criminals. Beeping beep. The car flute. Countless people retreated in panic. What's the situation? Are people killed on the streets? There are not many people on the sea. At this moment, looking at the scene in front of me, I was shocked. Where did you run? Li Yuan landed on the ground, stepped out of the foul, holding a halberd in his hand. Their pursuits were rapidly and vigorous, and most evil people did not react. Their arrogance will make them pay for it. This master is considered a magic weapon. If you don't know what's right, you will use the powerful escape tool to run away. But it's useless. Suddenly, in front of them, a half-round black ball cover appeared in the air, and the dome was exploding. This is a boundary? Bang! The next moment, the darkness was shattered and a figure rushed into the blue dome. Li Yuan's eyes fluttered, and he immediately caught up with him. 2 figures are one in front and one behind. You can see it there. The figure in front of him had a crack in his right arm, and there were scratches on his body, and his white shirt was dyed. With Li Yuan's move, the other 2 masters followed suit. Killing majestic. You still want to escape? Li Yuan shone brightly around him and stepped onto the air. Only the airflow brought out made the streets burst open, and the lights on both sides trembled violently. Buzz! His wrist was raised lightly. His spirit was storming like the sea, and the power of the rain was pressing towards the escaped town. The rain collided, and the rain curtain turned into a prisoner, and slapped the man's wrist. However, the man in the white shirt moves in a different way, as if it is a drawing animation, 1, 2 times, and it keeps flashing, appearing in different positions. The rain could not catch up with his speed, and his speed was so fast that it had appeared. Rapid attribute. His speed was so fast that he could not catch the snails with his naked eyes. During the period when the Shunjing team was running their mission, 6 leaders had been killed. This was the 7th place, and this one was also the most difficult one. Can't catch up. A colorful soap bubble fell from him. I don't know how long it had been on his shoulders. The bubble changed in the air and became a small bubble at first. When it landed, it turned into a middle-aged man with a cold look. The man left him, facing him with his back, and his head was not fixed. The part where the man was pierced by the soap bubble blade made a lot of bubbles. Soon, the man was flooded by bubbles. The man in white clothes fell from the sky and smashed the sea, causing waves to tremble. Until the second before he swallowed, his eyes were still straight and full of eyes. What is this person's ability? When it came to him, the stars fall from the night. 3 figures stood quietly above the sea level. Their eyes were drooping, waiting for the emergence of the throne. As soon as the wind blows, the pocket throne seems to take advantage of the wind and fly out to the sea level, but it falls into the hands of the short-haired woman without ignoring the direction of the wind. 7th seat. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. This throne seems to be in a state of disgrace and unsurprising, but it is located in the first sequence with a rapid attribute and can develop human speed to the extreme, which is a special attribute like power. Stay this for me. The foreign seller spoke. Due to the previous pursuit of asceticism, his uniform was covered in blood, but he was just a face without any reason, and his eyes were staring at the throne. I'll say that. Let's get back first. Li Yuan said, "We are all injured, and we have to fix it if we are in trouble, but the first killing mission of the Divine Violation team is fully completed." Li Yuan and the foreign seller Chi turn around. I am planning to leave this sea area. I realized the middle-aged man behind me didn't move for a moment. He looked in a certain direction and looked slightly flat. You get along first. I have something to do. Give me those 2 thrones of mine. Li Yuan's eyes slightly. Don't you get along with us? We are a team. The middle-aged man stared at him, his eyes as cold as ice. There are more people in charge of things. They had a conflict before, and Li Yuan was beaten by him. In the end, the financial backer came out to pierce his chest and brought him a spiritual association. Now we have arrived again in a small team, and the enemy has red eyes. The foreign seller was out of the matter and stood beside him with his chest in his arms. I will report to the Spirit Association as it is true. If the burial is pursued, you will be responsible for it. Li Yuan didn't say anything, and through the 2 thrones that had been matched before to him. The throne is matched by members of the Divine Corps, and you only need to report a voice to the Spirit Association. Rush. The middle-aged man took over the throne without leaving a word, and directly rushed into the sky, tearing the moonlight to pieces and sweeping towards a certain place. Rush dash. A golden gun penetrated the sky, poking the cloud layer into countless clouds and falling down. Lin Yi's figure dissipated into the sky, and her eyes turned around and appeared next to the high building, as strong as a shadow, and her pretty face was as cold as frost. Is there a shadow thrown on the gold master? At the moment when Lin Yi approached quickly. In front, at this moment, the Lord of Blood observed the shadow beside him and glanced at his eyebrows slightly. His expression could clearly show his surprise and surprise. Click! The next second the neck bent, the muscles ruptured, and the golden gun penetrated his spine, slimming his neck together. The 4-inch blood. A hair flew up. The expression on the face was stiff, and the corners of the dry skin were stained with blood. Zong. The headless corpse of the Lord of Blood fell to the ground. Where he was standing, the space was broken and twisted, and even the darkness was penetrated by the golden gun, and the whole was dead. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. What is far away from the infamous Lord of Blood is his powerful strength. How could a lord who can overthrow a country die so easily? Lin Yi controls the spirit flower in her hands, and her absurd nature expands. In the area, a life of the spirit will be drawn, and she will die even if she dies. Buzz. Just as the absurd attribute spreads, a strange scene appears, and a bloodline extends from the head flying in the air. Spirituality is coming. The bloodline connects the head and body. The head of the Lord of Fresh Blood, which was flying in the air, fell back to his neck, and the broken wound retracted, and 4 drops of fresh blood flowed back to his body. The whole space seemed to press the backward key. He was picked up by the slammed head again, and a strange smile appeared on the face of the Lord of Blood. The wealthy owner of Xia, the Valkyrie of Oriental, is really unfair, and I almost killed me to death. The Lord of Fresh Blood raised his hand and touched his neck. He was a thin, middle-aged man who looked a bit elegant. He was so kind that he could not tell that he was the lord of the city in the news. Metal properties and shadow properties are really a wonderful combination. Killing people is faster than responding. It's like this. This is your way to escape from chasing and killing. In front, Lin Yi, standing in the darkness, looked at the Lord of Blood with her eyes, her lips slightly. Her pretty face was cold. The kid's hot camera in front of her also recorded this incredible scene. Everyone who watched the broadcast was stunned. A creepy feeling surged. Is this the power of the Lord? It's so terrifying. Even if the golden gun is broken, you can survive. How can you kill this? Even if the master of the first sequence comes, there is no way. I've said that although the master of the gold is far-reaching in the Eastern War, the master under the world is so powerful. With the means, how can it be so easy to kill him? Don't say that. The power of the master of the gold gun is just terrifying. Anyone who changes to him will be killed. Alas, it seems that the divine core is also difficult to deal with these misfortune masters. Is it hard to have only the first sequence take an action? Although the financial backer is strong, the bottom is still too light. Everyone watched the broadcast and couldn't help but feel worried about Lin Yi. In their opinion, Lin Yi is extremely powerful, and the ability to arouse the Lord of Blood is quite extraordinary. Even if you cut the head, you can't kill him. How can you kill him? But at this moment, Lin Yi narrowed her eyes and murmured in a low voice. The Lord of Fresh Blood, in the pupils, the blood-colored traces cracked, which seemed unbelievable. The breeze of absent is beyond time, without asking for cause and effect, and directly plunders all living beings. The master who can self-repair and can't escape. The breath of absurd is exciting. The sky was spreading a green color, which was obviously full of vitality and greenness, so quiet that people were terrified. Tick! The human skin fell on the ground lightly. Compared to human skin, it is even more dazzling and dazzling, which is the 2 eyes as blood. The eyes widened, and all the eyes were unbelievable. The live broadcast was in a mess. At this moment, the air condensed. Everyone in front of the screen was stunned. They subconsciously realized that their bodies were full of goosebumps crawled all over their bodies. The Lord of Blood was actually killed, still being decided in such a terrifying way. It's so simple that people can't believe it. It's not their fault for thinking like this. After all, the Lord of Blood is not an ordinary lord. His crimes are extremely serious and are in the top 5 of the 4 Nations League lists. Only at the top of the list, the separation between Xiagua was originally intended to make them feel ache. If you don't say it, you have to pay for the fee, right? This is a beautiful country. It is a small mess to give Xia people a small penis, and at least it must weaken the might of Xia people on the surface. But I never expected that the Xiagua financial owner would be so simply to land and put his head in the capital. And it was broadcasting live and watching the audience around the earth. Now, even if you want to say something, there is nothing to say. At this time, when they looked at the dead lord, the same thought appeared in their brains. This Valkyrie in Xia is probably even more terrifying than those of them on the escape list. The audiences of a live broadcast have limited abilities and may not be able to see that the spiritual flower takes action. Perhaps only the practitioners know at the top, but no matter whether they can see it or not, they have to admit it. That is, the battle of the Xia dynasty divine forces was really beautiful. Surprising the world, the green and wild breath has dissipated. The sky gradually returned to its blue color. At this moment, Lin Yi's live broadcast screen seemed to have just returned to her senses, and after a short while, finally started to boil. What is justice? That is justice. To maintain justice, you have to use this kind of lingering method. How long has it been? And we finally waited for this day. My family is in Sphereland. I originally have a happy and beautiful family. Until that day, the Lord of Blood was destroyed, and all my family died at his hands. I will always remember that day. And this is the same weather. Thanks to the financial supporter, thanks to Xia, for avenging me. Revenge for my death. The morning on the floor. The Lord appeared. How many people lost their homes and lost their wives, and the weak had no way to resist and could only indulge in tragedy. However, these acts of tyrannical culprits were just a matter of escape from the law. If the laws of nature were clear, they should be unhappy. Seeing that he was swallowed up by human skin, I don't think the financial owner's methods were terrible. I just felt very happy. The death of the Lord of Blood was just the beginning. Those acts of malignant will be subject to the verdict, which belongs to their tyrannical culprits. And now it really begins. Emperors for the new order. Everything is for the new world. Thousands of S burst out. For a while, Silcard appeared in the live broadcast. The curtain is like a tide, flooding the live broadcast room. The words are flying quickly, and there are no words. And those who are more passionate than the screen are those who are suffering from the pain in front of the screen. Not long ago, in the present life, they lost their homes and their families. They may have witnessed their deaths and their homes collapsed. They may have cried for their weakness late at night and were helpless, or they may have hated the heaven and earth. Taisher, Spiritual Association. Su Qingli welcomed Lin Yi into the door, and the senior specialists were all guarding the door, lined up. Welcome to Jin Yu back. Yeah. Lin Yi had a slightly tall head. She is not very suitable for this kind of habit. Now she understands that she can relax in private, but she must have an air in front of outsiders. The two of them walked in. Is my cousin here? Brother Fang is here. He comes back with a thunder, which is being repaired. He stumbled. Under the leadership of Su Qinghua, Lin Yi came to a special room inside the Linghui Association. All of this room was made of spiritual crystals, which would have a certain pressure effect on the violent nature. When he pushed the door open, Fang Yi was standing inside, facing them with his back. The room was empty. Apart from Fang Yi, only a piece of gold-patterned gourd vine was left, as big as an immortal wall painting, embedded on the wall of the spirit crystal. Cousin, I'm back. Is it thunder? The door closed behind her. Lin Yi walked to Fang Yi's side, raised her eyes, and looked at the vine as big as a golden dragon. The flashes in her beautiful eyes were surprising. Even if she is now golden, she saw various strange things, which was surprising after the transformation of the thunder. Fang Yi turned over and looked at Lin Yi. Well, it's it. How about you perform this mission this time? Haven't you been hurt? Lin Yi replied. No, my cousin asked me to take a little girl with me. The bloody methods are really difficult to understand without absurdity. Fang Yi pointed. There are many types of thrones, and those sinful methods are even more traitorous. Be careful, you did a good job this time. Lin Yi shyly lowered her head. I watched the big, beautiful country broadcast this time, and I thought of snatching their risk and establishing my power for the great Xia. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. Cousin, have you watched my friend broadcast? Fang Yi was naturally at the forefront, although he didn't look. But my cousin asked this. A kind-hearted and entitled relationship between brother and sister. Why not? Seeing Fang Yi pointing, Lin Yi seemed to be greatly encouraged. Then I will continue to broadcast in the future for the Divine Force, for Xiagua, and for my cousin, just be happy. Fang Yi is nothing. By cousin. Lin Isu flipped her hand, and 5 pocket thrones were found in her white palm. There is nothing small. This is the throne he left after his death. 5 thrones. Although most of them are the 3rd sequence lower thrones, there are 2 second sequence lower thrones, and the position is not low. Cousin, these 2 give you these 2. Lin Yi pushed these 2 highest thrones to Fang Yi. The common feature of these 2 thrones is that their sexual ability is not strong, but for the bully and throne owners of Fang Yi, it is definitely a big deal. Thank you very much. Fang Yi did not treat her cousin with her. This throne has a relatively different ability. You are attacking well now, but it lacks spiritual activity. Absorbing this throne can help you get rid of your defects. Lin Yi pointed out, okay. As for 2 more low-level thrones, you will throw them to the Spirit Association. Whether it is used to absorb or invest in the Spirit Crystal line, it is very good. Yes, you're back just in time. I have something to ask you to help you. Fang Yi said, his eyes turned to the gourd vine on the wall. Come and help me, and try the thunder power. Me? Lin Yi was stunned and immediately responded. She looked at the golden gourd vine on the wall. The thunder spreads with the body of the gourd vine, and the golden pattern shines, and the breath is in a row with her. After Fang Yi's pointing to the point, rise, song. The golden light collided with the thunder. Every explosion of breath means that the Spirit Association will spend huge amounts of decoration, until the last time the golden light and thunder collided. Rush dash. The powerful and incomparable waves burst out at a rapid speed, and even some of the practices that were visible were difficult to survive. Among them, those with less powerful power were stunned on the ground, and blood was overflowing from the 7 strokes. Even though this is not an attack on them, but the collision between and still had an impact on them. At this moment, everyone's hearts were shocked, and their faces were solemn. Xia was relatively peaceful, with a young god sitting in the town, and there was no large-scale abuse incident. Therefore, for many people in Xiagua, they actually don't know how powerful he is. And at this moment, they all realized it. That kind of devastating battle. In such a dispute, even if it is not a good thing, a little bit of trouble will lead to death. The pressure root is not at the same level. If you're mountains and seas, then they're just clicks. The mountains and seas are everywhere, and the pressure does not have to be in the life or death of the body. At this moment, everyone was almost shocked to death by the slaughter. To be honest, there is only one person who can watch them compete normally on this scene. Next to the martial arts court, a figure was tall and straight as a bamboo and as stable as a rock. No matter how the stones and sky were shocked on the martial arts field, they collided violently, and when they came to him, they were like a slight breeze blowing on their face, not worth mentioning. The young man with black hair stood with his chest in his arms, his expression faint. It seems that Lei Yu still lacks some practical training, and the action is a little bit amazing. He has grown very quickly. She has absorbed and integrated her own understanding through all the experiences of fighting with many of them. The attributes of several thrones have also cooperated well with each other. Yi is indeed a unique talent, but Lei Yu is also a seedling, and it is unlimited in the future. Li Zhongyue heard Fang Yi's comments aside, and couldn't help but show a sense of joy. Jin and Lei were both Xiagua's troubles, and their rise was what Xiagua wanted to see the most. Wei Gongyi was staring at Fang Yi silently, and thought to himself, it's an absolute choice to choose to hug your thighs from the beginning. I didn't expect that this time I would be a slap. On the martial arts field, Lin Yi raised her hand and melted the thunder into the shadow, making the gourd vine on the opposite side feel very puzzled. It is the child's IQ, and only the power of thunder in his hands. Lin Yi has many methods, which makes it painful, but the violent and arrogance in the nature of the gourd vine makes it not want to be easily recognized. Rush dash. Its golden patterns storm violently, and several thunders condensed in the sky, covering the sky with its engravings, turning into a vast color. Divine thunders gathered all over the sky, and the terrifying breath condensed, making everyone on the scene creepy. Lin Yi's eyebrows slightly moved. Has this guy been sucked out of his temper? She was about to take action, but someone was faster than her. "It's over, stop here." Suddenly, a calm voice came out from the audience. Fang Yi took action at will. "The sky and the earth roar, and the heavy rain is coming." Several main members of the Xia dynasty gathered in front of the Taiji Association. Several thrones appeared in Fang Yi's hand. "The heavy rain is coming, so you can start to absorb and break through here. If there is any problem, I will be next to me." Fang Yiqian. Fang Yi was not worried about these masters. They absorbed low-level thrones, which was difficult for him to become possessed by the Thunder Master. The most important thing is the Thunder Lord. Fang Yi looked at the gourd vine. "It is the thunder, born with spirit, and breakthrough requires the divine thunder power between heaven and earth. But it only happened before it that the fire became a demon. If it was allowed to accept the thunder quenching, it would be too dangerous. Fang Yi intends to cultivate it to become the pillar of Xia. Now this thunder quenching is a practice." Looking at this ignorant gourd vine, Fang Yi sighed slightly, and he was really willing to go far. "Call." The violent wind is rising, and the Yiyun canopy is too much. The black pressure cloud made everyone feel breathless. A spiral condensed in the middle of the cloud layer, and there was a hidden light of lightning condensed, scattering all the terrifying atmosphere. Li Yuan was shocked when he looked at the terrifying thunder. "Is this an ordinary rainstorm? This is a thunder tribulation." Thunder tribulation. With the continuous recovery of spirit, human strength has increased, and the strength of the great changes in the world has gradually increased. Heaven and earth are unkind, and they regard all things as dogs. And the thunder is coming to the Lord of Thunder, carrying the tyranny and divine breath of thunder. Even if this goal is not theirs, they can still feel the ruthless majesty. The river was stimulated, and the waves were surging. The Yuyun spiral is turning faster and faster. The lightning thunder emitted a harsh explosion, and the high temperature almost ignited the air. In such a thunder, Fang Yi was still unmoved. Raise your hand, and in the palm of your palm, a blue thunder burst out. The lightning light was like a light that illuminated the sky, and seemed to be the thunder that led to the sky. Rush! A roar came from the dome, and the lightning gathered up, forming a force that led to the thunder down. The members of the Spirit Association were surprised. Is this the Lord of the Burialist? Is this the power to quench the Thunder Lord? It's unprecedented. I thought the leader of the Burialist could summon the throne of the Sun God, but he could still ignite the thunder? It's so terrible. Compared to the members of the Spirit Association who don't know much about the Burialist, the high-level members of the Spirit Association are very clear. Although the buried person is the Lord of the Sun God, but it doesn't mean that he only has one attribute. As early as when he first started to observe, he showed his control over the thunder's nature. So, they were not surprised that this situation occurred. The gourd vine is the thunder master on the surface, but why is the Burialist not the thunder master who is invisible? He even didn't have the help of the thunder throne. The power he showed was stronger than the thunder mane, and could also guide the thunder suddenly and stop spinning. The country of bear, like Xia, they were also assigned many countries, but the number of bear countries was more than Xia, so they also allocated 10 more countries. These communications can't be defeated at all, and the violent ones themselves have also joined the pursuit team, and are too busy to communicate. And the reason why I contacted Xiagua this time is because they are chasing. That was the two who controlled the throne of the second series. For people came forward to chase and kill them, but they still made them escape. This request for help is both a request for help and a reminder, because when they escaped, it was the country under the jurisdiction of Xia State. If these two Xia State governed the country began to massacre, the first to harm the power of Xia State. After hearing the information from the Hairy Bear country, Fang Yi thought about it and understood what the other party meant. Thank you for my violence. The other party came up to remind me that you should not be unfaithful, but where does this attachment come from? The first sequence of the other party is the other party. Long before the Supreme meeting, the violent ones had shown goodwill to Fang Yi, so Fang Yi had a good impression of him. Seeing that the Young Gods movement proposed to thank him, the The responsible personnel of the Malbare Kingdom were also a little surprised. Judging from the Kanzuya Island incident, they thought that the pride of this young god was inaccessible, but his attitude was unexpectedly gentle. I understand the sun god, but the violent ones want us to remind Xiaoguo in particular that it is best for you to take action for this arrest. Oh, the Lingyan Association's specialist heard it, and his eyes were attracted. If the sun god takes action, will there be some minor problems? The divine force can be solved completely. Xiaoguo's face was a little bad. It was a good thing to remind the other party, but even who they sent to handle the matter must be taken care of, which would be too broad. What's more, are they the sun god moving? Seeing that there was a little excitement, the Malbare man was sweating profusely and hurriedly relieved. No, this is also a violent command. We have already copied this data. You can take a look. A data was posted on the Malbare country. When Xiaoguo saw this information, his face became slightly solemn. They finally knew why the other side suggested that Yang Shinji take action directly. Because this throne is special, it is poison. The poison throne. Very damaging ability. Once uncontrollable, it will directly cause a large-scale injury, and it is even possible to directly lead a city to enter as much as possible. Under normal circumstances, the Malbare country will not say it, because this is also good for the 4 major countries. The 4 major countries seem to be in alliance, but in fact they are just making a temporary agreement for the sake of the situation. But like the Malbare Kingdom, it is definitely more generous to do this. It's poison. Although we 3 can fight against the ordinary throne in the joint battle, we have no choice but to pull people back. Not only, he has other attributes. The poison throne is just a basic foundation. He also mastered the throne divine style. This man has predicted that the throne of the divine style is to enhance his ability to escape. Li Yuan looked hard. He and the throne he absorbed were just breaking through, and now they have reached the golden throne with 2 ways. This combination and bubble throne are already considered luxury. But even so, they cannot guarantee that they can deal with this poison. She is very capable and smart. The land of the valley is boring and silent. This is an abandoned place, and there are very few things here. Only things with extreme abilities can meet the extremely cold weather here. The world is slowly revived, and the great changes and declines in the world are here, and there are also some abnormalities. Swimming. The snow turned over, and one of the big armored animals was diamonded out, climbing onto the bones of a white-brown bear, gnawing at the bones with its pointed mouth. These are some places far away from humans. They do not enter human residences and travel here forever, as if they are forgotten. Click! Suddenly, a high heel was stepped on, trampling the bear and the aphrodisiac to death, turning it into a fishy green liquid. This is a slim figure in black and white. At first glance, she looks like the beautiful girl who goes into and out of the upper class. Her eyes are filled with faint green light, like snake eyes, which makes people feel sensational at first glance. She is Poison Cassie. At this moment, this person who was chased to the throne of the border was killed, and she grabbed a dead snake anomaly in her hand. Her fingertips exerted a little force, and the green venom penetrated into the snake anomaly. She raised her head and drank the snake blood. The smell of garbage. It's like a violent death which actually hurts me and makes me so bad. One day, I would make him turn into the venom in my hand. After a while, Cassie slightly browsed and dried the blood and snake. She added a few demons to her lips because of the bloody color, which made her look even more dangerous. Once again, she took a step to find the next foul land. She doesn't have any land. As long as she can get into it, she will turn that place into her poisonous pond. Rumble. Suddenly, a big earthquake happened. The sand and gravel in the air were flying in a mess, and the airflow was chaotic, and a stream seemed to be breathing, coming from far away and directly in front. Cassie moved for a while, and her pupils in her eyes turned into a vertebrae, as if she was like a poisonous snake entering the police state. In this moment, she actually felt more powerful than violent. Is it the Xia dynasty's godly team? Cassie's low words. She knew that the 4 major countries had been doing something recently, and she knew that her current situation was not good, and was planning to find a place to lower the situation, but the other party did not seem to be planning to let her go. It's so terrible. Since that's the case, as the sound fell, Kasha exploded with spirit. The land below was instantly soaked in the green liquid and was rotten by venom in an instant, and the machine was as if it were. If you look from above and down at this moment, the entire valley seemed to have been changed color and instantly turned from white to a stern green color. At the same time, in the dim and damp soil, an abnormal carp and snake, contaminated with venom, died instantly, and the machine was cut off. In just a moment of thought, the other half of the Yi Valley turned into a dead place. Venom penetrates into the soil, soaks it from the surface, flowers, and leaves, and is engraved in a row. Violently, venom rolls over the earth. Just a thought, it will turn the land under the feet into a dead end. Venom came toward the side, directly in front of him. The island is as tall as the corner. A figure stood above it. That's Xiagua. Buzz. Seeing the venom static, the man raised his eyes to look at the surface. There was no movement, but his eyes were slightly swaying, and the poisonous wave suddenly condensed like a flood. The light of golden sun is shining and storming. Fang Yi's eyes were bright, his spirit was thrilling, and a layer of golden dyed on his hair. He flew in black, killing the body, and the venom spread during the run. The Xia kingdom ahead, forbidden to move. He opened his mouth lightly and killed the consequences. Xia? Young S nature? Are you? Young S good? In a moment, Cassie recognized the other party's identity, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She has been chased by violent people all the way, and she has never shown such an expression, but she is absolutely terrified at this moment. Fang Yi looked up at her faintly, without saying anything. When Fang Yi killed Cassie, on the other side of the valley, the birds were thrilling, and the earth flew, and a spirit slashed the sky and the earth, piercing the sky. Sneak. A spider is an unusually large body and has a light body, and the ape's red eyes open 2.5 from it, and it is divided into 2 by the spirit blade. The violent lord stood on the opposite bank of the Yi Valley, killing a spider unusually and flying in his robe. He raised his head and looked at Fang Yi on the other side through the spider's split body. At this moment, Fang Yi just raised his head. The sun god and the violence. The 2 lords who conjure the first sequence of supreme, lords who are unrelated to their abilities. A remote distance across the valley and the collapsed body. At this moment, time silenced and the air was condensed. The violent lord pointed his head slightly, and the face of a horny man showed a few strange softness at this moment. In his sight, the land of the valley reflected the venom and the tyrant of the poisonous master, and one of the figures stood on it. The body is filled with golden light. The top of the head is surging, and the clothes are not stained, standing in the turret of the valley. This is the case with the black hair and black eyes. Fang Yi looked at him and raised a head. At this moment, the masters of the Mao Bear Kingdom couldn't help but take a breath of coldness. Compared with the violent lords, their feelings are even clearer and more profound at this moment. After all, the poisonous masters were raging in the Hairy Bear Kingdom, and they were responsible for chasing them. After chasing for such a long time, they didn't even touch the corner of the poisonous owner's clothes, and they were almost killed. If it weren't for the violent lord appearing, they would have probably become poisonous at this moment. But the poison master who came in front of the Lord of the Sun God was killed twice after asking for help. Suddenly, a master of the Mao Bear Kingdom said in a small voice, "He didn't use a little power," and the guy was directly chopped and exploded. With the pure and extreme power, I seem to see a golden galaxy. It was really too annoying. He cut me. I guess I just need to raise the knife and I will die. It's obvious that they are all the masters, but the gap is so big. In speech, the violent master's cold eyes also appeared in the cold eyes. In fact, he also wanted to judge the other party's strength through the attack of the Lord of the Sun God. But obviously, his idea failed. The other party took action. But those two swords are more like to say that they are killing a single horn by hand. There is no real power at all. The only thing that can be felt is the horror of the yang nature. The yang attribute, even in the top first sequence attribute, is an extremely unparalleled existence. It is said that there were some secret experiment rooms in countries that wanted to cultivate a yang-attributed practice similar to the burial, which is now the Lord of the Sun God. All of them were killed, and no one could bear that power. Even the natural power exploded at that time, and the experiment room was destroyed. This yang attribute is simply impossible. Before he was born, everyone thought that yang attributes were uncontrollable. After he was born, his yang attributes were still uncontrollable. This Lord of the Sun God is as simple as an incomprehensible question. So, how exactly did he control such a terrifying property? Thinking of this, the violent Lord was so confused that he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he showed kindness to Fang Yi on the first time he met him. Such a practical force is indeed worthy of his friendship. If the Earth star pattern changes soon, the concept of the country will be blurred or even no longer exists, and the world will only be governed by the strongest and will still be ruled. Among them, there must be Fang Yi. 2. Villaria. The water column rose into the sky and fell on the newly opened bones of the garden. A beautiful woman grabbed the water pipe and was busy working hard. Little ya open. Fang Yulan's voice fell, and the little black dog rushed into the water fog, and it seemed to have a swelling, and its whole body was wet. It's so moist, it's still so excited that it's shaking its head and shaking the dirty water that it's covered with mud, making Fang Yulan all over. Fang Yulan's body was covered in flirting and instantly turned into spots. A dog, please go up and play, don't come and beat me up. Fang Yulan's water pillar rushed to Xiao Yun and tried to drive, but Xiao Yun mistakenly thought that this was giving it a bath, which made it even more pleasant. Fang Yulan was crazy. Lin Yi was drinking tea aside and was lucky to be happy. It is really a tempting little goblin. It can torture the king of darkness and abnormal properties, and the lower one can torture the family host, and the main focus is on one who hates dogs. But she took a sip of tea, and suddenly her face changed. Her face turned red, and her pretty face was about to spray the volcano. Xiao Yi, you pee in my cup again. You came over to me. I must throw you off today. Vul vang vang vang. Xiao Yi ran away. People chase dogs. Dogs walk people. The woman roared. The garden is in a mess. Fang Yi used the magic wind to go home, and then went to the door of his home and saw such a warm and daily scene. At this moment, Fang Yi stood at the door of his home and fell silent. He suddenly understood why many men are near middle-aged and want to sit in the car for an hour after returning home, and they don't want to go home. When fighting outside, death is the end of the world. Fighting at home is without any mental torture. Or go to the spiritual association first and stay for a while. Thinking of this, Fang Yi stopped and planned to turn away. Just then, Bang Yi roared Fang Yulan, raised his head and noticed the figure at the door, as if he had seen his savior, and shouted happily, Xiao Yi is back. With this shout, Fang Yi felt a little numb. He had a premonition, and he was even more painful. Sure enough, the next second, the chasing man and dog stopped and said happily toward him, Cousin, I want to fight the envoy to death. I can't stand living on the same Earth star with it. Wool wool. And, cousin, I suddenly remembered that I was still a little bit. I'll leave first. Fang Yi finished speaking and then ran away. In the blink of an eye, the back disappeared. Fang Yulan stared at his disappearing back, feeling distressed. But Xiao Yi, I've been busy outside for so long. I've obviously been at home, but I can't come in and sit there. Can't he think he wants to imitate you and control the flood 3 times without entering? Oh, I'm so tired of the child. What is this breaking the world? This is how to squeeze me out. I'll hurt my child. Lin Yi was so sad that she was Fang Yulan cried, and then looked at her and didn't understand anything. She was trampling the mud. Little black dog. I feel. He doesn't want to face us, do whatever he wants. Wow, woof. Even so, defending the border is the responsibility of every country. Seeing the violent atmosphere, Fang Yi came in the first time, and on the way, he had already expected to face a relationship soon. But the Lord of the Angel seems to have a different idea. He only saw him slowly pointing the number of thrones, and earning one of his entire past is very elegant. I didn't mean to offend Xiagua. You saw it too. I just chased some of the masters. You are sure. You didn't have any internal action in Xiagua? Fang Yi stood on the stone pillar, looking down at this beautiful master, his voice as cold as the ice. No. The smile on the face of the angel's lord looked like a perfect smirk, without any changes. The sound of the words came to an end. Fang Yi stopped talking and directly slashed out with his sword. The brilliance of fire illuminated the world. Rush dash. At this moment, the golden light of the sky was swept over, and a huge sword light descended from the sky, covering the angel in the middle of the stone pillar, falling down. Swish dash. Within the scope, the surface of the earth was trembling violently, and a dazzling fire was bright and bright. Even the ancient trees that opened hundreds of meters away were shaking with sword light. The green leaves were ignited by high temperatures, and a forest fire appeared without warning, and the fire spread rapidly around. In the midst of chaos, the angel's lord's face changed slightly. His eyes reflected the sky cut by the fire and the figure holding a knife. His movements were simple, his eyes were very quiet, but he just let out this knife easily. Click! A sword line spread from under his feet to the Lord of the Angel, and directly crushed the stone pillar in front of him into powder. At this moment, the Lord of the Angel was shocked and shocked. A fire ignited the earth directly under his feet. The burialist was a call from the Lord of the Sun, which seemed to be the official organization of Xia dynasty, who knew his power. Translated into English, the Lord of the Angel does not quite understand the meaning of these two words. It is said that it is a burial with one knife, but how can the sword technique be regarded as the word burial? He has been puzzled. At this moment, when a blade of fire and fire was slashed at him with the golden and sun attributes, the spirit barrier shattered, and the threat of death came to the fore. How possible? The angel's lord Bing Blue's eyes widened, and he felt puzzled. He couldn't understand. The first sequence, the Supreme Lord. They are advanced and are above all the lords, and they should be the masters of each other. What's more, he is an angel. Any object or god's hanging should be superior to the extraordinary power of the present. But now, just before him, a sword light forced him back, and the breath contained in it was even more amazing. In a moment, the Lord of the Angels' thoughts were short and slight. A strong light reflected in the depths of the pupils. That was the Tang sword, the Lord of the Sun God, who was lying on the golden pattern and fire, pointing to his eyebrows. The murder is coming straight to the scene without any concealment. At this moment, faced the threat of death. The angel lord retreated violently. Rush. He stomped the earth, swept his body, quickly retreated hundreds of meters, and then the flames came one after another. Slide. It seemed that he was deliberately trying to warn him. The sword light slanted, pushing him back countless meters, forming a hot and delicate line of the world. The throne of the gods. The gods are thousands of romances. Last second, the border island. The next second, I arrived in Taishu. On the street, neon lights flashed, people came and went, and the merchants flowed out the music. A figure was in a crowd, wearing a long fashioned shirt, and his waist was slightly bulging, making his heroic posture feel so cool. The passerby next to him looked at him, and curiosity appeared in his tender eyes. Dad, that brother's waist is so prominent. Oh, that's a cultivator. That should be his weapon. What a long and good weapon. I will be a cultivator in the future. Then you recite the book carefully and fight for a superharm cultivator like the chief of the burialist. The father picked up his son, and the two walked to the mall happily. After a distance, they could still see the child. Dad, we are Taishu, and the Lord of the Burialist is Taishu. Can we see him? Maybe we have seen him countless times. No matter what, he has always guarded us. Just remember this. After hearing this, The light man wearing a fashionable clothes looked slightly, and this scene occurred in every corner of the city. After accepting the setting of spirit, people's lives have not changed significantly. They were still reading books to work, but now there's an extra bracelet. The Lord's battle was earth-shaking, but Daxia was in harmony. But that's not absolutely true. The angel master of the beautiful country is an unstable factor, and the sun does not set, which is relatively less powerful. As for the violent master, it can be regarded as an ally at the moment. Yes, it's not absolutely right for a temporary ally. In this era, there are only eternal interests and no eternal friends. So Xianghua chose to help Xia, just because the current Xiagua is strong enough. The evening wind is light, and it is almost over. The streets have started selling goods. They're all red and full of joy. But the current situation in the world is not that warm. Nowadays, there are basically only a little bit more than these 4 countries. Among these countries, Xia is the safest, and the foundation of the security is dependent on the first sequence of each country. The first sequence is different from other sequences. The following sequence has an absolute control power. It can be said that the first sequence is an absolute king and does not have any consequences for the following performance. But are they the only ones in the first sequence between heaven and earth? Fang Yi didn't think so. There must be others. From a single look, the Nori is the first sequence. He is the strongest throne of the water, and just speaking of the 5 or 4 of them did not appear. As for the Yang attribute, is it considered a fire? Fang Yi thought about it for a while, but it was not sure at the moment. Even if he added himself, he was still 3. The dusk is in full swing, and the sky and the earth are dark. Fang Yi went outside the villa. It was originally Fang Yi and Lin Yi talking about the Lord of the beautiful country, but in the end, they inexplicably heard the cunning story of the beautiful country that Fang Yulan had been trapped for half a night, and they were not allowed to sleep until the middle of the night. At night, sleep well overnight. But the next day, early in the morning, Fang Yi was awakened before he could open his eyes. He heard Fang Yulan crying in the garden and heard it carefully because he said that Lin Yi was going to leave the far door. You really don't let me worry. You run out every day, making me scared at home alone. What I want is that I don't even want to go to the relatives I arranged for you. Do you want to fuck me? Lin Yi took a deep breath. Mom, let's talk about the relatives. I want to save the world first, and then see my mother. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Yi slipped away from Fang Yulan's hand like a slippery earthworm. Fang Yulan looked at her back and sighed. When she turned her eyes, she saw Fang Yi at the window on the building, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Fang Yitong felt bad. Sure enough, the next second, Fang Yulan rushed to him and snatched his hand. Xiaoyi, are you at home on holiday? Are you celebrating each other? When the door closed behind, Fang Yi sighed long. Sometimes, home is more terrifying than war scenes. When he left the door, he realized that his clothes had not changed. He was wearing casual pajamas and young faces, and looked like a male college student who was buying breakfast from school. It's better to bring it out to buy breakfast. Fang Yi came to the street wearing a pajamas. It was during the rush hour. There were children who went to school and work, so they had to queue up to buy breakfast. When Fang Yi was in line, I didn't know that half an hour had passed. Fang Yi was not feeling difficult to beat the relevant news of the beautiful country. He walked back with a big meat bag, considering that his aunt had become increasingly terrifyingly urging her to get married recently. He decided to go home. On the way back, my hand tinged and sent out a message. The abnormal file number 7777 appears near Taiji. The abnormal value is rising. Please be alert. If there is any abnormality, please report the Taiji conference as soon as possible. Is it abnormal again? Fang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Abnormal invasions, such as, has been considered a daily routine for major cities. It is said that the Spirit Association has already put the seedlings cultivated by the Spirit Education Ministry into the abnormality of various cities and started special training. And based on their performance in fighting against abnormalities, the Spirit Association is still good at doing this. If these small things are no longer worried about Fang Yi does not intend to interfere. He glanced at the hands and stopped paying attention. He took out a meat bag from the plastic bag and held it in his mouth, chewing it slowly. The path leading to the villa area is remote, and there are no residential buildings. There are abandoned factories everywhere. Even if you pass here in broad daylight, it is a bit shady. Suddenly, Fang Yi exhaled a breath of white air, and he seemed to have sensed something. Lift your head and look into the sky far away. I saw that the blue sky, which was as clear as a blue sky, was falling down at a speed visible to the naked eye, and above the clouds like mountains and buildings, a magnificent breath rose into the sky. Fang Yi's eyes changed slightly, and the breath was different. At first, he felt a little like a powerful abnormality, but from this breath, he could not feel the power of his nature, and it was simply like a breath that was not part of the Earth Star. In the confusing area, Su Ji and Su Lu stood on one side and looked at Fang Yi. Fang Yi slowly finished eating the meat bun and did not forget to wipe off the oil from his lips. The calmer he was, the more surprised the two brothers he faced. Is this meat bun so delicious? You don't want to say anything. Didn't you have something to pull me? What do you want to ask? Fang Yi's attitude was too natural, which made the two brothers doubt themselves. But they did not think Fang Yi was so angry, so they were not so angry that they were so slightly unusual. As Fang Yi said, they began to inquire about the progress of Earthstar. Have you started to regain your energy here? Shang, has the national martial arts been developed? Then what is the basic martial arts set you practiced? What card is the average blood of a warrior? At the beginning, there is no martial arts, I don't know. What level of demon beast do you face? After asking the Su family, Fang Yi was just saying that it was nothing to tell them about these things. From Fang Yi's answer, they also learned the basic information of Earthstar. This is a planet that just began to develop martial arts and began to revive energy. The only thing to say is that this planet is protected by the rules of the universe. It seems that it should be a planet with high potential. When I asked Fang Yi about it, Fang Yi also grafted information from them. Spiritual revival is at least 100. National martial arts. It has complete cultivation, martial arts, and martial arts. By a thing called border point misses the Earth Star, and in their eyes, the Earth Star seems to be a special existence that is not surveyed by their civilization. At least, the so-called border point itself does not have a connection to the Earth Star. They accidentally dropped in some kind of original. After thinking about this, everything has to be followed. No wonder they were able to expand this field. No wonder their aura was so solid, and they felt like they were practicing with a steady and stable training. It seems that the martial arts on their side were developing quite well. Fang Yi thought something. When he first entered this field, Fang Yi felt it was quite interesting. There should be a certain rule-based connection that blocks the outside world. Nothing that appears here will be known to the outside world. If he is a little more advanced, he may forget everything that appears after he goes out. The only thing is that I don't know if the other party can know what happened in the space after the performer dies. Sure enough, just like what we expected, a planet that has not started to develop martial arts has fallen behind us by 100. However, I see that people on this planet are quite happy, as if they have been honored. They are really heartbroken. There is a kind of joy that has not been educated by the invasion of the beast tide. Su Ji, who was in a big box, held his hands in his chest, and his words were contemptuous. The voice just fell. Fang Yi looked at the two of them and suddenly raised his hand. The index finger and middle finger are twisted up like a lump of gold marks is made in the air. At this moment, the gold marks are flowing, gradually becoming a magic seal that disperses the breath of gold and yang. Dong! As Fang Yi's finger fell, there was no point in the dark, and a seal with a dark pattern appeared before his eyes, bigger than an adult male, radiating terrifying waves, like a round of hot and swelling. The Yin Divine Seal. All 10 obstacles will be eliminated. The flames come to the world and penetrate the front, and the breath is vast and unbearable. Rumble. The French seal was bright and headed towards the two people, thousands of pieces, bright and shiny. Su Ji and Su were stunned for a moment. I said, why do you take action first? This order is not correct, right? They couldn't figure it out. How could a spiritual Shioya from the backward planet who had not yet recovered dare to take the initiative to attack them with such advanced outsiders who had developed martial arts? The bursting breath actually has the golden state. Is the realm of Jinxian? The strength is good, but if you take the initiative, I can only say one thing. Your courage is commendable. Suji showed a cold smile, looking at Fang Yi with a look of arrogant eyes, and his cold and mocking eyes seemed to be looking at a mantis who was overestimating his own abilities. As his voice fell, a terrifying breath burst out from his body. The powerful aura that exploded at this moment was comparable to that of Fang Yi on the opposite side. He was actually at the 7th level of the Golden King realm. Su, behind him, showed his gaze, and the same breath that burst out was actually stronger than his brother. It is normal for them to be confident. After all, their planet has already reached the Wui Association and is also far ahead of Wui's education. These two people have been traveling between various planets through the help of the realm of the real gun for many years. After being trained by the real gun, their strength is far beyond ordinary geniuses. This is why they are too lazy. Fang Yi's strength on this planet may be very high, but in their eyes, it is not the same as air. Even this space may not be able to go out. Su Ji and Su Lu looked at Fang Yi, and a powerful killer burst out in his eyes. It seems you are not very clear about it. For your planets, slut. We are gods. Su Ji shouted violently, and his voice shot away like a sharp sword. His blood surged wildly, his spirit roared, and his palm shattered towards the yin-yang seal. Palm belt air. It exploded. However, the next moment, Su Ji's face suddenly changed, and he only saw him punching. The magic seal did not blow up under his thoughts, but instead flashed lightly. His palm disappeared in vain. Su Ji's eyebrows hurt in an instant. Yan's body seemed to be spotted. He felt like something inside his body was blocked, but he couldn't say what it was. Without thinking too much, he adjusted his position and punched him again, with strong martial arts skills and amazement. Martial arts, Wanxiang fist. He urged his whole body to thrust, and he gathered on one punch. One punch could collapse the mountains and break the earth, and it was increased by the strength of Wu Yi. The upper limit was immeasurable. Su Jin's 7th level punch to blow a mountain was not a problem, but at this moment, Su Ji suddenly noticed that it was wrong. He looked at Fang Yi and saw a hint of mockery in his calm eyes. Wanfa pupils. Rise. In just a moment, Su was dragged into a strong space. A terrifying scene appeared before his eyes. It was pitch black at first glance, and the sky cracked above the top, and a huge golden sun appeared from the sky. The golden rays emitted a dazzling golden light, as if a star descended from the divine shackle. The landing point. It is exactly where Su is. Su slashed with a knife in his hand, and his blood was surging even more because of the golden yang. He felt like he was about to burst out blood vessels. He realized that it was not suitable, and Su raised his hand toward the golden yang. Rush dash. The knife collided with the golden flame, and a terrifying wave of air was stirred up in the black illusion. The moving wind made Su Lu's face swell, and the black virtual drama on his head trembled violently, like a long black river rushing. This planet has many auras. If you let you grow, you may be able to surpass me, but unfortunately, your illusion will be broken by me. Su was arrogant and said disdain. A genius who was poured out from the warrior like him. His bottom and roots are not comparable to this broken little planet. The knife in his hand is made of powerful high-level materials, killing a lower environment, which is simply simple. Even if it is the strongest boundary wall of this planet, he is shattered with one knife, which is the absolute pressure. Rush dash. The light is emitted like sunlight hanging down among people, and golden lights are erratic under the knife, as if they are broken. But the next second, the broken golden lights were made into golden chains and gathered in one direction. And where the chains gather, it is the place where Su is. Su's eyes were slightly condensed, and he realized that he was not in a match. The golden lights were filled with big circles, and golden lights seemed to have come alive. They danced in the air and directly locked his foot. Swish! When a knife passed by, a line of light pierced the dark sky. But it's useless. The golden light seemed to be constantly. With a knife, without any movement, Su was slapped in place by the strong golden light. A round of golden sun condensed on the black dome. The magnificent light fell down and reflected on his body, as if he was about to burn him to the end. Su felt powerless for the first time. What kind of illusion is this? Is my sword breaking through the realm? Sun's eyebrows were tightly locked, and a look of panic appeared on his face, which had always been in the tent. He thought Fang Yi was just controlling a certain ability to use it, and there should be some huge limitations when using it, but he didn't expect. His abilities were different from each other, and until now, he had never seen Fang Yi take action. You should die. What exactly is he coming? There is no other prop. Above the dome, a huge sound shocked the sky and the earth. It was Fang Yi's voice. The golden sun broke at the top, making a huge pupil, opening a line in the sky. This scene was extremely shocking, and the skin of the human head was numb. Not right. Very unfavorable. It was not until this moment that Shi realized a certain kind of doubt that had been trapped in his heart. When they pulled Fang Yi in, what they noticed was that there was no spiritual fluctuation on the other party, thinking that he was an ordinary person. But what he has exploded with, do you call this ordinary? What kind of monster is this that can make them unable to see? If this level of existence can appear on the wild star, then by the time of their martial arts, their planet will no longer have any leading positions. The staple ring lies quietly in Fang Yi's palm. Even if you have never seen this material, Fang Yi can feel it. This is a ring made of high-level materials. I feel icy and smooth when I bought it, which is somewhat similar to the armor he received before. Judging from the feel and breath of the rays, the armor seems to be more mysterious and powerful than this material. After a person died, the staple ring was a staple item. Fang Yi was very easy to penetrate the spirit and transform the ring into his own. There are not many things in the ring. Apart from controlling this area, there are only a few martial arts books. Normal people will not take martial arts books with them. It is estimated that these two people accidentally obtained the planet. Unfortunately, the slut was gone. According to Fang Yi's guess, the slut should have been made of some advanced material. It is impossible to find this material when it is on the Earth. It is estimated that only those powerful warrior planets can obtain it. If this happens next time, I have to find a way to keep the opponent's weapons first. Fang Yi reflected on himself. If you can leave yourselves, it may also allow the Spirit Association to study this advanced technology. After collecting the battle spoils, there was nothing else to do. Fang Yi raised his hand lightly. In an instant, the vast area turned into pieces of fragments, melting in front of his eyes. The light scattered like stars. On a remote path on the street, a couple was walking into the small forest. They were about to do something shameful when they suddenly heard a harsh sound. Then, under their stunned eyes, a brother wearing home clothes appeared in front of him. He seemed to be a cultivator. He looked really handsome and looked very elegant. The boss came over with breath. Seeing Fang Yi's face, the girl in the relationship was no longer happy. She pushed her boyfriend off, half shy and half unwilling to let her boyfriend stand there, leaving her boyfriend standing in the same place, puzzled and confused. And the boy turned his head, and Fang Yi disappeared on the spot. Taisher, the Spirit Association will be very enthusiastic. As an important department to fight against the spirit rehabilitation, the tasks of the Spirit Association include, not limited to, handling abnormalities, matching urban protection teams, logistics support, weapon production, crystal manufacturing and transportation, psychological guidance, etc. Many newly added practitioners will have more or less psychological problems after the first abnormality. In order to ensure the fighting power, the psychological guidance also works for the Spirit Association. At this moment, the number of members of the Spirit Association has doubled, and I can only insist on maintaining the Spirit Association's basic operations, and more cannot be guaranteed. At this time, people came and went to the hall, and the staff were busy working in their hands. In the quiet, high-level meeting room, everyone was rushing to analyze the future. A high-level sitting in the meeting room, checking the new number 7777 file around Taisher on the big screen. A specialist was saying, "Number 7777 has been landing for 3 hours." He sent a team of destruction to deal with it. The assistance of outstanding students from the Ministry of Spiritual Education will also serve as their industry mark. The seal and the funeral. On the stage, Li Zhongyue was burying his head and listening to his report. He heard his eyebrows snake, and the ink in his hand suddenly slammed. He raised his head and said to Blame, "The matter is coming one by one. Your file has not been reported yet. Why did you mention the seal again? Captain, why are you here?" After hearing Li Zhongyue's voice, everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked in the direction he looked at. 2. In the midst of the fall of the leaves, the Spirit Association and the Army held the third major meeting. For example, the national practice has gradually moved towards the right direction. The Lingsong and military districts have only held 2 major meetings before. One was to discuss the future direction, and the other was the leader's plan. Both meetings have achieved great success. For example, the third major meeting was to carry out the plan with Fang Yi as the core. This time, everyone has arrived. Even the strongest old men who went to the mysterious belt to explore were called back. Due to Fang Yi Taiji conference, the meeting location was also moved to the high-level meeting room of the Taiji conference. For example, the Ling Association has joined the Protective City Steel Iron Army, and the Ministry of Spiritual Education has nurtured countless warriors. The Army is responsible for exploring the mysterious belt and becoming a secret party behind the curtain. The 2 positions have been changed. This is the Xia dynasty's high-level meeting. Gathered here, they're all the highest-ranking and truly possessive people in Xia. For example, they came here to open a meeting, and they were also to officially worship the Lord of the Sun God, and the burialist was Fang Yi. The meeting room opened slowly, and with a few steps, the last group of troops arrived. When Zhang Tian and others entered the conference room, the old man was the last one. The face of this old man was more resolute than before. His face looked thin and cold, and he was rubbed by blood and fire. After entering the conference room, the video did not stop for anyone. As the old man in Xia exploring the mysterious realm, his status was enough to make him do so. But as he touched the room, his eyes suddenly softened. "My friend Fang, don't be fine." Zhang Tianyue walked straight towards the youngest figure in the conference room. Fang Yi sat at the bottom of the house and drank tea with his head down. For example, he understood why professional drinks were tea. If he drank kale and he would fart when he accidentally started, it would be difficult to stop. Old Zhang. Fang Yi stood up and shook hands with Zhang Tian. Everyone was watching this scene together, and they felt very moved. The 2 of them are all foul-hearted veterans, and they should have seen each other, but Fang Yi is a new member of the company. When I first met him, he was still at the spirit creation realm. Many of them were a little contemptuous. As a result, Fang Yi was now in the Jinjing realm, and the price was real. Such a young master in Daxia is really a plan for the times, but this master is very good at doing it, which is more difficult than everyone else. It defends the beauty of Daxia. Even a beautiful country is full of jealousy for Daxia. He is really a hero. The people and the meeting officially began. On the day of the day, we convened the ranks to come, and we confirmed that the matters of the team leader have been sorted into data, and we will be in front of you. Li Zhongyue presided over the meeting. Everyone lowered their heads and flipped through the report. Some people carefully checked the process and were frowning. Some people directly looked at the last page to view the conclusion. The boundary point is within the mysterious realm. When the phenomenon of spiritual recovery appeared at the beginning, the research department made a controversial prediction about this situation. Many works mentioned that there are many civilizations in the universe with different degrees of development, and they do not know each other's existence. Under normal circumstances, these civilizations will never have any possibility of communication. But spiritual recovery has broken this certain argument. Fang Yi's speech made everyone present calm down. For a long time, from the beginning of their resurgence, they just took one step at a time, without history to refer to, and without backtracks to borrow. Each step must be measured by oneself. Surrender early is not the style of Xia. At this point, we have not had any chance to explore the mysterious domain. Among the military's files, files about the mysterious domain have already occupied several file rooms. Zhang Tian opened his mouth heavily. He lowered his head and took a sip of tea. The tea had already faded. The slightly sloppy tea soup spread across his throat, and a faint bitterness spread across his throat. If he learned that there were so many things, the teacher who sent all the people to Daxia showed a look of fear. He knew very well that even if it really came to that day, the powerful Wuji civilization from the universe descended to Xia, he would have been guarding the ordinary people in Daxia for 10 years. And with his flesh and blood, this was the oath he had made since the day he entered the Daxia army. However, I have guessed mysteries and boundaries before. Zhang Tian looked at Fang Yi and spoke. We have ever encountered mysterious spirals filled with black fogs, which are stronger than the forbidden area. They cannot get close to or touch. They are absolutely powerful. The beautiful country once made a guess. It is the authority left behind by a certain god after it fell. I don't know whether it is a god, but from the current information, those spirals are the so-called boundary points. Those boundaries are sealed in places full of crisis and hope. Even if they can jump in real space, they are uncontrollable and unstable. Every time they jump in an uncountable infinite space. Instability is a good thing for us to say. Li Zhongyue heard what he meant. Yes, it's also a combination of those two people who can enter the Earth Star through the boundary point. Zhang Tian said quietly, but they're definitely not the only universe that enters the Earth Star. I doubt that other human-shaped races have entered the mysterious realm. What? Everyone was shocked at once, and cold sweat came out of their pores. When did you find out? What did you know? I have no way to explain it to you very clearly. There are records in the file area we can record. We have already guessed it. From a 01 band area we first explored, we found a human-like body in it. I thought it was an explorer in other countries because I was buried here in some accident, but after I sent it back to study, I found that it was not the same. Their bone samples were not the same. There are any human species in the world, and the contained in their blood is different from that in humans. If the results of the research department simulated are correct, then their cell activity is far beyond our pioneers. To be easy to understand is superhuman, but how is that possible? At that time, we were in a miraculous state, and there could be no stronger existence on the Earth Star than us. I thought it was an accident. I guess it might be a change in the great changes between monkeys or apes that touch the world. But later, more and more mysterious areas were explored, and more spider horses were discovered. For example, in the mysterious areas where people stepped into, we actually noticed traces of human existence and some technological materials that did not belong to Earthstar. Although they have been destroyed, combined with this information, I have reason to doubt that there are more than the two brothers who have passed through the boundary point. Whether we accept it or not, facts show that many spirits have touched the gate of the Earth Star. When they truly step out of the mysterious realm, it will be the day when the Earth Star is coming to the disaster. Zhang Tian's voice was heavy. In an instant, the breathing sound in the conference room became heavy. Yes, Earthstar is about to face those outside beings. They are powerful, arrogant, and cultivators who look down at Earthstar. In their eyes, Earthstar is no different from a baby who is staggering in his learning steps. All these spirits have arrived. Nothing can be avoided. After a full hour of chatting, the meeting ended. The military and Ling Hui Association left high level. Before leaving, he invited Fang Yi to have a piece of food, but Fang Yi refused. He had no time to see the trophy he had collected. But after he refused, Xiao Zhongyue looked at him tightly. Captain Fang, what are you going to fuck next? You must be cold and calm. Fang Yi was puzzled. What's cold and calm? Xiao Zhongyue said, I just guessed that there are boundaries and human-shaped alien creatures in the mysterious realm. You haven't talked about it. Your eyes are cold. You won't go to the mysterious realm to throw all the human-shaped aliens into the mysterious realm, right? Fang, no, I was just thinking about the spoils and the 2 rings. Fang Yi didn't say anything. Zhou Chengyun was even more tight. He knew Fang Yi's personality, and he was even more afraid that Fang Yi's young man would be more interested. He really wanted to get this humanoid alien race. At first, he stepped alone in the dark tides of the forbidden area, which was eye-catching. No, it's not that far, and I have my own plans by then. Fang, he shook his head. If the mysterious realm is a universal rule protection, and once the mysterious realm is destroyed in the future, wouldn't it be exposed that the Earth star existed? How could he do this? Then what do you want to do? You can tell that we will do it for you. Zhong Yue was still worried that he would go to the boundary point to avoid future troubles. It's time, you go and do your business. After being worried about Zhong Yue's separation, Fang Yi returned to her villa and took advantage of Fang Yulan's nap time, but she didn't realize it. When you go home, you still have to sneak in. What kind of experience is it? After returning to the room with a light hand, Fang Yi took out 2 cushion rings and checked the bonus inside. These 2 people should have been traveling around the universe for a while. Seeing that the space ring was quite large, there was not much in fact. In fact, only 2 instincts are attracted to martial arts. The first one is the Yunji field. It is estimated that they use it to trap their own fields and be able to fight in the fields. This is a good method. Fang Yi remembered that when the field was opened, the 2 of them still crushed something. They should be able to use the disposable treasure with martial arts blessing, but unfortunately, they were gone. This martial arts is very simple to learn. There is a book written by Fang Yi in the method, which is even stronger than this one. With that book, I learned it very quickly. Fang Yi sat on his knees and silently recited the content of martial arts in his heart. Soon, a vast white space appeared in front of him, like a dream, and under his feet, it seemed like he was stepping on a white cloud, unable to see the way or the final point. It's done. Fang Yi was relieved. This is the field that the 2 brothers used before, which is very useful in fighting. For example, when 1 to more than 1, you can directly pull people in the field and deal with them one by one. Even if they are in the same realm, it will not be virtual. Or when you're chased, dragging people into it can also save your life. This domain is characterized by endless death. As long as you don't beat people to death, you can never go out. I have to let my cousin learn it too. The Golden Throne is powerful. With such a single space, it is not bad to recruit people to pick them up. Fang Yi thought about it and sent her another message to her cousin, asking her to go home first and then go to the beautiful country. Lin Yi was determined to Brother Bei and immediately said that she was on the way back. After the news was released, Fang Yi went to see another martial arts book below. The name of this martial arts book is relatively rude, called Tao Tai Soul. Fang Yi looked around, and a shock flashed through his eyes. The method of cultivating the spiritual power of the genitals. Tao Tai devouring the heaven and earth, nourishing one's own soul. Fang Yi tried cultivating the genitals, just as he just tried. A sudden change. A huge explosion in his heart. The white light drooped without any visual line. Fang Yi's head sagged slightly, and he didn't feel any static. Looking carefully, Fang Yi seemed to have lost his mind, as if he had a certain space. Bang! Fang Yi patted Xiao Bai's dog's face and felt it was just a scent. Is that the spiritual realm? What he saw was the soul of Tao Tai. That planet has martial arts developed to this extent? Fang Yi's eyes were flashing. Recovering spirit in advance can be said to have taken the lead and developed the martial society in advance, so that future generations can benefit from no harm. If he is allowed to accept resources from his Su brothers, his strength will definitely not be limited to this. Those people on the planet Wu are really lifeless. However, the power of Earthstar is not bad, and it may not be worse than those planets in the future, but it will take some time to break. Thinking of this, Fang Yi's door was knocked on. Cousin, I'm here. So fast, Lin Yi stood at the door, and she also came up secretly, speaking very little. The road in Jinsha is much faster than that of high iron aircraft. From a beautiful country, it is also a matter of thought. To my cousin, what do you think is? Fang Yi handed over the Cloud Realm and the soul of Tao Tai to Lin Yi. When Lin Yi saw these two martial arts, her eyes were round and her expression was full of surprise. Although she had become ill-tempered, some strange things would appear on her cousin from time to time. It was the first time that she had experienced advanced martial arts. After reading these two martial arts books, Lin Yi frowned slightly. Cousin, is this a secret weapon for the Spirit Association to give you? Lin Yi was very proud of the meeting. She naturally thought that the Spirit Association had studied it and handed it to Fang Yi, but she felt that it was difficult to create such a high-level martial arts, which was a bit beyond the Earth Star. Lin Yi was still even more secret. They're on the road. Fang Yi wrote lightly. Can this kind of national treasure level thing really be casually stolen on the road? Lin Yi looked suspicious. God's mother is slaughtered. Xiaobai was also slaughtered on the road before, but the King of Rules also killed the person. I believe you're a ghost. Could it be that you geniuses have a way of your own? Fang Yi briefly talked about the invasion of humanoid creatures from outside, and Lin Yi was stunned when she heard it. Her eyes were filled with shock. Brother, do you mean that two high-level martial arts civilized planets existed on Earthstar? They happened to meet you. They happened to think you were an ordinary person and drag you into the territory. After learning the news, they happened to kill you. Then you had to kill them. That's right. But why do you have to add such a coincidence? Don't you think it's a coincidence? Is there a little? Not a little, it's a billion. Lin Yi was seriously correcting. She even had the two aliens in her heart. She said that they were not lucky. They came to Earth through boundaries in time and space vortex and discovered this hidden planet. They said that they were lucky. If they just pulled someone, they were the strongest person on this planet. 100 million picked one flight. These two people died unjustly. Although they were said to be slaughtered, with their cousin's personality, they should have enjoyed a wave of their martial arts practice before slaughtering. Before robbing the other party, they patiently watched them demonstrate how to do things and absorb the 4 words, use everything for the best use. If those two bodies were intentional, they would probably jump up and shout. A terrible man. These two advanced martial arts schools are too expensive for me. Lin Yi's eyes were a little confused. Although she was from her cousin, she still felt a little unintentional, but she knew in her heart that the reason why her cousin gave her was because she looked at her, and it was impossible to refuse, and her cousin would not accept the thing she gave her. The next morning, Fang Yi was woken up by a phone call. Hey! He opened his eyes quietly and saw Su Qingfeng's anxious face like a mother. Brother Fang, are you sleeping? I've been suffocating you. I'll call you later when you wake up. What's wrong? Seeing that Su Qingli's face was inconsistent, Fang Yi woke up. The practitioner did not need too much sleep. He kept going to bed early, and getting up early was completely out of habit. It's a bit of sudden. The 3-person team, formed by you and others, were hit along the Broco River. One of them was seriously injured and dying. This is the video they posted. A video was sent, and Fang Yi clicked and looked at it, and his eyebrows rose slightly in an instant. The sweeping river water rises high like waves, carrying the roar of the sea god. There are 3 small black spots in the river water that are moving rapidly. Under the support of the waves, these 3 small black spots are like a small boat lost in the sea with the wind and rain falling. After the 3 black spots approached, there were the 3 Zhangdong side, who were compiled into a group and sent to carry out the mission. At this moment, their faces were pale and their expressions were frightened. The clothes on their bodies were all wet with blood, as if they were hiding something. At this time, the 3 of them were still healthy and there was no dying picture. But as the wave came, their expressions became stiff with the naked eye. They stared at the figure in front of them in surprise, with their expressions first confused, then shocked, and finally deadly silence. First sequence. How can the first sequence appear here? I'm notifying the Spirit Association quickly. Those who ask for a funeral. Before the last word, person, was spit out, the lens was flooded by the endless black. At the last moment when the picture is flooded, you can see the desperate expressions on the faces of these 3 people. Click! At this point, the picture suddenly stopped. That's the situation. This is the record of the hand ring. And then contact them again without responding. Su Qingli's face turned pale. She also heard the words that the three people shouted out last, like thunder rising from the ground. The first sequence is the only one of those people in the first sequence. Is it someone in the 4 major countries that destroyed the rules? Is it a beautiful country? Or, not necessarily. Compared to Su Qingli's panic, Fang Yi looked particularly calm. This situation is in his prediction. He had guessed before that the number of the first sequence was more than these people. Just in the beautiful country, there was a notorious light, but these first sequences were hidden in the dark and waited for a while. Now, these guys hiding in the dark can't help but reveal their heads. Su Qingli didn't understand why Fang Yi was so calm. She bit her lip and spoke carefully. Brother Fang, there's a ruthless request from Ling Yi. Can you ask you to go there, to save these positions? It won't be true. Su Qingli didn't have any confidence when she said this. She knew that Ling Li relied on Fang Yi to have her current status, so they would never arrange any orders for Fang Yi because they knew they were not worthy. But this situation is really special. You should know that there are only 7 people in Xiagua, each of whom is a precious non-renewable strategic resource. It will greatly affect the country and may even affect the status of the country. That's why they stoked Fang Yi and asked Fang Yi for their plans to be rejected by Fang Yi, and they also organized a rescue team in private. Send me a position. Hospital. The smell of disinfectant filled every corner of the air. One of the 3 beds was lying on each of them, all of whom were pale. One was still injured, and the other 2 were covered in cloth, and they were covered in cold thunder. If they could not leave, Xiao would probably have to lose 3 people. Standing in front of the hospital bed was a young man wearing a long fashion dress, with a tang sword inserted between his waist, which was Fang Yi. Tell me all your energy. A cold voice fell into the ears of the 2 people who were seriously injured, like a heavenly, sacred person. Li Yuan raised his head and looked at Fang Yi, endured the pain, and recalled the scene that saw the first sequence. His face was involuntarily creeping. He didn't know how he survived. The last moment of memory was the first sequence of, and the next moment, the heart of the other was penetrated by the cold thunder. They carried the road and fled desperately, and used all their strength to escape from the dark deadland. Thinking of this, Li Yuan still subconsciously touched the wound on his chest. Now after the treatment, he wrapped it with a medical cloth. He felt his heart still beating. That guy is simply a monster. Li Yuanqi still has a lot of thought when he remembered the light and easy-to-harm figure of the 3 people. We were in charge of the mission of the knife team. We walked through 2 small countries along the banks of the Broco River. When we arrived at the Kimon Kingdom, we caught the man and was about to kill him. Unexpectedly, a powerful cultivator suddenly appeared and directly penetrated the heart of the lunar people with one move. Lunar people are the 2nd throne, and the previous throne swallowed 3 thrones. Even the first throne may not be able to hurt him so easily. He is definitely the first throne. That's right. He almost killed us. Fortunately, I blocked him with the river for a moment and left the Golden Gate. He seemed to have stopped chasing him again. We escaped. Li Yuan's voice trembled as he spoke. He remembered that time. It was really more shocking than escaping from the tiger's mouth. Just 1 second away, he would be penetrated by the heart like Yuri. Fortunately, Yuri's heart was biased. Otherwise, he would be a god now. After hearing Li Yuan's words, Fang Yi's eyes flashed. Did it finally appear? The first sequence. This will be the first to challenge the new order, and it also appears in the Xia territory, which is a signal. The signal of the battle. He is a challenge. And after this, it represents those who are still observing the new order. They are ruthless and judged by the so-called new order, and are unbearable. And once this new order has a dynamic phenomenon, these people will come up like hyenas and madly fight against the rule of the 4 countries. A beautiful country. Church. Has the first sequence appeared in the Xia kingdom? The angel was sitting upright on the high platform. His closed eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were deep, and his thoughts were surging. Did you know? Is it the first sequence? not the powerful second sequence of the throne. The probability is 99%. It was said that it was a move that cut off the arm of the Xia dynasty's divine team. 3 people were recreated. One of them was still in a coma. The other 2 were also hospitalized and shocked the Xia dynasty's sun god. The angel's eyes flashed with a faint surprise, and he pondered. He can only take action. The first sequence is quite tricky. If it is not handled properly, it will cause a big deal in the entire world. Golden Gate. On a platform of thousands of feet high, a figure stood under the dome. His body was filled with mysterious light. His figure was burly and tall, extremely fierce, radiating a strong aura, and thunder surrounded him, like the god of thunder, making people unable to help but kneel down. The first sequence of thrones, Lord of Silent Thunder. Thunder is already domineering and strong. The nature of silence and thunder is the most deserving king of thunder. Thunder took action, and everything was silent. At this moment, there were crowds in the audience. When I looked carefully, everyone was scrupulous and their heads were numb. Just now, they saw the leader of the Xia dynasty's divine core being crushed by this force with crushing force, and pierced the chest of the Xia dynasty with one finger. The first master lost his voice in an instant, and the second master ran away and fled. That scene was simply creepy. The ground below the high platform was covered with cracks, and the building was broken, causing waves of ground during the war to break countless high buildings. At first glance, my eyes were broken. These are all created by the Lord of Silent Thunder in front of you. The power of thunder is not to be defeated. At this moment, the Lord of Silent Thunder bowed his head slightly. He looked particularly terrifying and full of fear. He lowered his head, his eyes were cold, and he looked down at everyone below. At this moment, he felt that everything in the world was a piercing. He was a worthless peak. Any spiritual life was extremely weak under his perception. His breath was amazing, even bigger than that of a mountain. The 4 major countries want to use their own strength to challenge the whole world and formulate order. Do you think this is too ridiculous? The Lord of Silent Thunder's voice was cold and disdainful. Every voice is filled with joy in the human heart, and the sound is as loud as the sky thunder. I heard from here today that I have knocked down the Xia dynasty's decisive team. Unfortunately, it was a little slower. Those 3 people were going to die if they didn't say anything, but the guy among them was probably not far away. The moment the voice fell, rush dash, the wind and rain swayed, and the thunder exploded. At this moment, the power of destruction was thrilling, and it was storm that was comparable to the level of heaven. Lord of Thunder, Lord of Heavenly Violence. At this moment, the crowd was filled with a look of crazy or terrifying look on their faces. They are too weak, and seeing this terrifying scene is like watching the gods. Among them, there was the master who was hunted by the Xia dynasty's gods. He stood in front of the crowd with a loud expression and shouted, "Overturn the order. The sun never sets." Monitoring the internet has always been a must-do for all countries, especially in this special period of time when the 4 countries impose sanctions on the world. Monitoring the internet is extremely important, so as not to know when someone will turn the flag back. The video of Silent Thunder fermented, and the country received the news at the first time. Young God versus Silent Thunder? Is this strongest in the news going to attack the whole world? The angry sea of gaze was as sharp as a knife. Everyone else in front of him couldn't help but lower their heads and could not help avoiding the sluggish line. He looked at the so-called thunder. His expression did not change at all, as if he was watching a jumping clown, but his eyebrows were tight as he fell on the increasing comments below. Xia is now in a dilemma. It doesn't matter whether this thunder is strong or not. What's important is how the sun god will deal with him quickly, turn the argument, and consolidate people's hearts. There are troubles everywhere now. Although Xia has other 30 people, it is not large in number and is exhausted. The 3 severely injured are not that fast. The New Order seems to have been challenged for the first time, but in fact it has reached the key point. The family of the Angry Sea is very strong. If he were not the first sequence, he would have become a powerful politician who intervened in the affairs of the state. He had his own understanding of these political discussions. But the others are obviously not that smart. Key, although it is the first sequence of the challenge, no matter whether Xiagua can solve it or not, it will be beneficial to our words. His subordinates showed a greedy look. If the sun god decides to rebel, maintaining order is the most important thing. If he fails, and Xiagua's first sequence of the fall, then all the resources of Xiagua will be missed. I heard that their spirit association has created several special spiritual crystal production lines. Huh. A sneer broke his fantasy. Angry Sea looked at him coldly and snorted coldly. Do you think you're the smartest in the world? What do the 4 major countries rely on to check and balance the whole world? It is the absolute real pressure. If something happens in Xia Dynasty, do you think we have a remaining 3 countries to check and balance the first sequence that has already become unfaithful? What's more, once Xiagua fails, the other party will quickly become stronger at an unthinkable speed. When that time comes, do you really think you can hide behind the scenes? Isn't it? Once Xiagua has any problems, the next 3 countries will be ours. The angry sea of rage was dark. In short, the first time that Xiagua has experienced, but not the last time. No matter how we deal with it, we will not be able to escape from this in the future. There today is our coming. The audience is silent. Why don't they know how to understand this? Xiagua was frustrated, but it was just the first step. With the rise of the thunder, the other thunders would also challenge the 3 countries. But after all, they won but failed. Only after trying did they realize that what about the thunder? There's an old saying in Daxia that the world will be united for a long time, and the world will be united for a long time is the most common sign of order establishment and collapse. Once the order is established, there will be people coming to challenge it unwillingly. This is an eternal fact. As the creators of the new order, they naturally became defenders. Since they dared to create order in a chaotic world, they must have the absolute power to maintain order. Once a rebel whose slanders arise, they must use thunder to defend the order. Otherwise, the fragile order that was established will collapse quickly like a fragile quicksand castle. It is impossible to establish order again from then on. This is an attack, an orderly military attack. The angry sea was quiet for a moment, and clearly pointed out the core of this incident. Yes, from a performance of the Silent Thunder, we can see that from the recreation of the magical team to the online creation and then to the spread, it is well known that this goal is too professional and the spread is too fast. This helper will never be excited for a moment, but someone must be pointing behind the scenes. If such a person really exists, he will succeed in the first step. The new order of the 4 countries is in danger. If the Xia Dynasty Divine Core has anything to help them as much as possible. The angry sea ordered. Nowadays, the names of the 4 countries are considered to be a common interest. The hearing was rescued by Mu, and the Divine Team and the Spirit Association waiting outside the waiting were relaxed. If one of them died, the situation in Xia would be quite puzzling. Li Yuan and others walked into the ward and saw that Xu Xing was lying on the ground. His head was tightly sticking to the ground, and his head was the standard. Great gift. They were shocked, but they couldn't tell what was wrong for a while. Go and help him up. Fang Yi opened his mouth. Under the help of Li Yuan and another Xu Hang was helped back to the bed, and a big bag appeared on his head. At this moment, they finally understood why Xu Hang was so great. His limbs were soft and powerless, and it was difficult to move. It was probably because he was excited to get out of bed and was forced to go on a ceremony. Face is smeared. But when I think that the other party is the Lord of the Burial Lord, I feel that there is nothing to lose my face. The world was red in the face, and he practiced the victory of honor and thanked Fang Yi and Ling Yin again. Thank you, Lord enclosed the burialist, and thank you for saving me. Ling Yin was not interested in his thanks and fell asleep in Fang Yi's clothes. It's not an example. Fang Yi spoke coldly. The voice fell. The 2 people on the roadside were also depressed with guilt. They all knew Fang Yi's meaning. Their external tasks represent the Xia dynasty's appearance. If they all rely on their spiritual treatment and were willing to do so, Fang Yi would not care about them anymore. After rescuing the Luxing River, the two also brought news of the news. Mr. the Rebellious Sign has been blown up by the Kinmen Kingdom. The kindergarten team is not allowed to enter. They go to the place to recruit troops and buy horses, as if they want to raise the flag of war against the joint rule of the four countries. What should we do? When asked, the three of them were shocked. Although Fang Yi led them back from Jinmen, it was uncontestable that they were being tragically destroyed. Now the whole world is paying attention to Xia's movements. They pushed Xia to the forefront, and many people are waiting to see Xia's face beating. Xiagua now has to manage it, and no matter what, it is difficult to get rid of the tiger. All of this was caused by them. Fang Yi glanced at them lightly. What else can I do? I'll go there. I'm sorry, Lord Mutant. We're too weak. The three of them felt guilty. If they're stronger, Xia's discussion trend is not so bad. As things have developed to this point, even in Xia, there are people who doubt whether this matter can be solved. Can the first sequence of 3 people be killed instantly? Can the Sun God come forward? 4 low-level practitioners represents the top war in the world, and each one is like a big thing, and it is not comparable to these small practitioners. As for the warfare gap between the first sequence, these are even less than their understanding range. Anyway, they're all cloud mud. So how can they know how much mud is between cloud and cloud mud? Silver Domestic. Nearby the Kinmen Kingdom, it is penetrated by the same Broccoli River. Apart from the river, it is full of yellow sand, which is extremely unpleasant to live in. People in life are suffering for generations. Not to mention that a single person is yellow-faced and thin. Even the children are covered in hot sand and have no ripped shoes. This is the 3rd country Fang Yi passed by. He was not going to Kinmen this time. On the one hand, he planned to let the discussion ferment for a while, and then the face effect would be better, while on the other hand, he wanted to see the situation of these sanctioned countries. But after this trip, Fang Yi saw something that Xiagua could not see. Even in such a difficult environment, they live hard, and the so-called faulty is just the arrogance of some practitioners. The competition for things is originally a choice of nature, but I didn't expect that the human race would die in the hands of these so-called similar people. It seems that the sanctions of the 4 countries have saved many of them. Fang Yichao realized that when he passed by this country, those people were unconsciously afraid of the so-called cultivators and came to kill them. They didn't show anything about the difficult life environment, but when they saw every assistant, they showed a difficult expression. This is obvious. What they fear is not others, but those who are innocent, and who are the most deceptive and destined to live. No one knows better than these lives that may be slaughtered at any time. Once Xia loses its power against those, the first thing that will suffer will be the small residents who have been plotted to Xia. For example, those rampant people already have their own backers and have begun to get into chaos in the country that is exhausted. Thinking of this, Fang Yi sighed lightly. For ordinary people, the killing of a thought is a disaster for them. They are like the snares walking in the grass. A little mountain storm is ruin for them. He walked towards the town. The lives of residents in the city-town are obviously much stronger than those outside. For example, the town in some adventure games. The restaurant you see is a winery, surrounded by various scattered merchants, the slaughter of bread, the butcher of meat, and the children running on the stone road. They all wore long robes and heads, forming a warm scene in the city-town. Fang Yi was planning to go to the restaurant to see if there was water, and at this time, buzz rumble. Suddenly, the earth under the feet was silenced, and everyone stopped their actions, and they looked at the sky in shock. At this moment, a figure wrapped in duck feathers appeared in the air. He spread his wings and floated in the air, and duck feathers fell on the ground, meaning ominousness. A terrifying breath came out from him, and everyone in the city trembled. Mr. Hey Duck is here. Fang Yi heard a person trembling and opening his mouth for the next second. Rumble. There was no sign. The sky was full of birds. The dark wings planned to break through the sky, and the spirit rushed away like a storm. In an instant, a mountain in the center of the city exploded.